I am Chen. The senior students in the lab were forced to come back to do experiments because of the delayed graduation, but none of them could really concentrate. Their minds were not on the experiments at all. I knew they were all watching me and Su Qingqing. After all, our commotion had already been noticed, and the feeling of being secretly watched was really awkward. Sure enough, within a minute, someone slipped out to report the news, and soon the others couldn't hold back either, and the discussion exploded instantly, all about gossip about me and Teacher Su. Someone shouted that they saw me drag Teacher Su into a BMW X7 in a secluded spot, and the crowd instantly erupted in excitement, with everyone imagining all sorts of dramatic scenarios, which became increasingly outrageous. Someone joked that being too affectionate in the school bus during the day might lead to a death, and someone immediately chimed in, saying that we'd already caused a death long ago, since Teacher Su has given birth to 3 of my children. I could hear their discussion from not far away, and I was both annoyed and amused. These people are really bored. They even spread the news that we have a child so widely. Suddenly someone shouted that the car had shaken, and everyone gasped and cheered. Su Qingcheng and I had just gotten out of the car when they looked disappointed and patted their chests, saying it was a false alarm. Seeing their disappointed expressions, I shook my head helplessly. I never expected that our brief moment of intimacy in the car would attract so many onlookers. Some busybodies still managed to take pictures of me and Su Qingcheng walking hand in hand, and posted them on the campus forum with the title Goddess Su and the Mysterious Little Master. There had been rumors before that Teacher Su had a boyfriend and had a baby, but there was no concrete evidence. This time, we weren't paying attention and got caught red-handed, and the forum instantly exploded. After Su Qingcheng and I got off the bus, we wanted to stroll around the campus discreetly, so we deliberately didn't hold hands. But the students we met all seemed to have made a pact to greet Teacher Su with smiles and call me Little Master. Ms. Su is the campus goddess, so it's normal to be greeted by her. But that Little Master almost broke my nerve. What's so little about me? The more I heard it, the more something felt off. I took out my phone and opened the campus forum. When I saw the posts and comments, I immediately smiled bitterly. Well, now the nickname Little Master has spread far and wide. Su Qingcheng also peeked over, her face instantly turning red, but she was much calmer than me. She decided to go public as soon as she said she would. After all, she was already a married woman, so she hadn't lost out. I couldn't stand the constant greetings, Little Master greetings anymore, so I suggested to Su Qingcheng that we go home. I hadn't seen the 3 children for almost 2 days, and I was really missing them. I felt bad leaving the children with the nanny while we enjoyed some time alone, but Su Qingqing flatly refused, saying she just wanted to stroll around the campus with me. When I mentioned my 3 children, Su Qingchang said that I had just checked the security camera footage and that the children were doing well. She also told me to spend some quality time with them that night, and then took my arm. I can imagine the aggrieved look on my 3 little monsters' faces right now, probably thinking to themselves that Su Qingchang has a boyfriend, but no motherly instincts. I felt both warm and amused. I helplessly told Su Qingchang that walking around like this was too conspicuous, making me feel like I was being paraded around in a zoo. But she just smiled and said she had a way to solve this problem. Su Qingqing took out 2 large face masks and black-rimmed glasses from her bag. After we put them on, we were indeed less noticeable, since there were already many people wearing masks recently. I brazenly took Su Qingqing's hand, and like any ordinary young couple, we strolled leisurely through the campus. This relaxed feeling was really nice. We walked along the tree-lined path to the playground, sat on the steps, and watched a ball game for a while. In late autumn, it gets dark quickly, and the playground was crowded with couples in the evening. Su Qingcheng and I snuggled together, whispering secrets. When the mood struck, we would gently peck each other. She had never experienced anything like this before, and she was as excited as a little girl. Looking at Su Qingcheng in my arms, her face full of excitement and gradually becoming drowsy, I was full of surprise and couldn't help but tease her, saying that she was already so clingy after only being apart for a day. I asked her what she would do if I stayed away for a week and didn't take care of her, but she said proudly that it was impossible, her eyes full of certainty and a little bossiness. I pressed her to explain why it was impossible, and she snorted, her eyes carrying a hint of threat, saying that if I were truly heartless, she would divorce me when I returned. I suddenly remembered that I had bought a gift for Su Qingcheng in Hangzhou. I casually mentioned it to her, and seeing her eyes light up instantly, I felt a surge of affection and took out the gift without any hesitation. She was stunned the moment she saw the gift, her eyes filled with surprise and anticipation. She reached out and took it, carefully caressing it. Its heavy texture and warm color clearly indicated its high value. I teased her, saying that I bought the jade necklace for 10 yuan at a roadside stall, expecting her to expose me. But instead, she playfully retorted, though her eyes couldn't hide her love for the necklace. She quickly came to her senses, put the necklace on, and, using the playground lights, leaned close to show it off to me. Her fair swan neck paired with the crystal-clear jade was so beautiful that I couldn't take my eyes off her. I quickly complimented her on how pretty it was and asked if she liked it. She sweetly agreed and tried to take it off, saying it was too flashy and she was afraid of losing it. I quickly stopped her and told her to keep wearing it. I made up a lie about it being a cheap item to appease her, and I found it funny to see her roll her eyes. Actually, I knew she definitely recognized that the necklace was something special, but she didn't complain at all. She was clearly overjoyed. She hooked her arm around my neck and kissed me, then secretly hid the necklace in her collar, afraid that someone who knew its value might covet it and cause trouble. Suddenly, she caught sight of the candied hawthorn stall by the playground. Her eyes lit up, and she excitedly told me to wait for her. She turned and ran over. Watching her back, I also felt a longing for the taste of my childhood. But when she came back, she only brought a string of candied hawthorns. I smiled and asked her who it was enough for, but she smiled and said it would be more fun to share it. She even took a bite and held it to my mouth. I took a bite, and the familiar sweetness spread in my mouth, instantly bringing back the feeling of my childhood. Looking at her expectant eyes, I suddenly wanted to tease her and said that there was an even more interesting way to eat it. She pressed me for details, and I slowly leaned closer with a candied hawthorn in my mouth. I watched as her face instantly flushed, and she obediently closed her eyes, waiting patiently. Her adorable demeanor made me want to laugh. I gently brought the candied hawthorn to her lips and fed it to her. Looking at her gentle expression with her eyes closed, I suppressed my laughter and didn't tell her that I had already chewed the fruit. She took a bite and froze instantly, opening her eyes in confusion. Looking at the hawthorn seeds in my hand, then at my smug expression, she immediately realized she'd been tricked. I laughed and asked her if it was good. She spat out the seeds, then without a word, leaned in and bit me hard, making me wince in pain. Only then did I belatedly realize I'd forgotten about her personality. She laughed and asked if it hurt. I teased her for biting like a dog, but she angrily retorted that it was even worse for me to trick her into eating hawthorn seeds. The more she talked, the angrier she got, and she bit me several more times. I couldn't stand the pain anymore, so I had to use a forced gag order, and only then did she stop. Looking at her angry yet charming appearance, I felt both pain and amusement. As night slowly fell, the number of couples on the playground did not decrease. They were all scattered in twos and threes, whispering to each other. Like Su Qingchang and me, they were at most having a little tantrum. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. It turned out that the student council members had come to check on campus civility. They looked at us, who were wearing masks, gave us a few instructions, and left, jokingly suggesting that if we really couldn't manage, we could go to a small hotel off campus. I knew it was just a routine check, so I gave a vague reply. When I turned around, I saw Su Qingcheng blushing, her eyes full of accusation. She had clearly misunderstood what I said. I quickly explained to her that the school had only conducted routine checks because a couple had been photographed behaving inappropriately on the playground and the photos had been posted online. I told her that those people were just going through the motions. She suddenly understood, but her blush didn't fade. She even complained with a look of disgust that young people these days were too ridiculous. Her feigned maturity was particularly endearing. She took my arm and said she wanted to leave. I smiled and asked her if she finally wanted to go home, but she shook her head, her eyes darting away, and whispered something that shocked me. Let's go to a small hotel off campus. When Su Qingchang said she wanted to go to a small hotel off campus, I was stunned. 1 second she was criticizing the young people for their ridiculous behavior, and the next second she made this request. I even doubted that I had heard correctly. Seeing her serious expression, I realized I hadn't misheard. My heart instantly leaped with joy. I pretended to be surprised and asked her if she was really going, mentioning her 3 children at home. She confidently said it was okay to go home late, and even teased me that I was too scared to go. When I didn't agree immediately, She made an excuse to go home. I could tell at a glance that she was just pretending to be bold and was actually shy. I deliberately went along with her and said that since she thought I was a coward, I had to go with her to experience it. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw her get embarrassed and her eyes panicked. She stammered and made excuses, saying that she had children at home and that as parents, she couldn't just think about herself. I laughed and retorted that since there was a nanny to take care of the children, we should also have our own fun. I pulled her towards the school gate, saying there was no time like the present and there would definitely be a room available today. She was speechless and helpless and could only let me lead her. I guess she was already regretting it terribly. I remember meeting her at the Maple Forest Hotel, a small and outside Seahigh University that was incredibly basic compared to the hotel. The school is located in the suburbs, and many small hotels have opened in the nearby villages, specifically targeting student couples. They are well-equipped but basic, and most importantly, they are not soundproof at all, creating a great atmosphere. I took her hand and mingled with the crowd of couples, walking into the urban village like any other couple. We chose a hotel called Rui Hotel. She was nervous the whole time, and her palms were sweating. We are a legally married couple, but at this moment, she looked flustered as if she were having an affair. I found it funny to look at her tense profile, so I pulled her into the hotel and asked the front desk if there were any rooms available. The landlady at the front desk seemed unfazed and quoted prices for hourly rooms and various other types of rooms. I immediately asked for a double room, and she asked us to show our ID cards, which I handed over right away. Check-in was completed in a minute. To my surprise, it wasn't a key but a room key. I pulled Su Qingqing toward room 201. We encountered many student couples along the way, and everyone tacitly understood each other. I swiped my card to open the door, pulled her into the room, and locked the door behind me. Her heart was pounding, her breathing became rapid, and her eyes were full of tension, like a lamb that had strayed into the jaws of a wolf. She asked me cautiously if I really wanted to stay here. I casually asked her back, since we had already paid 98 yuan for a double room, and we couldn't just come all this way for nothing. She stammered that she was scared, and I teased her with a laugh, asking if she was afraid I would eat her up. Before I could finish, she blushed, rolled her eyes at me, and playfully told me to get lost. Get lost? Su Qingqing rolled her eyes, her face flushed red. You know perfectly well why. I laughed and retorted to Su Qingqing. It was clearly her who suggested going to a small hotel, and she even teased me for being a coward. I secretly laughed at her earlier boastfulness. She was just waiting to see her embarrassed. She rubbed her forehead, looking helpless. I could tell she was just bluffing to tease me and hadn't really intended to come. Now that I'd given her an easy way out, she didn't even have a chance to argue. Just as things were at an impasse, some suggestive sounds suddenly came from next door. She blushed instantly, embarrassed and flustered. Her panicked appearance made me secretly burst into laughter. I teased her on purpose, saying it was fine if she backed down or pretended to love something, but was actually afraid of it. I was going to make fun of her a few more times, but I didn't expect that my words would directly provoke her. She blushed and retorted, saying she wasn't a coward at all, and even patted her chest to say she meant what she said. I deliberately asked again to confirm, and she became even more confident, not backing down at all. But only a minute later, she couldn't hold back anymore, and she grabbed my arm pitifully, pleading to go home, and even made an excuse that she was worried about leaving her 3 children alone with the nanny. Looking at her pitiful appearance and listening to her say all the nice things she could think of, I couldn't bear to tease her anymore and could only reluctantly agree, but in my heart I found her both cute and funny. When I got home, Aunt Lu, who was soothing the children, rushed to greet me. I chose her as my nanny because she was quick and efficient, knew her place, and was never talkative. I asked Aunt Lu about the children, and she smiled and said they were fine, except that she didn't have enough breast milk, so she made formula for them. Su Qingqing immediately chimed in, saying that she would store more breast milk in the refrigerator tomorrow. Aunt Lu was very happy, saying that breast milk is healthier than formula. She didn't press Su Qingqing about how she stored so much breast milk, not even showing any curiosity, which showed she was very well-mannered. Aunt Lu then mentioned she made egg noodles for dinner and asked if we were hungry. Su Qingqing and I were indeed hungry. We had spent most of the day alone, and our energy and spirits were quite depleted. We played with the 3 children for a while, then went to eat noodles. Aunt Lu's cooking was quite good, although not as good as mine. It was still very good. We each had a big bowl and ate with great relish. After the meal, Su Qingqing quickly took a shower and stayed by the children's side, being incredibly affectionate, as if they hadn't seen each other for years, clinging to them and refusing to leave. It was already past 10:30, and I couldn't help but urge her to go to sleep. She gave me a reproachful look, and I knew she understood what I really meant by urging her. She told me to take a shower and told me to turn off the bedroom lights, leaving only the bedside lamp on. I immediately agreed, secretly looking forward to the night, knowing that there would be a different kind of surprise. 3 minutes later, I finished showering and lifted the covers, and I was instantly stunned. Su Qingsheng had changed into a sexy nightgown again. This time, it was the pink lace style that I liked. This time at home, I finally didn't have to restrain myself. The next morning, Su Qingsheng woke up and saw that it was already past 8 o'clock. Remembering that she had to go to work, she hurriedly got up, but as soon as she stood up, she felt a sharp pain and almost lost her balance, and couldn't help but cry out. I quickly reached out to support her, but she glared at me irritably and blamed me for everything. I felt ashamed, and upon reflection, it really was my fault. Who told her to be so charming? I couldn't resist. I felt both regretful and worried. I asked her if this would affect my work. She asked me back irritably, tried to move around a bit, and said that she could manage, but she still couldn't help but glare at me several times. Just then, the system suddenly notified me that Su Qingsheng had accused me of having a lot of bad intentions, triggering a god-level choice. It gave me two options, deny it or admit it, each with a reward. I thought to myself, I'm not that bad, Su Qingsheng's insults are nothing to worry about. But this system suddenly popped up and caused trouble. On a whim, I asked the system if I could choose both options. I made an excuse, saying that only children make choices, adults want it all. The system was silent for a moment. Su Qingsheng finished washing up and was about to go out for breakfast when I grabbed her arm. She panicked instantly, thinking I was going to mess around again. I quickly said it wasn't what she thought, but she immediately understood. Although somewhat helpless, she still agreed, saying it was compensation for fooling me yesterday, and told me to keep my voice down so Aunt Lu wouldn't hear. I promise I'll keep it quiet. The next second, the system prompted me that I had selected two options and gained 2 chances to win a god-level lottery. I immediately redeemed them and won a god-level modification skill and a business opportunity. After sending Su Qingsheng to work, I stayed home with my 3 little monsters, personally taking care of everything from feeding them and changing their diapers to wiping their bottoms. While spending time with the children, I also discussed business matters with Li Jun and the others. Afterwards, I took my 3 children and planned to go to the main barbecue restaurant in the food street. Aunt Lu finished cleaning and had some free time. Feeling bad about it, she offered to help me take care of the children so that I could go about my own business. I refused Aunt Lu's offer, saying I could take care of the child myself and that she could rest, and that I would keep her full salary. Aunt Lu was both surprised and delighted. In all her years in the industry, this was the first time she had encountered such a kind employer. I knew in my heart that hiring a nanny was just in case. Normally, I would take care of my own child. I even almost told Aunt Lu not to stay at my house at night, worried that it would disturb my time with Su Qingsheng. When I arrived at the barbecue restaurant, Lu Wei and Sun Wan immediately came up to me and greeted me warmly. After chatting for a while, they reported on the barbecue restaurant and the milk tea shop, saying that they were developing very smoothly. They said that with Li Jun's strategic planning, achieving the goal of 300 barbecue restaurants and 1,000 milk tea shops by the end of the year was a sure thing, and each branch would quickly become profitable, without me needing to invest any more money. After listening, I praised them repeatedly for their skill. After chatting with them for a while, I took the 3 children to the park for a walk. Before I knew it, the day had passed. When it was time for Su Qingsheng to get off work, I went to pick her up. To avoid trouble, I parked my car at the school gate. Su Qingsheng arrived quickly. After getting in the car, she wasn't as enthusiastic as usual. Although she tried to play with the children, she was always distracted and her mood was obviously low. I teased her on purpose, asking if something was bothering her and telling her to tell me so I could cheer her up. As I spoke, I reached out to tease her, but she dodged away with little interest. Hey, stop messing around. I really am not in the mood today. Not in the mood. I asked again. Su Qingsheng nodded and said that she had been feeling mentally exhausted lately. The research and development of the University Enterprise Cooperation Cosmetics project she was in charge of was not going well. The test results were very poor. It had been dragging on for too long, and her boss was already very dissatisfied. I know she's been working on this project for a long time and has been the main technical lead. Now that she's hit a bottleneck, seeing her downcast makes my heart ache. I stopped joking, and suddenly the god-level improvement skill I had drawn earlier flashed through my mind. Although this skill could only be used once, it might very well help her solve her current research and development problems. I offered to go and see her research project, but Su Qingcheng didn't believe I could help at all. She said I hadn't studied the relevant field, and it would be a waste of time for me to go and see it. I told her with a smile that cosmetics rely on biochemical technology, and my barbecue and milk tea recipes are based on the same principle. Essentially, they are all about the technical adjustment of ingredients and processes. I even joked that this would be considered alchemy in ancient times. Su Qingqing listened helplessly for a while, but had to admit that food and cosmetics do indeed share a common technological logic. She asked me if I really wanted to go and see it, and I nodded firmly, saying I could give her some guidance. She was worried about her 3 children at home, so I told her to send the children home and settle them in before going to the lab. Su Qingqing finally agreed. She was very unwilling to give up after the project had been stalled for so long. Even if she didn't rely on me, she wanted to give it another shot. She felt more secure with me working overtime with her. We went home first, fed and settled the 3 children, ate a simple meal prepared by Aunt Lu, and then rushed back to the school laboratory. On the way, Su Qingqing's mood improved, and she joked with me, saying that if I could really solve the project problem, she would reward me handsomely, which made me look forward to it. I deliberately pressed her for the meaning of big, and she instantly realized the ambiguity in my question. Her face flushed red, and she yelled at me to get lost before stomping ahead angrily. I couldn't help but laugh at her charming appearance, and I secretly resolved to use my abilities to help her completely resolve this long-standing project issue. We arrived at the lab quickly. Su Qingcheng was the project leader. After filling out and signing a simple form, I was able to enter the fully equipped standard laboratory. I casually joked that it looked like an alchemy room, and Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes at me, telling me to stay in the rest area while she went to work on her experiments. There was no one else in the lab. She took the initiative to give me a light kiss, but I wasn't satisfied. I hooked my arm around her and kissed her back hard. She was quite startled, afraid that I was going to cause trouble there. After I let go of her, she blushed and gently punched me a few times, reminding me that this was a laboratory and I shouldn't mess around. Then she turned around and focused on her experiments and data recording. I stayed in the rest area for a while, then went back to her and offered to give her some pointers. She thought I wasn't a professional and would only cause trouble, so she didn't believe me at all. But 10 minutes later, she was surprised to find that not only did I not cause any trouble, but my suggestions were also just right, and my ideas were even more eye-opening. Half an hour later, she was completely astonished. Like a little fangirl, she kept asking me questions. Under my guidance, the experimental results showed a completely different change from before. I answered all her long-standing questions, and she felt a sense of clarity. However, she also began to question her life, realizing that despite graduating from a prestigious university and becoming a professor, she was inferior to me, an undergraduate. In reality, I relied entirely on my godlike skill improvements. My professional theoretical knowledge was far inferior to hers. But she didn't know the truth and kept marveling at how amazing I was. I casually mentioned that I was self-taught, and then deliberately teased myself about how many other things I was good at. Su Qingqing blushed instantly and spat at me, saying I was too smug. Although she kept complaining, she was filled with pride and happiness, feeling that she had truly struck gold, that her man was so outstanding in every way. Just then, hurried, chaotic footsteps sounded outside the lab, and a large group of people rushed towards them, panting. The leader shouted as he ran, urging everyone to hurry, saying that if they were late, it would be too late. The group of people who rushed in were my senior classmates. Among them was a senior named Li Tu who was young, but had severe hair loss, earning him the nickname Baldly. It was Li Tu's turn to be on duty that day. He was the last to leave the lab that evening, and as he went downstairs, he inadvertently saw Su Qingqing and me walking intimately toward the lab building. At the time, he didn't think much of it. Later, when he was eating out, he casually mentioned it to his classmates, and they immediately became interested. Even the female classmates couldn't help but swear, their gossip instincts kicking in. They all pretended to be serious, saying they suddenly wanted to go back to the lab to work overtime, giving seemingly plausible reasons, but in reality, they all wanted to see what happened between me and Su Qingqing. A group of people skipped their meal and rushed towards the laboratory building. Li Tu verbally criticized them for being shameless, but also insisted that he was a respectable person and quickly followed. Li Tu, who had trained in long-distance running, took the lead and rushed to the laboratory door, even turning back to urge the others to hurry up. The group then tiptoed into the laboratory. On the other side, under my guidance, Su Qingqing's thinking was completely opened up, and she had a brand new idea for cosmetic research and development and formulation, and she became very excited. With my God-level improvement skills, I had already sketched out several God-level recipes in my mind, but I didn't say them out loud. I didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm, nor did I want to do the work for someone else. Just as we were resting and drinking water, Su Qingqing's phone suddenly went off with an access control alarm. As the head of the laboratory, she would receive alerts whenever someone entered or left at an abnormal time. Thinking someone had broken in, she quickly turned on the security camera and immediately saw the group of students sneaking around. She even overheard their conversation and was speechless. I went over to take a look and understood what was going on. I chuckled to myself. These upperclassmen were even more shameless than my former roommates when it came to gossip. Then I thought about it again. It's normal for them to be curious. After all, Su Qingqing and I are special in their eyes, and these teenagers are bound to want to see what happens. Su Qingqing's face turned red. She felt embarrassed and helpless. She asked me in a low voice how she should handle it, and wanted to hear my ideas before making a decision. I teased her on purpose, suggesting we play along and stage a date in the lab so they could watch. She was terrified and immediately refused. She glared at me, scolding me for talking nonsense, saying it was inappropriate to act intimately in front of her students and would have a terrible impact if word got out. Seeing her nervous expression, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Actually, I was just joking. Private things should be kept at home and not shown in public. I immediately stopped joking and told her to just let things take their course and not to deliberately avoid them. Maybe this would even bring unexpected gains. She looked puzzled. Su Qingqing wanted to continue asking questions, but after glancing at the surveillance footage, she suddenly lowered her voice and nervously told me that the group of people were almost upon us. I took out a tissue and pretended to feel sorry for Su Qingqing as I wiped her forehead. She immediately understood and also picked up a tissue and gestured to me, pretending to wipe my sweat. She was the one who had been busy all day and was covered in sweat, while I only used my mouth the whole time and didn't sweat at all. Yet she still acted very seriously and even pecked me unexpectedly. Just as I was about to retaliate, she hurriedly gestured for me to be quiet and whispered that the students were already outside the lounge. I had no choice but to give up, secretly resolving to deal with her when I got home. Su Qingqing smiled and peeled an orange, insisting on feeding me. I opened my mouth to take it, and she fed me several more segments. The sweet taste spread in my mouth. I picked up an orange and fed it to her, and the two of us fed each other in the lounge, the atmosphere sweet and warm, deliberately putting on a show for the people outside. After playing around for a few minutes, I put a grape in my mouth and said I wanted to feed her some imported grapes. She immediately became wary. After all, the memory of the last time the imported candied hawthorn was just seeds was still fresh in her mind. I patted my chest and promised I wouldn't trick her this time. She blushed and closed her eyes, only to find she ate a grape skin instead. She was so angry she was about to explode. I quickly held her down and swiftly fed her a whole grape. This time it was incredibly sweet, and she immediately softened, wanting to eat another one. Just then, the door to the lounge was suddenly flung open, and the students outside could no longer contain themselves, swarming in, each one looking utterly devastated. They had come to join the fun and see the gossip, but instead, they were bombarded with PDA by Su Qingqing and me the whole time. This group of single people were so overwhelmed by the sweetness that they were practically bursting with regret. The students awkwardly greeted her, sometimes calling her Little Master and sometimes Grand Master, their postures respectful yet uneasy, afraid of displeasing Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing put on a stern face and asked them what they were doing in the lab so late at night instead of resting. They hurriedly changed their story and said they were there to work overtime on a project, but their eyes kept darting away. After explaining, they wanted to make a quick getaway. Since no one wanted to stay and suffer any longer, playing games and watching videos was much more comfortable. I naturally wouldn't let these people who came to my doorstep get away easily. I smiled and praised them for their hard work, and a group of senior students quickly nodded in agreement. Several senior female students, in particular, were completely infatuated with me as I grew more and more handsome. Unfortunately, I was already taken, and they could only feel regret in secret. I followed up on what they were saying, telling them that the project's development strategy had been completely adjusted and that we were short-staffed, so I asked them to stay and work overtime together. The students were stunned. They had only been being polite and hadn't really intended to do any work. Now, They all looked miserable and tried to find excuses to shirk their duties. I directly quoted what they had said and pointed out that the project progress was linked to graduation credits. In one sentence, I hit their sore spot and left them with no reason to refute me. The upperclassmen could only accept their fate. They had come excitedly to watch the excitement, but ended up as free laborers. They were secretly calling me Jiang the Skinflint. Seeing that I easily controlled everyone, Su Qingcheng was overjoyed. She thought I was both capable and reliable, and couldn't help but want to tease me and get revenge. She held a grape in her mouth and brought it close to me, intending to feed me the grape skin. When the students saw this, they all covered their faces and ran away, afraid of being tortured again. But as soon as she handed me the grape skins, I grabbed her tightly, and she couldn't break free at all. She blushed with embarrassment and fell into my trap once again. After deciding to call it a day, Su Qingcheng and I left the lounge. She explained the new research and development approach, and the initially reluctant top students suddenly understood and immediately got to work. With nothing else to do, I tweaked the formula of a hair growth serum in the lab and produced a preliminary prototype in just 2 or 3 hours. My eyes immediately fell on my senior, nicknamed Baldy Lee. When Lee too saw me walking over with the hair growth serum, he panicked and said that it was useless because his hair follicles were necrotic. But he couldn't resist my persuasion and had no choice but to agree to try it. It was almost midnight when we got home. I have a special constitution and I wasn't tired at all. I picked up the 3 babies and started taking care of them. Su Qingcheng was exhausted. She worked during the day and overtime at night, and as soon as she got home, she collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. I took over from the nanny to take care of the children, wiping their bottoms, changing their diapers, and feeding them. I was extremely busy, but to my surprise, my eldest child started pooping while eating, making a mess everywhere. The nanny and I spent over half an hour bathing and changing the 3 children, cleaning their beds, and finally getting them to sleep. It was already past 1 a.m. I moved the crib into the bedroom and tiptoed onto the bed, afraid of waking the sleeping Su Qingcheng. Just as I was about to cover myself with the blanket and go to sleep, a warm body suddenly snuggled into my arms. I was startled and instinctively asked her, "What? You're still awake?" Chapter 210, The Tigress's Revenge. If you're not asleep, how can I sleep alone? Su Qingcheng nestled in Jiang Chen's arms like a kitten, rubbed her nose, and said softly, "I was too tired when I got back, so I slept for a while, but then I suddenly realized that I was the only one in the bed, and then I couldn't fall asleep." "You can't sleep without me coming?" "Okay." Jiang Chen chuckled. "Your words remind me of something." "What is it?" "It's like this. In a TV drama, the male and female leads are about to go to sleep, and it seems the male lead is already exhausted, but the female lead complains that she can't sleep without intimacy. What are you trying to say by bringing this up? It's you, isn't it? Are you like that female lead, unable to sleep without that kind of life?" "Cut. Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Su Qingcheng glanced at him dismissively, but her arms were still wrapped around Jiang Chen's neck. "Actually, falling asleep is much simpler than any kind of life. Being close to you and smelling your scent makes me feel especially at ease. However, there is still an important thing I haven't done tonight." "What's the important thing?" Jiang Chen asked. "That's right, it's an eye for an eye, a way to get revenge on you." "Get revenge on me?" Jiang Chen was holding his wife in his arms, feeling very comfortable, like he was holding a sweet little kitten. But when he saw the little girl in his arms suddenly bar her teeth, he immediately got a jolt. "What's wrong?" "The kitten is about to turn into a tigress." "Yeah, it's revenge. It's one thing for you to feed me hawthorn seeds on the playground, but this time you fed me grape skins in the lab. It's just too much." "Seriously, honey? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Are you trying to get back at me? Besides, didn't you get back at me in the lab? You fed me grape skins too, didn't you? How dare you say that? I retaliated against you, and what did you do back then? Good grief, you bit my mouth. You're really something." Su Qingcheng said angrily, baring her teeth again. "Cough cough. Instinct, that's instinct." Jiang Chen sighed, and then hurriedly explained. Then, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he slapped his thigh, or rather, slapped Su Qingcheng's thigh. Su Qingcheng was puzzled. "Honey, I remember you promised me a big reward if I helped you with your research and development project." "Is that so? However, that's a separate issue. Revenge is revenge, and reward is reward." Su Qingcheng rubbed her thigh, which had just been slapped red by the big pig's trotter, and her 40-meter-long broadsword became even more impatient. "Oh, this. All right. Jiang Chun was worried that the girl might not accept the larger reward, but since things had come to this point, there was nothing more to say, since she wanted to get revenge on him. Alright, then let's take revenge. Who can blame him but his wife? It would be best to get revenge thoroughly, and then there will be rewards, of course, plenty of rewards. By the way, wife, have you ever thought about this possibility? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered and said to Su Qingcheng. What's possible? Su Qingcheng nestled in the blankets, squinting her eyes, feeling rather lazy and unwilling to speak. It was late at night, and she was tired and sleepy. Right now, aren't you working on that university-industry cooperation project? Actually, with your qualifications and abilities, you are fully capable of handling things on your own. So what I'm trying to say is, have you ever thought about going out on your own? In the last few days, Jiang Chen learned more about the project that Su Qingcheng was in charge of. Although she is officially the technical lead, she is actually just an employee. The company acted like the client, with a poor attitude and demanding requirements. Jiang Chen only met with the company's representatives once, and he was already very dissatisfied. I now have some ability. Investing money in your wife to start a tech company, allowing her to go solo, is not an impossible idea. And the God-level products that I designed with my God-level modification skills can all be handed over to my wife to make, which is perfect for keeping the benefits within the family. Going solo. I'm a teacher at the school. How can I jump out and go it alone? Su Qingcheng said, barely opening her eyes. Many schools now encourage employees to leave their jobs to start their own businesses, right? I see that Sihai University has a similar policy, which allows employees to retain their positions for up to 3 years. Forget it. I'm not cut out for working alone. That's all right. Jiang Chun reassured him again. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but you'll be fine once you give it a try. Besides, I'm here. Even if you're not cut out for it, I'll help you become one. Honey, what do you think? Please think it over carefully. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he waited for a while, but there was no response from Su Qingcheng. It turned out that she was extremely tired and had fallen asleep while Jiang Chen was speaking. All right then. Jiang Chen remained silent. However, I also understand that she was exhausted at that moment. Looking down at the little girl in his arms, breathing evenly and sleeping soundly, he couldn't help but kiss her cherry lips tenderly, again and again. Then he gently put it down. Hey boss, are you not busy right now? I'd like to give you an update on what happened on the 9th. The next morning, Jiang Chun had just driven his wife to work and was returning home when he received a call from Bai Huiyan. No rush, go ahead and tell me. Okay boss. On the other end of the phone, Bai Huiyan then gave Jiang Chun a detailed account of the recent situation at Jiri Group, highlighting the key points. With Li Jun in charge and ample financial support, things got much better. This time, Jiri Group. They successfully withstood the pressure from Phoenix Group and repeatedly succeeded in their counterattacks in the price war, regaining a small portion of the market share. This caused the wealthy Phoenix Group to suffer a considerable loss. On the 9th day, overall, they managed to stabilize the situation. Boss, there's something else I need to report to you, Bai Huiyan said. We've recently recovered a bit, but developing only around Hangzhou isn't enough. Li Jun and I discussed it. We are considering opening a 9-day hotel in Sihai, which is your hometown, boss. Then let's wait a couple of days. I will go to Sihai City to make sure this matter is truly settled. Okay, Jiang Chen said. Regarding the matter from the 9th, he has now delegated the authority to Li Jun and Bai Huiyan. Since it was decided by the two of them together, they can simply carry it out. There's no need to ask the boss for his opinion. And Jiri Group. At least now it's one of their own businesses. Since they mainly focus on budget hotels, it would be unreasonable not to open a 9-day inn in their own territory, Sihai City. On the opening day. No doubt about it. I have to go and support them. Chapter 2:11 Shorting Crude Oil, 10 billion. Jiang Chen finished talking to Bai Huiyan about what happened on the 9th. I happened to be there. Li Jun also called. It was also a work report, but on a global scale. In addition to the 9 days, there were also projects such as the resort, barbecue, and milk tea. In short, everything was progressing smoothly. After finishing the report, I was about to hang up the phone. Jiang Chen suddenly called out to him. Mr. Li, could you do me a favor? Li Jun's current position is that of Jiang Chen's business manager, so calling him Mr. Li is quite appropriate. What is it? Please tell me. It's about helping me open an account with an international forex broker. Li Jun asked in surprise. Boss, do you perhaps want to trade international futures? Right. Jiang Chen admitted it directly. That's why he wanted to play with futures. It wasn't a whim or a sudden idea, but rather related to the business opportunity that Tongzi had given me last time. The day after tomorrow, which is this Wednesday, American crude oil futures plummeted, dropping by 10%. Actually, crude oil prices plummeted by 10%. It's nothing serious. Historically, crude oil prices have fallen by as much as 30% or even 50% in a single day. Certainly, a drop of 30% or 50% in a single day is only possible because of extraordinary events. Even so, don't underestimate this 10% drop, because crude oil can be leveraged, with leverage of 100 times or even 200 times, which is extremely crazy. In other words, even with 100 times leverage, if you short sell, a 10% drop means a tenfold return. Especially now, Chen has around 2 billion yuan in available funds, so he can definitely have a good time no matter what. But boss, while futures trading allows for leverage and potentially high returns, it also carries significant risks. One wrong move, and you could easily be wiped out, Li Jun cautioned. That's all right, Chen said. I have a very reliable insider tip. Insider information? Li Jun was secretly surprised. At such a young age, he actually had inside information about crude oil. His background was indeed extraordinary. But, surprised as I was, he didn't ask any more questions. He immediately agreed to carry out Chen's instructions. Okay, boss, I'll open an account for you as soon as possible. Also, since you want to short crude oil, I'll exchange some US dollars for you while I'm at it. Okay, thank you for your help, Mr. Li. You're too kind, boss. Chen wanted to spend more time with his three little monsters since his wife was at work and couldn't take care of them. So, he handed over some of the mundane tasks to her. In the following days, Su Qingqing became extremely busy. I work overtime every day, often until late at night. When asked why, they said it was because the company was pushing them hard again, and Su Qingqing, as the technical lead, represented the school's reputation. Therefore, he had no choice but to bring along a group of Chen's senior classmates. They worked almost nonstop. Fortunately, all the hard work paid off. The later developed and improved product showed good experimental results. Even a marginal product, a hair growth serum, after being improved, was applied by Chen to Li Tu's shiny bald head, and surprisingly, the next day, his scalp started to itch, and when he touched it, he could vaguely feel stubble. Li Tu was overjoyed. From then on, the first thing he did when he got to work was to apply the hair growth serum to his head. And so on. After the company's staff found out, their attitudes softened considerably, and they no longer kept a long face when they met with them. On Su Qingqing's side, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy. This day is Wednesday. Su Qingqing had been busy all day. After returning home, she played with the child for a while, washed up quickly, and then went to bed to rest. Chen knew his wife was quite tired, so I didn't bother her. But he wasn't idle either. Ever since the New York Stock Exchange opened at around 9 p.m., he had been glued to his phone. Well, I watched some short videos to kill time. Because the sharp fluctuations and plunges in crude oil prices mainly occurred in the latter half of the night, Chen kept scrolling through short videos until 11 p.m. before finally opening his futures trading app. Then, in batches, add 100 times leverage. They placed short orders for crude oil totaling $150 million. Chen has about 2 billion yuan in available funds, which is about 300 million US dollars. However, this time, he dares not go all in like he did with Dogecoin last time. After all, the base number is large, numbering in the hundreds of millions. Adding 100 times leverage, just as Li Jun said, could easily lead to a margin call. What if it goes wrong? That would mean losing everything, so it's best to be cautious. Before 12 o'clock, due to the fluctuation of crude oil prices, Chen's short position suffered a significant loss, amounting to 20 million US dollars. However, after 12 o'clock, the price of crude oil continued to fall, and Chen's short position quickly broke even, and he then made another 30 million US dollars. 100x leverage, that's exciting. After 1 p.m., crude oil prices officially began a sharp drop. Chen kept a close eye on the price curve. Just as crude oil prices were about to hit a 10% drop, I decisively liquidated my positions, and the funds in my account instantly increased from $150 million to $1.5 billion. Exchange it for Chinese currency. That's roughly 10 billion. Not bad, not bad. From now on, I'm at least a billionaire. Chen saw the account balance and felt a surge of secret pleasure. He couldn't help but turn to look at Su Qingqing. hoping that the little girl was still awake and they could share in the joy. That makes him look even cooler. But after much hesitation, I decided not to wake her. The girl is still too tired lately. Let her get some rest, and we can have some fun together another day. Chen thought to himself. Looking at the time again, it was almost 2 a.m., so I decided to go to sleep. But just then, suddenly, a soft whimper was heard. Su Qingsheng, who had been fast asleep, suddenly turned over. She pulled her entire arm out from under the covers, and then, half asleep, mumbled, "Honey, what are you laughing about in the middle of the night?" Chen was surprised. Is the little girl awake? However, she mumbled something again, her eyes closed, and she was still not awake. I guess it must have been because I was a little too excited when I successfully shorted crude oil earlier, and that's why I disturbed her. So I tucked her in, and then lay down to sleep too. But Chen had just tucked the blanket around Su Qingqing. As a result, the girl kicked off the blanket again, and then, her fair and slender leg naturally draped over Chen. Chapter 212 Shaw, stop being cheeky. Seeing his wife casually drape her legs over him, Chen was stunned for a moment. I wondered what the girl was doing, whether she was asleep or not. After thinking for a moment, I turned my gaze to the leg that was draped over me. Fair-skinned and slender. It was so white it practically glowed. The legendary legs to admire for years. That's exactly it. Chen couldn't help but admire it for a few seconds. Seeing that the little girl still didn't move, he turned his head and pecked her once, then lifted her leg, preparing to put her off him. How to put it? This is so awkward. However, just at that moment, Su Qingqing woke up with a soft moan and opened her eyes. What are you doing? Chen, who was supporting the little girl's leg, paused in his movements. Su Qingqing looked down and her eyes widened instantly, her face turning red. Don't be naughty. You actually did this to me while I was sleeping? Chen followed and took a look. Some people immediately facepalmed. To be honest, the way I was holding the girl's legs was indeed, well, that's pretty weird. This immediately created a feeling that there was no way to clear one's name, even if one jumped into the Yellow River. Wife, if I told you that I was just about to go to sleep, but you suddenly put your leg on me, I meant well and was about to put your leg back. Do you believe it or not? Pooh, do you think I believe you or not? Su Qingqing spat. I was sleeping soundly, why would I put my leg on you? And even if you didn't secretly do that to me, you did secretly kiss me just now, didn't you? This. Yes, we do have that. Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. They've been married for a long time. Don't talk about yourself. I really meant well. We just secretly kissed, and, you know what? So what? We've done it openly before. However, when I saw the little girl pouting, looking fierce and accusatory, well, she looked adorable. I immediately softened. There's nothing we can do. My little girl is so cute when she's angry. Besides, it's very possible that I woke her up because I was in a moment of excitement. That's enough. At worst, I'll just get bitten a few times by the tigress. Here you go. Chen proactively extended his arm. What are you doing? Go ahead and bite me. It'll make you feel better. You really want me to bite you? Of course, didn't you bite me when you got angry before? Uft. Su Qingqing laughed immediately. All right then. As she spoke, she held Chen's arm and pretended to take a light bite. Then, with a swift movement, she skillfully snuggled into Chen's arms, blinking her eyes as she asked, Honey, why are you so good to me? You've already called me husband. How could I not treat you well? Yes, that's true. But honey, actually, I was already awake before you did that to me. So, you deliberately put your leg on me? Su Qingqing replied. Well, it's not my fault. I was sleeping soundly when you suddenly shouted excitedly, and that's when I woke up. Then I saw you tucking me in. My heart feels warm. Then, she deliberately stretched her leg out, giggling. Su Qingqing laughed. But soon, she noticed Chen's expression was off, and her face changed. You? What are you going to do? It's nothing. Suddenly, I also want to bite you. Chen said. This girl deceived my feelings, and even bit my arm. It's only reasonable for me to retaliate by biting her back, right? With that in mind, he indeed launched his attack. Huh? You bad guy. Caught off guard, Su Qingqing's face immediately turned bright red. I never expected this. But, how should I put it? After all, this wasn't the first time that the big jerk had done this, so Su Qingqing gave him a playful glare, but that was the end of it. What else can we do? We've been married for a long time. They've done even worse things. This is nothing compared to what they've done. By the way, honey, what were you so excited about back then? After a while, Su Qingqing calmed herself down and asked again. Aren't you sleepy? Jiang Chen asked. I was so tired just now. Besides, the project is progressing well recently. I can rest at home for half a day tomorrow morning and go to work in the afternoon. Su Qingqing suddenly felt thirsty. She sat up, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water from the bedside table, and said while taking a sip, Tell me, honey, what were you so excited about back then? It's something very worth celebrating, Jiang Chen said. No rush, finish your water first. Are you afraid I'll choke if I hear it? It's okay, honey, go ahead and say it. I promise I won't choke. Su Qingqing said, deliberately taking another big gulp. All right then. That's right, just a few hours ago, I made about 10 billion. Puff. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing, she immediately spat out the water she was drinking, almost choking on it with tears in her eyes, but still curiously pressed on. Honey. Husband, how much did you say you earned? 10 billion. Yes, it's 10 billion. Strictly speaking, after deducting the principal, it's probably only 8 or 9 billion. Jiang Chen pulled out a tissue and helplessly wiped the water that Su Qingqing had choked on. Su Qingqing coughed twice. He was immediately shocked. Huh? But honey, how did you do that? Did you rob a bank? No. Even robbing a bank wouldn't be this exciting. Jiang Chen was surprised to see his wife so excited. So I showed the other party my account balance and briefly explained what was going on. Wow. Honey, you're amazing. Even though Su Qingqing had seen money before, lots and lots of money, she was still amazed and couldn't help but hug Jiang Chen's neck. To be honest, in terms of earning money and business acumen alone, this person is comparable to his father. But it's my own dad. When he started out, he had a family fortune and was the same age as Jiang Chen. In reality, he was still a naive and inexperienced young man who wouldn't turn back until he hit a wall. How is your wife? Shouldn't we celebrate this? Jiang Chen asked. Okay, it's definitely something to celebrate. Su Qingqing gave him a peck as a reward, but then her expression turned somewhat embarrassed. But honey, my period is here. Your period is here? Yes, it's that relative you know. Huh? Okay then. Jiang Chen was inevitably disappointed. But there was nothing she could do. Her relative had come, and she was at a loss. So he pecked her and prepared to go to sleep. It was already late at night. If this continues, it will really be dawn. However, to his surprise, the girl had prepared other activities for him. It was both unexpected and a pleasant surprise. Bite. Host, don't be shy. An eye for an eye. You sneakily attacked and bit your wife, triggering a hidden reward. Congratulations, host. You have received a God-level lottery gift pack X1. Bite. The host becomes a billionaire, and his wife gives him an unexpected surprise. Double the joy. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. 2 God-level lottery gift packs. Good. They gave out 3 lucky draw gift packs all at once. However, the system. You'd better make it clear that you're just retaliating. What the hell are you talking about? Not wanting to show any face. Am I that kind of person? Chapter 213 A God-tier product. Permanent hair removal liquid. Lottery. Jiang Chen said using his mind. Bite. System received. 3 draws successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Indian God Oil, God-level chess skill, God-level fishing skill. Jiang Chen. God-level chess skills and God-level fishing skills were obtained through a God-level lottery, so it's all fine. But this Indian herbal oil. What the heck? System, this is supposed to be a God-level lottery. What kind of lottery is it if you give me Indian herbal oil? Bite. Indian herbal oil even has the word God in it. Isn't that divine? Jiang Chen remained silent. But then he suddenly asked, by the way, Tongzi, can this magic oil be commercially available on a large scale? He wanted to ask if it could be commercially available on a large scale, like the magic barbecue or milk tea. Putting aside other things, this kind of miracle oil can make a lot of money. Bite. This miracle oil is specially designed and tailored for the user. Large-scale commercial use is difficult. Wipe. This is supposed to be tailor-made for us. Damn it. Adding 10 points to the labor management system is already enough. Besides, of all the waters in the world, I only need one. Having one wife is enough. I'm not a stud or anything. What's the use of it? Since that miracle oil can't be used commercially on a large scale. Let's go play ball. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up early to take care of the 3 little monsters. Su Qingqing was exhausted and still hadn't woken up, but since she said she would rest in the morning, Jiang Chen didn't wake her. Eat breakfast. Play with the 3 little mythical beasts for a while. After thinking it over carefully, Jiang Chun decided to call Li Jun. Mr. Li, I have something to ask you. Help me acquire a biotechnology company in Sihai City. My wife is very career-oriented. I'm busy with something right now. However, in the school enterprise cooperation project, her weight and voice as the technical leader were too low. Under the harsh requirements of the client, she felt quite frustrated. On my own side, I'm setting up a biotechnology company. First, it's not good to just keep those few amazing products that I modified in my mind and leave them untouched. They have their own biotechnology company. Perfect timing. We can officially launch those amazing products. 2. Following my wife's wishes, if she wants to continue with the school enterprise cooperation project, then let's continue. When will I come to my senses? If she doesn't want to work there anymore, she can hand over this biotech company to him anytime. Let her show her skills. Li Jun is over there. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, he was somewhat surprised. Boss, are you thinking of venturing into a new field? Jiang Chun has already ventured into barbecue, milk tea, resorts, and hotels, and all of these ventures are progressing smoothly. Now he is about to acquire a biotechnology company. Isn't that taking a bit too big a step? Right. That's exactly what I was thinking, Jiang Chen confirmed. Okay, boss. As a professional manager, Li Jun knew how to handle things. Since the boss had made a decision, he would just carry it out. Besides, Jiang Chen seemed to have a kind of magic about him. He didn't quite understand, but that didn't mean Jiang Chen couldn't get things done. By the way, boss, how did the shorting of crude oil go last night? Li Jun was about to hang up when he suddenly remembered to ask, as he had also dabbled in crude oil futures before. Although I made a small profit, but I knew the risks were extremely high. The most dangerous time was when he used 50 times leverage, thinking he was guaranteed to make a profit, but unexpectedly, he lost his composure during the operation and almost had his position forcibly liquidated. He managed to break even by acting quickly enough. Good. I leveraged it 100 times, and my initial investment increased tenfold, which is about 10 billion yuan, Jiang Chun said calmly. Upon hearing this, Li Jun was immediately taken aback. What? With 100 times leverage, you can multiply your money tenfold, which is roughly 10 billion. Hiss. I couldn't help but gasp. Okay. This young man's skills are far superior to mine. Su Qingqing slept until noon. That's when I woke up. Mimi took a nap and woke up feeling refreshed. She spent some time cuddling with Jiang Chun and the three little monsters before getting up, washing up, and having lunch. Then she fed the three babies. As I was getting ready to go to work in the afternoon, I suddenly received a bunch of messages, followed by a phone call from a company that I was working with in collaboration with the university. After making the call, Su Qingqing put her work bag down again. His expression showed a mixture of surprise, disappointment, and anger. What's wrong, honey? Jiang Chen noticed Su Qingqing's expression was off and asked. The project is finished. Finished? Yes, that's how it is for me. Su Qingqing then gave Jiang Chun a general overview of the situation. Turned out to be. The company says the project is progressing well recently. Citing excessive delays and breach of agreement, the project's leadership was reshuffled, and Su Qingqing was removed from her position as technical lead. In other words, the people from the company stole Su Qingqing's research results and then kicked her out of the project. Jiang Chen listened. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. That was just in time. On my side, I had just instructed Li Jun this morning to acquire a biotechnology company to prepare for my wife's future, and by noon my wife had been kicked out of the project. Seeing that Jiang Chun was heartless, Su Qingqing complained. You're still laughing? Please, I was kicked out of the project, and someone stole my research results. What are you laughing at? You heartless bastard, she said, unable to hold back, playfully punching Jiang Chen's shoulder with her little fist. Jiang Chun then casually grabbed the little fist. Wife, do you remember when I asked you to start your own business? I remember, so what? I'm planning to acquire a biotech company, and you can be the CEO. What do you think? What? A big jerk acquires a biotechnology company, and then makes himself the CEO? Su Qingqing was immediately shocked. I thought he was just saying it for fun, but I never expected him to actually do it. After Jiang Chen's explanation and persuasion, Su Qingqing finally agreed to go solo. Since she had been kicked out of the project she had put a lot of effort into. While feeling uneasy, I also felt a surge of anger. We must make a name for ourselves. Next, Jiang Chun wrote down the research and development formulas and processes of the several miraculous products he had modified so that Su Qingqing could familiarize herself with them. This is snow skin mud. This is a hair growth serum. This is hair removal liquid. Jiang Chen's God-level transformation was based on Su Qingqing's original projects, which were all the latest products developed using modern biotechnology. Skin smoothing mud and hair growth serum. Su Qingqing knew this quite well, having done it before. However, he didn't know much about hair removal liquid. In fact, this product was something Jiang Chen came up with on the side, based on the hair growth liquid in Su Qingqing's project. This is hair removal liquid? Su Qingqing asked doubtfully, looking at the formula and process. Right. This hair removal liquid is marketed as permanent hair removal. Generally, what is touted as permanent hair removal is only temporary. Currently, permanent hair removal usually uses laser hair removal or ice point hair removal, which achieves the purpose of permanent hair removal by destroying the hair follicle. But this one is different. It's a one-time use, permanently effective, painless, and has no side effects. Oh, Su Qingqing nodded. It seems your hair removal liquid is quite effective. Of course. But no matter how amazing it is, you won't need it, wife. Su Qingqing was taken aback at first, but then she understood. Her face immediately turned red, and she spat out a curse. Get lost. You can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. Chapter 2:14 10 battles, 10 wins. That's just too unethical. No, honey, Jiang Chen laughed. Strictly speaking, this amazing permanent hair removal liquid can actually be used by you too. You still dare to talk? I'll bite you to pieces, you bad guy. Su Qingqing roared, baring her teeth fiercely as she lunged at Jiang Chen. Oh, whoa. The two argued for a while. Suddenly, over at the crib, the three little monsters were crying. Su Qingqing had no choice but to release Jiang Chen. Go and see what happened. It turned out that the three little mythical beasts were hungry, so I immediately opened my arms and fed one of them. Then he saw Jiang Chen following him, his gaze fixed on a certain spot. He immediately snapped fiercely. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a fierce-looking girl before? Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Jiang Chen laughed. Who's looking at the big-breasted girl? I'm looking at my own wife. Is that not allowed? As he spoke, he picked up a little mythical beast and handed it over. But an unexpected discovery was made. The little monster is growing up too fast. Even though my wife is quite large, it's already quite difficult for her to handle two at the same time now, compared to when the little mythical beast was so small. The wife used both hands simultaneously. Feeding two little mythical beasts at the same time is more than enough. Honey, since you've been kicked out of the project, how about we take a break this afternoon and go out for a walk together? Jiang Chen suggested after feeding the three little mythical beasts. Okay. Su Qingqing immediately agreed. After working so hard for so many days, I finally saw hope that the project was about to be launched. But then, I, the technical lead, was suddenly kicked out. I have to say I'm not upset, and I don't have any minor emotional issues. That's impossible. I might as well take the afternoon off and go out with my boyfriend to relax. Let's tidy up. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing, a young couple, set off with their three babies. We first went to the park so the three little ones could get some sunshine and fresh air. They were very excited when they arrived at the park. For now, I can only lie down. But she would wave her little hands from time to time, her dark, round eyes looking around aimlessly. Of course, it's not surprising at all. The three babies attracted a lot of attention and crowds wherever they went. Su Qingqing still retains a childlike heart. Seeing a cotton candy stall, they bought 2 cotton candies, one for themselves and one for Jiang Chen, and ate them as they walked. The two of them walked together, along with 3 incredibly cute little creatures. It made everyone around them envious. Passing through a corner of the park, Jiang Chen suddenly became interested when he saw a large group of old men playing chess. He had been playing chess with his father since he was a child, and now he had god-level chess skills. I couldn't help but feel an itch to try it out. Honey, I'm going over to join in the fun, Jiang Chen said to Su Qingqing. Joining in the fun? You probably want to play chess too, don't you? Su Qingqing knew what Jiang Chen was up to as soon as she saw his eager expression. Yes. But those guys are all seasoned pros. They just sit there playing chess whenever they have nothing else to do. Can you even do that? This man. You can't say no. Don't worry. Honey, I guarantee I'll only win, I won't lose. Jiang Chen chuckled and handed the stroller to Su Qingqing. You find a place to rest. I'll play for a while. Go away, you lousy chess player. Su Qingqing joked with a smile. She was tired from walking anyway. I found a place to sit down and played with the 3 little beasts. After all, they were my own offspring. I just watched them from the side and did nothing, but my heart was full of joy. Jiang Chun went to join a group of old men playing chess. Those old men are just playing for fun. They don't follow any rules about not speaking while watching a game. Behind each player, there are several people offering advice. Jiang Chun followed behind, offering some pointers. Just at the beginning, those old men didn't take him seriously at all, seeing him as just a young kid. Just download it the way you always have. However, the group of people who encountered the crisis, coincidentally, followed Jiang Chun's instructions and successfully turned the tide, even defeating their opponents. Only then did the group begin to take Jiang Chun seriously. The old man, who had been repeatedly defeated by Jiang Chun's guidance, couldn't take it anymore and challenged Jiang Chun first, saying, "Come on, young man, your chess skills are quite good. Let's play a couple of games." Okay. Jiang Chun, itching to try his skills, couldn't wait. Soon, the first old man was defeated. "Yo, young man, you seem quite capable. Let me have a go." The second old man challenged Jiang Chun, but Jiang Chun once again utterly defeated him. "Have to. This kid's pretty strong." The group of old men were quite surprised, and then a third challenger appeared. Jiang Chun saw this and waved his hand. "How? You don't want to play with us anymore?" The third challenger, eager to save face for his group, became somewhat angry when Jiang Chun waved his hand. No, sir, you've misunderstood. I've only played a few rounds. Of course I'll keep playing," Jiang Chun said politely, seeing that the other person was older. "My waving hand didn't mean I didn't want to play with you. I want you all to come together." "What? Let us all come at you? Kid, you're too arrogant." Upon hearing this, a group of old men almost jumped up. Actually, Jiang Chun wasn't arrogant. I just wanted to have some fun. And the chess skills of those old men. At best, they are amateur-level players, good for leisure and entertainment. With Jiang Chun's godlike chess skills, dealing with them is like an adult beating a child, cutting melons and vegetables with ease. To save time, Jiang Chun simply let them all go together. Even so, but those old men didn't know Jiang Chun's abilities, and after hearing what he said, they couldn't stand it anymore. "Young people, don't bite off more than you can chew. Your chess skills are indeed passable, and you've won a few games in a row by luck. But 3 cobblers are equal to 1 zhuge liang. You can beat all of us by yourself. TSK, they really don't know their own limitations. Come on, kid. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll fucking write my name backwards." The old men were filled with indignation. Each of them was holding their breath, determined to bring Jiang Chun down from his horse. However, after playing 10 rounds with Jiang Chun, he fell completely silent. They were all disheveled in the wind. Because Jiang Chun was like a chopping melon or vegetables, winning all 10 battles. In the fastest match, the old men were killed by Jiang Chun in a single blow after only 1 minute and 16 rounds. They were completely defenseless. "Husband, this is really shameless. Playing chess with a bunch of old men, and you didn't hold back at all. Look at you. You crushed them until they were all stunned, questioning their existence." "Huh." Su Qingqing saw that Jiang Chun had won a great victory. "I'm genuinely happy." But seeing Jiang Chun's smug look, she couldn't help but tease him. I just wanted to win and have some fun. Besides, I actually went easy on them," Jiang Chun said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. "Then it seems you're very good at chess." Not bad. Hee. All right, here we go again." Su Qingqing laughed and complained, then added, "By the way, honey, let me tell you something. Actually, my dad also really likes playing chess." "Your dad? My future father-in-law?" Jiang Chun asked. "Yes." Su Qingqing nodded. "He was a national chess champion when he was young." "A chess champion? That's great. Tomorrow, my father-in-law and I will have a good few games." "Sure," Su Qingqing replied. Involuntarily, I imagined my dad and my boyfriend, a big jerk, sitting happily in the garden, playing chess together sometime in the future. But, I'll say it again. What daughter wouldn't want her marriage to be blessed by her parents? Chapter 215 The Sorrowful Pig's Trotters. "Honey, where are we going next?" Su Qingqing thought of her father and sighed inwardly for a while before asking Jiang Chun, "You've been so busy lately, and you finally managed to get half a day off. Just stroll around the park. That would be such a pity. How about we go to the mall? I'll buy you some clothes." Jiang Chun glanced at Su Qingqing's outfit. Although his wife was tall and looked good in anything, she still looked too plain. "Buy me some clothes? But I still have clothes," Su Qingqing said subconsciously. Compared to a long time ago, her spending habits have changed a lot now. For things like clothes, especially after having children, as long as you feel comfortable and like them, the brand doesn't matter much. Of course, children are an exception. This time is different. I'll go to the mall and buy you some nice clothes. Next, you're going to be a CEO, so you need to dress properly, Jiang Chun said with a smile, ruffling the girl's hair. Don't be afraid to spend money. We're worth billions now. Besides, isn't the money I earn meant for you and the children to spend? All right then. Su Qingqing felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. The money I earn is for you and the kids to spend. TSK, you big jerk, don't let your usual timid demeanor fool you. You're actually quite caring. So Jiang Chen drove. The family of 5 went to a relatively high-end shopping mall. The mall is filled with big brands. Luxury brands like Dior, Chanel, Armani, and Versace are all available, which is why most people who shop at the mall are either rich or powerful. Jiang Chun pushed the stroller. With Su Qingchang by his side, they headed straight to the third-floor clothing section, where a row of big-name brand stores were located. Actually, Su Qingqing is very familiar with these big brands. After all, back then, she used to be a regular at these high-end stores, and besides, she wasn't a pretentious person to begin with. Thus, since I've decided to buy it, without hesitation, they navigated the various brands with ease, and when they found one they liked, they would consult Jiang Chun for advice. Jiang Chun was the first, pushing the stroller, following beside her. However, later, because the 3 little monsters suddenly needed to poop, Jiang Chun had no choice but to push the stroller to the bathroom, where he changed their diapers. The mall was bustling with people. Su Qingqing was all alone. Shopping for clothes in various stores, her excellent figure and top-notch looks quickly attracted the attention of many people. Many people noticed that Su Qingcheng was not accompanied by a male companion. Muster up your courage. He tentatively approached her and struck up a conversation. Hello, I'm Zhang Song from Liming Group. Can we get to know each other? If you're free, would you do me the honor of having dinner with me? If not, we can add each other on WeChat. I am Chen Long from the Chen family of Sihai City. I am Li Shan. These people, in a way, are all second-generation rich kids. Each of them was impeccably dressed, spending money like water in this high-end shopping mall. I wonder how many similar encounters they've had. Excuse me. I have a husband. Su Qingcheng didn't even glance at it, and refused outright. The group of people who went up to chat were immediately surprised. And what about your husband? Yes, where's your husband? Beautiful lady, we really don't mean any harm. We just wanted to get to know each other. If it doesn't work out, then forget it. But you don't need to make up a fake excuse, do you? These people aren't idiots. Those who can afford to shop in places like this are no ordinary people. So I'm asking again. I'm just a little unwilling to accept it. Of course, Su Qingqing ignored them, and there was nothing they could do. And in response to these people's questions, Su Qingqing really ignored them completely. Just then, Jiang Chun returned pushing the stroller, and she went up to him and asked, Honey, what do you think of this outfit? Those who were trying to strike up a conversation glanced in Jiang Chen's direction. Instantly, I'm finding this all so boring. Because she not only has a husband, but also children, and apparently 3 children. And to be honest, speaking of this beautiful woman's husband, he's incredibly handsome. He was tall and handsome, with a strong and spirited air about him. When you compare yourself to others, I look like a clown, and I feel inexplicably ashamed of myself. Su Qingcheng went to meet her. While showing Jiang Chen her new clothes, she was also influenced by what had just happened, and secretly looked Jiang Chen over again, unable to help but admire him. My own pig's trotters are handsome. She'd look good even in a burlap sack. In the following days, with Li Jun's assistance, Jiang Chen acquired a well-known biotechnology company in Sihai City for 100 million yuan. Although Su Qingcheng was kicked out of the original project. But after all, it is a school enterprise cooperation project. Work needs to be handed over, and the necessary procedures still need to be completed. Jiang Chen stayed with her. First, go to the newly acquired company to familiarize yourself with the environment. Then we went to the Sihai University laboratory building. All the necessary tasks have been completed. Just as they were about to head back, Jiang Chen's senior classmates unexpectedly followed them out. Teacher Su, now that you're gone, we don't want to work on this project anymore. Didn't Master acquire a biotechnology company? Is the company still short of staff? Teacher Su, why don't you recruit us all too? Yes, Teacher Su. Anyway, we're doing this internship for academic credits. But then again, isn't it an internship wherever you are? Please take us in. Su Qingcheng did not answer directly. Instead, he turned to Jiang Chun, seeking his opinion. Jiang Chun didn't care, they were all his seniors, and they had a pretty good relationship back then. Meanwhile, at the company, we desperately need a large number of high-quality, low-cost interns. Su Qingcheng saw that Jiang Chun had given her the power to make the decision. Then, they agreed to their request. The group of senior students immediately erupted in cheers. Thank you, Teacher Su. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Teacher Su. Thank you, Junior Master. Jiang Chun frowned upon hearing this and said to the group of senior students, can I make a request of you? What are the requirements? Tell me, Master. Exactly. I'm going to be your boss from now on. So it's fine for you to call me Master, but why do you have to add the prefix little? Can't you just not add it? Upon hearing this, the senior students burst into laughter. Great boss. From now on, shall we call you Master? No, it should be Grand Master. Yes, greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Until they returned to their home in Chunjiang Pavilion. Su Qingqing still looked disgusted. Honey, are you really that bothered by the word small? Of course I care. Why? Because it doesn't feel right. If they call you little teacher, and I call you little wife, would you be happy? That's true. As Su Qingqing spoke, she glanced at a certain spot. Her face flushed slightly. Someone is right. Sometimes, being small can give people a bad impression. Like a shivering pig's trotter, if you add a small in front of it, it sounds weird. Adding a big would not only make it easier to pronounce. This is also more in line with the facts. Chapter 216 Su Qingqing fell in love. Hey boss. Early that morning, Jiang Chun received a call from Bai Huiyan. She said that the first hotel in Sihai will open on the 9th, and she plans to come to Sihai City the day after tomorrow. In fact, she said she was going to come when the hotel was being prepared. However, due to a sudden family matter, she also had to temporarily leave the headquarters at Jiri. So they waited until the opening day to come. Fortunately, it's in the middle. Li Jun has returned to Sihai, and it's a new hotel. They acquired a poorly managed budget hotel and then renovated and remodeled it, trained the staff, and so on. They quickly completed the preparations for opening. Okay, but Mr. Bai, for this hotel opening, you won't have any family matters to attend to and won't be coming to Sihai City, will you? Jiang Chun asked with a laugh on the phone. Bai Huiyan heard this and smiled sheepishly. Then I gave an explanation. That's definitely not going to happen, boss. Last time was really an accident. I was delayed in Sihai City because of family matters. Fortunately, General Manager Li Jun came over and helped me a lot. But what about this time? Boss, this is the opening of a new hotel. I'll definitely be there on time. That's good, Jiang Chun said. After that, I chatted with Bai Huiyan about some other work-related matters, and then we hung up the phone. Overall, Bai Huiyan is very capable and dedicated. Since she said she had something to do at home, it must be because of some unavoidable reason that she couldn't come to Sihai City. Jiang Chun had a good impression of her and was relatively willing to believe her. In addition to focusing on Jiri Group, Jiang Chun for several days in a row. I'm also busy with something else, which is about the biotechnology company that my wife recently acquired. Together with Li Jun, I tidied up the new company inside and out. Document processing, employee recruitment, various certifications, etc. Jiang Chun, who is usually a lazy person, was so busy that he barely had time to rest. But no matter what, it was for his wife, so it was all worth it. Young married woman. This is your CEO office. How does it feel? That afternoon, Jiang Chun led Su Qingcheng on a tour of the new company, introducing everything before finally arriving at the president's office, which had been specially prepared for Su Qingcheng, and asked her questions. Su Qingcheng looked at the office. It is not only very spacious and well lit, but also beautifully designed and luxuriously decorated. Her beautiful eyes widened involuntarily, and her small mouth opened slightly. Oh, you must have spent a lot of money on this renovation. Why waste so much money? Su Qingcheng glared at Jiang Chun in surprise and said with a hint of reproach. It's worth the money, no matter how much it costs. Honey, just tell me if you like it or not. At this moment, seeing that there were only the two of them in the office, and that his wife was truly a feast for the eyes, Jiang Chun couldn't resist and put his arm around the girl's slender waist, asking her with a smile in her ear. Like? Of course I like it. Seeing that the office design, style, and even some small details of the decoration were based on her own preferences, Su Qingcheng felt a warmth in her heart again. Compared to my office at Sihai University, this office is so much better. Not to mention, my role in this new company, he's a CEO. Just one you like? Chen asked, then leaned down and pecked at him. Then, what else do you want? Su Qingqing asked, her heart filled with joy. It's nothing special, as long as you like it. But honey, let me tell you a secret. What secret? I know what element you're lacking in your 5 elements. Then tell me, what element am I lacking in my 5 elements? I'm missing. TCH. Narcissist, who needs you anyway, The two of them were originally exchanging words and pecks. But after only a few rounds, they actually kissed. Su Qingqing fell in love. She took the initiative to hook her arm around someone's neck. She kept thinking to herself, where has this damn guy been all these years? Why didn't he come looking for me? Why did it take me so long to have his baby? And over there, for the convenience of kissing, Chen simply lifted Su Qingqing onto the desk. But this one action, this startled Su Qingqing, huh? What are you going to do? Her voice was filled with panic as she cried out, but the hands that were wrapped around someone's neck never let go. Chen was initially puzzled. He thought, what am I doing? It's just to make it easier for us to kiss. But then he saw Su Qingqing's expression. He immediately understood. This. Okay, stop talking. TSK, that's a really good idea. You. Seeing that the man was becoming unruly, Su Qingqing's pretty face immediately turned red, and she felt a sudden panic. However, she just didn't want to refuse him. Moreover, what reason should I give to refuse? I can't find it anywhere. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, saying they wanted to report on their work. Su Qingqing, who had already quietly closed her eyes, suddenly woke up as if from a dream, and with a cry of ouch, pushed over a certain excessive pig's trotter. He got down from his desk. Night. Celebrating my daughter-in-law's promotion to CEO. Chen prepared a big meal and invited his parents over for a happy family gathering. Speaking of which, this was the first time the elderly couple had visited their son's new home since Chen moved to Chunjiang Pavilion. Yo ho, not bad kid. Your new house is incredibly impressive. It's like a palace. Jiang Dapeng drove the new M7 that Chen had given him, and took Song Mei to Chunjiang Pavilion. As soon as they arrived at Chen's house, he couldn't help but look around and sigh. Song Mei also showered her with praise. That's all thanks to our son being able to earn money. If you were rich, or could earn money like our son, we could at least move into a detached villa like this. Dad and Mom, if you want to stay here, should I buy you a detached house in Chunjiang Pavilion as well? Chen asked as he went up to them. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple immediately waved their hands and objected in unison. Son, no need, no need. I was just saying, why would I need to live in a big villa? Yeah, your mom just said it casually. Besides, the two of us are doing quite well living by Swan Lake now. Seeing his parents' reaction, Chen didn't press them any further. But, suddenly, a thought popped into my head. I remembered something. So, smiling, she tentatively asked Song Mei, Mom, can I ask you something? How much money do we have? Besides the money Grandpa and Grandma left us, is there anything else? No, Song Mei immediately denied. How could there still be any? Our family really doesn't have that much money. Your grandparents left us several million, and we gave it all to you when you borrowed money before. Have you forgotten? If you don't believe me, ask your dad. Yes, son. Your mother manages the money. She knows best how much money we have in our family. Besides the 800,000 yuan that your mother and I have saved up over the years, there's only the money your grandparents left for their funerals. What's wrong, son? Don't you believe your father? Letter. Of course I believe you. Chapter 217. Chen was stunned. What to say to my parents? What can Chen do? Of course I'll believe it. Sister Mei, you're here. Just then, upon hearing that Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng had arrived, Su Qingqing pushed a stroller out of the bedroom and greeted them with a smile. A beauty that could topple cities. Song Mei immediately rushed over. He took Su Qingqing's hand and began to speak affectionately. But what I was thinking was, okay, you're still calling me sister now. But it won't be long. Judging from the way you and that brat are acting, it won't be long before I hear you call me mom. Huh. Therefore, I am overjoyed. While talking, she also took the time to play with the 3 babies in the crib. Having not seen her 3 grandchildren for several days, Song Mei was so worried that she almost went crazy. She hugged each of the 3 babies one by one and held them affectionately to her heart. In those eyes, there was an overwhelming sense of doting affection. Jiang Dapeng is similar. The elderly couple. The main purpose of coming to Chunjiang Pavilion besides seeing my son and Qingqing in their new home, was to see the three little mythical beasts. That Jiang Daping. They even took advantage of Song Mei and Su Qingqing talking. Seeing that the three babies' diapers needed changing, she took it upon herself to change them. I just tried changing it for my baby. Something went wrong all of a sudden. That's right. I grabbed a handful of baby poop. Well, before even eating the food his son cooked, he's already grabbed a pile of his grandson's poop before the meal. This. Jiang Daping shook his head. Fortunately, it's all right. At least it wasn't like when I first met my adorable grandchildren, where I ended up with two poopy hands and my mouth full of pee from my eldest grandson. It was all right, I guess. But what he didn't expect was, just as I was about to go to the toilet to wash my hands, the Bao peed again. Because the diapers hadn't been returned yet, they started pouring water on Jiang Daping, and coincidentally, they poured it all over his head. Just then, Song Mei turned around and was stunned when she saw Jiang Daping's appearance. Jiang Daping, what's wrong with you? I have no idea. Jiang Daping almost collapsed, thinking to himself, what did this grandson do to me in his past life? Why is he deliberately making things difficult for me? The little incident involving Jiang Daping occurred. In a short time, the house was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Even Jiang Chen, who was busy in the kitchen, couldn't help but laugh when he heard what was going on. He couldn't help it. He felt that he actually had a high threshold for laughter. But I just couldn't resist. After the family finished eating, Jiang Chen played chess with his father for a while. His father was not good at chess to begin with and could not beat Jiang Chen, let alone Jiang Chen, who now had god-level chess skills. But I couldn't resist. Jiang Daping is a big fan of badminton and insisted on playing a few rounds with his son. As expected, Jiang Daping lost every game. In the last game, he forced Jiang Chen to give up 2 rooks and 2 horses, and only then did he finally win a game. Su Qingqing then whispered something to Song Mei. The two lowered their voices. He would chuckle occasionally, and I couldn't tell what he was muttering to himself. Anyway, that's all. Unbeknownst to Su Qingqing, her face was already flushed with shyness. Honey, what did my mom and you talk about? Jiang Chen asked Su Qingqing with curiosity after seeing his parents off. You guess. I guess. Is it to tell us to consummate our marriage as soon as possible? TCH, aren't you round enough? Does that mean we should hurry up and have a second child? Congratulations, you answered incorrectly. If it's neither, then what is it? Okay, it's nothing really. Your mom was mainly talking about our marriage. Su Qingqing didn't hide anything and said it directly. Jiang Chen was not entirely surprised. Marry? All right. This is indeed a problem. I've already registered my marriage with the girl, but we haven't even met her parents yet. Wife, do you want to marry me? Jiang Chen embraced Su Qingqing. Yes, I do. Su Qingqing rubbed her nose against Jiang Chen's clothes. Why? Why do you think that is? They've all been. By what? Get lost. You know perfectly well what I'm asking. Su Qingqing gave a reproachful look. However, upon closer reflection, I realized that pigs trotters, despite their often unconventional behavior, are actually very good to me. Especially these days. Everything she did. A warm current flowed through my heart. Then, she couldn't help but turn around and hook her arms around his neck. Honey, thank you. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. Wife, we've been married for ages. Why are you suddenly thanking me? What's wrong with an old married couple? Can an old married couple thank each other? Su Qingqing retorted. Sure. Okay then, I accept your thanks, Jiang Chen said, putting his arm around a small waist, his words carrying a hidden meaning. But wife, how do you want to thank me? Well, that depends on how you want me to thank you. I think. Get lost, you don't want to. 10 minutes later, Su Qingqing reappeared in front of Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen was genuinely surprised when he saw her. Forehead. How can I describe it? Clothes and rags. Absolutely stunning. It turned out that when Su Qingqing was shopping for clothes at the mall that time, she also carefully selected and bought herself a very daring and revealing lingerie outfit. How was it, honey? Does it look good? Su Qingqing asked, suppressing her immense shyness. Nice. Of course it looks good. Jiang Chen was truly stunned. In his excitement, he almost took out the ripped stockings and gave them to the girl to wear. Chapter 2, 18 Hitting Your Wife. Scolding your wife? Su Qingqing looks like this. Not only was Jiang Chen surprised, but even she herself found it hard to believe that she could dress so alluringly and seductively. And the key is that you take the initiative. A year ago, no, even now, she has always been seen as a cold, aloof, an unapproachable goddess in the eyes of many, like a fairy descended from heaven, pure and immaculate, untouched by worldly affairs. But nowadays, aloof and reserved, unattainable, untouched by worldly concerns. Oh, in front of Jiang Chun, everything shattered into pieces. But so what? Her husband treats her and the children so well, giving her and the children almost everything she has. Shouldn't she be grateful? That's absolutely right. Therefore, even though Su Qingcheng felt shy at this moment, but still, mustering my courage and puffing out my chest, I walked toward a certain pig's trotter. In this way, who can stop them? Even for an experienced driver like Jiang Chun. They were all stunned. His expression was completely dazed. To be honest, no man wouldn't be confused when he saw his wife being so alluring and seductive, especially since she was specifically presenting herself to him. Husband, Su Qingqing came up to him and called out shyly. Is this how you thank me? Sure. Do you like it? I like it. Then, could you wipe the blood from your nose first? Jiang Chun was puzzled upon hearing this. I wiped my nose, and lo and behold, it was bleeding. Damn, that's really fitting for the occasion. Didn't I add 10 points to my constitution? How can I not handle this? It must be because I've been eating too much spicy and heaty food lately, causing excessive internal heat. It's alright. It won't affect anything. Jiang Chun wiped his nose with a tissue, and then stuffed a small cotton ball into his nose. Su Qingqing chuckled inwardly upon seeing this, realizing that she still possessed considerable charm. Although there was a minor mishap, since Pig Trotter said it wouldn't affect anything, then it really won't affect anything. After all, that person's physique is truly as strong as an ox. A little nosebleed is nothing. So he stepped forward. I tiptoed and kissed him. Jiang Chun naturally retaliated without hesitation, giving an eye for an eye and a mouth for a mouth. But I had a feeling that something was wrong. Because the little girl's body felt a bit hot to the touch. Could she have a fever? Jiang Chun suspected that his feel for the ball was inaccurate. I pressed my forehead against the little girl's forehead, and it still felt very hot. Honey, do you have a fever? You're so hot. Fever? No, I don't think so. Su Qingqing tried her forehead herself, but of course she couldn't tell. However, when she touched Jiang Chen's hand and forehead, it felt very cold. Moreover, Jiang Chen reminded him. Suddenly, I felt a little dizzy and cold. But this is not the time to worry about this. It's nothing, honey. Women's body temperature is a little higher. It's probably just a minor cold. Su Qingcheng waved her hand dismissively. I want to keep kissing. Are you stupid? Your body is so hot. How could it be just a minor cold? Besides, a minor cold wouldn't do, Jiang Chen said, hurriedly finding the mercury thermometer. Let's take Su Qingcheng's measurements. Sure enough, she had a fever. 38 degrees 6. Honey, you have a really high fever. Let's go to the hospital. Jiang Chun said with heartache. Just like when Xiaobao was sick before. Although he has mastered the skills of taking care of his wife and children, and now has a god-level acupuncture skill mainly for hemiplegia, he is not good at treating headaches and fevers. There's still no way to fix it. There are many possible reasons why a wife might suddenly develop a high fever. He dared not make any rash judgments. But husband, I feel fine, or else. Although Su Qingqing's dizziness seemed to be getting worse, she didn't really take it seriously. She still wanted to hook her arm around Jiang Chen's neck. No way. Back then, they were already promising pig's trotters. At this point, things are stuck in a limbo, and it just doesn't feel right. How about we kiss first, honey, and then go? Su Qingqing suggested, a little confused. Look at you. You're fine even with a nosebleed. I just have a slight fever. I'll definitely be fine too. Maybe. It's a different experience from usual. Different my ass. You idiot, what are you thinking? I had a nosebleed. You have a high fever of 38.6 degrees Celsius. How can they be the same? It's a good thing you're a highly educated person. Is this all you've got? Jiang Chun glared at him irritably, then lightly flicked his forehead. I think you're delirious from a fever. Then, in a hurry, he found Su Qingqing's clothes. Hurry up and change your clothes, honey. I'll take you to the hospital right away. Okay then. Seeing Jiang Chen's haste, Su Qingcheng, who was still not satisfied, had no choice but to give up. After her mind cleared up quickly, she also felt sorry for her dazed state earlier. Some of them blushed. Even in this state, you're still thinking about. Okay. Who told me to get too engrossed just now? To be fair, the chestnut that the pig's trotter gave him did hurt a little bit. Snort. They'll have to pay it back sooner or later. Su Qingqing changed her clothes. While staring at a certain pig's trotter, she secretly ground her teeth itching with desire. Bite. The host beats and scolds his wife, triggering a hidden reward. Congratulations, host, you have received the following rewards. Luck card X1, bad luck card X1. Damn it. Do employers beat and verbally abuse their wives? Chen, who was helping his wife pack her things to go to the hospital, suddenly heard the system's voice and was immediately dumbfounded. He thought to himself, I'm too busy taking care of my wife. How could he bear to beat or scold his wife? That bird is a worm. What's wrong with you? Bite. Special reminder, the system isn't malfunctioning. The host flicks his wife's forehead. Isn't that hitting her? The host calls his wife a little fool. Isn't that insulting her? Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead. Okay, you're so awesome, you're the boss. Chapter 219 The mother-in-law is coming. It was already evening. Chen woke up Aunt Lu, who lived on the first floor, and asked her to take care of the 3 little monsters, while he took Su Qingqing to the hospital. We arrived at the hospital. After a series of examinations, including registration, blood tests, and lab tests, the doctor gave a diagnosis. It's nothing serious. It's probably a cold and some internal heat, a bit of pharyngitis. It's not serious. If you don't want it for, some medicine will do. Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that nothing was wrong. As for Su Qingqing, she certainly didn't want it for drip, so she asked the doctor to prescribe some medicine instead. I took fever reducer before going home. As soon as I got home, he broke out in a sweat and his fever subsided. My body feels much lighter now. After that, I took the other medicine. Honey, tonight and tomorrow, just stay home and rest. Don't do anything too strenuous. Chen pushed the 3 little monsters into the bedroom. Before going to sleep, he gave Su Qingqing some more instructions. I'll listen to my husband. Su Qingqing replied sweetly. Her pretty face was flushed, and she felt happy inside. Sigh, how come being sick actually feels pretty good? The next day, Su Qingqing did not go out and stayed home to rest. Chen, accompanied by his 3 little mythical beasts, stayed by her side. Actually, to be honest, Su Qingqing is also a person who can't sit still. Before, due to her pregnancy and postpartum period, she was forced to stay at home much more than before, but now, she has long since finished her postpartum period. The next step will be to be promoted to president. I couldn't help but think about how to proceed with the work. Thus, she was told to stay home and rest, specifically in bed. She was getting quite bored, and besides, her fever had completely subsided after taking her medicine yesterday. After a night, I'm almost fully recovered. Regarding some things that happened before, they were eager to try again. For example, when I see a little mythical beast, I can't help but want to hug it. When I see a pig's trotter, I can't help but want to kiss it. Chen saw the helplessness. There was nothing they could do but let it be. Finally, evening arrived. Su Qingqing, who had been proven to be completely recovered, pleaded with Chen until he finally agreed that if she felt good, she could go out for a walk tomorrow, which was the weekend. Ideally, I should go to the new company president's office again. Experience what it's like to be a female CEO. Okay. Chen reluctantly agreed again. Okay, thank you, honey. Su Qingqing was overjoyed, and then, by accident, she knocked over a certain pig's trotter. A few minutes later, Su Qingqing's phone suddenly rang, and she received a message. Su Qingqing took a break from her busy schedule. He glanced at it casually, and then his expression changed slightly. What's wrong, honey? Chen asked curiously. My mom said she's coming to Sihai City tomorrow. What? Really? Chen was surprised. He had been dating the girl for so long, and now he was finally going to meet her mother. Yes. Actually, my mom called me a few days ago and said she was coming to Sihai City. She just told me that she's confirmed she's coming, and the date is tomorrow, Su Qingqing said. Then you're welcome. Welcome, Mom, to Sihai, Chen said with a smile. Cut. You're calling her Mom already? Su Qingqing teased. This, Chen scratched his head. The official way, of course, has to wait until we get married. But is it not okay? We're legally married now, so it's not too much for me to call my mother-in-law that, is it? Not excessive at all. Su Qingqing glared at him and said, looking at Chen. Suddenly, she felt that this pig's trotter was too cute, so she gave it a good peck before saying, Aren't you afraid of that ugly son-in-law meeting his mother-in-law? What are you afraid of? When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. Besides, Chen pulled Su Qingqing into his arms and kissed her lightly. Wife, I'm not ugly, am I? Although, I don't know if I'm as handsome as Panin or as beautiful as Songyu. But at least, he's handsome and dashing, isn't he? What a load of rubbish. Just being vain. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes. He paused for a moment. She hugged Jiang Chen's arm tightly and said, "But honey, my mom is actually very easy to talk to, so you just have to be good to me and the kids." She basically never said a word. Besides, in every aspect, from appearance to character and talent, to be honest, you are indeed the type of son-in-law she admires. "Oh, how did you know?" Jiang Chen asked. "I was just guessing." "Then, wife, guess again. How does your dad treat me?" My dad, compared to my mom, will have higher expectations of you and be more difficult to talk to. However, even if he is not satisfied, he can only agree. Why? Because as long as I'm determined to live with you, he can't do anything about it. I'm not afraid of severing our father-daughter relationship. By the way, honey, you won't abandon me in the future, will you? Su Qingqing said, looking up at Jiang Chen earnestly, while Jiang Chen ruffled the girl's hair. I couldn't help but feel moved. My silly wife. There's only one situation in which I'll leave you. What's going on? That's right, I'm dead. Dead? Pa, you jinx. Why are you saying this? I don't want to be a widow. I want to have lots and lots of kids with you. At the same time, in a high-end apartment in Hangzhou, a city 1,000 miles away, after a middle-aged couple finished their meal, the wife helped her husband with his routine rehabilitation exercises. My wife is very beautiful. Although she is getting older, time has not left many marks on her face. She still looks as charming as ever. Compared to his wife, the husband, on the other hand, looked much older and was in worse health. Half an hour later, the routine rehabilitation training is finally complete. Not bad, not bad. You've made such great progress this time. You actually walked for half an hour straight, his wife exclaimed with a smile. Yes. This is the 3.5 hours I've walked in the morning, noon, and night. The recovery speed is much better than I imagined. Although the husband's face was pale and covered in sweat, it was also filled with joy. Chapter 220, A Good Son-in-Law in the Eyes of His Father-in-Law and Mother-in-Law. Su Hingshan looked much older than his wife. But in fact, he is only in his 50s. Back in the day, he was a high-spirited, influential tycoon in the Chinese business world, the kind of person whose every move could make the entire Shanghai business community tremble. However, this has not been the case in recent years. It turns out that the Su family was a large and powerful family with businesses that spanned almost the entire country. However, after being betrayed and suffering a series of setbacks, the Su family was forced to begin a full-scale contraction, and this year, things are even worse than before. Because of his wife, his career also suddenly encountered a crisis. To facilitate timely processing, it requires traveling from Shanghai to Hangzhou. And him. At the same time, he was persuaded by his wife to go and relax, so the couple came to Hangzhou to stay temporarily. When Su Hongshan was young, he was a handsome and refined man, comparable to a heartthrob. That's why we age so quickly. Besides the blow to the Su family, which caused him great anxiety, the torment of illness and the paralysis of his legs were also crucial factors. As the saying goes, illness strikes like a landslide. Illness. It not only erodes one's willpower, but also often leaves one utterly humiliated. To treat my legs, he consulted many famous doctors, but his condition did not improve at all. Because of paralysis, unable to take care of himself, and almost becoming a useless person, Su Hongshan, who was usually open-minded and cheerful, found it hard to accept and was also somewhat depressed. I thought this was how my life would be. A while ago, things took a turn for the better. That day, Su Hongshan went to one of his family's jade shops in Hangzhou to check on recent business performance and happened to meet a young man who wanted to buy the shop's prized possession. Originally, that prized possession of the store was not for sale. However, Su Hongshan was unsuccessful in life. Seeing that the young man was handsome and talented, he insisted on buying him. I also wanted to find a kindred spirit for the so-called treasure of the store, the Eternal Heart. So he sold the Heart of Eternity, which he had bought at Sotheby's for 200 or 300 million, to that young man for 100 million. I thought that was the end of it. Unexpectedly, as the young man was leaving, he noticed that the man's legs were paralyzed and suddenly said that he knew some acupuncture and could cure his legs. In response to this, Su Hingshan initially didn't believe it. My own legs. I've consulted many famous doctors. You're just a young man who knows a little acupuncture, and you claim you can cure me? That's a bit of an exaggeration. The young man remained calm and did not force Su Hongshan when he saw him hesitate. It is precisely this composure that is the key. This surprised Su Hongshan greatly. I decided to let the young man give it a try. My legs were already in this state, so I figured I might as well try anything, just in case this young man, with his remarkable demeanor. What a lucky accident. Su Hongshan then had the young man perform acupuncture on his legs. Afterward, he prepared the medicine according to the prescription given by the young man, applying it both externally and internally. To be honest, he didn't have much hope. He was just trying anything as a last resort. However, that evening, then a miracle happened. He actually started to regain some feeling in his legs, and then, with the help of the nanny, he actually managed to stand up shakily by himself. Su Hongshan was overjoyed. Subsequently, he took his medication on time and actively did some rehabilitation training every day. Up to now, he can now walk for half an hour each in the morning, noon, and evening. Although it was difficult, I was exhausted and drenched in sweat. But compared to the despair he felt when he was paralyzed, it was like heaven and earth. He felt that after a while, it was not impossible for him to walk as fast as a normal person. Not bad, not bad. Honey, you're recovering so fast. Bai Huiyan was equally delighted. Seeing her husband recover day by day, she felt genuinely happy. Since her husband became paralyzed in both legs, she had witnessed her husband's moments of despair and disappointment more than once, so she always stayed by his side and dared not leave him to go on a long trip. The main reason is that I'm afraid he'll become depressed and unable to think things through. And now, the husband's health gradually improved. The couple. Finally, the clouds have parted and the sun has shone through. We can see hope. Yes. I never imagined that my legs, which no famous doctor could cure, would be healed by a chance encounter with a young man. It's like a miracle cure. That young man is truly my benefactor in this lifetime. Su Hongshan was overjoyed. It was unbelievable that his legs could be cured. I sighed and lamented again. Husband, why didn't that young man leave his name or contact information? If he had, we could have paid him a visit to express our gratitude, Bai Huiyan said. That's right. At the time, I was still somewhat skeptical, and the young man left in a hurry. When I came to my senses and wanted to ask him, he's long gone, Su Hongshan said with a regretful expression. Thinking of the young man, he suddenly added, but wife, speaking of which, that young man was quite handsome. With assets worth hundreds of millions, the store's prized possession, priced at over 100 million, was bought without hesitation. And they also have a remarkable skill, acupuncture that can bring the dead back to life. TSK Tisk. If he were to become our Su family's son-in-law, I would not only have no objection, but I would be more than happy to see him. Yes, indeed. Bai Huiyan agreed. This outstanding young woman is also her husband's benefactor. This is truly a rare find. However, after hearing Su Hongshan's words, she immediately thought of a handsome young man who would be equally suitable to be the Su family's son-in-law. That young man was her boss. Handsome, rich, and accomplished at a young age. He is also quite talented. His calligraphy was so exquisite and masterful that it completely surpassed even the famous calligraphers who taught him. However, whether she was her husband's benefactor or not, even one's own boss, the idea of becoming a son-in-law of the Su family was just a fantasy for the couple. Because, no matter what, their precious daughter, whom they cherished like a pearl and was as beautiful as a flower, had already been taken advantage of by some scoundrel. Pregnancy before marriage. Now, they have several children. Thinking of my daughter. Su Hongshan and Bai Huiyan, the couple, fell silent. Wife, are you going to see our daughter tomorrow? After a while, Su Hongshan suddenly asked again. My flight is tomorrow morning. It happens to be the 9th. A new hotel just opened in Sihai. I'll go there for work, and also to see our daughter, Bai Huiyan said. Go ahead, go ahead. No matter what, she's still our own daughter. As parents, if we don't visit her and the child for so long, she'll resent us. My health is gradually improving now. You don't need to worry about me. Okay. Bai Huiyan nodded. But you're not angry with our daughter anymore? Angry? Su Hongshan shook his head with a wry smile. Why are you angry? I've come to terms with everything now. Maybe this is just our daughter's fate. The point of living is to be happy. If our daughter does listen to our advice, but she's unhappy, what's the point of living a long and prosperous life? Chapter 221 My sister-in-law is the most beautiful woman in the world. Yes, honey. Even if my daughter has to eat coarse food and wild vegetables, it's her choice. As long as she's happy and content, That's all that matters. We don't need to worry so much, Bai Huiyin chimed in. Actually, that's always been her thought. As long as her daughter is happy, that's all that matters. It's just that her husband had some disagreements before. At this moment, I saw that he had finally come to his senses. I felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if the father-in-law refuses to accept the son-in-law, the daughter will suffer in the middle, and the family will have a long time to quarrel. Eating bran and wild vegetables? How could that be possible? She is, after all, my daughter, Su Hongshan's daughter. Seeing my daughter and son-in-law's family suffer in poverty, I, as their father, cannot sit idly by. Our Su family is not as prosperous as it once was, but even a broken boat has 3 pounds of nails. If the son-in-law is willing, I can even entrust him with managing my businesses in Shanghai and Hangzhou. It's okay if you don't know how. I taught him step by step. Are you willing to hand over the business to your son-in-law? Bai Huiyan asked with a smile. What's there to be reluctant about? Su Hongshan said matter-of-factly. We only have one daughter, Chen. When we get old, the family business will still have to be left to her. But you, my wife. For the past 6 months, I've been paralyzed in both legs, and you've been busy with your career while also worrying about my health. Thank you for your hard work. Su Hongshan gratefully grasped Bai Huiyan's hand. To be honest, if it weren't for my wife, with whom I've shared decades of life, always supporting and accompanying me during the darkest times of my life, he really doubted himself, wondering if he could persevere. What's so hard about it? As long as my family is safe and sound, I'm content, Bai Huiyan said with a smile. The couple chatted for a while, and Bai Huiyan, seeing that it was getting late, began to pack her luggage for her trip to Sihai the next day. Just thinking about tomorrow. Finally, I was able to see my daughter, son-in-law, and 3 adorable grandchildren. Her heart was filled with anticipation. The next morning, Bai Huiyan boarded a flight to Sihai. A little over an hour later, the plane arrived in Sihai City, as the opening ceremony was to be held in the morning. Time was tight. As soon as Bai Huiyan left the airport, she went straight to the opening ceremony of the new hotel in Sihai City on the 9th. Hello, boss. I'm sorry for what happened before. I met Jiang Chun at the opening ceremony. Bai Huiyan then explained apologetically to her face why her previous delays had led to her involvement in the hotel's preparations turning into her participation in the opening ceremony. It's all right, Mr. Bai. Everyone has their own family, and sometimes an emergency happens unexpectedly. I understand. Jiang Chun waved his hand, not taking it seriously at all. To be fair, this CEO Bai is already quite dedicated. There are objective reasons for delaying her trip to Sihai City, so he really can't blame her. Thank you, boss. You're too kind, Mr. Bai. After discussing some work-related matters with Jiang Chun, Bai Huiyan began to host the hotel's opening ceremony, as she had done so many times before. This is something that is difficult for her to understand. It's a familiar routine, and couldn't be simpler. Because it was the hotel's opening, such a joyous occasion, Lu Wei and Sun Wan, upon hearing the news, temporarily put aside their work and came to show their support. The two each led their own barbecue and milk tea businesses, constantly expanding their territories. Jiang Chun was generally satisfied with them. When the two first heard that Jiang Chun had opened a new hotel, they were a little incredulous because it happened so fast. When Lu Wei saw Jiang Chun at the scene, he sighed with emotion. Holy crap, Brother Chen, you're amazing. It hasn't been that long, and we've already had barbecue, milk tea, and resorts. And now, holy crap, another 9 Days group has appeared. They've actually expanded their hotel chain to all corners of the world. Awesome. That's absolutely amazing. Following Brother Chen is definitely a path to wealth. It's all right. Jiang Chen smiled modestly. Actually, he really wanted to add, Wei Zi, you forgot something. I recently acquired a biotechnology company. Young married woman. Here, I'm here. Suddenly, Lu Wei waved his hand sharply towards a distance. Jiang Chun was taken aback when he heard this. Young married woman? This Wei Zi, isn't he the ultimate simp? How come he suddenly has a wife? Then I saw Yanli standing there. Jiang Chun then realized that Wei Zi and the old maid had actually been having an affair for a long time. Okay. Seeing that there were many people around, Yanli, whether out of embarrassment or something else, remained standing still when she heard Lu Wei call her wife. Instead, he waved to Lu Wei, signaling him to come over. Lu Wei naturally responded immediately. All right, Brother Chun. I'll go take a look, he said to Jiang Chun, then happily ran towards Yanli. Jiang Chun at this moment. Then I realized something. Thinking to myself, Why did Wei Zi bring that old maid here for the opening of the new hotel? Could it be? Holy crap. This kid's doing pretty well these days. He's quite good at finding opportunities. Cousin. As soon as Lu Wei left, Sun Wan came over enthusiastically to chat with Jiang Chun. How are you feeling lately, Xiaowan? Jiang Chun asked his cousin. That's great. I'm increasingly amazed by my cousin's brilliant leadership. Every day, I feel like I'm getting a tiny bit closer to my dream of becoming a rich woman. Sun Wan said excitedly, showering Jiang Chun with compliments. That's good. The opening ceremony ended quickly. Bai Huiyan came to Jiang Chun to report the situation. Upon seeing her, Sun Wan couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, Mr. Bai, you're so beautiful. You're just as pretty as my sister-in-law. Bai Huiyan was somewhat surprised. Then, with a smile, she asked Sun Wan, As beautiful as your sister-in-law? Thank you, young lady, you really know how to compliment. But judging from your tone, your sister-in-law must be very beautiful, right? Of course. In my opinion, my sister-in-law is the most beautiful woman in the world. In terms of looks, figure, and temperament. Wow. I've never seen anyone who can compare to her. Sun Wan showered her with compliments. Jiang Chun, who was standing nearby, felt a bit like he had been living in Bengbu. Then he said to Bai Huiyan, Don't listen to what she's saying, Ms. Bai. It's all right. Bai Huiyan smiled, and, seeing that Sun Wan was indeed quite young, didn't pay much attention to what she said. After finishing my work-related tasks, seeing that it was almost noon, Bai Huiyan said goodbye to Jiang Chun. Boss, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Okay, let's go. Jiang Chun nodded. Actually, he also had something to do and had to leave immediately because his wife had just texted him saying that her mother would be coming to the house at noon. Chapter 222 Mother and Daughter Reunion. Jiang Chun drove. Half an hour later, we arrived at Chunjiang residential area. Since my mother-in-law was coming, I bought some vegetables and seafood at the market near the entrance of our community. Aunt Lu usually does the grocery shopping for me. But today my mother-in-law is visiting. A big meal is a must. Besides vegetables and meat, he also needed to buy some seafood. But if he wanted the seafood to be fresh and of good quality, Jiang Chun had to do it himself at the market. It's just at the entrance of the residential area. He just got off the bus. As I was heading to the market, I happened to run into an acquaintance, Bai Huiyan. Bai Huiyan got out of the taxi. I happened to see Jiang Chun as well. Boss, you live in this Chunjiang residential complex? Bai Huiyan greeted first. Yes, Jiang Chun nodded. Did President Bai come here for something? Yes, my daughter lives in this neighborhood, so I came here to visit her. Bai Huiyan didn't hide anything and explained the reason. Jiang Chun heard this. It was a bit of a surprise. Mr. Bai's daughter is not in Hangzhou. It's unbelievable that someone from Sihai City, thousands of miles away, also lives in Chunjiang Pavilion, in the same neighborhood as me. Also, with President Bai being so beautiful, her daughter must be just as stunning, right? But, he just thought about it casually. I didn't take it seriously. After all, he has a wife and kids, so he doesn't care about anything else. Besides, no matter how pretty Mr. Bai's daughter is, she's definitely not as pretty as his own little girl. Just like my cousin Xiaowan said, my little girl is the most beautiful woman in the world. Oh, okay, Mr. Bai, I'll go buy groceries. Jiang Chun pointed in the direction of the market. Okay, sure. Go, boss. After exchanging a few polite words, the two parted ways again. Jiang Chun went to the market to buy vegetables. Bai Huiyan, carrying her bag, hurriedly entered the Chunjiang residential area to visit her daughter, son-in-law, and several of her grandchildren. I feel both excited and full of anticipation. Back then, I heard that my daughter got pregnant out of wedlock, was ruined by someone, and eventually gave birth to 3 children. She's a mother. Of course, I was furious. She thought to herself, which shameless brat has ruined my daughter? If she catches him, I'll break his legs. To my daughter. She was angry, heartbroken, and helpless. My daughter has always been stubborn. My family arranged a blind date for me back then. The daughter refused her blind date and had a big fight with her family. In the heat of the moment, they exchanged harsh words, and as a result, she almost severed ties with her father. Then he ran away by himself. Aside from occasional contact during holidays, they are almost completely out of touch. Especially this time. My daughter didn't contact me until she was close to giving birth. Finally, the truth came out. She said she was in Sihai City. At that time, her father was in a depressed state because the Su family had suffered a major setback and he was paralyzed in both legs. She dared not leave him easily, and at the same time, she was also troubled by work. I simply couldn't spare the time right now. Therefore, the matter was delayed again and again until now, when things have finally taken a turn for the better. That's how I came to be in the world. About the scoundrel who harmed his daughter. Bai Huiyin knew he was a recent college graduate from an ordinary family. When I first heard about it, I was really angry with him. After all, he was my only precious daughter, whom I raised like a pearl in the palm of my eye. Now a professor, his future is incredibly bright. But this kid turned out to be quite something. Not only did they bully the professor's daughter, they also got her pregnant and forced her to have a baby. This is for children. It was her daughter who insisted on giving birth, but she was still furious. However, later, I discovered that my daughter has her eye on that guy. She's a mother. Being thousands of miles away, no matter how heartbroken and angry I was, there was nothing I could do. Besides, I had heard that the young man was very ambitious and was indeed good to his daughter and child. This implicitly acknowledges the relationship between the rascal and his daughter. They even had Kong Shi send the family's household registration book to Su Qingqing. This time, I came to Sihai City in person. Actually, while looking after her daughter and children, she also considered formally accepting the rascal as her son-in-law in the capacity of a mother-in-law. However, on the other hand, she had indeed gotten over most of her anger towards that boy, but now, to say that she was completely without any anger left was an understatement. That's unrealistic. What's going on? Chunjiang Pavilion looks like a high-end villa community? And Chunjiang Pavilion, building number 1. In fact, it's villa number 1 in this community? Bai Huiyin came from out of town. Naturally unaware of Chunjiang Pavilion's reputation in Sihai, upon entering the residential area, they discovered it was extremely luxurious, built like a garden scenic spot. What comes into view is a row of detached villas. I especially asked about the cleaning staff inside. Knowing the address my daughter gave me, that building number 1 is actually villa number 1 in the community, which is more spacious and luxurious than the other detached houses. In terms of scale and design, it's comparable to the Su family's mansion in Shanghai. This immediately surprised Bai Huiyin. He thought to himself, that kid, isn't he just a recent college graduate? And his family isn't even that well off. Yet he lives in villa number 1 here? Was it rented? But renting such a luxurious villa would undoubtedly incur an astonishing monthly rent. Can this kid afford it? Bai Huiyin was surprised and pressed the doorbell of villa number 1. Jingle. The door opened quickly. A nanny opened the door and asked her who she was looking for. I'm looking for. Just as Bai Huiyin was about to speak, she suddenly saw Su Qingqing pushing a stroller from behind and immediately exclaimed in surprise, Daughter. Yes, this is it. Mom. Su Qingqing was also pleasantly surprised. Bai Huiyin rushed forward and hugged her daughter tightly. Qingqing, daughter. The moment she hugged her, tears streamed down her face. Mom. Su Qingqing was also emotional. The mother and daughter immediately embraced and wept bitterly. The nanny, Aunt Lu, saw it. Only then did I realize that it was the lady of the house's mother who had arrived. So, being very tactful, she didn't disturb them. She poured a glass of water, brought over a plate of washed fruit, and then quietly slipped away. Chapter 223 My own good cabbage was eaten by a pig. Wow, these are my grandsons and granddaughters. TSK Tisk. A grandson and a granddaughter. So beautiful, so cute. After meeting and hugging Su Qingqing and talking about how much she missed her, Bai Huiyin quickly turned her attention to the 3 babies in the stroller after her emotions had calmed down. One look and I couldn't help but pick them up and hug them one by one. My sweet babies. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm your maternal grandmother, your mother's mother. I held it in my arms, reluctant to let go. Her eyes were filled with tender love. Then, holding the most enthusiastic baby in her arms, she toured her daughter's home, where she saw that the interior was luxuriously decorated and the furniture and design were very tasteful and stylish. It's truly no less impressive than the Su family's mansion in Shanghai. Qingqing, didn't you say that Brat just graduated? How come he can afford such a luxurious detached villa? Don't tell me. Actually, this is rented, isn't it? Bai Huiyin shared her doubts with Su Qingqing. Rented? No, Mom, this isn't rented. He just graduated, but he's very ambitious and capable. This detached villa is the money he earned, and we bought it together, Su Qingqing explained. It's not rented, that's great. Bai Huiyin nodded in approval. This kid's not bad. He comes from an ordinary family, but he's already made a name for himself right after graduation. To be honest, she was somewhat surprised. However, Seeing that her daughter was doing well, she felt more at ease. Daughter, tell me the truth. Is this guy really good to you and the child? After all, in reality, many young people, after suddenly becoming rich, indulge in debauchery and womanizing. Could this guy be like that too? No, Mom. He's very family-oriented and has always been very good to me and the kids. She might go on a long trip occasionally, but she still misses me and the children. So, does that mean this rascal is actually quite honest? Bai Huiyan asked again. He's quite honest. Su Qingqing nodded, but what she didn't say was that while he seemed honest on the outside, he was anything but honest with her. A lecherous old man, a seasoned pro. Of course, that's what I'm saying. I couldn't possibly say that to my own mother. After, the mother and daughter went into the bedroom. Bai Huiyan sized her up. Suddenly, I wanted to ask my daughter how far things had progressed with that rascal, but then I saw men's clothes and belongings in the bedroom. I had guessed it was that rascal and his daughter. It has become the norm. Suddenly, I felt like my own hard-earned cabbage had been eaten by a pig. But, on second thought, forget it. Both of them are young, and now they have 3 children and are living together. It's perfectly normal for them to be unable to control themselves and to have sex every day. Oh, right, Qingsheng. Where did he go? Why hasn't he come back yet? Since seeing her daughter and child, Bai Huiyan wanted to see what kind of mud brick tobacco pipe her daughter had chosen for her son-in-law that had her daughter so infatuated with him. After waiting for quite a while, no one came back. I couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He was busy with something this morning. He was supposed to come back at noon, but I texted him to say you'd be home at noon too. So he went to the market to buy groceries, Su Qingqing said. Did he go grocery shopping? Bai Huiyan asked in confusion. Suddenly, I inexplicably thought of the owner I met at the entrance of Chunjiang Pavilion. He also lived in Chunjiang Pavilion, and he was also there to buy groceries. Could it be? Is that the brat? No, that's impossible. A brat? Boss. How could those two possibly have anything in common? Even a fool would know it's impossible. Bai Huiyan immediately dismissed the idea. She never even dared to dream of having her boss as her son-in-law. But to be fair, she greatly admired this young man. He is handsome and talented, and young and promising. Crucially, he is also exceptionally talented. If he became her son-in-law, she would be overjoyed and would be laughing in her dreams. But why? Bai Huiyan sighed inwardly. Let him be a brat if he's a brat. As long as her daughter is happy. Yes, Mom. As soon as he heard that you were coming at noon, he went to the market to buy vegetables, meat, and seafood, saying that he wanted to show off his skills and cook a big meal for you. Su Qingcheng, unaware of her mother's thoughts, excitedly chimed in. So, that means that kid's cooking skills are pretty good, Bai Huiyan said with a smile. Of course, Su Qingqing said matter-of-factly. It's much better than my dad's cooking. TCH, Bai Huiyan said dismissively. Your dad's cooking is just so. No matter how good the kid's cooking is, can he compare to a chef at a state banquet? That's hard to say. You'll know once you try it. Mom, can I give you some advice? After a pause, Su Qingqing suddenly asked again. What's your opinion? Mom, stop calling him that rascal. It sounds awful. After all, he's your son-in-law. Bai Huiyan laughed upon hearing this. Yo, so you've already turned your back on us? And you still call me a scoundrel? That sounds awful. He ruined my daughter and almost destroyed her life. Can't I even be a little angry with him? Besides, I'm his mother-in-law now, after all. Even if I'm just using my seniority to call him a brat, do I have the right to do so? Bai Huiyan looked at Su Qingqing and couldn't help but laugh and tease her. Have. Of course you're qualified, Su Qingqing said in a coquettish tone, laughing along with her mother. Why aren't they back yet? Bai Huiyan asked anxiously after waiting for a while longer. It should be soon. Mom, wait a moment, I'll call and ask him. Su Qingqing took out her phone, about to call Jiang Chun, when she suddenly heard the sound of the front door opening. Without a doubt, it must be Pig Trotters who's back. Mom, he's back, Su Qingqing said. Bai Huiyan nodded and stood up, thinking about how she was about to meet that rascal. No, her son-in-law. I was filled with anticipation. At the same time, I felt inexplicably nervous. Chapter 224 The Confused Tree and the Confused Fruit. Knowing that his mother-in-law was coming, Jiang Chun took it very seriously. After all, she was his daughter's mother and, in a way, his elder. So he picked out a lot of seafood at the market. Squid, scallops, abalone, lobster, etc. Finally, we got a few more king crabs. It took a little longer than usual. As soon as I finished buying the groceries and seafood, I went back immediately. Jiang Chun carried his things and entered his villa. The thought of meeting his mother-in-law soon made him, to be honest, a little nervous, even though he was thick-skinned. What do you mean? Ugly son-in-law. Well, it's like a handsome son-in-law meeting his mother-in-law. There's no escaping it. Thinking like that, Jiang Chun entered the living room, but he was immediately taken aback. President Bai Huiyin was inside, standing at the entrance of the living room, seemingly to greet him. No, what is Mr. Bai doing at home? Boss. Bai Huiyin was also extremely surprised. She stood up. Arriving at the living room door, she was ready to welcome her son-in-law home, but she was surprised to see her boss from the jury group walk in. What's going on? Inside the living room, Su Qingshun was changing the baby's diaper because the baby had suddenly pooped, and she didn't pay much attention to what was happening at the living room door. Jiang Chen returned. She casually greeted him. Honey, you're back. Upon hearing this, Bai Huiyin, he was stunned again. What? Husband. The daughter calls her boss, husband. Qingsheng, what did you just call him? Husband. Bai Huiyin turned to ask Su Qingsheng. Yes, Su Qingsheng said matter-of-factly. He is the father of my child. If I don't call him husband, what should I call him? Bai Huiyin was immediately shocked. Turn out to be. That brat. I already know him. Isn't he my boss at jury group? Come to think of it, I just attended the opening ceremony of the new hotel with him, right? Besides, I was just talking to him at the entrance of Chunjiang residential area, wasn't I? But my God. Impossible. My daughter must be teasing me. No, Mom. What kind of expression is that? I just called him husband, and you're so surprised? Please, the Qing dynasty is long gone, and besides, we're already married, a legal couple. Su Qingsheng was astonished to see her mother. She thought it was because she called Jiang Chen husband in front of him, and that she thought she, as a girl, was not reserved enough. Then he explained it to his mother again. But then he faced his daughter's explanation. Bai Huiyin ignored it. Because her mind went blank for a moment, she couldn't quite process what was happening. After all, the brat he had always resented and wanted to see was actually his boss at jury group. It was a huge shock to her. I never even dared to dream of this before. Bai Huiyin ignored Su Qingsheng's words, but Jiang Chun was immediately stunned upon hearing them. What is that? The wife calls Mr. Bai Mom. Doesn't that mean? Mr. Bai is actually my mother-in-law. This is fucking ridiculous. No way, that's ridiculous. Mr. Bai, did Qingsheng call you Mom just now? Jiang Chen asked Bai Huiyin directly. Right. I'm Qingsheng's mother. Bai Huiyin immediately snapped out of her daze upon hearing Jiang Chen's question. Then, boss, you're Qingsheng's husband? The father of her babies? Jiang Chen admitted. Yes, that's me. Bai Huiyin. Jiang Chen. Not husband. What did you just call my mom, Ms. Bai? And Mom. What did you call him, boss? At this moment, Su Qingsheng, having changed the diaper, came over to take the things from Jiang Chen's hands. Hearing their conversation, she was immediately surprised. So you two already knew each other? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun and Bai Huiyin both nodded to Su Qingsheng. What? This. Su Qingsheng followed, looking shocked and bewildered. She glanced at her still bewildered mother and that big jerk. Forehead. It's truly a case of confusion tree with confusion fruit. Confusion tree with you and me under it. After, the three of them went to the living room and sat down to go over the matter carefully. It's just too much of a coincidence. One is that her boss is her son-in-law, and the other is that her capable subordinate is her mother-in-law. That's outrageous. Even Jiang Chun took a while to process the fact that President Bai was his mother-in-law, but it wasn't something he found hard to accept. From the very first time we met, like everyone else, he was amazed by President Bai's stunning looks, and thought to himself that only his own little girl could compare to him. Now it seems, that's perfectly normal. Because her own daughter is President Bai's daughter, they are mother and daughter. Bai Huiyin also felt that the matter was outrageous enough. However, on the other hand, she had always admired her boss at jury, especially if it were her daughter, without the issue of premarital pregnancy. She really wanted her boss to be her son-in-law. This was a thought I'd never even dared to entertain before, especially since my daughter had already decided on her little devil. But now, unexpectedly, the boss was that rascal. This result, Bai Huiyin was overjoyed and extremely happy. As for Su Qingsheng, I'm just as happy. She was worried that although her mother would agree, she would inevitably make things difficult for Jiang Chun, or even make things difficult for him. So he deliberately called Jiang Chun husband in front of his mother. Now I find out that Pig Trotter and my mom have known each other for a long time, and that Pig Trotter is actually my mom's boss. He was overjoyed. TSK, TSK. Subordinates are making things difficult for their boss. They're even giving their boss a hard time. How about I lend you the guts to try? Hey. Therefore, the atmosphere in the living room was warm and harmonious for a while. Then they talked about how Jiang Chun and Bai Huiyin addressed each other. Regarding this issue, Su Qingsheng felt she was the most qualified to speak. Well, mom and husband, you can each say your own thing. Each side has its own interpretation. How so? Bai Huiyin asked. That's right, mom, you call him boss, and he calls you mother-in-law. Su Qingsheng stuck out her tongue and said playfully. Actually, she understood. The situation between Pig Trotter and Mom was just that they were superior and subordinate at work before, which is completely different from the sisterly relationship between her and Song Mei. Ah, Bai Huiyin looked troubled. Jiang Chen listened. Knowing the girl was being silly, he quickly stopped her. Never mind, let's just use the normal way of addressing each other. After all, elders are elders, and it's best not to joke about these things. Then he stood up and said to Bai Huiyin in a serious tone, Auntie, I'm sorry about before. I truly didn't know you were Qingqing's mother before, so please forgive me if I was rude or neglectful in any way. Because they haven't officially gotten married yet, Jiang Chun didn't change his address. Instead, he directly called her Auntie and said some polite words. Bai Huiyin was shocked to see Jiang Chun like this. He immediately stood up and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, No, Xiao Chun. What are you saying? You didn't know I was Qingqing's mother. But I didn't know you were Qingqing's mistress either. I thought the scoundrel who ruined Qingqing was someone else. Jiang Chun heard Bai Huiyin call him a rascal. He chuckled to himself. He thought to himself that his mother-in-law was indeed holding a grudge against him because he had ruined Qingqing. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If it happened to me, I would want to experience it myself. If your beloved little darling, whom you've raised with so much care, were to be ruined by some scoundrel one day, you might go insane, break the scoundrel's legs, and skin him alive. Of course, that's what I was like back then. Both he and the girl had been drinking. Their encounter was unexpected. The responsibility for causing harm is lighter. Auntie, now that you know I'm that rascal, will you still blame me? Jiang Chen asked Bai Huiyin with a smile. Blame? What are you blaming? Qingcheng told me what happened. It was an accident. Never mind, it's all in the past. I'm happier than anyone else if you two live a good life. Bai Huiyin smiled. She had no desire to blame her son-in-law at all. She was overjoyed and couldn't be more satisfied. She could practically wake up laughing in her dreams. No, it's not just that I can laugh in my dreams. If it weren't for her daughter and son-in-law being there, and her status as an elder, she would have wanted to burst into laughter right now. Ha. Chapter 225 Female Hooligan. Can't you even let me sleep? The three of them talked for a while longer. Unconsciously. It was already 1 p.m. Jiang Chen noticed that everyone was so engrossed in talking that he hadn't even started preparing his own feast yet. So he said to Bai Huiyin, Auntie, it's already 1 o'clock. Are you hungry? Why don't we skip eating at home and go out to eat? Let's eat out. No need, Xiao Chun. Cooking at home is clean and safe. And besides, Qingsheng has been telling me how great your cooking is. I'd like to try your dishes too, Bai Huiyin said. But it's already 1 o'clock. Aren't you hungry? That's all right. I'll talk to Qingsheng for a bit, then check on the baby. If he gets hungry, he can have some fruit or snacks. Oh well. Jiang Chun then went to the kitchen. With the help of the nanny, Aunt Lu, we started cooking at full speed, turning on several stoves at the same time. After all, it was my mother-in-law's first time visiting our home, so I had to make a good impression. Therefore, it is a god-level culinary skill. It can be said to have been pushed to its limits. In the living room, Bai Huiyin and her daughter Su Qingsheng played with the three little monsters for a while before talking about having children. I heard my daughter talk about the difficulties she faced during her C-section. Bai Huiyin felt a pang of heartache and hugged Su Qingsheng tightly, her eyes slightly red. Daughter, I'm so sorry for making you suffer. You remember back then, sigh? It's okay, Mom. That's all in the past. Besides, your son-in-law took very good and considerate care of you back then. Su Qingsheng smiled and comforted her mother. To be honest, although she had a C-section and was in a lot of pain, she was able to recover thanks to the meticulous care that pig trotters provided around the clock. Looking back, her heart is filled with warmth. After talking about giving birth, Su Qingqing suddenly became very curious about how she was born. Mom, how did you give birth to me? Was it also very difficult, and did you suffer a lot? Bai Huiyan laughed when she heard her daughter's question. You know, you might not believe it, but when I gave birth to you, I didn't have any trouble or suffer much. Huh? No way. Su Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. What can I do? I suddenly experienced a sharp pain in my stomach that night. Because it was my due date, your dad took me to the hospital. When we got there, I was starving, and your dad was a new dad too, so he didn't know anything. There wasn't time to buy food, so they just made me a packet of instant noodles. But I barely ate 2 bites, and then what? Su Qingqing asked. And then you gave birth. After giving birth to you, when I came back, I found the instant noodles were still warm, and I ignored all advice and ate 2 more bites. This. Su Qingqing was almost dumbfounded. Giving birth naturally involves various tests and a cesarean section, which is extremely painful. Mom is fine, though. I was born back then. I ate instant noodles and somehow ended up giving birth. Have to. It sounds so easy, so effortless. And especially, it actually gives off a feeling of Guan Yu warming his wine before beheading Hua Xiong. Auntie, Qingqing, dinner's ready. Bai Huiyan chatted with Su Qingqing, eating half a bag of sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had also finished cooking and brought out 7 or 8 main dishes in one go. It was definitely a seafood feast. Salt and pepper prawns, garlic razor clams, abalone stewed with pork ribs, steamed king crab. Su Qingqing saw it. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. It goes without saying that the dishes cooked by my own husband are perfect in terms of color, aroma, and taste. Bai Huiyan sighed. While I have high hopes, I also have some reservations. Jiang Chun is too young after all. He is already very good at looks, making money, and calligraphy. But how can a person be proficient in everything? Cooking is all about experience. He might be a good cook, but it's unlikely that she'll do it as her daughter claims. That's just a case of beauty being in the eye of the beholder. Unexpectedly, after taking just 1 bite, Bai Huiyan found it unbelievable. This is so delicious. They're even better than chefs at state banquets. Who would have thought that Jiang Chun is such a multi-talented person? My daughter has really struck gold. After finishing the meal, Su Qingqing and her family of 5 accompanied Bai Huiyan on a tour of Sihai City. It was late at night. Honey, you'll have to be patient. As it was time to go to bed, Su Qingqing came to Jiang Chun and whispered, Why? Because tonight, I'm sleeping with my mom. That's all right. Jiang Chun pecked the little girl on the forehead. It's only been 1 night. What's there to be afraid of? I've been in the womb for over 20 years, haven't I? So when it was time to sleep, Jiang Chun took his 3 little beasts to another bedroom, and when it was time, he calmly lay down and fell asleep. Unexpectedly, he was woken up in the middle of the night. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a young girl. Jiang Chun burst out laughing. What? You're not sleeping in the middle of the night. You've come to see your husband. Cut. Who's looking after you? Can't I look after the child? Su Qingqing had barely finished speaking when she tackled Jiang Chun to the ground. Jiang Chun was helpless. It's the middle of the night. Can't a person get any sleep? Huh, what a female hooligan. Thinking this, he flipped over and pressed down on her. Chapter 226, A Midnight Rendezvous Got Discovered? Honey, you came to my place in the middle of the night. Does your mom know? Jiang Chun suddenly remembered to ask Xiaoyo. My mom is asleep right now. I only sneaked over here because I saw she was asleep. It's okay if she finds out. I told you I was going to the bathroom. Is it not allowed to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night? Besides, we are a legally married couple now, so we're not afraid of the police. That's true. But honey, aren't you afraid? You'll get pregnant again? Whether you get pregnant or not, isn't that up to you? Humph, if you're not afraid, then I'm not afraid either. Bai Huiyan didn't sleep all night. She and her daughter shared a room and talked until 11 o'clock. When they got sleepy, they finally went to bed. Even though I was sleepy. However, falling asleep is not so easy. Coming to my daughter's house feels so unreal. I actually ran into my boss from Jiri at her place. Then the boss. It really was my son-in-law. This. I'm so overjoyed. The thing I thought was the most impossible actually happened. Why? She was so happy that she didn't sleep a wink all night. But at the same time, she was worried about disturbing her daughter's rest. So Bai Huiyan had to suppress her joy and secretly gloat to herself in the middle of the night. Until the early hours of the morning. I was so sleepy that I finally managed to fall asleep. It was before 7 o'clock the next morning. Bai Huiyin woke up again. Although I didn't get much sleep last night. But when she woke up, she wasn't sleepy at all. Turning her head to look at her daughter on the bed, she was still fast asleep like a little pig, so she nudged her and said, "Ching-chung, it's almost 7 o'clock. Come on, get up and talk to Mom for a while." But Su Qingqing was extremely sleepy at the moment. But my mom sounded so excited. Moreover, she usually gets up around this time in the morning. So, still half asleep, he turned over and mumbled, "Mom, what are you saying?" When speaking, I was so sleepy I didn't even open my eyes. Tell me, am I dreaming? Bai Huiyin was in high spirits, her expression beaming with joy. At this moment, she just wanted to talk to someone and share the joy that was almost overflowing in her heart. "Mom, what do you mean? Is this a dream? It's you and Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen is actually my son-in-law. Is this a dream?" Su Qingqing was speechless. He opened his eyes, glanced at his mother, and after confirming that she was mentally sound, he reached out and pinched her arm lightly without using any force. "Mom, does it hurt?" "Of course it hurts when you pinch me, but why are you pinching me? If it hurts, then it means, Mom, you're not dreaming." "Cut. You filial daughter, you have no respect for your elders." Bai Huiyin glared at her daughter with a smile, but didn't hold it against her. After all, she had just been trying to make conversation and share her joy with her daughter. "Qingqing, get up. Listen outside. Xiao Chen is already up," Bai Huiyin added. "But Mom, I'm sleepy. Please let me sleep a little longer." "Sleepy? We went to bed at 11 p.m. last night. Why are you so sleepy?" Cough cough. "Well, it's because I suddenly felt unwell in the middle of the night and went to the toilet." Su Qingqing made up an excuse on the spot, but in reality, she didn't go to the toilet at all in the middle of the night. Secretly finding some jerk to play games with, that's more like it. Sudden stomach discomfort? Did you go to the restroom? Oh, I remember now. You went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, and it seemed like it took quite a long time. More than an hour, right? Bai Huiyin said casually. Hearing her mother's words, Su Qingqing was jolted awake. All her drowsiness instantly vanished. Could it be? Mom found out I went to meet someone secretly in the middle of the night. Really? Surely not. The feeling was like being caught having a puppy love, or rather, being caught by your mom for eating forbidden fruit. After all, in your mom's eyes, I was a perfectly obedient girl before. Therefore, it results in a small face. Suddenly, I developed a high fever. I glanced at my mom furtively, just as I was about to hurriedly change the subject. Suddenly, Jiang Chen knocked on the door from outside. "Auntie, Qingqing, breakfast is ready." This saved Su Qingqing from her predicament. Okay, Xiao Chen." The two people in the bedroom responded with a sound of agreement. Su Qingqing quickly got up and went to wash up. Bai Huiyin saw it all. He couldn't help but smile and shake his head. "So what, daughter? Old ginger is spicier, right? Your mother has eaten more salt than you've walked roads. Still trying to play tricks on me. However, if you call someone in the middle of the night, how could your mom possibly blame you? On the contrary, I'd love for you." Chapter 227. Oh no, the little cotton-padded jacket is leaking air. "Aunt, it's just some simple home-style breakfast. Please make do with it." Jiang Chen spoke politely to Bai Huiyin. At this moment, he was radiant and full of energy, unlike Su Qingqing, who was somewhat listless due to lack of sleep. "Because of my parents' strict upbringing, or perhaps corporal punishment, when I was young. Although Jiang Chen is mischievous, he still knows how to behave appropriately towards his elders and shows them the respect they deserve. Besides, this is the girl's mother, his own mother-in-law. Behave well in front of her. There's no problem with it. Xiao Chen, you're too kind. A simple, home-cooked breakfast is just right." Bai Huiyin continued. At this moment, she had completely changed her attitude towards the boss. Towards Jiang Chen, she was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, and the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. "Actually, Xiao Chen, I also really enjoy cooking, and my specialty is breakfast. It's okay if I just woke up late today. If you have the chance, I'll let you try my cooking." "Okay, Auntie. Let's say a few polite words." Bai Huiyin and Su Qingqing, mother and daughter, sat at the dining table. Bai Huiyin's appetite was immediately whetted when she saw the exquisite and varied breakfast. Just as I was about to pick up my chopsticks, suddenly noticing that Jiang Chen hadn't sat down, she said curiously, "Xiao Chen, why don't you sit down too and eat with us?" "Mom, don't worry about him. He doesn't eat breakfast." Su Qingqing, who was already eating, said to her mother as if it were nothing unusual. "Oh." Bai Huiyin was surprised. Then, looking at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression, she said. Xiao Chun, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. If you don't eat breakfast, it can affect your health in the long run. That Andy. It's all right. Jiang Chun scratched his head. I've already had breakfast, and I'm still full. You guys should eat while it's hot. Seeing that Jiang Chun said so, and that her daughter didn't take it seriously at all, Bai Huiyan had no choice but to give up. All right then. She and Su Qingqing began to enjoy breakfast. Bai Huiyan is usually busy. We also have a nanny at home, so we don't have many opportunities to cook. But breakfast? It's relatively simple, but she's done quite a few, researched a lot, and has the most experience with it. Just now, she even wanted to invite Jiang Chun to have a chance to try her cooking. However, after tasting Jiang Chen's breakfast, Bai Huiyan was immediately convinced. There was nothing I could do. Compared to my son-in-law's skills, my own was nothing. It's not worth mentioning at all. But then, she became even more satisfied with Jiang Chun. Looking at her daughter who was only focused on eating, she couldn't help but give her a long and earnest lecture at the dinner table. Qingcheng, you should learn from this. Look at Xiao Chun. She gets up early to make breakfast. What a responsible person. It's okay if your skills aren't great. The key is getting up early to make breakfast. That's a matter of attitude. This woman is too lazy. That man will run away. Okay, Mom. I took advantage of some free time this morning. In an effort to please her mother, Su Qingqing accompanied Bai Huiyan to the mall to buy her some things. That's true. Su Qingqing bought a lot of things for her mother. However, along the way, Mom, that jacket is nice. Jiang Chun would definitely look good in it. Why don't we buy one for him? Mom, let's go to the baby store and buy some clothes for the baby. It's getting cold. We need to buy them some warmer clothes. Mom, let's go over there and buy Jiang Chun a hat. Mom, let's buy some beef jerky for Jiang Chun. He likes to eat some beef jerky or something when he's watching TV. In the end, Su Qingqing bought far more things for Jiang Chun and the children than she bought for her own mother. Fortunately, Su Qingqing realized this too. I feel bad for my mom. I need to buy her something else. No need. No need. Qingqing, I don't need those. Bai Huiyan waved her hand, immediately stopping Su Qingqing. Although she was quite pleased to see that her daughter now knew about the Gu family, her son-in-law, and the child. But at the same time, it's also a bit sour. Why? Girls grow up and become uncontrollable. The sweet little cotton-padded jacket of yesteryear has changed, turned into a tattered cotton-padded jacket, and now she lets the wind in. Chapter 228. Wouldn't it be better if you had a second child? Su Qingqing spent almost the entire morning shopping with her mother. She had a great haul, mostly for Jiang Chun and the child, but later, to make up for it, she also bought quite a lot for her own mother. Bai Huiyan said no. But after being persuaded by his daughter and son-in-law, he happily accepted it. While you might be happy, I still feel a little bitter inside. No way. I painstakingly raised this cabbage for over 20 years, and now not only has it been eaten by a pig, but its very heart has been stolen. Why? It was lunchtime. Jiang Chun and his wife had lunch with his mother-in-law at the mall. Then, Bai Huiyan is returning to Hangzhou this afternoon. Alluring beauty. I didn't plan to stay long this time. Your father is not in good health. I came to see Hai to attend the opening ceremony of the Juri new hotel and to see you, Xiaochen, and the babies. I'm relieved to see that you're doing well. Next time, when your dad is feeling better, I'll bring him along again, Bai Huiyan said, holding the woman's hand with some reluctance as they were about to leave. What's wrong with my dad's health? Su Qingqing asked. In her memory, her dad wasn't in very good health, but apart from some minor ailments, he was generally quite healthy. Hi. Your dad's not getting any younger. It's normal for him to have some health problems. They've had these old ailments for a long time. It's all right. Bai Huiyan was afraid her daughter would worry, so she gave her a vague answer. But in fact, she was much better now than before. A full recovery is not far off. After talking with Su Qingqing for a while, Bai Huiyan then talked to Jiang Chun about work. Xiao Chun, no matter what, you are my superior and boss. I guarantee I will do my best to manage the Jiri group and do this business well. I will report any important matters to you and President Li Jun in a timely manner. Okay, Auntie, just do your job as you normally would. Anyway, I trust Annie to handle things, Jiang Chun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Huiyan chuckled. Xiao Chun is so funny, huh? However, Jiri group is the culmination of my years of hard work, and I don't want it to really decline. Now that the boss is my son-in-law, I'll definitely pay even more attention to it. Don't worry. Okay, sure, Jiang Chun replied. Qingcheng and Xiao Chun Finally, let me say a few words to you too. Take good care of your health and the children. The young couple should live a good life together and avoid arguing about anything. Instead of arguing, why don't you have a second child? He said, a faint smile playing on his lips as he glanced at Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing saw this. He naturally understood that his mother's words had a hidden meaning. Wasn't she implying that he had secretly met with someone late last night? Is this ever going to end? Having a second child? Okay, I'll have another litter with that pig's trotter later. Okay, Mom. Okay, Auntie. Bai Huiyin nodded in satisfaction. Su Qingqing was still shy in front of her mother. Unconsciously, I blushed a little. After a moment, she managed to recover and her expression returned to normal. But when she turned around, she found that Jiang Chen couldn't help but keep chuckling. Beng Bu was immediately stunned. Su Qingqing then secretly took out her small hand and pinched the soft flesh on his waist, laughing. I'll make you laugh, you pig's trotter. Chapter 229 Enemies meet on a narrow road. Bite. The host's wife pinched the soft flesh of the host's waist. Hidden reward triggered. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand. A brand new limited edition Ferrari LaFerrari. Valued at 22 million. Only 30 units produced worldwide. This deserves an award. In addition to the skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand, he was also directly rewarded with a Ferrari LaFerrari. Valued at 22 million, with only 30 units produced worldwide. It's definitely a must-have for showing off. It was just too useless for Jiang Chen. If he's single, that's fine. Such a cool supercar would definitely make a splash and attract a lot of girls. But now Jiang Chen has a wife and a child. There's really no need to use this to show off. But, that being said, there's no need to show off. Having the opportunity to take the little girl for a drive is quite nice. And while driving around, this is a good opportunity to try out the skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand. If you can drive with one hand, what about the other hand? Bite. Rewards distributed. The skill to drive a Ferrari with one hand will be automatically acquired. The Ferrari LaFerrari will appear in a legal and legitimate manner, so please drive with confidence. Because it was windy that day, the young couple didn't bring their 3 little mythical creatures with them. Jiang Chen drove his BMW X7 to take his mother-in-law to the airport. Afterwards, since they had nothing to do in the afternoon, they went back to the mall. Inside, the two of them, like many young couples, ate, drank, and had fun. They strolled hand in hand for quite a while. I watched another movie. Only then did they prepare to go back. Honey, I'm going to the restroom, Su Qingqing said as she left the mall. Okay, go ahead. Just as Jiang Chen was about to find a place to sit down, a 4S store employee rushed towards him in a hurry. Hello, are you Mr. Jiang? I've parked your latest limited edition Ferrari LaFerrari in the outdoor parking lot. All the paperwork and license plates have been completed. Here are your car keys. Please keep them safe. Thanks. Jiang Chen took the keys and thanked him. That's pretty fast. The car arrived so quickly. Honey, what do you think about us going for a drive home in a supercar? Jiang Chen asked with a smile after Su Qingqing returned from the restroom. Supercar? Going for a drive home? Su Qingqing was taken aback. Honey, what do you mean? Don't tell me you bought a supercar, do you? Yes, I ordered a supercar a few days ago, a Ferrari LaFerrari, and the dealership just delivered it to me. Jiang Chen took out the Ferrari keys. Oh, you actually bought it. That Ferrari LaFerrari isn't cheap. Su Qingqing had driven and even owned various luxury cars before, so she was quite familiar with the Ferrari LaFerrari. When she heard Jiang Chen say that he had bought a supercar, her immediate reaction was surprise. But then I thought about it again. My husband is still a young man. Now he's worth at least tens of billions. Buying a toy car worth tens of millions to play with, isn't that normal? Then he asked, where's the car? It's in the parking lot outside, Jiang Chen said. Okay, honey, let's go take a look. Su Qingqing naturally took Jiang Chen's arm and hurriedly walked outside, her face showing eagerness. I just arrived at the parking lot. A man and a woman walked over from the side. The woman was in front, with an impressive appearance, while the man behind her was carrying a briefcase and appeared to be her subordinate. The woman was somewhat surprised when she saw Su Qingqing. Qingqing. What a coincidence, Qingqing. I've run into you again so soon. The woman said with a smile, but her tone was not without sarcasm, making people feel uncomfortable for no reason. Su Qingqing turned her head to look. She discovered that it was her former colleague, Su Yan. That's Su Yan. It is said that he is related to the principal and worked with Su Qingqing at Sihai University for a period of time. Later, after leaving Sihai University, I went to work for a company and participated in a university enterprise cooperation project. Yes, it was the same one that Su Qingsheng had participated in before. Su Qingsheng came first. She was the technical lead for the project. Su Yin joined later. But as soon as she arrived, she became the project's general manager. It was after Su Yin joined that things started to change. Just as Su Qingsheng's research and development was about to be successfully implemented, Su Yin strongly advocated for the optimization and restructuring of the project, and as a result, the project's technical lead was laid off. In other words, it was this Su Yin who went down the mountain to pick peaches, stole Su Qingsheng's research results, and then kicked Su Qingsheng out of the project team on the grounds that the research was overdue. Chapter 230, A Good Donkey Doesn't Bray Indiscriminately. Su Qingsheng nodded and gave a curt reply. She had nothing to say to Su Yin and didn't want to pay attention to her at the moment. So she glanced at her, took Jiang Chen's arm, and wanted to continue walking forward. But when Su Yin saw that Su Qingsheng wanted to leave, she became even more excited. "Qingsheng, don't rush off," someone said, blocking Su Qingsheng's path. "What do you want to do?" Su Qingsheng said coldly. "I didn't mean anything by it," Su Yin said with a forced smile. "We were colleagues before, so why are you so upset with me now? Qingsheng, let me tell you the truth. Removing you from the school enterprise cooperation project was not a deliberate act against you. Think about it. How long has that project been delayed? Our company's investment is not charity. If we can't generate profits on time, we'll have to reluctantly let go. But Qingsheng, you haven't found a new job yet, have you? If you don't mind. Our company is short of security guards, cleaners, and sewer cleaners. You're a professor, after all. TSK, you'll definitely have no problem doing these things. I have high hopes for you." Su Yin concluded. A smug smile played on his lips. Working with Su Qingsheng was incredibly stressful. She was excellent in every way, knowledgeable, beautiful, and with a fantastic figure. She was always a favored daughter of heaven, and a goddess pursued by a group of boys. But all of this, compared to Su Qingsheng, everyone else paled in comparison. She couldn't find any of her former confidence. She was filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Over time, my mental state collapsed. She simply resigned from her job at the school. After being idle for almost half a year, and thanks to family connections, I finally got a job as the general manager of the project at the company that had a partnership with Sihai University. Upon learning that Su Qingsheng had been appointed as the technical lead, he burst into laughter. Therefore, after seizing power, the first thing he did was steal Su Qingsheng's research results and take them for himself, while also kicking her to the curb. That is precisely why she finally got some relief. And Su Qingsheng, hearing Su Yan's words, he wasn't angry. Instead, he shook his head with a wry smile. He never expected that a colleague with whom he had a decent relationship back then would be so petty. But it's pointless to get angry with someone like that. That's so embarrassing. I was just about to give a quick reply and leave. Suddenly, Jiang Chen stepped forward and said directly to Su Yin, "Have you finished speaking?" "That's all," Su Yin said casually, her expression not without provocation. A mysterious, goddess-like professor and a fresh-faced, inexperienced young man got together and even had a child together. It's truly unbelievable. Are you done talking? Then please move aside. After all, a good dog doesn't block the way. Jiang Chen frowned. Su Yin initially thought she had misheard. Su Qingsheng's immature young husband actually called her a dog right off the bat. Yo! After all, he's the little master that those students talk about. His tone is just different. But Jiang Chen, didn't your family teach you the meaning of respect when you were little? At least I used to be a colleague of your teacher, Miss Su. Is this how you respect me? Su Yin returned not long ago. Therefore, he didn't know much about Jiang Chen's situation and background. At this moment, seeing that Jiang Chen spoke rudely to him, and that apart from being handsome, his overall attire was unremarkable. Enraged, he unleashed a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Respect? Huh, do you even deserve it? Who was it that came up here with such a loud and arrogant tone? Jiang Chen didn't hold back and started to criticize. Sometimes, it might be okay to mess with him, but messing with his wife was absolutely unacceptable. You! Su Yin exclaimed angrily. What's wrong with me? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Chen. Su Yin almost exploded. Don't go too far. I was just feeling sorry for your teacher, Miss Su. Without the extra income from being the project's technical lead, it won't be easy for her to support 3 children on her meager teacher's salary. But since she wants to ask me for help, I really am qualified to help her. See that supercar? A Porsche 911 GT3 RS. That's my new car. It cost over 3 million yuan. Only 3 million? You call this a supercar? Jiang Chen said. Okay, you're awesome. Su Yin was speechless after being rebuked. Suppressing her anger, she decided to resort to blatant threats. Jiang Chen, since you refuse to listen to reason, don't blame me for being impolite. I'm putting my words on this right now. From now on, if your Su Qingsheng can find a part-time job related to her profession in Sihai City, I'll change my mind. As for Su Yan's blatant threat, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. As the saying goes, a good donkey doesn't bray. When will you stop babbling on and on? I'm fucking. Su Yan couldn't take it anymore. He was furious. I was so angry I almost cried. No, damn it. I just wanted to show off in front of Su Qingsheng today. Why is it so hard? In a moment of impulsiveness, he charged at Jiang Chen with bared teeth and claws. Jiang Chen saw this and sneered. I was worried you wouldn't come. A man standing next to Su Yan, carrying a briefcase and seemingly her subordinate, hurriedly reached out and grabbed her, saying, President Su, don't be impulsive. He reached out and pulled Su Yan back. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Yan, and after confirming that there was no danger, he pulled Su Qingsheng away. Su Yan was so angry her nose was crooked. She struggled to catch up, but her male subordinate held her firmly. Su Yan stared at Jiang Chen and his companions' retreating figures, her eyes practically spitting fire. After struggling for a while, she suddenly became as quiet as a chicken, because she saw Jiang Chen leading Su Qingsheng into a supercar. Is that a Ferrari LaFerrari? Su Yan recognized the car. Yes, it's the latest limited edition Ferrari LaFerrari, priced at over 22 million, with only 30 units produced worldwide. The subordinate continued. Su Yan was immediately shocked. 22 million. Then wouldn't my Porsche 911 GT3 RS be? Have to. No wonder that kid was so arrogant. But in this way, Su Yan felt even more frustrated. Looks like this kid is quite rich. Does that mean I can't achieve my goal of blacklisting Su Qingsheng across the entire world? I was shocked. She had no complaints about Jiang Chen anymore. After all, driving a Ferrari LaFerrari worth over 20 million yuan meant he wasn't an ordinary person. But at the same time, he became even more jealous of Su Qingsheng. She's an old cow eating young grass, finding such a rich guy. Seeing her doing so well, yet unable to touch her, I felt a pang of heartache, like a cat scratching at my heart. Chapter 231 A woman's mouth is a liar's mouth. Upon hearing this, the male subordinate realized that Su Yan was still thinking of blacklisting Su Qingsheng throughout the city. He then gave a wry smile. Mr. Su, it's useless for you to blacklist her, and besides, you can't blacklist her anyway. Why? Because, you may not know, Su Qingsheng doesn't need to find a job at all. She is already the president of a biotechnology company. And speaking of which, that biotech company is our longtime rival, the male subordinate said slowly and deliberately, revealing what he knew. What? Su Yan was shocked once again upon hearing this. Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng are over there. The two got into the Ferrari LaFerrari. Thank you, honey, for standing up for me earlier. Su Qingsheng gave Jiang Chen a sweet kiss and said happily, seeing her man argue with him so much for her sake that he almost made the other person explode with anger. I felt incredibly happy. That's what you call overflowing boyfriend charm. I stood up for you, and this is all I get. Jiang Chen asked the girl deliberately. What? Then what do you want to do? Su Qingsheng asked, and could tell from his expression that he was not satisfied. But honey, this is a parking lot. What happened to the parking lot? Isn't the parking lot good? Jiang Chen said. Look at the constant flow of people around. Isn't that even better? Red Square. What a load of crap. Su Qingsheng blushed and glared at the person. Although her first reaction to the suggestion was rejection, she was secretly eager to try it out. Honey, do you really want to? Of course, Jiang Chen replied matter-of-factly. Oh well. Su Qingsheng nodded, then moved closer and extended her slender hand. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Could the girl really be serious? But then again, it was broad daylight, and people were constantly coming and going in the parking lot. This was really too much. Cough cough, isn't that too much like Taiwan? However, a few seconds later, Jiang Chen realized he was overthinking things. Su Qingsheng moved closer to him. She stretched out her slender hands and began to massage his shoulders with practiced ease. How is it, honey? Does it feel good? Is the pressure okay? Not my wife. What you did is different from what you said. Jiang Chun had originally thought that even if the girl was shy and wouldn't do that, she should at least help him with that. But the result? There wasn't a single hair. It's just a shoulder massage. Cut. What did I say? Didn't I ask you if you really wanted to, and then I agreed? Su Qingqing asked back, while happily massaging Jiang Chen's shoulders. But honey, I didn't mean for you to massage my shoulders. Oh, that's not what you were thinking. I thought you were thinking that. Su Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. No, honey, I think that's exactly what you were thinking. Because you are so leech-like. You wouldn't want to be photographed, uploaded online, and become some kind of celebrity, would you? Jiang Chen remained silent. Okay, this time I learned my lesson. A woman's mouth is a liar's tongue. Oh. A dozen minutes later, Su Qingqing finished her massage routine, and to be honest, my shoulders felt quite relaxed afterward. Thank you, honey. Would. Jiang Chun pecked the little girl's rosy cheeks twice, then started the car and sped off towards his home in Chunjiang Pavilion. As for that BMW X7, they then called a designated driver to help them drive back. From the mall to home, you have to go through a mountain road. At the same time, since there were few cars on the road at this location, Jiang Chun could show off his driving skills by driving a Ferrari with one hand. Husband, how about I give it a try? Jiang Chun hadn't driven far, and before he could even start showing off his skills, Su Qingqing in the passenger seat suddenly spoke. You can drive? Jiang Chun asked. Certainly. Su Qingqing immediately gave an affirmative answer. Back then, I almost became a female race car driver. Oh well. Jiang Chun parked the car to the side, and the two switched places. Buzz. Su Qingqing launched herself into the Ferrari, and it started moving. Jiang Chun had ridden in Su Qingqing's car a handful of times before, and he thought his wife's driving skills were just so, nothing special, except that she was fast and steady. But now, it's more than just fast and stable. He almost looks like a race car driver. Jiang Chun was pleasantly surprised by his daughter's driving skills. However, that's not enough. Just when Jiang Chun thought the girl's driving skills were good enough, taking advantage of the fact that there were almost no cars on the road ahead and behind, Su Qingqing actually made a bend in the drainage ditch on the mountain road. That's right, it's the bend in the drainage ditch. It was fast and good, just right, perfectly replicating the plot of the movie. How was it, honey? How good am I at driving? Su Qingqing asked with a smug smile. Good. Okay, Jiang Chun said frankly. He suddenly looked at the girl in a different light. But wife, your driving skills are good. But there is one more skill that you can't learn. What skill? Driving a Ferrari with one hand. Driving a Ferrari with one hand. This is a piece of cake, Su Qingqing said with a smile, freeing up her right hand and operating the car with only her left hand, still driving very steadily on the mountain road. Jiang Chun was completely convinced when he saw this. And Su Qingqing, seeing that he had gained the approval of a certain pig's trotter, he was secretly overjoyed. After passing the mountain road, he used his free right hand to smoothly shift gears. Caught off guard, Jiang Chun exclaimed. If you're going to shift gears, just shift gears. Why are you grabbing me? I'm sorry, honey, I thought. It's alright. Okay. This girl's driving skills are really amazing. So impressive. Chapter 232, I was seduced by my wife. Chapter 232. Young married woman. Who taught you to drive like that? You're so amazing. Jiang Chun sincerely praised his wife after driving on the mountain road. My skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand. Besides being able to drive with one hand, his driving skills are naturally top-notch, even comparable to the best professional race car drivers today. But Jiang Chun knew. The reason I have this skill is because I'm cheating. As for my own driving skills, they were only so, I could drive okay, but honestly, it's hard to say who would win between me and my wife. Didn't I just tell you? I almost became a race car driver in my early years. That's when I learned to drive. But if you ask me who encouraged me to race, it was Kong Shi. Kong Shi? Jiang Chun asked in surprise. That Kong Shi, she seems like a tomboy with a fiery personality, and she's encouraging you to learn to drive race cars, which is such an intense sport. Then why doesn't she learn it herself? This? Speaking of which, you might not believe it. Honey, Su Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. Don't let Kong Shi's energetic and tomboyish demeanor fool you. She acts all high and mighty in front of others. But actually, she's absolutely averse to racing cars. She's terrified of anything over 200 kilometers per hour. And me? Don't let your wife's quiet and gentle demeanor fool you. Once I started it back then, I was driving like a rocket. When my parents found out, They were afraid I would get into an accident, so after I had a minor accident, they absolutely refused to let me drive it. Oh, okay. Jiang Chen really didn't expect that his wife, with her quiet and aloof exterior, had such a side to her. A certain scene came to mind. Someday in the future, my wife and I will compete fiercely as race car drivers. My wife will be wearing a race car driver's uniform and holding a helmet. She was both beautiful and cool, absolutely stunning. But my wife, your one-handed operation is so skillful. Did you learn that from that time? Jiang Chen asked again. Yes. Su Qingqing nodded. It's still the same Kong Shi. She heard somewhere that second-generation Ferrari owners drive with one hand, and she couldn't learn it herself, so she let me try, and I learned it in no time. Jiang Chen was immediately surprised. All right, so my wife can do that too. Moreover, it was Kong Shi who encouraged it. Speaking of Kong Shi, why is she everywhere? Wife, look at you. Following that Kong Shi, you've become a bad influence. You can even drive with one hand. Jiang Chen felt inexplicably annoyed. I thought to myself at that time, why couldn't I stay by the girl's side? How did Kong Shi manage to take advantage of the situation? But when I calculated her age, I was shocked. Good heavens. When this girl was learning to race cars, she probably hadn't even graduated from elementary school yet. You haven't even finished tying your hair yet, have you? Su Qingqing was puzzled. She knew about the joke about driving a Ferrari with one hand, which meant being able to drive with one hand while the other hand was not idle. No, honey, what are you thinking? We're all girls, not as dirty as you think, she said, giving Jiang Chen a disdainful look. What I'm thinking is dirty. Jiang Chen asked. Hey wife, why don't you take a look at your hands? Where are they right now? I saw it. I put my hand on your leg, so what? That's considered dirty. Su Qingqing blushed, and then argued. But even if it is dirty, so what? You are my husband. Isn't it normal for me to be dirty-minded with my husband? Okay, that's normal. Jiang Chen felt helpless and a little strange. Why does this car ride feel like I'm being teased by my wife? No, I mean, I'm being seduced by my wife. The key point is, got it. Chapter 2, 33 Good Wife and Mother. Before I knew it, the car had arrived home. Honey, I'll cook dinner, Su Qingqing said to Jiang Chen with sudden enthusiasm as soon as they entered the house. Making dinner? Why did you suddenly decide to cook dinner? Jiang Chen asked. Previously, the girl was quite self-aware. Knowing that her cooking skills were only so-so, she always let Jiang Chen cook. She would only cook when Jiang Chen was out or when she suddenly felt like it. But as for the taste, it's really hard to explain in a few words. Now that Aunt Lu is at home, there's even less need for her to cook. There's no particular reason. Can't I just suddenly decide to do it? Su Qingqing blinked and said playfully. Actually, she had no intention of telling that certain jerk that she did this because of something her mother had said. If a woman is too lazy, her husband will run away. My mother wouldn't easily pass on these pieces of advice to me. Who wouldn't like a virtuous wife and loving mother? Just thinking about it. Since I started living with someone, almost all of them were taken care of by someone who was extremely attentive. Even when they were first discharged from the hospital, he helped them with things like going to the toilet, washing their hair, and taking a shower. And myself, we have done far too little for him. I suddenly felt a little panicked. I'm really afraid that my husband might abandon me one day and run off with some random woman. Why? If that's the case, where will you go to cry? But this is so sudden. How did the sun rise in the west? Jiang Chen was unaware of Su Qingqing's thoughts and could only find it hard to believe. So what if we come from the west? Who says the sun has to rise in the east? You'll get used to it over time, Su Qingqing said confidently, then added with a smile. And honey, this is just the beginning. Just you wait. Wife, I'll make you a delicious dinner. Jiang Chen asked, what are you preparing for dinner? Still that egg noodles? No. This time I'm going to change things up. How about some fried mushrooms, the dish I just learned? How about adding a simple beef and potato stew? 2 dishes should be enough for dinner. Su Qingqing excitedly pecked Jiang Chen and ran to the kitchen. Honey, just wait. Okay. By the way, honey, when you're cooking, don't ask Aunt Lu for help, Jiang Chen replied, then promptly reminded her. Of course. Also, remember to wash your hands before cooking. Su Qingqing was taken aback. Thinking to herself, do I need you to remind me? She realized what she meant, her face immediately turning red, and she spat out a curse. Roll. Do you even need to tell me? I'm not going to wash it, so what? The girl's cooking skills. Jiang Chen didn't have high hopes, but it was still rare that the girl volunteered to cook. I have to try it, no matter what. More than an hour later, Su Qingsheng has finally finished. I'm sorry, honey. I've been stewing the beef for too long. Are you hungry? Come on, try my fried mushrooms and beef stew with potatoes. It's alright, it's alright. The longer you stew it, the more tender and delicious the beef will be. While Su Qingsheng was cooking, Jiang Chen spent some time with the three little monsters. When he heard Su Qingsheng say that the meal was ready, he stood up and went to the dining table. Because I was really hungry. So there's still some expectation. As long as it's not too bad, I'll make sure to give the little girl plenty of face. However, when I arrived at the dining table, I was immediately taken aback. What is this dark thing? That's a fried mushroom. It looks dark because I didn't control the heat well, but even though it's dark, honey, you should still try it. It still tastes delicious. Jiang Chen, taste. Let's forget about it. If you hadn't said it was fried mushrooms, I would have thought it was fried coal ash. Huh. Then, Jiang Chen went to see the stewed beef with potatoes. To be honest, this beef and potato stew looks pretty good. It's much better than that fried coal ash, fried mushroom dish. And it smells quite nice too. Honey, would you like to try it? Su Qingsheng was too embarrassed to recommend fried mushrooms again. But seeing that Jiang Chen was interested in the beef and potato stew, she offered him a pair of chopsticks. Okay, sure. Jiang Chen took the chopsticks and tasted a piece of beef. It has a soft and tender texture. It's actually pretty good. But after chewing a couple of times and putting the whole piece of beef in my mouth, a powerful wave of flavor washed over me. How is it, honey? Is it delicious? Su Qingsheng asked eagerly after seeing Jiang Chen eat the beef. Tasty. Tasty. But don't do it next time. Why? I'm afraid you should ask me that, Jiang Chen said, taking 2 big gulps of water. When you made this beef and potato stew, how much salt did you put in it? You didn't just dump it from the salt shaker, did you? This? Su Qingsheng immediately rubbed her forehead. It wasn't poured from the salt shaker, but it's about right. The stewed beef was almost done at that time. She felt the taste was a bit bland, so she wanted to add some salt. Unfortunately, the small salt container was empty, so she simply grabbed a bag of salt. I want to tear open a small opening. Unexpectedly, I didn't control my strength well, and with a ripping sound, I tore a big gash, and then, the whole bag of salt was poured into the pot. That saltiness. Let alone a certain pig's trotter who can't stand it. Even a cow would probably cry from the sourness. Su Qingsheng wanted to redo it, but there wasn't enough time. Why? All our efforts were in vain. But, how could she easily give up her goal of being a virtuous wife and loving mother? Then, before going to bed, Su Qingsheng brought up a new matter. Honey, shall I wash your feet? Jiang Chen was still puzzled. Su Qingsheng then prepared a basin of hot water to give him a foot bath. This flattered Jiang Chen. Honey, why are you acting so strangely tonight? Is this unusual? Isn't it normal for a wife to wash her husband's feet at night? Come on, honey, you'll get used to it. Su Qingsheng said with a smile, trying to persuade him. Then came a pair of slender, delicate hands. He grabbed Jiang Chen's foot. Wife, you're not hiding anything, are you? What conspiracy are you hiding? I'm your wife. What bad intentions could I possibly have? If I did, I would just want to treat you well and be a good wife and mother. Isn't that enough? Okay. Jiang Chen was willing to support the girl's request. Half an hour later, Su Qingsheng successfully washed Jiang Chen's feet. Compared to cooking skills, the skill in washing feet and massaging them is much better. Until I lay down in bed, Su Qingsheng finally calmed down. They each scrolled through their phones for a while, then prepared to go to sleep. Su Qingsheng rolled over as usual. She skillfully snuggled into someone's arms. Jiang Chen turned off the light, then suddenly remembered something and asked Su Qingsheng, Wife, how many people are in your family? Why are you asking this? Checking household registration? Su Qingsheng, nestled in his arms, yawned. Not really, Jiang Chen smiled. I just wanted to ask about your father's situation. Chapter 234 Wife, you're playing with fire. In fact, when Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng got their marriage certificate, Jiang Chen saw Su Qingsheng's household registration book. Of course, Su Qingsheng also saw Jiang Chen's. I know her parents are both well. My household registration is in Shanghai. Jiang Chen also glanced at the page listing her parents. That's what I was thinking at the time. These are my father-in-law and mother-in-law, whom I haven't even met yet. But later, without my knowledge, he actually acquired the hotel where his mother-in-law was a senior executive, becoming her boss. This fact was only discovered when his mother-in-law came to visit. Firstly, He glanced at his mother-in-law's name casually. He genuinely didn't remember it. I didn't even think about writing it down. Secondly, I had no idea that my parents-in-law were in Shanghai and that Bai Huiyin had moved to Hangzhou for work. So, when Jiang Chun first met President Bai in Hangzhou, who was also his mother-in-law, he never even considered her. They only knew that the other party was a capable, competent, and quite handsome general manager Jiu Ri. It wasn't until yesterday that I unexpectedly discovered it. That Mr. Bai is actually the girl's mother, his own mother-in-law. With this precedent as a warning. At the same time, to avoid embarrassment and impoliteness. Before going to sleep, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered this matter and asked the little girl about her family, especially her father. The world is so small. What a coincidence. If I were to run into my father-in-law again someday, I wouldn't be as bewildered and caught off guard as I was when my mother-in-law came to visit yesterday. Isn't that still checking household registration? Fine, I'll show you my household registration book. Su Qingqing understood Jiang Chen's meaning. After all, she was also shocked by what her mother did when she first came to the house yesterday. It turned out that the pig's trotter was her mother's boss. Have to. What if, without knowing it, your mom tries to match you up with that guy? That would be even more interesting. Just myself. There was no need for matchmaking between her and the pig's trotter. They had already gotten together by some twist of fate long ago. Possible. This must be fate. Su Qingqing was quick. I found the household registration booklet. She then opened the cloud photo album on her phone, picked out a few photos of her father, and showed them to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chen first looked through the photos. He looked at the girl again and then laughed. I must say, you look a lot like your dad. And wow, your dad is really handsome. Of course, I am his daughter, so it's no wonder I look like him, and I'm so beautiful. My dad said he had to be a really handsome guy, otherwise my mom wouldn't have chosen him back then. Su Qingqing then snuggled into someone's arms again. But husband, these pictures you're looking at are from when we were on good terms, and they're all from several years ago. I wonder how he is now. What else can we do now? Jiang Chun ruffled the girl's hair. It's only been a few years. Your dad may have aged a bit, or he may have become more handsome, but no matter what, he's still him, isn't he? Yes, that's true. Jiang Chun flipped through a few pages. Knowing what your father-in-law looks like is enough. Then I unexpectedly discovered a series of photos of my daughter from a few years ago. I immediately became interested, but before admiring them, I turned to ask for her opinion. Su Qingqing was very generous. See, honey. Anyway, my life is already in your hands, so look if you want. After you finish watching, please give your opinion on whether I looked good or not back then. That wife. Aren't you afraid I'll see something inappropriate for children on your phone? Not suitable for children? Get lost. Su Qingqing playfully bit Jiang Chun. I didn't even have a boyfriend back then. What kind of inappropriate content was that? Before I was with you, I was still a virgin. Still not satisfied, she bit Jiang Chun again. Alright, honey, stop biting me. I was wrong, okay? Jiang Chun was in pain and had no choice but to coax the girl. Good to know. Su Qingqing knew when to stop. Jiang Chun looked at the two shocking teeth marks on his arm and smiled helplessly. He had a tigress at home who would bite at the drop of a hat. Oh dear, how am I supposed to live like this? I calmed myself down. Next, let's admire the little girl's photos from back then. To be honest, modern girls are mature, sophisticated, charming, and incredibly beautiful. And the girl in the photo, she is pure and lovely, full of youthful energy, like a flower that has just bloomed. How are you feeling, honey? Was I good looking back then? Su Qingqing leaned closer and asked again. Nice. Just one that's pretty? Of course not. Back then, you were not even 20 yet. Besides being pretty, you were just too young, as tender as a flower, as if you could squeeze water out of it if you pinched it. Jiang Chun told the truth. Cut. Don't be cheeky. Su Qingqing blushed inexplicably and spat out a curse. Jiang Chun was speechless. He was just telling the truth. Why was he being so cheeky? He shook his head, preparing to continue looking through the photos. But then, I no longer have the heart to appreciate it. Because over there, the girl suddenly became restless for some reason. Honey, we're home now. You don't need to drive that Ferrari with one hand like you used to, Jiang Chun said tactfully. But when we get home, shouldn't we be more casual now? Su Qingqing buried her head in someone's arms, her face burning, but she was secretly delighted and still said it on purpose. Random. But honey, you know you're playing with fire. Playing with fire? What's wrong with me playing with fire? Is there anything wrong with that? Jiang Chun immediately lost his composure. So what if we play with fire? What's wrong with that? This. Speaking of the girl, when did she become so arrogant and provocative? If this continues, it will be unbearable. Chapter 235. He's bad at the game, but has a huge addiction. He just loves to play. Faced with the girl's blatant provocation, what else is there to say? This is intolerable. Chen reacted without hesitation, throwing away his phone and immediately imposing extremely severe repression. Iya, iya, iya. Around 11 o'clock, the three little monsters suddenly started making a fuss. According to the usual routine, this should be mealtime again, and it's time for Grandma to eat. Husband, the child is hungry. Hurry up and get them some food. Su Qingcheng at this moment. Under the severe suppression, she regretted her deliberate provocation earlier. But when she heard the cries of the three little divine beasts, she felt as if she had seen a savior. She repeatedly reminded Jiang Chen, afraid that he wouldn't hear her. Oh, Jiang Chen responded. Follow them to the crib to check on the three little creatures. She quickly and efficiently changed the diapers for the three little ones, and then it was time to start feeding them. Honey, wake up. Don't sleep. The babies haven't been fed yet. Jiang Chen turned around and saw that the little girl was already asleep. He quickly reminded him. But husband, I'm so sleepy, I can barely keep my eyes open. Su Qingcheng was exhausted, her eyes still closed. How about you do what you want? As she spoke, she pulled back the blanket. Jiang Chen saw someone facepalm. Have to. Let's forget about it. Thinking that there was still plenty of fresh breast milk stored in the refrigerator, I covered the little girl with the blanket again. But little girl. This time, it vividly illustrates what it means to be bad at cooking but addicted to it. Hey, it's just for fun. Jiang Chen took out breast milk from the refrigerator, warmed it with a bottle warmer, and then fed it to her three little monsters. The three little monsters have visibly increased their appetites, and of course, they're getting heavier every day when you pick them up. After patting their backs to burp and putting them to sleep, I helped them burp and then put them to sleep. Jiang Chen went back to bed. I found that the little girl was fast asleep, breathing evenly. But even though she was fast asleep, one of her legs was restless and sticking out of the blanket. Jiang Chen put the little girl's outstretched leg back under the covers. I'm getting ready to sleep now. Just as I was about to lie down, I noticed the girl's household registration booklet was still on the bedside table, so I picked it up, glanced at it briefly, and memorized my father-in-law's name. Su Hingshan. At the same time, in a high-end apartment in Hangzhou, a city thousands of miles away from Sihai City, Su Hingshan and Bai Huiyan also went to sleep. Su Hingshan that day. I've exercised a lot and made a lot of progress. I can basically walk freely with just a cane, although I'm still tired. As you walk, his steps were so heavy, as if he were carrying a 1,000-pound weight. However, compared to before, it's so much better than you could ever imagine. Therefore, he was overjoyed. In addition, after Bai Huiyan returned, she told him a lot about her daughter's situation in Sihai City. She knew that her son-in-law was very good in all aspects, and he praised him endlessly. He immediately felt much more at ease about his daughter's situation. Of course, he couldn't possibly be without resentment about his daughter's situation. Right now, Su Hingshan was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly jolted awake, a chill running down his spine, as if he were being watched by some ancient ferocious beast. A layer of sweat followed on his forehead. Huiyan, wife. After waking up, he quickly went to call Bai Huiyan. Bai Huiyan was sleeping soundly. In the morning, I accompanied my daughter, who always seemed to be exposed to drafts, shopping, and browsing in the mall. In the afternoon, I gave my daughter and son-in-law a few instructions and then flew back to Hangzhou. I didn't have a moment's rest all day. They were exhausted. However, Su Hingshan's voice could be heard. Bai Huiyan woke up immediately. This is a habit I've developed over the past 6 months of taking care of Su Hingshan at night. What's wrong, honey? Did you have a nightmare? Are you feeling unwell? Bai Huiyan asked anxiously after getting up. Without. Su Hingshan was still shaken and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Chapter 236. The Unconvinced Father-in-Law. I didn't have any nightmares, and I didn't feel unwell. That's right. I was sleeping soundly when suddenly I felt a chill down my spine, a bone-chilling chill, as if I was being watched by something terrifying. I'm inexplicably terrified. But he couldn't wake up for a while. He finally woke up. He was covered in a cold sweat. Su Hingshan tried to describe how he had felt just now. Even after saying it, I still felt a lingering fear. To be honest, he'd lived most of his life and experienced everything. But this was the first time he'd ever felt this way. Oh, what terrifying thing is targeting us? Still not awake for a while? Su Hongshan's words immediately startled Bai Huiyan. She knew her husband liked to joke, but since he became seriously ill, he had become somewhat taciturn, especially in the middle of the night. He was actually still very weak, so he would never lie to her. Yes. Su Hongshan nodded. Anyway, it was a kind of inexplicable fear, and at the same time, I could faintly hear a voice. What's that sound? Bai Huiyan asked again. It sounds like someone is calling my name, Su Hongshan. Her husband's solemn expression and tone almost made Bai Huiyan lose her composure, and she suddenly exclaimed, Who's calling your name? Not my husband. Don't scare me. Why does this sound so mystical so late at night? Could it be the black and white impermanents chanting your name? I said, what are you thinking? Both black and white impermanents have appeared. Although I am weak, the main reason is that I am lame. Don't worry, I won't die anytime soon. Su Hongshan said irritably. Bai Huiyan breathed a slight sigh of relief when she saw her husband's expression. I was just hearing you make it sound so serious. They've been targeted by some ferocious beast again, and people are calling their names again. He's acting strangely and mysteriously. It really startled me. Bai Huiyan complained for a moment, then suddenly hugged her shoulders. Why is it so cold inside? I subconsciously turned my head and looked towards the window, where I saw the wind howling through the curtains. Have to. No wonder it's so cold inside. It's a chilly day, and the windows were open, she said, putting on a coat and closing the windows tightly. Then I drew the curtains again. After closing the window, Su Hongshan immediately felt less cold. Suddenly I understood. Could it be? Is it because the wind suddenly picked up when the window was open? You got chilled, and then you experienced sleep paralysis? That's quite possible. Su Hongshan didn't believe in any supernatural phenomena like ghosts or gods. Rather than believing in ghosts and gods, he has more faith in scientific explanations. What? Sleep paralysis? Bai Huiyan asked in surprise. Sleep paralysis is a feeling where you want to wake up but can't, and you feel panic and fear. You can find out about it by searching on your phone. Su Hongshan said. He had previously experienced sleep paralysis. I've never experienced sleep paralysis as intensely as this one. The extreme feeling of coldness and terror quickly disappeared completely. He stopped dwelling on it, but he was still a little puzzled as to who was muttering his name in the middle of the night. Jiang Chen's inner monologue. What a coincidence! What a coincidence! It's me. Certainly. It's also possible that it's just my imagination. After all, I was experiencing sleep paralysis at the time. Su Hongshan stopped thinking about it if he couldn't figure it out. After all, everything was based on science. So this is what sleep paralysis is like. Okay. Bai Huiyan said after searching for information about sleep paralysis. She was a top student back then and wasn't superstitious. Now that her husband had suddenly woken up in the middle of the night, at least there was an explanation, and she was finally relieved. But they did mention being paralyzed by a ghost. The underlying reasons may be related to physical fatigue, mental state, or something similar. From now on, you need to pay more attention to rest. Don't just rush to recover your health, understand? Bai Huiyan instructed again. I understand. Su Hongshan replied immediately. So many years. He and his wife have been through thick and thin together, and it hasn't been easy. Especially in the last 6 months, he became paralyzed in both legs, and the Su family business suffered a major blow. But his wife has never abandoned him. He was truly grateful. Good to know. You almost scared me to death just now, Bai Huiyan said, pinching Su Hongshan with lingering fear. Su Hongshan smiled. He shook his head, not taking it to heart, knowing his wife was just worried about him. And because of this incident, the couple, who usually went to bed early, were not sleepy for the time being. That wife. Is that all there is to our daughter's situation? Su Hongshan suddenly asked after a while. What else can we do? Bai Huiyan retorted. And that Jiang Chen is really good. I saw it with my own eyes. He treats Qing Cheng and the child exceptionally well. Moreover, he is quite capable and talented. Do you know the jury group where I am a senior executive? We almost went bankrupt a while ago because of a financial crisis. Later, someone acquired 80% of the shares and promptly injected a large amount of capital to repay bank debts, smoothly bringing jury group back on the right track of development. And this person is Jiang Chen. Huh. Su Hongshan was surprised. So, this Jiang Chen is really good. I thought this rascal was just a poor college graduate. Who says it isn't? Bai Huiyan said. I thought so too, but when I met him, I realized he was my boss. Moreover, this young man is humble and quite talented. His calligraphy is superb, surpassing even my famous teachers. Where can you find such a good son-in-law? Even with a lantern, you might not be able to find it. Bai Huiyin showered Jiang Chun with compliments, praising him as if he were a flower. Su Hingshan heard about it. He could only say, "All right then, since you and your daughter are both set on Jiang Chun, I have no objection." But actually, he really did have some complaints. In other words, they were unconvinced. That kid named Jiang Chen sounds good, but even if he's good, can he compare to my benefactor, the little brother who helped heal my legs? In terms of financial resources, that young man bought the store's prized jadeite piece for 100 million without even blinking, clearly indicating he's extremely wealthy. He's not much worse than Jiang Chun in terms of talent and wit. This young man's superb acupuncture skills miraculously cured his paralysis, a terminal illness that had baffled many famous doctors. His skills are no less impressive than that kid's calligraphy, are they? Let's talk about appearance. That guy must be very handsome to be chosen by his own daughter. But young man, it was his handsome appearance that caught my eye. He was dashing, charming, and his demeanor was both elegant and composed. TSK. He definitely has the same style he had back then. In short, it's up to him to make the decision. He insisted on breaking Jiang Chen's legs and kicking him out of the house, the man who had harmed his daughter. Then you must take your younger brother as your son-in-law. Of course now. He only thought about it. As for his daughter, the deed was done, and his wife was completely enamored with that guy. That's enough. Chapter 237 Shameless. Chickens fighting each other. Honey, when are you going to visit Sihai and see our daughter? Bai Huiyan asked. I've already been there. My daughter and son-in-law welcomed me very much, and my 3 grandchildren are adorable. I guarantee you'll love them when you see them. I definitely have to go, Su Hongshan said. We only have this one daughter, and I've really cut ties with her. But you know my physical condition. I couldn't go before, but now that I'm slowly recovering, I guess I'll have to wait until I'm almost fully recovered. Although Su Hongshan is not very satisfied with the son-in-law his daughter has chosen. But she was, after all, his only daughter. If I don't go myself, things won't be right, and my daughter will inevitably have some complaints about me. He can still tell which aspect is more important. The key point is, the question is when to go. That's true, but there's no rush, honey. Let's talk about it when you've recovered a bit more. Bai Huiyan comforted her. Su Hongshan nodded. Just my wife. Once I've recovered enough, I'd like to go to Shanghai first. Huh? What? Bai Huiyan asked. Aren't you afraid your daughter will resent you? I'm afraid my daughter will complain. But I am the backbone of the Su family business. There's still a lot of stuff to do in Shanghai. In recent years, our Su family has been declining, especially after I got sick and became paralyzed in both legs, basically making me a useless person. The Su family's rivals are all taking advantage of the situation. If I don't step in and go to Shanghai to set things up, I'm afraid our Su family will never be able to recover. Su Hongshan said with a wry smile. Bai Huiyan initially didn't understand. Why didn't the husband go to Sihai City to see his daughter first? But after listening to her husband's explanation, she wholeheartedly agreed. If I don't visit my daughter around the world, she will definitely resent me. But no matter how resentful she is doing quite well now. But I won't go to Shanghai to make a big splash. Clean up the mess. Those rivals of the Su family really thought that with her husband crippled, the Su family was doomed. With a combination of factors, the once glorious and influential Su family in Shanghai may truly be doomed from this day forward. All right then, as long as you know what I mean, Bai Huiyan said. Wife, please also tell our daughter not to worry. Whether my business with the Su family in Shanghai is over or not, I must find some time to visit them in Sihai. Sihai City. The biotechnology company acquired by Jiang Chun is operating smoothly. Su Qingcheng is the president. With a comprehensive understanding of the overall situation, I quickly got the hang of the job and gradually improved. However, because she did not want to resign from her position as a teacher at Sihai University, Su Qingcheng actually had to return to the university every week to complete her teaching and research tasks, in addition to being the president of the biotechnology company. Running back and forth like this. Needless to say, it was very hard work. Jiang Chun had advised her more than once to simply resign from the school, but Su Qingcheng disagreed, preferring to live a fulfilling life every day. Jiang Chun had no choice. We had no choice but to try to reduce her workload as much as possible. At the same time, the 3 miraculous products that Jiang Chun created, skin whitening mud, hair growth serum, and hair removal serum, were also successfully developed and put into production under Su Qingcheng's overall coordination, from formulation and manufacturing processes to trial production and implementation. Step by step, we move towards final mass production. Regarding these 3 products, Jiang Chen was confident that the product would be a huge hit. Snow Skin Mud focuses on skincare, making skin delicate and smooth. Skincare is a well-worn topic with consistently high demand. Hair Growth Tonic, primarily for promoting hair growth. These days, life is stressful. Whether you're a boy or a girl, the probability of sudden baldness is too high, and it's difficult to treat. Hair transplantation costs a lot of money, and the results are not guaranteed. Since it's a god-level product, all effects are maxed out. Compared to existing products on the market, the effects of the Snow Skin Mud and Hair Growth Serum are simply outclassing. How could they possibly lose when a dragon is charging in? As for hair removal liquid, it can achieve permanent hair removal. One use provides lifelong effectiveness. Some say that because it's permanently valid, it could lead to bankruptcy. But actually, there's no need to think that way. With billions of people worldwide, even if only a very small percentage of them buy it, it would still be incredibly profitable, even if it doesn't generate the same explosive profits as skin whitening and hair growth serums. However, it's also quite good as a product advertisement. Painless, injury-free, and without any after effects, such miraculous effects are simply unmatched by ordinary products. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. That noon, taking advantage of the sunny weather, Jiang Chen brought food to Su Qingqing and also brought out the 3 little monsters. As soon as I entered the company, the employees greeted me. As for Jiang Chen, the employees had seen him many times and knew he was the company boss. The company boss would bring his kids over for a visit and deliver meals to his wife, who was the president. Pretty beaver-like, right? Of course, this is to avoid affecting work. Jiang Chen still tried his best to restrain himself and not disturb Su Qingqing during work hours. Honey, you've been busy all morning. It's time for lunch. Jiang Chen went straight to the president's office and placed the lunchbox he was carrying on Su Qingqing's large desk. Su Qingqing saw Jiang Chen arrive with the child. He quickly put down what he was doing and came to greet her. Give Jiang Chen a big hug. They cuddled together for a while longer. Only after opening the lunchbox did I realize that, just by looking at its large capacity and the layers of small boxes, I knew that the lunch was very substantial. After Su Qingqing opened them one by one, it was indeed the case. In addition to a balanced mix of meat and vegetables and carefully prepared home-style dishes, there were even abalone, hairy crabs, and crayfish. Su Qingqing couldn't help but salivate upon seeing it. Honey, did you make this? Of course. Of course, food made by my own hands tastes better when it's for my wife. Jiang Chen looked at the little girl with affection. Hurry up and eat it while it's hot. After you finish eating, the 3 little babies will have their meal too. Su Qingqing. I thought to myself, the logic is sound, but the way it's said just sounds a bit strange. This pig's trotter. It was definitely intentional. Having been extremely busy all morning, Su Qingqing was also hungry and began to eat without any hesitation. Thank you, honey. After eating and drinking her fill, Su Qingqing was in a great mood. Seeing someone beside her, she couldn't help but give him a sweet kiss. Then one wasn't enough, so another one came. And then, unsurprisingly, Jiang Chen countered, and the 2 of them shamelessly started pecking at each other like chickens. President Su. The test results are in. Suddenly, Secretary Lu Xue knocked on the door and then pushed it open. She happened to see the scene of chickens pecking at each other inside. Caught off guard, she was startled and quickly covered her eyes. That boss, Mr. Su. I didn't see anything. After saying that, he hurriedly retreated. Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing. It's all your fault. Su Qingqing exclaimed. Her face flushed red, and she glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. Jiang Chen expressed his innocence. Speaking of which, who made the first move? No, who spoke first? It doesn't seem to have been me, right? Knock, knock, knock. This time, Lu Xue knocked on the door, but didn't go in directly. Come in, Su Qingqing said, her expression returning to normal. President Su, the test results for the skin smoothing mud, hair growth serum, and hair removal serum are in. Lu Xue handed several reports to Su Qingqing, then closed the door and left. Submitting the product for testing is a crucial step in bringing it to market. Skin whitening mud, hair growth serum, and hair removal serum must all pass the inspection of professional institutions before they can be officially launched on the market. Su Qingqing flipped through the reports. I was full of expectations. Unexpectedly, after glancing at it a few times, his expression darkened. The reports for the skin whitening mud and hair growth serum were unqualified, and the test results for the hair removal serum were blank. In fact, the test was unsuccessful. Chapter 238, A Good Man Doesn't Fight with a Tigress. What happened? Chen asked from the side. 3 new products have been tested and found to have problems. The skin whitening mud and hair growth liquid failed the tests, and the hair removal liquid couldn't even be submitted for testing, Su Qingqing said with a surprised expression. In theory, this is just a normal procedure. I have carefully checked the materials and workmanship of the product, and there is absolutely no problem with it. But how could this happen? Could it be that the samples we sent were substandard? Su Qingqing, puzzled, handed the test report to Chen. Chen was also surprised after seeing it. Honey, could it be that someone is sabotaging us behind this? Is someone sabotaging us behind our backs? Yes. Think about it. Submitting samples for testing is a normal thing, and nothing should go wrong. But something went wrong, and the hair removal liquid was never submitted for testing. I suspect that it might have been sabotaged by a competitor. Buzz. Just then, Su Qingqing's phone rang. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a call from Su Yan. Su Qingqing paused for a moment, but still answered. As soon as the call connected, Su Yan's sarcastic voice came through. Hey Qingqing, how's work at your new company? I heard you've actually been appointed as president. Wow, congratulations. However, life has its ups and downs, that's normal. I also heard that your company is preparing to mass-produce several new products and has sent samples for testing. So, I'm giving you a small gift. After all, we used to be colleagues. You're welcome. So, the reason our 3 new products failed the inspection was because you were behind it? Su Qingqing asked, suppressing her anger, thinking to herself that she had no past grudges against Su Yan. When we were colleagues, we even had a decent relationship. Why are they suddenly targeting her? I was behind this. Su Qingqing, don't make baseless accusations without evidence, okay? But then again, even if I were to sabotage things behind your back, what could you do to me? Fine. I'll just tell you the truth. I have connections at the Food and Drug Administration. As long as he's there, whatever new product you're making, you can forget about passing the tests. If it doesn't pass the tests, you can forget about launching it on the market. Okay, that's all for now. Lastly, I wish President Su a prosperous business and that he makes a fortune every day. Finally, there was another burst of smug laughter. Even Su Qingqing, who has a relatively good temper, shook her head and sneered when she heard this, secretly reminding herself that it was unnecessary to get angry at this kind of person and lose face. In the end, he was still just an ordinary person. Su Qingqing was so angry that her face turned pale, and she even wanted to smash her phone on the spot. Speaking of Su Yan, what did I do to provoke her? And she actually dared to openly provoke me. This is absolutely outrageous. Su Qingqing couldn't swallow this insult. He frowned, racking his brains for a solution. He thought to himself that if this were in Shanghai, with his father's help and connections, he might be able to handle the matter for him. In the vast world, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Su Yan's family had been operating in Sihai City for many years and were powerful and influential. She dared to do it. They must be fearless because they have something to rely on. No matter how I feel, there's nothing I can do about it. After thinking for a while, Su Qingqing realized she had no other choice but to discuss it with someone and hear their opinion. Unexpectedly, he turned his head. But then they discovered that this damned guy was actually laughing. That's right. He was looking at himself and laughing heartily. They're all so worried, and you're still laughing? Don't you have any conscience? Su Qingqing was furious and glared at Chen. But to everyone's surprise, this made Chen even happier. Well, how should I put it? I don't know if it counts as some kind of quirk. The more he saw the little girl get anxious or angry, the more he felt it was acceptable. He liked it very much, and he couldn't help but want to laugh. The more anxious the girl became, the angrier she got. He laughed even harder. You're something else. You're not helping, but gloating, huh? I'll show you what's what. Seeing the man's laughter intensify, Su Qingqing got angry and pounced on him without any politeness. It opened its mouth and made 2 sounds, taking 2 bites in a row. Chen immediately felt a sharp pain. No. Wife, why did you bite me? Who told you to laugh? You bite me if I laugh. Yeah. Who told you to laugh when I was in a hurry? Su Qingqing said, pretending to bite Chen again. Fine, I'm scared of you. The tigress was really anxious. Under the other party's intimidation, Jiang Chun had no choice but to give up. A good man doesn't fight with a tigress. Anyway, it's not like he hasn't bitten her before, and there will be plenty of opportunities to make the tigress cry in the future. Wife. I just did some quick calculations, and I think I can resolve this by making a phone call, Jiang Chun said after a pause. A quick calculation. You think you can solve it with just a phone call? Su Qingcheng said irritably. Honey, I'm really not in the mood for jokes right now. I'm not joking this time, Jiang Chun said seriously, his expression hardening. Are you serious? Su Qingcheng asked. Yes, Jiang Chun said seriously, but as I just said, making a phone call is only a possibility and cannot guarantee 100% that I can solve your problem. It's okay, honey. Go ahead and try. If it doesn't work, we'll think of something else. Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng inexplicably trusted the man and spoke reasonably. Jiang Chun nodded, then dialed a number. Hello, Mr. Li. Chapter 239, The Walking 500,000. Inside a luxurious office. After Su Yan finished her phone call with Su Qingcheng, she was overjoyed. After all, I've been feeling this frustrated for far too long. When we were colleagues. In terms of figure, temperament, and looks, she was completely outshone by Su Qingcheng. Su Qingcheng was the center of attention and surrounded by admirers, making her feel like a clown in comparison. We ran into each other again some time ago. He wanted to ridicule Su Qingcheng again, but unexpectedly, Su Qingcheng's young husband, Jiang Chun, retorted. She was so angry she almost lost her temper. Especially when we saw Jiang Chun at the end. Not only did he stand up for Su Qingcheng, but he was also driving a Ferrari LaFerrari worth over 20 million yuan. She was consumed by jealousy. Why is it that Su Qingcheng, who is not only born with exceptional beauty, also so lucky? Although afterwards, because she was wary of Jiang Chen's potentially powerful background, she endured it for a while until she heard that Su Qingcheng's new company was about to mass-produce 3 new products. I couldn't hold back any longer. Without hesitation, they made another move. One reason is that it's for the company's benefit, so suppressing competitors' products is perfectly reasonable. Secondly, there's no other way. Seeing Su Qingcheng doing well is more painful than killing her. She would never easily give up any opportunity to strike at Su Qingcheng. Therefore, she asked her father, who worked at the Food and Drug Administration, to secretly tamper with the new products submitted by Su Qingcheng's company for testing. Her father was the deputy to the head of the Food and Drug Administration, but he held real power and his word was law. In addition, Su Yan was his only daughter, and he doted on her rotten. So Su Yan's father didn't think much of it. Since my precious daughter has made a request, what else can we do? We might as well lend a hand. Therefore, they secretly violated the operating procedures and issued 2 unqualified inspection reports and 1 blank report for the 3 new products submitted to Su Qingcheng's company for testing. Su Yan couldn't help but think of Su Qingcheng's helpless rage and exasperation over there. I felt incredibly happy. Su Qingcheng, you deserve this. Don't blame me. Blame me if you want. You're just too good in every way. I can't compare to you at all. In the office, Su Yan couldn't help but feel smug and burst into laughter. So much so that she was so happy that she didn't do much for the entire afternoon. Of course, in reality, she was just a figurehead and didn't have to do anything at all. It was almost time to leave work. The receptionist came in. Mr. Su, your package is here. Okay, put it there. Su Yan took the package and was overjoyed when she saw it, because it was Weishin de Hong Pao tea she had bought for her father, the kind that costs tens of thousands of yuan per kilogram. My dad loves to drink tea. This time, it will help me to strike at Su Qingcheng. As a daughter myself, I have to repay my dad somehow. I was just about to call my dad to tell him that his favorite de Hong Pao tea had arrived, when my phone suddenly buzzed. My dad was calling me instead. Hey Dad. Su Yan answered the phone excitedly. Unexpectedly, the voice on the other end of the phone was that of a strange man. Hello, is this Su Yan? We are from the Independent Commission Against Corruption, ICAC. Your father has been arrested and is under our control on suspicion of embezzlement, bribery, abuse of power, and possessing a large amount of unexplained wealth. As his daughter, please cooperate with our investigation. Su Yan was stunned when she heard this. What? People from the Independent Commission Against Corruption, ICAC. Also, my father is suspected of embezzlement and bribery. My dad used to be very cautious. They usually live a very simple life, keeping a low profile and never daring to flaunt their wealth. How did they suddenly get discovered by the Independent Commission Against Corruption, ICAC? Could it be this time? He messed up his dad's business by making him violate regulations and just happened to run into trouble. But that can't be right. What merit or ability does Su Qingqing possess? While they were in shock and confusion, suddenly, thump, 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 there was another knock on the door, and a group of people in uniforms rushed in. Su Yan, we are from the National Security Agency. You were captivated by the beauty of foreign men while traveling abroad. He fell into a sex trap carefully set by the enemy's intelligence agency. After returning home, he repeatedly sent them secret domestic intelligence. The nature of his crime was heinous and his crimes were serious. You're under arrest. Su Yan saw this. He was immediately terrified and turned ashen-faced. She never imagined that right after her father was investigated, all the dirty deeds she had done behind the scenes would suddenly come to light. Then they saw that the other party had shown them handcuffs. My first instinct was to run away, but after taking only 2 steps, my knees buckled and I fell to my knees. Su Yan and her father were arrested separately. Although there were no official reports, some related rumors still caused quite a stir among the public. Su Yan's father is suspected of embezzlement, bribery, abuse of power, and possessing a huge amount of unexplained wealth. Su Yan is suspected of working for the intelligence agency of an enemy country, committing espionage and treason. Those in the know vehemently criticized the two individuals. Especially Su Yan, the walking 500,000. As a Chinese citizen, she betrayed her own country and ancestors, willingly serving the intelligence agency of an enemy country. She is utterly shameless, regardless of what the two of them do. This arrest means he'll be spending the rest of his life in jail. And then the two were arrested. The 3 new products from Su Qingqing's company have passed the inspection, clearing all obstacles. Next, once all other procedures are completed, they can officially begin mass production and prepare for market launch. Honey, you're amazing. A simple phone call solved the problem. And actually, they investigated Su Yan and her father thoroughly, and as a result, they both ended up in jail. It looks like they'll never get out. After the test was completed, Su Qingqing praised Jiang Chen highly. If it weren't in the CEO's office, she was doing certain things that were unsightly, and every now and then someone would come in to report on them. She really wanted to force someone down and reward him properly. He was a major contributor this time. No. It's not that I'm too strong. It's that the old man I found, Li, is too strong. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead and said the truth. Actually, back then, he genuinely couldn't guarantee that Li Shengli would help him after he called him. Surprisingly, not only did Li Shengli help, but Su Yan and her father were also uninvestigated. Good heavens. One of them is at least a corrupt official. One is a walking 500,000. Even Jiang Chen himself was stunned when he found out. Damn it. Those two, Su Yan and her father, were really worse than the other. Jiang Chen and his wife were talking when suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out. Li Shengli called. Chapter 240 The Simple Life of a Hands-Off Manager. It turned out to be old Li calling. Jiang Chen answered the phone, exchanged a few polite words, and then expressed his gratitude to Li Shengli for his help. No, Comrade Jiang, you're too kind. Don't say I owe you a favor. This is simply our government department's responsibility. Xiao Jiang, don't even mention it to me. Even if I find out about it, I won't let you get away with it. We must eliminate those bad apples. I just didn't expect that this investigation would reveal that not only was the abuse of power a serious problem, but that the black sheep was also a major embezzler. His daughter is even more outrageous. She holds a senior management position in a local company, but she's also a traitorous spy. 500,000. Alas, it's shameful to say, but those father and daughter's despicable behavior allowed them to run rampant until now before being discovered. It's truly my dereliction of duty, Li Shengli. Besides, if it weren't for you, those two father and daughters would probably still be causing trouble. So, Comrade Xiao Jiang, from this perspective, it's not you thanking me, but rather I who should thank you. After giving his explanation, Li Shengli ended up thanking Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all I did throughout the whole incident was talk and make a phone call. Nothing else was done. Some people are so bored they're practically throwing their lives away, and some even get bitten by their wives for gloating over others' misfortunes. Jiang Chen and Li Shengli talked for a while longer. At the end of the phone call, Li Shengli said the resort project was about to open and invited Jiang Chen to attend the opening ceremony. Because of this, Jiang Chen handed the task over to Li Jun. As for the recipes and seasonings for the various delicacies at the resort, he had already instructed them to coordinate with Lu Wei at the main barbecue restaurant in the food street. So when Mr. Li said that the resort was completed, he was invited to attend the opening ceremony. Jiang Chen was a little surprised. How did it get completed so quickly? Okay, Mr. Li, I promise I'll go. Jiang Chen replied, then said a few more words to Li Shengli before hanging up the phone. But no sooner had they hung up than Lu Wei called again via WeChat voice call. Hey Wei Z, what's up? Jiang Chen asked after answering the call. Brother Chen, were you and your wife busy just now? Lu Wei asked as he came up. No, Jiang Chen said. I wasn't busy with your wife. I sent you messages and voice messages, but you haven't replied for half a day. Lu Wei asked. I was just wondering if I was bothering you and your wife. Get the hell out of here. I was on the phone, I didn't check my WeChat, okay? Jiang Chen snapped. Hurry up, say what you have to say, or shut up. Alright, Lu Wei chuckled maliciously. Hey, Brother Chen, this is great news. Great news. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Yes. Lu Wei excitedly added. Our barbecue restaurant is now conquering new territories, expanding everywhere in Sihai City and even the entire Jiangnan province. Recently, Li Jun and I have been working on something big, expanding our barbecue restaurant into Shanghai. And now the first store is all ready and will be opening soon. Jiang Chen was shocked to hear this. Holy crap! Barbecue restaurants are now starting to expand into Shanghai? The first one is about to open in Shanghai? Awesome! Awesome! Wow, that was fast. Just now a resort opened, and now a barbecue restaurant has opened in Shanghai. Why? To be honest, I've really taken the job of being a hands-off boss. But to be fair, I spend every day with my kids, hugging and kissing my wife, and lifting her up in the air. I'm definitely a bit of a lazy bum. But everyday life. That was so awesome. Chapter 241, just don't cause any deaths. But on the other hand, Jiang Chen certainly deserves the title of a hands-off manager. But in reality, he was well aware of the progress on all fronts, such as the barbecue restaurant's expansion into Shanghai, even if Lu Wei didn't report it. Li Jun will also compile and report on it. Before Li Jun took him under his wing, Jiang Chen was worried that Lu Wei and Sun Wan might cause trouble, such as embezzling or misappropriating property. After all, even brothers should keep clear accounts. There are far too many examples of brothers and relatives starting businesses together, only to end up becoming enemies. What Jiang Chen is worried about, what he needs to guard against. Not brothers, not cousins, but human nature. The appearance of Li Jun, a professional manager with 100% loyalty, perfectly resolved Jiang Chen's concerns. It was precisely because he was making breakthroughs on all fronts that he was able to act as a hands-off manager without worrying about being sidelined or having his subordinates embezzle funds. Brother Chen, in order to make our barbecue restaurant a hit in Shanghai, I made 7 or 8 trips to Shanghai to choose a site, recruit people, renovate, and so on. I personally took charge of or coordinated all of these tasks. To exaggerate a bit, my legs have been worn short these past few days. However, the effect is not bad. Lu Wei introduced it to Jiang Chen with a smile. Jiang Chen could tell from her words that she was trying to take credit, but he scratched his head and immediately said, Hey Wei Z, you're a partner now, the head of the barbecue business. You can't expect me to give you another bonus because of this, can you? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Wei was taken aback. What? Should I ask Brother Chen to give me a bonus? No. Brother Chen, I absolutely didn't mean that. I can't even spend all the dividends I get. Lu Wei waved his hands repeatedly, trying to explain. If that's not the case, then what do you want to do? Jiang Chen asked. Well then, Brother Chen, I'm going to say it now. Speak. Well, it's just. Lu Wei hesitated for a moment, then continued. It's just that the first barbecue restaurant in Shanghai is opening. Brother Chen will definitely have to go to Shanghai, right? Well, I'd like to bring someone with me. Jiang Chen finally understood what Lu Wei was saying from his rambling words. I will go to the opening ceremony of the barbecue restaurant in Shanghai with Lu Wei, but since Shanghai is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Sihai City, we will have to take a plane there. It was, after all, a business trip. As for Lu Wei, he said he would bring someone along, which clearly meant he wanted to do something for personal gain and have some fun in Shanghai. It's alright. It's a small matter, you can decide for yourself, Jiang Chen agreed immediately. Okay, but Brother Chen, aren't you going to ask who I brought with me? Lu Wei asked curiously. Who else could it be? Your girlfriend? Teacher Yanli, of course. But Wei Z, while you're having fun in Shanghai with Teacher Yan, don't forget about the important business at the barbecue restaurant. Also, you and Teacher Yan need to be careful, and make sure no one gets killed. Absolutely. Brother Chen, are you serious about me and teacher Yin causing a death? Certainly. For a period of time afterward, Jiang Chen also got busy, though more so than before. First, he and Li Jun participated in the opening ceremony of the resort hosted by Li Shengli. Because of Mr. Li's high regard, Jiang Chen received a lot of attention at the opening ceremony. All the prominent figures present wanted to get to know this young talent. Jiang Chen, adhering to the principle of harmony brings wealth, dealt with each issue one by one. I've gained a lot of connections. When I got home, I told my wife about my trip to Shanghai. Su Qingqing also wanted to go. Honey, Shanghai is my home. Why don't I go too? But how will you get there? Your parents are in Hangzhou right now, so even if you go home, you won't see them. Besides, if you go, what will happen to the children? I'm just going to Shanghai to attend the opening ceremony of a barbecue restaurant. What's the big deal about us taking 3 babies who are only a few months old on a plane? It's not necessarily good for a child to travel such a long distance by plane. Su Qingqing could understand after hearing this. Now is not a good time to go to Shanghai. The kids are too young, and going so far away would just be a hardship for them. Even if you can leave your children in different places. She could ask a nanny or Sister May and her husband to help take care of the child, but she really couldn't bear to leave the child. Besides, what's the point of going back to Shanghai without taking the child? However, understanding is one thing. I know I can't go to Shanghai with that jerk. She was still somewhat uninterested. Because in her heart, she still hoped that one day she could go back to her parents' home in style with that jerk and their 3 children. Jiang Chen felt a pang of sympathy when he saw this. I comforted her and tried to cheer her up. Look at you, wife. Try to think positively. There will be other opportunities in the future. Sometime, I'll drive, or maybe we'll buy a private jet, and the 5 of us can go to Shanghai to see your parents. What do you say? Not good. Then, this time I'll go and come back on the same day, okay? Not good. Then, what should we do? How about I treat you to something nice before I leave? Okay. Chapter 242 Divine Skill, X-Ray Vision. Boss, I've arranged the itinerary for the trip. Someone will pick us up when we get off the plane in Shanghai, and then we can go straight to that newly opened flagship store. The next morning, Li Jun arrived and reported to Jiang Chen. After all, he's the king of wage earners. He is methodical and reliable in everything he does, and most importantly, he behaves appropriately and with great discretion. He doesn't ask questions he shouldn't ask, and he doesn't say anything he shouldn't say. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this. I'm someone who's practically cheating, so keeping this a secret is extremely important. The newly opened flagship store that Li Jun mentioned, that's not wrong. In fact, this was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. The first store was to be a flagship store, intended to set a benchmark, and he was determined to win the market in Shanghai. Brother Chen. Not long after, Lu Wei arrived and greeted Jiang Chen. He was accompanied by a person. Needless to say, it was Yin Li, who was once known as the female demon and the old maid. Of course now, she is already Lu Wei's girlfriend. Hello, Teacher Yin. Jiang Chen greeted Wei Zi first, and then greeted Yin Li as well. Okay, Yin Li nodded, her expression somewhat embarrassed. How are your teacher Su and the child? She asked casually, knowing that when it came to jockeys, this was the real expert. Everything's fine, Jiang Chen said. Well, Wei Zi, Teacher Yin, and President Li, now that everyone's here, shall we set off? Okay. Lu Wei, Li Jun, and others nodded in agreement. Along the way, Lu Wei and Yin Li hid in the back row, whispering to each other, their conversation unreadable. Jiang Chen glanced at it unintentionally. I was filled with emotion. It's not just the 2 of them who are peculiar. One is an ultimate simp, and the other is a perverted spinster. They've actually gotten together, and given how lovey-dovey they are, they might actually end up killing someone. Jiang Chen's barbecue restaurant. That is, Qingqing Barbecue's flagship store in Shanghai is located on a bustling commercial street. The decor is stylish and youthful, yet down to earth. The location is also very eye-catching. You can see the striking signboard from afar. The barbecue restaurant opened its doors that day. Even before the official opening ceremony began, a large crowd of onlookers had already gathered outside the store. Yo-ho! I can't believe my eyes, right? They've opened a barbecue restaurant in one place. And that's quite a grand opening. So what if it's a big show of force? The problem is this is Shanghai. The market is already saturated with all kinds of restaurants. They don't need this kind of thing. If you want something special, that's fine, but it's just some run-of-the-mill barbecue. The bigger the investment, the bigger the loss. Just wait and see. Ching Barbecue? Holy crap. Isn't that a famous barbecue from all over the world? They've actually opened a branch in Shanghai. Awesome. Awesome. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Most people are not optimistic. It's just a barbecue restaurant, nothing new or exciting. It looks ordinary. There are tons of restaurants like this in Shanghai. It's too common. Moreover, they opened a barbecue restaurant on a prime commercial street. This is going to cost us all the bitter tea seeds. Some people who had been to Sihai City and tasted the barbecue were pleasantly surprised to see that Ching Barbecue had opened in Shanghai, exclaiming wow, repeatedly. However, there are very few people like this. It won't make a ripple in the short term. In response to this, Chen was mentally prepared. When I opened my first store in Sihai, I had already experienced almost everything, so I wasn't worried about the future customer flow of the barbecue restaurant. This barbecue is truly divine. What is God level? God level is, well, it's really good. Bite. The host has opened a barbecue restaurant in his wife's hometown, triggering a hidden reward. Congratulations on receiving the reward, X-ray vision, valid for 48 hours only. A reward of X-ray vision? Chen had read all sorts of online novels, and upon hearing this, all sorts of amazing uses for X-ray vision immediately came to mind. Truly a divine skill. But another study. He discovered that the X-ray vision, besides being effective for the day it was activated, had another limitation. It only worked on inanimate objects. This. Cough cough. Is it really impossible for me to even use my X-ray vision to admire my wife? Okay. After the opening ceremony, Chen, Lu Wei, and Li Jun spent another afternoon at the barbecue restaurant, providing guidance and training to the staff on barbecue flavor, standardized operations, and so on, so that the flagship store could get on the right track as soon as possible. I was busy all afternoon. That evening, Lu Wei suddenly asked Chen in a sneaky manner, "Brother Chen, do you have any plans for tonight?" No. Chen shook his head. He would just go back to the hotel at most tonight, video chat with his wife, and tell her that he wouldn't be back until tomorrow. He was unfamiliar with Shanghai and didn't really have any plans. Hey Chen, since you didn't make any plans, how about we go to the club for some serious massages? Chapter 243, An Unexpected Encounter with My Father-in-Law. Wei Zi, did I hear that right? You just said club? Big sword? Chen asked in surprise. It was truly rare to hear such words come out of Lu Wei's mouth. Besides, this guy already has Yanli, right? Yes. It's for going to the club for a big sword. But Brother Chen, don't get me wrong. This was introduced to me by a friend of mine in Shanghai. He gave me 2 tickets. It's a legitimate club, a legitimate big sword. Lu Wei explained. I couldn't refuse such a kind offer, so I accepted. Chenji, want to come along? It'll be boring for me to go alone. I'm not going, Chen said bluntly. Huh, what? For no reason, I don't go to anything frivolous, let alone something as serious as you. Who among serious people goes? Fine, Lu Wei said, realizing he'd gotten himself into an awkward situation, and left. Chen shook his head. Go back to the hotel to rest. Now that I have a wife and kids, why am I thinking about that kind of thing? In this respect, it's better to be a little bit of a germaphobe. And this Lu Wei, really, Yanli was right beside him, yet he was still thinking about a big sword. Although it's a serious matter. But do you think she believes it or not? Isn't that just asking for trouble? However, this is a private matter. Chen couldn't control it, and he was too lazy to care. After a busy afternoon, he returned to his hotel in the evening, video chatted with the girl until after 11 p.m., and then went to sleep. I woke up the next day. Chen went to the flagship store. If things seem alright in the store this morning, head home as soon as possible. I chatted with my daughter last night. The girl knew he couldn't go back that day, and she didn't urge him at all. But Chen felt that every word, every expression, every movement, and even every breath she took was urging him on. Chen was a little puzzled at the time. Didn't I already treat myself before I left? Why isn't that enough? When Chen arrived at the store, Lu Wei and Li Jun were already present. However, this Lu Wei, his appearance was really not flattering. He had panda eyes, some bruises on his face, and was forced to wear a large mask. If you looked closely, there were also several scratches on his neck. Chen saw it. I was speechless. Well, this guy really got abused. It's not Wei Zi. You were having a big fight last night. How did Yanli beat you up like this? Why did you do that to yourself? After a long day of work, the two went to an office to drink tea. Chen asked Lu Wei curiously. No, I didn't go. Lu Wei immediately denied it, saying, after you didn't go last night, I didn't go either. Although the club's big sword is legitimate, like you said, who would go there if they were respectable? Jiang Chen thought to himself, is that what I meant? So what happened to your injuries? Hey, don't even mention it. Lu Wei said helplessly. I decided not to go last night, but I can't let these 2 tickets go to waste. So I happened to pass by that club and went in to get a refund. Isn't this a coincidence? Yin Li happened to see it. So you don't have that sword? Jiang Chen asked again, still somewhat doubtful. After being beaten so badly, surely this kid must have left some leverage over him. No. Brother Chen, if I were to actually possess this sword, may I be struck by lightning. Yin Li really misunderstood me. You've misunderstood me. You won't listen to my explanation. All you do is beat me up. This is outrageous. I'm a man, you know. I don't care about my reputation. But I guess I might actually do it once and make that old maid furious. Lu Wei spoke with righteous indignation. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned around and saw Yin Li standing behind him like a plague. Jiang Chen only just realized it. No one knows when, but Yin Li arrived without a word. Seeing that things were not going well, he quickly said, Wei Zi, Teacher Yin, I have to go out for a bit. He quickly slipped away. As soon as they came out, they heard Lu Wei scream inside, and the door slammed shut. Startled, Li Jun rushed over to ask what was going on. It's all right, he won't die. Jiang Chun waved his hand. Lu Wei has a masochistic streak, and this is nothing compared to what's to come. Li Jun had heard a little about Lu Wei and Yin Li's affair, but I couldn't help but be surprised. Can't die? Damn it, they've tortured him so badly. He'll be half dead if he doesn't die. Seeing that nothing was wrong at the shop, Jiang Chen came out of the flagship store. Following the commercial street, I arrived at the riverbank. Seeing that there were quite a few anglers on the riverbank early in the morning, I immediately became interested. I had never used my god-level fishing skills before. Anyway, it's not fun to wander around alone when my wife and kids aren't around. I might as well just stay here, soak up the sun, and go fishing. Jiang Chun rented a fishing rod and fishing gear. I found a spot to fish. He quickly attracted the attention of many anglers. No wonder, the young man was too good. In just 10 minutes, he caught 7 or 8 fish, which was about 1 per minute. That's efficient. It made all the anglers incredibly hungry. Many people came early in the morning and have been waiting until now without catching a single fish. The local fisherman then approached Jiang Chun to strike up a conversation and ask for his experience. Jiang Chun answered each question. Whether it works or not is another matter. After all, god-level fishing skills involve not only ordinary experience, but also metaphysics. There was a middle-aged fisherman with an extraordinary demeanor. He caught 7 or 8 fish, just like Jiang Chun. However, he's been waiting here for so long to catch this many. Seeing how well Jiang Chun could fish, he couldn't help but praise. Wow, young man, you've got some skills at fishing. After chatting with Jiang Chun for a bit, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, hey Su Hongshan, you old bastard. It's been ages. Are you coming or not? Jiang Chun over there. To be honest, I'm getting a bit annoyed by all the attempts to get close to me. I'm planning to go fishing somewhere else. When you're fishing, you want some peace and quiet. How can you fish with all this chatter around you? But upon hearing the middle-aged fisherman's words, he was taken aback. Su Hongshan, that's my father-in-law's name. Chapter 244 The Gorilla Poops. Su Hongshan had just returned to Shanghai. Not only his legs, but his entire body has basically recovered to a very high level. However, illness comes like a landslide, but recovery is like pulling silk from a cocoon. After all, he had been paralyzed in both legs for so long, and after seeking medical help without success, he even became depressed, and his physical condition deteriorated to the extreme. Even if the root cause of the disease is now eliminated, he can move around freely without relying on a wheelchair. However, it will take time to fully return to your previous health condition. That's why he's in a hurry to return to Shanghai. They still wanted to take over the Su family business as soon as possible, as the Su family had suffered setbacks in the past 6 months. Compared to its former glory, the scene is now a terrible sight. Early that morning, he dealt with some matters concerning the Su family company. Suddenly, I received a call from Song Qingshu. Only after being reminded by him did I remember that I had arranged to go fishing with Song Qingshu by the river this morning. Song Qingshu was his best friend. They had fought side by side and crossed Africa together. Their bond was one of life and death. Their relationship is truly wonderful. Moreover, Song Qingshu is now considered a big shot in Shanghai's business world, wielding enormous influence. Su Hengshan wants to restore the Su family's former glory. I would have had to rely on the help of this old friend, so we arranged to go fishing together, which was not only a way to relax and reconnect, but also a chance to discuss business collaborations. Even so, upon hearing the other party insult him as an old man, Su Hengshan retorted without hesitation. Song Qingshu, tell me, am I Zhang Wuji who stole your zhozhra or something? Why are you talking so rudely? What do you mean, old man? Speaking of which, you're actually older than me, you know. You old geezer, you old codger. Judging from their appearances alone, Su Hengshan looks much older than Song Qingshu, but in reality, Song Qingshu is older. Song Qingshu heard Su Hengshan retort by calling him an old geezer. Not angry at all. He chuckled and beckoned Su Hengshan to come over quickly. I was getting impatient, wasn't I? You invited me, and I've been fishing for ages, but you still haven't shown up. Hurry up and come over, Lao Su. Today, I met a fishing expert. Aren't you known as the king of fishing? It's a good opportunity for you two to have a friendly competition. A fishing expert? Su Hengshan exclaimed excitedly. All right, I'll be right there. After packing up, they hurriedly grabbed their fishing rods and gear and set off. Mr. Su, where are you going? Should I come with you? An assistant, concerned about Su Hengshan's health, quickly asked as he was about to leave. It's all right. Su Hengshan waved his hands repeatedly. But Mr. Su, you've only just recovered. The assistant reminded her. I said it's okay, so it's okay. I know my own body well. I'm fine now. If you don't believe me, you can see, Su Hengshan explained again, and to make sure the other person wasn't reassured, he jumped up and down on the spot. You go ahead and do other things. I'm going out fishing now just for fun. After observing for a while, and seeing Su Hengshan's attitude, the assistant had no choice but to give up. Su Hengshan, carrying his fishing gear, set off excitedly. He has a wide range of interests and hobbies. He doesn't have many impressive hobbies, but fishing is his proudest one. The former king of amateur fishing in Shanghai. That's not just talk. Old song. I'm here. Ha! Before long, with a hearty laugh, Su Hengshan arrived at the riverbank and found Song Qingshu's location. Yo! You look great, old man. When Song Qingshu met Su Hengshan, he jokingly said to his old friend. He had seen Su Hengshan at his worst. He was a frail old man suffering greatly from illness. Compared to then, he's a completely different person now. Not bad. Su Hengshan laughed. With his health improved, he was in high spirits, as if he had returned to his youth. Old Song, where's the fishing expert you mentioned? He asked with concern as he put down his fishing gear. Look, it's that young man over there. Song Qingshu gestured to the side. Hello, young man. Su Hengshan immediately turned around and greeted him warmly. But when he looked at the young man, he was immediately stunned. Because that young man, wasn't he the benefactor who helped him treat his leg a few days ago, the one he had been searching for and even wanted to marry his daughter to? Could it be such a coincidence? Su Hengshan was incredulous. He rubbed his eyes and quickly looked again. But if it wasn't that young man, then who was it? Young man. No, my benefactor. So this is my benefactor. Su Hengshan was overjoyed and immediately grabbed Jiang Chen's hand, almost bursting into tears. How should I put it? Su Hengshan had been paralyzed for a long time at that time. Coupled with setbacks in his career, he was feeling disheartened and disappointed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold his treasured store item at a discount of 100 million. It also seems to be a way of making arrangements for the future. Unexpectedly, the young man who bought the store's prized possession, a skilled acupuncturist, actually saved him. Now we meet again. It's not an exaggeration for Su Hengshan to excitedly call him benefactor. Uncle, it's me. Faced with the excited Su Hengshan, Jiang Chen quickly responded. After all, cough, the person in front of him was his father-in-law. He got annoyed by the attempts to get close to him while he was fishing. I almost left. Suddenly, he heard the middle-aged fisherman mention the name of Su Hengshan's father-in-law, and he waited a moment, thinking that maybe it was just a coincidence. Unexpectedly, the person who came looked too familiar. Compared to the photos of his father-in-law that his wife showed him from a few years ago, it was clearly the same person. Plus, there's another person with the same name. It would be strange if this wasn't his father-in-law. And, after meeting him, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that his father-in-law was the elderly man in a wheelchair whom he had helped treat in Hangzhou a few days ago. He was just seriously ill at the time, which made him look a bit old. Alright, so, he had already met his father-in-law, and even helped him treat his leg? This is It really is a gorilla pooping. What a coincidence. Chapter 245 The father-in-law issues a challenge. Jiang Chun was deeply moved. Su Hengshan was extremely grateful. This young man had not only helped him heal his leg, but had actually saved his life. Thanks. Thank you, my benefactor. As he spoke, he was about to bow to Jiang Chun to express his gratitude. Jiang Chun naturally stopped him, saying, "It's nothing, uncle, you're too kind." When Su Hengshan saw how sensible the other party was, calling him uncle, and using the honorific you, he was even more grateful and stopped bowing. Instead, both legs are bent at the knees. Then, he was about to kneel down and thank Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was startled to see his father-in-law bowing so deeply to him. "What are you doing? Please, you're my father-in-law. How dare you kneel down to your son-in-law? This. How the hell can I possibly accept this? No need, no need. Your thank you just now is enough. There's really no need for this." Jiang Chun quickly took Su Hengshan's arm and helped him up. "Okay, I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you, young brother." Su Hengshan was a generous person to begin with, and seeing how Jiang Chun had acted just now, he appreciated him even more, finding his temperament agreeable. "By the way, young man, may I ask your name?" "Jiang Chun," Jiang Chun said truthfully. "Liang Chun," Su Hengshan repeated, then laughed. "So your name is Liang Chun, young man. Not bad. Not bad at all. A good name." "No. What's going on between you two?" At this moment, Song Qingshu, who was completely bewildered, saw that the two had finally calmed down a little and finally asked, "You two knew each other before?" "And Su Hengshan, this young man, he saved your life?" "Yes, that's right." Su Hengshan smiled. Then, he briefly recounted the events of that day in Hangzhou, when Jiang Chun went to his jade shop to buy the shop's prized possession and incidentally helped him treat his leg. "Oh, no wonder. So this young man cured your paralyzed legs? I didn't realize that. I thought he was some unparalleled famous doctor." Upon hearing this, Song Qingshu, a wave of surprise washed over me. Unexpectedly, this young man whom I met by chance while fishing also possessed that amazing skill in acupuncture. They couldn't help but look at Jiang Chun with even greater admiration. Young man, as the saying goes, great kindness needs no words of thanks. In the future, if you ever need my help, just ask. Although I am not doing well now, I still have some influence in the Shanghai and Hangzhou area. After recounting what happened in Hangzhou that day, Su Hengshan gratefully and warmly promised Jiang Chun. "Okay." Jiang Chun nodded politely. But in his heart, he thought to himself, "Father-in-law, actually, you don't need to promise anything or thank me anything. Your daughter is already the greatest gift I've ever received." That uncle. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached a certain point, and that his father-in-law had already said so much, Jiang Chun paused for a moment, ready to reveal everything and tell his father-in-law about his status as a son-in-law. At least, she gave her father-in-law 3 grandchildren. I am both the benefactor who helped him heal his leg and the son-in-law of the Su family, so I might as well give my father-in-law a pleasant surprise, or a shock. "Old Su, don't just stand there. Hurry up and get your gear out. You're here to fish, aren't you?" Suddenly, Song Qingshu, who was focused on fishing, reminded Su Hengshan, unintentionally interrupting Jiang Chun's words. Su Hengshan is also a seasoned angler who is obsessed with fishing. They immediately realized what was happening. Yes. I came here to fish, you idiot. Brother Liang Chun, I heard from Old Song that you're a pretty good fisherman. How about we have a competition?" Su Hengshan offered Jiang Chun some enthusiastic advice. "What? Brother Liang Chun? Seriously, what's with Liang Chun?" "This." Jiang Chun sighed and rubbed his forehead. "Okay." Faced with his father-in-law's enthusiastic challenge and the passion of both he and Lao Song for fishing, Jiang Chun did not immediately correct his father-in-law's mistake, but readily agreed. "Okay, it's better to make the best of a bad situation. This is a good opportunity to observe my father-in-law and see how he really treats me." Chapter 246 The father-in-law in a hurry of losing. "Young man, I'm not just bragging. I'm quite good at fishing. Although Lao Song says you're a fishing expert, you'd better give way to me and be prepared." Su Hengshan happily explained to Jiang Chun. "Yes, young man. Don't underestimate this old guy, Su Hengshan. Old Su usually loves to brag. But when it comes to fishing, he's really something." Song Qingshu gave a thumbs up. "I admire him immensely. You know the amateur fishing king of Shanghai? That's him." "Okay, I got it." Jiang Chun replied with a smile. "But, we still need to take it out for a spin, right?" "Yo, young man, You've got quite the nerve. Su Hongshan grinned, his words brimming with confidence. Okay then. Whether it's a mule or a horse, let's take it out for a spin. His favorite before. It's that exhilarating feeling of competing with others in fishing and then effortlessly crushing your opponent. If you happen to run into one or two stubborn troublemakers, the feeling of winning that battle is even more exhilarating. Therefore, there's no point in arguing. They took out all their fishing gear. Many anglers around him knew Su Hongshan. After all, the title of Shanghai Amateur Fishing King was quite well known among them. Right now, they saw that Su Hongshan and his men were about to discuss fishing techniques again. They all gathered around to watch. Holy crap! The king of fishing in Shanghai is coming out of retirement again? TSK, not bad, not bad. We're going to have a feast for the eyes again. Is the opponent that young man who's a decent fisherman? This is going to be interesting. But that young man is just SOSO. He has to kneel down in front of old Su, the fishing king. Yes, old Su's skill is undeniable. He's almost never lost since he became famous. I still remember a few years ago, old Su took on 3 fishing experts single-handedly, and after a fierce competition, he actually won. But a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Perhaps this young man can actually break old Su's invincible record. Haha, it's not impossible, but it's too small. But then again, in a match between 2 people, there are wins and losses, so what should we bet on? Gambling is illegal, that's not allowed. How about the loser has to jump into the river and swim naked? That's a good idea, huh? A group of anglers gathered around to watch and enjoy the show. Su Hongshan and Jiang Chun were ready, and their sparring was about to begin. Oh right. There has to be a wager, right? Song Qingshu suddenly asked with ill intent. He couldn't help it. He was now just a bystander watching the show. Since we're just watching the show, wouldn't that be a bit of fun? The stakes. Su Hongshan smiled slightly. He had just heard the fishermen cheering and jeering, saying that if they lost, they would have to take off their clothes and jump into the river to swim naked. As for himself, jumping into the river is impossible, because it's impossible to lose. But the young man was his benefactor, so it would be a bit much to ask him to jump into the river. So I thought about it. We found a compromise. The weather's nice today, the sun's quite warm. How about whoever loses takes off a jacket? Su Hongshan suggested to Jiang Chun. Sure, no problem. Jiang Chun immediately agreed. The two then took their fishing gear and went to 2 adjacent spots on the riverbank. The competition began quickly. The group of onlookers who had been watching the fishermen quieted down and silently watched them fish from behind. After baiting the area, Su Hongshan quickly saw the float on the water suddenly sink. He then pulled the fishing rod and caught a mandarin fish weighing over a pound. The anglers were full of approval. After all, he's the king of fishing. Experience counts. Su Hongshan also looked quite pleased with himself. But that's all. For the next 10 minutes or so, Jiang Chun caught 21 fish in a row. The fish would bite as soon as the hook was cast, and he would catch them. On average, he caught almost 2 fish per minute. Moreover, his movements, such as baiting, lifting the rod, and catching the fish, are lightning fast. I haven't realized it yet. The next one was caught. In comparison, Su Hongshan only caught 7 fish, and that was already an exceptional performance for him. Fishing ratio 3-1, KO. Seeing this result, Su Hongshan was dumbfounded. Song Qingshu and the group of fishermen were also dumbfounded. In previous years' agricultural games, there were fishing experts who caught 339 fish in 90 minutes, one every 16 seconds. But that was speed fishing. This is completely different from river fishing. Not bad, young man. Su Hongshan forced a smile and said to Jiang Chun, then took off his coat as agreed. Again, seeing that the fish Jiang Chun caught were all relatively small, with 2 or 3 of them perhaps not even as big as his own, Su Hongshan said, this time, let's not compare the number of fish caught, but the total weight of the fish caught. How about that? Sure, Jiang Chun replied. So what's the stake this time? Song Qingshu asked promptly. If we lose, then... Take off your own shoes, Su Hongshan said, scratching his head. After all, he had already taken off his coat, so now he had to change into something else. Okay, then take off your shoes. The second round of sparring begins. Regardless of the number of fish caught, the total weight of the fish caught is considered. After a period of discussion, the results are in. Jiang Chun versus Su Hongshan, 20 Jin to 5 Jin for :1. Another knockout. Upon seeing this, Su Hongshan almost lost his Dao heart. No. What's going on? I'm the king of fishing. He has many hobbies, but the only thing they can boast about is fishing. Unexpectedly, the last few digits were not as good as the last few digits, and the total weight was also not as good. This is really weird. No, it's not just weird. It'll also make me lose face and start bragging about being the king of fishing. Speaking of this young man, are they related to the fish? Again, hey buddy, have some more. After taking off his shoes, Su Hongshan got really into it. He then said to Jiang Chun, young brother, this time let's not worry about the last few fish or the total weight. Let's do something challenging and just count the number of mandarin fish we catch. How about that? He examined the fish he had caught. Jiang Chun caught a mixed bag of fish, with only 1 or 2 mandarin fish, while Jiang Chun himself caught almost exclusively mandarin fish. So they decided to have another match. Old Su, why don't we call it a day? Song Qingshu advised. We've already had 2 rounds. If you keep going, what will you use as the stakes? It's just a friendly spar, what am I afraid of? Su Hongshan retorted. If I lose this time, I'll take off my clothes and jump into the river for a naked swim. Song Qingshu face-bombed. Hey Lao Su, how long have you been recovering? Can you really take this kind of abuse? Listen to me, forget it. What do you mean, forget it? The word forget doesn't exist in my dictionary. The group of fishermen saw this. They became even more enthusiastic about gossiping. In the end, they really did have to bet on swimming naked in the river. TSK. Immediately, everyone was filled with anticipation. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead. Have to. The father-in-law was clearly desperate after losing, but when he was desperate, he acted like a little kid. Or maybe, can you move aside? Bite. Detecting the host's current status and triggering a random task. Accept your father-in-law's challenge and defeat him. Reward, a small fortune in cash. Damn it. This bastard, he just loves to stir up trouble, doesn't he? Accept your father-in-law's challenge and win the battle. That's damn it. Isn't this just forcing your father-in-law to jump into the river? Chapter 247, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. I heard the system's voice. Jiang Chen cursed the dog, saying it was just causing trouble. But, should we play the third game against my father-in-law? Of course we'll compare. I just beat my father-in-law 2 games, and then I stopped playing. My father-in-law would be so anxious he'd jump into the river. Uncle, we can compete. But can we not jump into the river if we lose? Jiang Chun asked tentatively. Don't jump into the river if you lose? How can that be? I've already said it. Young brother, rest assured, I, Su, am a man of my word. Since I've said it, I will never go back on my word. Su Hongshan patted his chest and guaranteed. He thought to himself, what do you mean by not jumping into the river if you lose? I, Su Hongshan, am still thinking about how to save face. All right then, Jiang Chen nodded. Not long after, the third round has begun. This time, the winner will be determined by the number of mandarin fish caught, regardless of the number of fish caught or the total weight of the catch. Su Hongshan held his breath and concentrated. They used all their best skills. At first, I was in a good mood. He caught 3 mandarin fish in a row, while Jiang Chen caught 7 or 8 fish, but only one of them was a mandarin fish. But, as the competition progressed, Su Hongshan's expression changed from relaxed to solemn, and then to tense. Finally, his brows were furrowed. Because Jiang Chun had caught the same number of mandarin fish as him, 7 each, and at the last moment, Jiang Chun caught another fish. If this one has an upturned beak, he's doomed to lose. As Jiang Chun pulled the fishing rod, Su Hongshan's heart pounded in his throat. If he really loses, am I really going to jump into the river and swim naked? But then, I don't know if I'll live or die, but I've definitely lost all face. Whoosh. The fish on the fishing hook was pulled out of the water. The group of fishermen behind him couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Su Hongshan saw this, and, while surprised, also breathed a sigh of relief. Because of the last fish Jiang Chen caught. It was a 2 or 3 pound alligator gar, clearly a juvenile. Holy crap. Alligator gar. These things are hard to catch. Wow, this young man is awesome. Draw. Amidst the gasps of the surrounding fishermen, Song Qingshu hurriedly shouted twice. He had no choice. He was genuinely afraid of that old man, Su Hongshan, losing again. Given the old man's temper, in a moment of impulse, he might actually jump. Bite. Host's mission failed. Bite. Reward doubled. Congratulations, host, you have received cash. 2 small goals. Jiang Chun, double the reward? Is this some kind of long wait for me? Why didn't you do this sooner? Young man, I am completely convinced. After the sparring session, Su Hongshan, who wanted to save face, took the initiative to come up to Jiang Chen, completely convinced of Jiang Chen's abilities. Even among fishing kings, there are big and small kings. Compared to his younger brother, my so-called fishing king title is not only fake, but at best I'm just a minor fishing king. Why? Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older. Uncle, you're too kind, Jiang Chen said happily. After all, he had just earned 2 extra small sums of money, which was a windfall. Young man, how about joining me for a simple lunch at noon? After 3 rounds of matches and all that commotion, it was almost noon before Su Hongshan invited Jiang Chen. Yes, young man. It's getting late. Let's have a meal together, Song Qingshu said. His current impression of Jiang Chen. They were not only impressed, but also full of admiration. The young man was handsome, possessed acupuncture skills that surpassed those of famous doctors, and was even better at fishing than that old man Su Hongshan. The key is to be steady and measured in one's actions. Old Su's face was preserved without anyone noticing. If he had a daughter, he'd really love to be this guy's father-in-law. No, I already have a daughter. Previously, it was because my daughter was too young. Plus, he couldn't bear to part with his sweet little girl, so he had never thought about becoming a father-in-law. But seeing Jiang Chen like this, he suddenly couldn't help but feel a little tempted to be one. Jiang Chen actually. I'll be flying back to Sihai City this afternoon. I feel like if I have lunch with them, there might not be enough time. He was about to refuse. Suddenly, I noticed an unread message on my phone from Li Jun, which had been sent more than 10 minutes earlier. Due to temporary air traffic control, the flight was delayed, and I had to rebook for the evening flight. Have to, since the rescheduled ticket is for the evening. Okay then. Jiang Chen accepted their invitation. Su Hongshan and Song Qingshu were overjoyed. They quickly processed the fish and prepared to find a high-end restaurant, but when they passed by the commercial street, I found a barbecue restaurant called Qingqing Barbecue. It had just opened that day. The shop's decor is nice. The restaurant was packed with diners, and people were already starting to line up outside. Su Hongshan was somewhat surprised. Business was so good right after opening. He got tired from walking too much. The aroma of barbecue made me unable to move. Song Qingshu was the same. Su Hongshan then asked Jiang Chen for his opinion with a hint of apology. Young man, I'm a bit tired from walking. How about we eat at this shop? Sure, Jiang Chen said directly. It's my own shop. Is it possible or not? So there were 3 of them. We're going to eat at this barbecue restaurant. Su Hongshan glanced at the barbecue restaurant signboard, muttered a couple of times. Qingqing Barbecue. Qingqing Barbecue, hey. Then, he shook his head with a wry smile. Song Qingshu was behind. He tried to get closer to Jiang Chen by explaining, Young man, you don't know, his daughter's name is Qingqing. Jiang Chen nodded, thinking to himself, of course I know that. His daughter is not only named Qingqing, but she also gave birth to 3 children for him. The 3 of them arrived at the store. Lu Wei, who was helping out, saw that it was Jiang Chen with 2 distinguished-looking middle-aged men. Without saying a word, he led the 3 of them to the best VIP room. Su Hongshan and Song Qingshu were somewhat surprised, but I didn't think much of it. Presumably, VIP rooms like these are reserved for customers who are clearly of high status. Then came a hearty meal. To be honest, they had never eaten such delicious barbecue since they were born. The various barbecues, side dishes, and staple foods, though seemingly ordinary, were all incredibly tempting. Su Hongshan and Song Qingshu ate with their mouths greasy. When paying the bill, Su Hongshan and Song Qingshu discovered another unexpected situation. When I asked the waiter for the bill, he said no, and when I asked again, he said the same thing. The 2 were now puzzled. Then asked Jiang Chen if he had paid the bill in advance. Young man, we said it was our treat. How could we let you pay? Yes, that's not a good idea. Jiang Chen sighed. Because I already know roughly what kind of person my father-in-law is. I might as well stop pretending and lay my cards on the table. To be honest, uncles, I am the owner of this barbecue restaurant. What? You're the owner of this barbecue restaurant? Su Hongshan and Song Qingshu were taken aback. Turned out to be. This kid is the boss. No wonder, the moment I arrived, they immediately offered me a VIP room. It turns out they weren't looking at me because I'm special, but because this kid is the boss. After the initial shock, the 2 of them were overjoyed. Song Qingshu, in particular, rubbed his hands together, feeling a surge of excitement. He couldn't help it. Such a fine young man. If he didn't hurry up and take him as his son-in-law, when would he ever get another chance? Chapter 248 Uncle, I'm that good for nothing. Young man, let me be honest with you. I've decided to have you as my son-in-law. I have a daughter who has been exceptionally beautiful since she was little. She is well-educated, gentle, virtuous, and skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, singing, and dancing. At school, she was pursued by many boys, and it is said that she was even voted the #1 beauty in the school. You and I are a perfect match, Song Qingshu said with a face full of anticipation. Before meeting Jiang Chun, he thought about his little darling and wondered who she would marry in the future. He figured he might as well support her for life. But after meeting Jiang Chun, his thinking changed, and he realized what kind of ideal son-in-law he wanted. Upon hearing this, Su Hongshan, I'm getting restless. Is Song Qingshu trying to steal my son-in-law? Such a good son-in-law. How could I let him have him so easily? But the words, though on the tip of her tongue, sounded sour. No, Lao Song. You son of a bitch, how old is your daughter? She's not even an adult yet, and you dare to introduce her to your little brother? Don't get him arrested. Well, Song Qingshu chuckled. You don't need to worry about that, Lao Su. Unfortunately, my daughter just started college this year and turned 18 the day before yesterday. She's an adult now. She then said to Su Hongshan with no small amount of pride. By the way, Lao Su, didn't you tell me privately just the other day that this young man helped you heal your leg, and you wanted to make him your son-in-law? You even said that this young man and your daughter are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. What? You're scared now that you've met the real person. It's alright, Lao Su, be bold. I'll give you a chance to compete fairly. Forget it. I was just kidding, Jill, don't take it seriously. Besides, my daughter, Sai, what can I do? I can't let this little brother get hurt. Su Hongshan waved his hand and sighed. Jiang Chun was drinking a cup of tea. Hearing this, he was speechless and almost spat out the mouthful of tea he had just drunk. Regarding Song Qingshu's words, he didn't feel anything. After all, he was handsome, dashing, young, and rich, attracting attention wherever he went. Cough. I'm just showing off. The main thing is that he had a cheat code. But what about the father-in-law? He was somewhat surprised. His father-in-law had actually considered introducing his daughter to him. Well, my father-in-law is quite a loyal friend. Uncle, can you tell me about your daughter? What's wrong? Jiang Chen suddenly became interested when the topic turned to his daughter and asked Su Hongshan directly. Hey, don't even mention it. However, to be honest, young man, my daughter has been ruined by some scoundrel. A good-for-nothing? Jiang Chen was surprised. So, in his father-in-law's eyes, he was a good-for-nothing? Yes. I've raised my precious daughter with so much care over the past 20 years, and he's ruined her. She got pregnant out of wedlock, and the child has already been born. How can I not be angry? Where can I put my old face in front of my relatives and friends? Calling him a loser is actually giving him too much credit. Su Hongshan became furious as soon as he started talking about it. As for the one who is with his daughter, he was genuinely unwilling. Is there any way to do this? The deed is done. Who told my precious daughter to be so fixated on that scoundrel? She's already had a child with him. Even after I went to Seahai City, I kept praising him. What else can I do? Could it be that I'm just an old man with no bones? Are you really going to fight to the death, break that bastard's legs, and kick him out of the house, and then marry your daughter off to this young man you've chosen? That's ridiculous. All right, this is my fate. I have to accept it. After listening to his father-in-law's words, Jiang Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead. What a loser. Fine. Uncle, I have something to tell you, but please don't be surprised. Tell me what it is. I promise I won't be surprised. Su Hongshan's expression softened considerably when he saw Jiang Chen talking to him. To calm himself down, he poured himself a cup of tea and also poured one for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen recalled his earlier experience of spitting out his tea, so he advised again. Uncle, why don't you stop drinking the tea and wait until I've finished talking? Hey little brother, what exactly do you want to say? Just say it. I'm just having a cup of tea, it's really nothing. Su Hongshan said nonchalantly. To prove it, he even took several big gulps. Yes, young man, Song Qingshu chimed in. Old Su has been through thick and thin for many years. What storms hasn't he seen? His mental fortitude is top-notch. To exaggerate a bit, it's like remaining calm even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you. Young man, stop keeping me in suspense. I can't wait any longer. All right then. Jiang Chen nodded helplessly, then said to Su Hongshan, Uncle, actually, I'm the one who harmed your daughter. Su Hongshan took another big gulp of water, blinked, and was momentarily stunned. There was nothing he could do. This was too convoluted, and his brain was suddenly a bit overwhelmed. So that means, you're the good-for-nothing that old Su was talking about. Song Qingshu was astonished. Jiang Chen nodded. Puff. Upon hearing this, Su Hongshan couldn't hold back any longer and spat out his tea. Since it wouldn't be appropriate to spray Jiang Chen, he turned around and sprayed Song Qingshu's head and face with tea. Chapter 249. How about I make my daughter your concubine? Su Hongshan, you son of a bitch. That young man himself admitted that he's the bastard you were cursing. So why the hell are you attacking me? Song Qingshu was speechless. He asked the waiter for a towel and awkwardly wiped his head and face. He kept complaining about Su Hongshan. But as I was complaining, I immediately realized something. Since that's the case, Jiang Chen is the bastard Su Hongshan was talking about. Doesn't that mean? The young man was already Su Hongshan's de facto son-in-law, but Su Hongshan himself was unaware of this. And in doing so what if my daughter is 18? I'm just not lucky enough to be my little brother's father-in-law. Wipe. This works too. After cleaning his face and head, Song Qingshu was immediately disappointed. Over there is Su Hongshan. Then, a deafening roar still filled his mind. Young brother, so that good-for-nothing, no, my son-in-law, is you? Su Hongshan stared at Jiang Chen, his voice trembling with excitement, his expression one of disbelief. Yes, it's me. Jiang Chen nodded, rubbing his forehead. But what's his name? Jiang Chen. Isn't your name Liang Chen? Su Hongshan asked again, puzzled. But as soon as he asked, he immediately realized that he had misheard. That young man's name is Jiang Chen. At the time, he never even considered that the younger brother was his son-in-law. After all, from my own perspective, one is a positive image of a talented young man, while the other is a negative image of a spoiled brat who ruins his own daughter. Su Hongshan never imagined that these two images were actually the same person. Come on, young man. No, Xiao Chun. Come here. Su Hongshan took a while to recover and smiled gently as he waved to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen saw this. Instead, he hesitated for a moment and then laughed. No. Uncle, what are you trying to do? Nothing. I just wanted a hug. Give me a hug. Uncle, if you want to hit me, just say so. I really didn't want this. Su Hongshan chuckled. Hit you? Look at you, kid. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm so excited. So you're my son-in-law. What's wrong? As your father-in-law, I'm so excited. Can't I even give my son-in-law a hug? Besides, you're my son-in-law and my benefactor. Why would I hit you? Oh, all right then, Jiang Chen said with a sigh of relief, stepping forward and jokingly adding, I thought you knew it was me and were going to break one of my legs. Look at what you're saying. I'd rather break my own dog leg than break yours. Song Qingshu listened from the side, and something just didn't feel right. Have to. You're just a lackey. I'm just a dog's leg. Speaking of this father-in-law and son-in-law, they were all quite courteous to each other, one by one. Seeing Su Hongshan and Jiang Chen embrace each other lightly, Su Hongshan, as the father-in-law, patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder with a sigh of relief, officially acknowledging Jiang Chen as his son-in-law. Song Qingshu immediately felt extremely jealous. TSK, such a good son-in-law, and Su Hongshan actually snatched him away. It's like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. Hey Su Hongshan, you old bastard, you're really lucky. You managed to snag such a top-notch son-in-law. Sigh. Song Qingshu sighed. You fucking called me an old geezer. How could my life not be good? Su Hongshan retorted without any politeness. Because we fought together. A friendship that has lasted for many years and involved life or death situations. The two of them are used to joking around and teasing each other when they're together. After they're done teasing and teasing each other, they go back to doing what they used to do, and neither of them takes it to heart. And now, Song Qingshu got a cold shoulder from Su Hongshan. He gave an awkward laugh. Then he turned his gaze to Jiang Chen. He winked and joked. Young man, congratulations on finding a good father-in-law. But young man, now that you have a wife, wouldn't you like a younger one? If you'd like. How about I let you have my daughter as your concubine? Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. I thought to myself, you're asking me this in front of my father-in-law? That's practically a death sentence for me. Really? Song Qingshu hadn't finished speaking yet. He was then scolded by Su Hongshan. Get out. You old geezer, you're dreaming. Giving your daughter to my son-in-law as a concubine? No way. Don't even think about it. Su Hongshan both rebuked and scolded him. Song Qingshu became completely obedient. He could tell that old Su cared too much about his son-in-law, his younger brother, and didn't like others, even good friends, joking about this. So he stopped there. After all, they've been friends for decades. He knows his limits. If he can't be his little brother's father-in-law, then he won't be. I've really angered my old friend. The consequences. But it's not worth the risk, and you'll definitely suffer the consequences. Buzz. At that moment, Su Hongshan's phone rang. Hello, Uncle Fu, what's wrong? Su Hongshan asked on the phone. Although he had been angry and scolding Song Qingshu, he was actually overjoyed. This is fucking ridiculous. The ideal son-in-law she had always longed for. The little brother who cured her legs. Surprisingly, he really is his own son-in-law. I'm so happy and surprised. It feels like a dream come true. Even my wedding night couldn't have been this wonderful. That bastard, break his legs and stuff. He's really something now. He'd rather call himself a coward and break his own legs. She also didn't want her son-in-law to suffer this injustice. But Su Hongshan's joyful and delighted mood was immediately interrupted by the phone call. President Su. Something terrible has happened. Upon hearing this, Su Hongshan's expression changed. He quickly hung up the phone and said apologetically to Song Qingshan and Jiang Chun. Excuse me, something's come up at one of my shops. I have to go there. Could it be that someone is causing trouble? Song Qingshu asked. Anyway, I'm free this afternoon, so I'll go with them. With that, she started packing her things. When Su Hongshan saw that Song Qingshu was about to leave, he didn't say anything. After all, it would be too formal to argue or be overly polite with his good friend and buddy of many years. However, Jiang Chun. Xiao Chun. Well, we have something to take care of right now. Why don't you go ahead and do your thing? We can talk to each other later. Su Hongshan tentatively asked Jiang Chun. No need, no need. I'll go with you. Jiang Chun waved his hand and said directly. He's my father-in-law, after all. They've only just recognized each other, so they have to make a good impression. Besides, my flight is in the evening, and I have time in the afternoon, so I might as well go and take a look. Maybe I can help my father-in-law in some way. It'll be a good opportunity to brag to my little girl when I get back. Chapter 250. Try calling the police. Jiang Chen followed Su Hongshan and Song Qingshu. Not long after, we arrived at the flagship store of Su Family Jewelry in Shanghai. This flagship store is more luxuriously decorated and offers a wider range of products compared to the store where Jiang Chun bought his prized possession in Hangzhou. It displays various products such as gold, jewelry, and jade. Each one is very valuable. Besides, there is also a dedicated area for gambling on stones on the first basement level. That's when the accident happened. It was this piece of rough jade. Boss, the old butler of the Su family and Uncle Fu, the head of the main store, rushed to greet Su Hongshan as soon as they saw him arrive. Those people are causing trouble in the jade gambling area. They insist that you come, boss, and give them an explanation. But, in my opinion, these people have ulterior motives. They're probably hired by our opponents to sabotage us. Let's go, I'll take a look. Su frowned, then followed the leader and headed towards the basement level. Uncle Fu and Song Qingshu followed behind, with Jiang Chun trailing behind. About jade gambling. Jiang Chun had learned some things about it before. When jade is mined, it is covered by a weathered outer layer. Only after cutting it open can you know the quality of the jade inside. Stone gambling refers to gambling on the quality of the jade inside. Therefore, there is a great deal of randomness involved. As the saying goes, one cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich, and one cut leaves you in rags. At the same time, in the jade gambling area on the basement level, a group of young people dressed like gangsters were gathered together, cursing and acting arrogantly. They were clearly up to no good. The leader was a sleazy-looking thug with an earring named Wang Xiaoshui. Then Su Hongshan arrived. He snorted coldly. Then came a series of sarcastic and strange beeping sounds. Yo! Boss Su, you've finally arrived. Damn it. When I, Wang Xiaoshui, graced your shop with my presence to gamble on jade, the total amount I spent, if not tens of millions, was at least several 100,000. But every time, what do I get after cutting the rough stone I carefully selected? It's not that it's nothing at all, it's just a bean seed at most. Damn it, they've never even produced the lowest quality glutinous rice. So, Mr. Su, I have every reason to suspect that your shop is a scam. I brought my brothers here today because I want Boss Su to give me an explanation. Upon hearing this, Su Hongshan, he sneered inwardly. Let me give you an explanation? Oh, you talk like you're some kind of innocent saint. Is this your first time causing trouble here? If you've been bought off by my competitors, just say so. It's really not worth it. even though he disdained it in his heart. Su Hongshan remained very polite on the surface. This is Mr. Wang. Since it's gambling on stones, there's an element of chance involved. As the saying goes, even a god can't judge a piece of jade. Mr. Wang has gambled on stones many times, and at most he's only gotten one bean-type stone. It can only be said that Mr. Wang has bad luck. In fact, all the jadeite rough stones in our shop are imported from old mines in Myanmar. Bullshit Burmese old pit. Wang Xiaoshui cursed. What bad luck. I get incredibly lucky when I gamble on jade in other people's shops, and I even managed to get a low-quality icy jade once. How come I'm always so unlucky with you? After Wang Xiaoshui finished speaking, a group of young people behind him started to cheer. Yes. Everyone else has incredible luck in their shops, so why is your luck so bad? We demand an explanation. No explanation. This isn't over yet. Then, Mr. Wang, what kind of explanation do you want? Su Hongshan asked, suppressing his anger. It's very simple. Since your store is a ripoff, don't blame us for being impolite. Either I lead my brothers to wreak havoc in your shop today, and you can never open this shop again. Either give me 10 times the compensation. No, your Su family is one of the wealthiest families in Shanghai. In that case, asking for 20 times the compensation isn't unreasonable, is it? Wang Xiaoshui said in a nonchalant manner. Su Hongshan was furious, his face turning ashen. Before he could react, his buddy Song Qingshu couldn't take it anymore. This is extortion. Aren't you afraid we'll call the police? Wang Xiaoshui heard this and burst into laughter. Yes, I am extorting money, so what? Or, go ahead and call the police. He waved his hand as he spoke. The group of young men behind them swarmed forward, each pulling out their weapons, and immediately surrounded Su Hongshan, Song Qingshu, Jiang Chun, and the others. Chapter 251. The son-in-law is a good son-in-law, but he's a bit of a floor hog. Seeing that Wang Xiaoshui and his group were causing trouble, they surrounded the shop owner. The guests who were there to watch the spectacle. An uproar immediately erupted. They were shocked by Wang Xiaoshui's lawlessness, extorting money in broad daylight, and not even afraid to call the police. On the one hand, there was curiosity. Did Su Hongshan's shop exaggerate its capabilities, or even rip people off? Holy crap! They surrounded the shop owner? They demand an explanation. Awesome. This is going to be interesting. But speaking of which, Mr. Su's shop has been a well-established business for many years. Could it really be a bit shady? Could those old mine rough stones imported from Myanmar be fake? Who knows what that means? Let's watch the show, let's see if it's a scam or not. We'll find out in a bit. Meanwhile, on Su Hongshan's side, seeing Wang Xiaoshui and his gang's arrogant attitude, I was so angry I almost laughed. It's extortion. Why don't you try calling the police? Su Hongshan has been in the business world for so many years, what hasn't he seen? These people are just acting under orders, deliberately trying to cause trouble. Even if Wang Xiaoshui is gone, there will be Ma Xiaoshui, Niu Xiaoshui, and LV Xiaoshui. If it were before, these petty scoundrels would never dare to act recklessly in front of the Su family. Unfortunately, times have changed. As the Su family's heyday came to an end, nowadays, some nobodies and crooks dare to shit on the Su family's head. But, even though the Su family is now in decline, it still has some foundation. Uncle Fu. Su Hongshan turned his head and gestured to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu nodded in understanding. On the surface, Uncle Fu is the Su family's butler and the head of the jewelry store, but in reality, he is an unparalleled martial arts master. Because Su Hongshan had been kind to him in his early years. Only then did he faithfully serve the Su family. Having received permission from Su Hongshan to act, he stepped forward to intimidate Wang Xiaoshui and his gang. Unexpectedly. Just then, bang! With a loud crash, someone suddenly stomped on the floor, sending stone chips flying and creating a dent in the marble floor. Uncle Fu was taken aback when he saw this. He thought to himself, who is this person? His skill is no less than mine. Could he also be causing trouble? In a panic, he stomped his foot on the floor. No, he stomped it heavily on the floor with a thud. Instantly, stone chips flew everywhere. A dent was clearly stomped into the marble floor. However, compared to before, the sound was quieter and the pit was smaller. 2 loud thuds, one large and one small, left everyone in the audience speechless and bewildered, because the one who kicked first was none other than Jiang Chun. He saw that Wang Xiaoshui and his group were too arrogant. I couldn't stand it anymore. I thought to myself, if I don't show off in front of my father-in-law now, when will I ever get another chance? so he stomped his foot. This was used to intimidate Wang Xiaoshui and others. Unexpectedly, Uncle Fu did not recognize Jiang Chen. In his surprise, he thought Jiang Chen was also there to cause trouble, so he immediately stomped his foot heavily as well. Although the intensity, it wasn't as good as Jiang Chen's move just now. But the main target of the deterrent became Jiang Chen himself. One of us. One of us. Song Qingshu was the first to react, and quickly introduced, Uncle Fu. This young man is your Su family's son-in-law. He's here to help. Su family's son-in-law. Are they here to help? Uncle Fu was surprised again. This was his son-in-law. So young, yet more capable than him? He had no idea. I understood instantly. She quickly apologized to Jiang Chen. Son-in-law, I'm so sorry. It's all right, it's all right. Jiang Chen waved his hand. He thought to himself, this Uncle Fu, despite his age, actually has considerable skill. He can hold his own against me for a couple of moves. The system says, don't show off, or you'll get struck by lightning. After, Jiang Chen and Uncle Fu stepped forward together. Face Wang Xiaoshui head on. When Wang Xiaoshui saw it, he was almost scared to death. Someone who can stomp on a marble floor, creating a dent and sending stone chips flying, is a master that even one person is far beyond what a group of us can handle. Not to mention there are two of them. They were a group of violent and aggressive people who bullied ordinary people. But in front of two masters, damn it, no matter how many of them there are, they're just a pile of useless meat. Besides, they're paid to do things. It's really not worth provoking such a master. What do you want? Wang Xiaoshui took a step back, his voice trembling, all his previous arrogance gone. What do we want? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Wanting to impress his father-in-law, he volunteered to take on the task of interrogation. Wang Xiaoshui, didn't you just say you wanted us to give you justice? No need, no need. I was just kidding. Wang Xiaoshui waved his hands repeatedly. Are you kidding me? But you guys just brought out your weapons, so tell me, who ordered you to do it? Jiang Chen said, subtly stepping on Wang Xiaoshui's foot. The foot was immediately crushed, and the marble floor cracked. Oh! Wang Xiaoshui cried out in pain. The pain was so intense that she wanted to scream for her mother, and she was covered in cold sweat. Seeing Jiang Chen's smiling face like that of a demon, she was terrified and simply stopped caring about anything else. It's the Ning family. Ning Xingyang gave me 5 million and told me to do this. His purpose was to deliberately cause trouble and find an excuse to ruin your main store. The group of young people behind him. Seeing this, they hurriedly put away their weapons. They were afraid of being targeted by Jiang Chen. So it's the Ning family. Su Hongshan frowned and said, the Ning and Su families in Shanghai have never been on good terms. They were quite polite to each other before, keeping to themselves as business. But now, they've resorted to such underhanded tactics. Yes, it was Ning Xingyang who ordered it. We're just doing this for money. Otherwise, why would we bother coming here looking for trouble? Please, just ignore it like a fart. We'll never dare to do it again. Wang Xiaoshui begged for mercy in a pitiful manner. As arrogant as they were just moments before, they are now in a miserable state. All right, get lost. Su Hongshan was annoyed by Wang Xiaoshui and his group, so he waved his hand impatiently. Anyway, they had already been taught a lesson, and there was no point in keeping them around. Well, thank you for your generosity, Mr. Su. Wishing Mr. Su a prosperous business and good fortune. Wang Xiaoshui felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He hurriedly exchanged a few auspicious words with Su Hongshan, then nodded and bowed to Jiang Chen before grimacing in pain and hopping away with the group of young people. Wait a minute, Jiang Chen suddenly said at this moment. Su Hongshan looked at his son-in-law with a puzzled expression. When Wang Xiaoshui and his group heard this, they were so scared they almost wet themselves. They all looked at Jiang Chen with trepidation, wondering what else this gentleman needed. Didn't you hear me? I told you to get out, not to leave. Roll? Good. Okay. With Jiang Chen's kind reminder, Wang Xiaoshui and the others quickly realized what was happening. They obediently did as instructed, and one by one they actually rolled out, because on the basement level, most people even had to roll into the elevator for the first time ever. Song Qingshu watched with great interest from the side. This is Jiang Chen. That's really awesome. He was handsome, an expert fisherman, and his skills were astonishing. If only I were as young as Jiang Chen. If only I were as awesome as Jiang Chen. TSK. That would be an incredibly happy life. I secretly envied him. Suddenly, he became interested in a question. Who is better at martial arts, this kid or Uncle Fu? So he asked Uncle Fu beside him, Uncle Fu, in your opinion, what level of your son-in-law's martial arts skills have you reached so far? He only knew Uncle Fu. He is an unparalleled martial arts genius and master. To be able to compare Jiang Chun to Uncle Fu is already a great compliment for the young Jiang Chun. But when Uncle Fu heard this, suddenly, I felt a little embarrassed. What? My son-in-law's martial arts skills are only a fraction of mine? Are you kidding me? Just look at the footprints we left, and you'll know, Uncle Fu said, glancing at Song Qingshu before hurrying off to do other things. 2. Song Qingshu patted his head. So, in the past, we compared the footprints left by Uncle Fu and Jiang Chun on the marble floor. As it happened, Su Hongshan was also quite interested in this matter. As the boss, his visit to inquire about it was certainly not out of concern for his own damaged marble floor. Upon seeing this, both of them were extremely surprised. It turns out that Jiang Chun and Uncle Fu each stomped their feet at the beginning. Although the sounds were louder, the difference was actually not significant. Both were deafening noises. However, despite the similar volume of the noises, the damage the two individuals inflicted on the floor was vastly different. The hole that Uncle Fu stomped in the floor. There were about 2 or 3 broken marble slabs with cracks. And Jiang Chun's stomp. There are as many as 7 or 8 pieces. Even later, when Jiang Chun stomped on Wang Xiaoshuai's foot and crushed it, 3 or 4 marble slabs broke and cracked along with it. Song Qingshu was somewhat stunned when he saw it. Isn't it obvious who has better martial arts skills, Uncle Fu or Jiang Chun? Why? It's a pity he's not my son-in-law. Su Hongshan glanced at Song Qingshu's incredibly envious expression, and inwardly he was overjoyed. Well, this cheap son-in-law is a treasure. But, I glanced at it again, at that large area of damaged floor. To avoid provoking Song Qingshu too much, he deliberately restrained himself, saying, the son-in-law is a good son-in-law, but he wears out the floor a bit. To everyone's surprise, Song Qingshu listened. He immediately felt even more annoyed. That old bastard. Versailles, you idiot. If I had a son-in-law like that, I wouldn't care if he smashed my teak flooring worth tens of thousands of yuan for 10 or 8 years. Chapter 252 Rookie? Triple kill in one wave. They sent Wang Xiaoshuai and his group away. Jiang Chun wandered around the jade gambling area for a while. Looking at the piles of raw stones neatly categorized, he was honestly a little curious, since he had never actually dabbled in jade gambling before. But now, he has that amazing ability to see through things. Playing with jade gambling again would be like a step down. It's just not interesting anymore. He shook his head and was about to leave. It just so happens that Song Qingshu saw it. Song Qingshu is an old hand at gambling on stones. Over the years, he has made more money than he has lost. He immediately became interested when he saw Jiang Chun. Young man, how about a couple of rounds of jade gambling? This is my father-in-law's shop, forget it. It's not that you're gambling alone, it's that we're gambling together. We each choose a rough stone, and then we see whose cut produces the best quality. Is this okay? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Sure, you two can play. Su Hongshan also came over and, having overheard their conversation, chimed in. He had always known that Song Qingshu was a master at gambling on stones. Now in the store, although there are still many customers visiting, and just now, they also sent off Wang Xiaoshuai and his group who were causing trouble. But Wang Xiaoshuai's talk about gambling on stones being a scam is misleading. This still leaves our customers with no doubts. Therefore, at this time, there were almost no people actually buying raw stones for gambling. Having Song Qingshu, a master of jade gambling, accompany his son-in-law to play jade gambling for a while would not only liven up the atmosphere, but also help dispel the doubts of the customers no matter what the final result was. Okay, since both of you uncles have spoken, then I will respectfully comply, Jiang Chen said. Okay, by the way, young man, let's make a bet. If you lose, don't accuse me of bullying a young man, huh? However, even immortals can't judge the value of jade. Maybe you'll have good luck and beat me. Song Qingshu said to Jiang Chun in a modest manner. No problem. If we lose, just don't cry, uncle, Jiang Chun added with a smile. Song Qingshu was full of confidence. He thought to himself, I'm a seasoned jade gambler with a pretty good track record. This time, crushing a newbie in this bet is more than enough. Especially since this newbie is old Su's precious son-in-law. I can't have it. Well, it would be good to crush them while we're at it. Who told this kid to be so blind? He actually chose the Su family's daughter instead of his own daughter, who had just turned 18. Just 18. My own daughter is as beautiful as a flower, so pretty and delicate. This kid doesn't even try to seduce. That's so hurtful. This kid is pretty arrogant, saying things like, if we lose, don't cry, uncle. Alright, since you've already said it, then let's give you a good cry. However, half an hour later, Song Qing-shu, who was originally full of confidence and anticipation, lost all his smile and became dazed, with an expression of utter disbelief and existential doubt. The grades of jadeite, from low to high, are determined by its texture and clarity. They can be roughly divided into bean type, glutinous ice type, and glass type. He played 3 rounds with Jiang Chun. In the first round, Song Qing-shu drew a bean seed, while Jiang Chun drew a glutinous rice seed. Jiang Chun KO. The second game, Song Qing-shan's seed was of the glutinous rice variety, while Jiang Chun's seed was of the glutinous ice variety. Jiang Chun gets a double kill. In the third round, Song Qing-shu finally obtained an ice seed, and thought he had a sure win. But who knew? Jiang Chun's sample was surprisingly a glass-type jadeite. Jiang Chun triple kill. When Song Qing-shu saw that Jiang Chun had driven a glass-type car, he was completely dumbfounded. Damn it! Is this kid really a newbie? You know, I've been gambling on jade for years, and I've never even opened a piece of that glass-type jade. And I'm a seasoned veteran. Now they've been wiped out in one fell swoop by a rookie? Wipe. I'm sorry, Uncle Song. I'm having a lucky day, Jiang Chun said to Song Qing-shu with a smile after his successful jade gambling victory. Song Qing-shan's face turned completely green. Why? Damn, this time, we've really lost face big time. Seeing this, Su Hongshan, who was watching from the sidelines, was even more satisfied with his son-in-law. On the other side, Jiang Chun was given a glass-type car. The scene was a sensation, with customers who witnessed the whole thing exclaiming in amazement. Holy crap! It's bad enough that we just got an icy jadeite, but now we've got a glassy jadeite too? To be honest, that's awesome. Impressive. Are people still saying this shop is a ripoff? Is it a scam? Bullshit. If a ripoff shop could produce high-quality jadeite, I'd go there every day. That is, add me to the list. I spent some time in my father-in-law's shop in the afternoon, drinking tea and chatting. Jiang Chun saw that it was almost time. Then he said he had to take his leave. Su Hongshan originally wanted to persuade Jiang Chun to stay a little longer, even if it meant staying until tomorrow, but after hearing Jiang Chun say that he had to hurry back to Sihai City to see his wife and 3 children, he realized that Jiang Chun needed to hurry back to Sihai City. He let it go. He then personally drove Jiang Chun to the airport in his Rolls-Royce. On the way there, Su Hongshan asked about his daughter's situation. Then, he asked meaningfully, Xiao Chun, is Qing Chun any less angry with me now? Anger is bad for your health. I'm not angry anymore. Chapter 253 Surprise, isn't it? The father-in-law and his daughter had a big fight, which almost led to a severing of their father-daughter relationship. Jiang Chun had heard of it before, but now, it's unclear whether the little girl is still angry with her father. He really wasn't sure. So much time has passed, she shouldn't be angry anymore, right? Because she was heartbroken, she must still be a little angry, right? None of them are impossible. Because he was still unsure how to answer his father-in-law, Song Qing-shu, upon hearing Su Hongshan's words, could no longer contain himself. That old bastard. It's in Versailles again. Pack. I'm talking about Su Hongshan. Of course you're not angry. With such a great son-in-law, you're overjoyed, ecstatic, and beaming with happiness. Song Qing-shu felt a pang of jealousy. Upon hearing this, Su Hongshan burst into laughter. Song Qing-shu, you're so good at talking. If you're so good at talking, then say more. I love to hear it. Ha! Song Qing-shu could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Su Hongshan took Jiang Chun to the airport. When Jiang Chun arrived at the location, Li Jun was already there. Where's Lu Weiren? Haven't we arrived yet? Jiang Chun asked Li Jun when he couldn't find Lu Wei. We've arrived. There it is, right there. Li Jun smiled and pointed to a person not far away who was wrapped up tightly. In addition to wearing a large mask, the person was also wearing sunglasses and a hat with the brim pulled low. Jiang Chun saw the person from the beginning but didn't pay any attention to him. Then I turned my head and looked again. I then realized that it really was Lu Wei. Wei Zi, what the hell happened to you? You're all bundled up like a superstar. Did Teacher Yan beat you up again? Hey, it's nothing really. Between boyfriend and girlfriend, it's not called fighting, is it? We were just joking. Lu Wei waved his hand and said helplessly. After a pause, he still took off his hat and sunglasses, since his outfit was too eye-catching. In the past, anyone who saw him would take a second look. I thought this outfit. Which celebrity is it that travels in a low-key manner? When Lu Wei took off his hat and sunglasses, Jiang Chun was immediately surprised, because it looked rather pathetic. Lu Wei had a bruised and swollen eye, turning him into a panda eye. Although she was wearing a large mask, you could still see that her face was red and swollen with some scratches. Moreover, her hairstyle was rather strange. It seems like some of her hair has been pulled out. Wipe. That old maid was really ruthless towards Wei Zi. Jiang Chun looked around but didn't see Yin Li, so he asked Lu Wei, "Where is teacher Yin?" After joking with me, she had something to do, so she took the high-speed train back to Sihai by herself in the afternoon, Lu Wei said. Wei Zi, I'm not trying to be mean, but what you're doing is domestic violence. Why don't you call the police? Domestic violence? Call the police? No. Brother Chun, forget it. Lu Wei hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. We were just joking around, and besides, Yin Li didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't intentional. How did she beat you up like this? Jiang Chun wondered, thinking to himself, this Wei Zi, could he really have been played to death by that Yin Li? If that's the case, he might as well have continued to fawn over Feng Rongrong in the first place. That. Hey, Chun, don't worry about it. Yin Li and I are doing great. Anyway, I didn't lose out by playing this game with you two like this. You didn't suffer a loss? Jiang Chun glanced at Lu Wei with suspicion. Although the other man had been beaten badly, since he claimed he hadn't suffered any losses, did that mean? Okay. Jiang Chun rubbed his forehead and didn't press the matter further. Meanwhile, on Lu Wei's side, they really didn't take it seriously. Brother Chun, who was that person who drove you to the airport in a Rolls-Royce? They seemed quite impressive and important. Lu Wei, sporting a black eye, suddenly became interested and asked Jiang Chun in return. That's my father-in-law, Jiang Chun said. Father-in-law? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei was momentarily stunned. Yes, that's my wife's dad. Well, I'm not stupid, of course I know. Lu Wei was shocked because he suddenly thought of his father-in-law. If Yin Li was so fierce, what kind of person was her father? So your name is Lu Wei? You bastard, managed to steal my daughter away. Okay, just you wait. I'm going to grab a knife and chop you up right now. Thinking about the future, Lu Wei's legs inexplicably trembled and he shivered. Around 7 or 8 p.m., the plane arrived at Sihai. As soon as Jiang Chun got off the plane, he received a message from his girlfriend saying that she had driven over with their 3 little monsters to pick him up. Jiang Chun was thrilled. After saying goodbye to Li Jun and Lu Wei, I hurriedly went to the parking lot to find the girl. Honey, over here. From a distance, Su Qingsheng waved to Jiang Chun. Wearing high heels, black stockings, and a beige coat, she looked both elegant and graceful. Jiang Chun felt a surge of heat in his heart upon seeing this. I thought to myself, it's only a 2-day trip to Shanghai, but it feels like I haven't seen my little girl for 2 years. He quickly went to greet them. Upon reaching her, he gave the little girl a bear hug and pulled her into his arms. How long have you been waiting? Not long ago, I just arrived too. Actually, Su Qingsheng had been there for at least half an hour, but she was worried about traffic and not being able to pick up Jiang Chun in time. At this moment, Jiang Chun pulled him into his arms. She was overjoyed, her little mouth chattering, about to tell someone what she missed, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chun suddenly gave her a gag order. Have to. It really is pig's trotters. There are people around. After being gagged for more than 10 seconds, Su Qingsheng broke free, took a breath, and said coquettishly, Is anyone there? Jiang Chun glanced around, and saw that there were indeed quite a few people in the parking lot. However, he thought, so what if there are people around? Can I kiss my wife? As he spoke, he exaggerated and gave her a few hard pecks before letting go of Su Qingsheng. You, be mindful of your behavior. Su Qingsheng was speechless, and gave him a shy glare. She hadn't seen him for 2 days, and she really missed him terribly, wanting to kiss him and hug him. But to do this in front of so many people is just too shameless. Well, actually, she likes it quite a bit. How are the kids doing? After kissing the little girl, Jiang Chun wanted to see the 3 little monsters. He hadn't seen them for 2 days and really missed them. Everything's fine. I just woke up a little while ago, Su Qingsheng said. Jiang Chun nodded and was about to open the car door when he suddenly stared at the girl with a strange and surprised expression. Wife? You're not wearing anything underneath? What? You're not wearing anything underneath? What are you not wearing? That's it. That's the one. Su Qingsheng immediately realized what was happening. Her face flushed red with embarrassment. She realized that she had actually forgotten to wear it until she went out. However, she had been in the car the whole time, so it didn't matter whether she wore it or not. Only, you even noticed that with Pig's trotters? He has a good eye? Unable to hold back any longer, he spat out a curse. Get lost. Jiang Chun. Actually, it wasn't that he had exceptional eyesight. The reason he was able to spot it was due to his so-called X-ray vision ability. But it's crucial. Didn't Dog Tongzi say that X-ray vision only works on inanimate objects? What's going on with the system? Jiang Chun immediately asked telepathically. Bite. Originally, the X-ray vision was only effective against inanimate objects, but since the host returned and immediately doted on his wife upon seeing her, he gained extra privileges, making it effective even against his wife. So, were you surprised? Jiang Chun. Surprise? Accident. Surprise my ass. Couldn't it have been done sooner? Jiang Chun shook his head, complained about the dog, then opened the car door and pulled the girl inside as well. Chapter 254 Birds of a Feather Flock Together. Huh? What are you doing? Su Qingqing asked in surprise. Nothing much. I was just worried my wife would get cold outside, so I brought her inside to warm up, Jiang Chun said, eager to see his three little monsters as soon as he got into the car. As for his wife, one at a time. Seeing the shameless person, Su Qingqing was filled with helplessness. Why don't you explain yourself? Who is your wife? Besides, the weather is sunny and the temperature is quite warm today, okay? All three little mythical beasts were awake. Seeing Jiang Chun approach, she stared at him with her dark eyes, then waved her hands and feet as if to welcome him. Yo! Haven't seen you for 2 days, my little one. Did you miss Daddy? TSK TSK. It seems cute. Jiang Chun exaggeratedly said a few words, and couldn't help but hug each of the three little beasts one by one, pressing his face against the three little guys and being affectionate with them. Since I had my own child, my views on children have truly changed a lot compared to before, and I have come to truly understand why children are angels. So much so that I find every child I see incredibly adorable. Of course, the cutest. It's still my own child. After spending a long time being affectionate with the three little monsters, Jiang Chun then reached out his hands to his wife. What? Su Qingqing's face flushed red. What do you think? Jiang Chun hugged the other person without hesitation. Honey, this is the airport parking lot. It's very crowded. Can we be a little more considerate? No, I just kissed my wife. What else could I have done? Besides, I was outside the car, and we've already kissed her. What am I afraid of? You just want to kiss? Ha! I know you too well, you shameless bastard. What are you talking about? Don't you know anything about me? Do you think I can do anything other than kissing? Ah, you. The three children are still there. It's okay, it's okay. I'm a decent person. Besides, they wouldn't understand anyway. Pa. Shameless. A dozen minutes later, Jiang Chun drove his wife and children home. On the road, Jiang Chun shared some of his observations and experiences in Shanghai, as well as the story of barbecue restaurants expanding into the city. After a pause, he said to Su Qingqing, by the way, wife, this time when I went to Shanghai, I unexpectedly met a very important and unexpected person. Someone very important and quite unexpected? Who is it? Su Qingqing asked curiously. Her face was flushed, and she was leaning back in her chair, feeling a little tired after what had just happened. I unexpectedly ran into my father-in-law, Jiang Chun said. Your father-in-law? That is my dad. Oh this. Su Qingqing was immediately surprised. But didn't my mom say that she and my dad live in Hangzhou now? How come my dad went to Shanghai? Your dad just went to Shanghai. They said they need to take care of the Su family's businesses in Shanghai. They can't let them continue like this. Oh. Su Qingqing nodded. She knew about her father's ambition. Before she had that big fight with her father, the Su family's business had already begun to decline, and now, needless to say, it's even worse than before. My dad must be very anxious. Even though I was staying in Hangzhou with my mother for a while, it's also destined that they won't stay long. So, how did my dad treat you after you met him? She couldn't offer much help to the Su family for the time being, so Su Qingqing sighed inwardly and then asked the question that concerned her most. It's all right. Your dad and I went fishing for a while, had a meal, and then visited his flagship jewelry store. I also took care of a few troublemaking young men. So it seems my dad is really good to you, Su Qingqing nodded. But how come there are still young people causing trouble? Honey, are you all right? Her concern for Jiang Chun was evident in her words. Of course your husband is fine. Sending away a few young men is a piece of cake for me. Besides, you know what I, your husband, am capable of. Cut. Su Qingqing blushed slightly and gave a disdainful look. Afterwards, Jiang Chun remembered that on the way to the Shanghai airport, his father-in-law had asked whether Qingsheng was still angry with him. So he casually asked the girl about it. Am I still angry with my dad? Why would I be angry? Ever since I've been with you, I haven't been angry at all, Su Qingqing said without thinking, but then her tone became a little agitated. No, what does my dad mean by asking that? Is he still angry with me? Well, back then, he was a father, a chauvinist, who completely ignored my thoughts and treated me almost like a commodity. And he still thinks he's right. Why is he angry with me? Seeing that the little girl was not only agitated, but even a little aggrieved, Jiang Chun was surprised. He didn't expect that the little girl would still have some resentment even today. All right, a filial daughter, no? Honey, your dad isn't angry. He just asked you through me. Didn't your dad get angry with me? Of course. He also said that getting angry is bad for your health, meaning you shouldn't get angry either. Su Qingqing nodded, her tone returning to normal. Then, she glanced at Jiang Chun with some concern. Honey, tell me the truth. What do you think of my dad? He's all right, quite easygoing, not bad at all, Jiang Chun said after thinking for a moment. Actually, at first, I didn't know anything about your father, and I was afraid that he would suddenly lash out and break one of my legs. Who knew that when your dad found out? He burst out laughing and said he'd rather break one of his dog's legs than break one of mine. Su Qingqing's expression was tense because she was a little worried. Upon hearing this, he chuckled. This? You too. Aren't you even listening to what you're saying? But, birds of a feather flock together. Well, they really are a perfect match. Chapter 255 The Virtuous Wife Plan. We arrived at Chunjiang Pavilion's home. Jiang Chun put the three little monsters out of the car. As soon as they entered the door, Su Qingqing said very proactively, Honey, I'll cook for you tonight. You cook? Jiang Chun felt a wave of fear. After returning from his trip to Shanghai, he was a bit hungry and didn't want to eat that carefully prepared culinary disaster again. Honey, you must be tired from work. How about I do it? Or Aunt Lu can do it too. He tried to subtly remind the girl. Snort. They just think my cooking isn't good enough. But don't worry, honey, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with what I make this time, Su Qingqing said, then enthusiastically tied on her apron and went to the kitchen to get busy. Jiang Chun was speechless. Satisfied? I'd be more satisfied if you didn't do it. With his protests ineffective, he had no choice but to sit down on the sofa, watching his little monster while helplessly cracking sunflower seeds and eating a few peanuts to fill his stomach. More than an hour later, Su Qingqing finally finished cooking. Honey, come and try my cooking. I guarantee you'll love it. She excitedly placed the food on the table. Okay. Jiang Chen's stomach was growling with hunger. When he went over to take a look, he saw a tomato and egg stir-fry, a stir-fried pork with chili peppers, a cumin lamb dish, served with rice, and a seaweed and egg soup. 3 dishes and a soup. Just make do with this. Su Qingqing, served Jiang Chen rice. Jiang Chen glanced at the 2 dishes and the soup. But judging from its appearance, it immediately felt like, this is exactly what I expected. Surprisingly, after eating it, I found it to be quite good, the kind of food that I could actually eat. How was it, honey? Seeing that Jiang Chun had tried them all, Su Qingqing asked with anticipation. Not bad, Jiang Chen said. Oh, not bad. Su Qingqing was overjoyed. I knew you'd like it. As she spoke, she served Jiang Chen a large bowl of seaweed and egg soup. How did you do that? Jiang Chen was a little surprised. To be honest, the taste of the dishes was just average, but for the girl, it was already quite good. I learned it through hard work. I find cooking videos online and follow them step by step, over and over again. If I really don't understand something, I ask Aunt Lu for help. When I have nothing to do in the evening, I practice cooking. And that's how it is. Su Qingqing's face was full of excitement and pride as she spoke. How about it? Isn't your wife virtuous and intelligent? Yes, indeed. That's fine then, honey. If it's delicious, eat more. After that, Su Qingqing served Jiang Chen 4 or 5 bowls of rice. No. Honey, are you feeding me like a pig? Jiang Chun rubbed his stomach, looking troubled, as another bowl of rice was brought to him. He really couldn't eat anymore. Isn't it good to treat you like a pig? So you won't have to fight with the baby for food at night. After finishing his meal, Jiang Chun had just sat down on the sofa to rest for a while when the little girl quietly came over again. Honey, shall I give you a shoulder massage? Honey, shall I wash your feet? Honey, you went to Shanghai, shouldn't you change your clothes? Here, give me your underwear and socks, I'll hand wash them for you. Honey, are you alright? Jiang Chun hugged the girl tightly and gave her a light kiss. It's nothing, Su Qingqing said. In fact, she really was fine. Jiang Chun had been in Shanghai for 2 days, and she had been taking care of the 3 kids at home at night. Even with Aunt Lu's help, it was still quite a struggle. Taking care of 3 little monsters to eat, drink, and relieve themselves at night is definitely not an easy task. Thinking back, it was always someone who took care of me at night, while I was mostly too tired to do anything else. I was just a tool, or rather, a baby bottle. I can't help but admire how hard someone works. I immediately wanted to be nicer to him, even nicer. In addition, I had already planned to be a good wife some time ago. Therefore, someone came back. She then set about implementing it further. Are you alright? Jiang Chun was of course unaware of the little girl's thoughts. He held her in his arms and gently pinched her pert nose. It's nothing. Why would I be so nice to you? After saying that, she gave him another light peck on his cherry lips. Of course it's okay. What? I'm your wife. Isn't it only natural for me to treat my husband well? Su Qingqing blinked and retorted. She pouted and said, besides, wasn't I good to you before? After saying that, he deliberately rubbed his nose against Jiang Chen's clothes. It has to be said, right now, sitting on the sofa with my boyfriend, chatting casually, it feels so good. Okay, of course it's great. Jiang Chun was overjoyed at the sight. It was truly rare to see a little white rabbit taking the initiative to fawn over a big bad wolf. Since that's the case, honey, you're so good to me. How about you go all the way and take a shower, get all clean, and then wait for me in bed? No, honey, you still want it. What else? Roll. Can't you just sit with me on the sofa and have a proper talk? On the sofa? That's fine. Huh? You. Su Qingsheng was speechless, utterly exasperated by that jerk. It's true that all roads lead to Rome. After giving him a glare, using the excuse of going to see the 3 mythical beasts, she broke free from Jiang Chen's embrace. However, she had already made up her mind. After settling the 3 little mythical beasts, she would obediently go to take a bath. Well, how should I put it? After all, this is a case of absence making the heart grow fonder. Su Qingsheng thought to herself. Arriving at the stroller, I checked the diapers of the 3 little monsters as usual, starting with the eldest's. However, as soon as my hand touched the eldest's little body, I frowned slightly. Then she touched Xiao Bao's little body. His brows were also furrowed. She quickly touched the baby's little body, then called out to Jiang Chun. Honey, come quick and see if these 3 babies are sick. Chapter 256 Mycoplasma Infection. Are the 3 babies sick? Jiang Chun was startled. My son was sick a while ago. He had rosella and a high fever for a long time. Here we go again. Surely not. Jiang Chun quickly went to the crib. Feel the body temperature of the 3 little creatures. Baby's body temperature is naturally higher than adults, but at this moment, the body temperature of the 3 little ones felt significantly higher. Let's take your temperature. As he spoke, he brought out 3 spare mercury thermometers. Measurement results. The 3 little mythical creatures had body temperatures of 39.2 degrees Celsius, 39.1 degrees Celsius, and 37.9 degrees Celsius, respectively. In other words, apart from Xiao Bao's 37.9 degrees Celsius, De Bao and Air Bao both had high fevers. Therefore, at this time, perhaps because of discomfort, Xiao Bao squirmed and soon started crying. De Bao and Air Bao were a little listless, but because of Xiao Bao's crying and their own discomfort, they also started crying. However, the voice was very low, obviously because it was weak. What's going on? How did it suddenly start burning? When we came back, everything was fine, wasn't it? And Xiao Bao, she just recovered from rosella. How come she has a fever now? When Su Qingsheng saw that all 3 babies had fevers, 2 of them with high fevers, she immediately became a little anxious. Because I had never encountered this situation before, I almost burst into tears. Children have weak immune systems. A sudden fever indicates that the illness has actually been incubating for some time, and there are too many reasons for a fever, Jiang Chun said with a frown. You should go to the hospital as soon as possible. With a fever like this, it's best to see a doctor first. As he spoke, he immediately began packing his things for the hospital. In his haste, Jiang Chun became somewhat flustered. Why? I'll say it again. I'd rather be sick myself than have my child get sick. Because the child was sick, there was an unusual commotion in the house, which also alerted Aunt Lu. Normally, she would finish her work in the evening. They were very self-aware and stayed in their own rooms. This would give the young couple more freedom. At this moment, Knowing that all three children had fevers, she felt both guilty and explanatory. Actually, when I was taking care of the three children this afternoon, I felt that they were a little listless. But they seemed to be able to eat and sleep well, so I didn't pay much attention at the time. Who knew they would develop a fever that night? Why? If I had known, I would have told you about this immediately. Aunt Lu is all right, Jiang Chun reassured her. After getting to know her over the past few days, he realized that Aunt Lu was a good person, responsible at work, and very considerate in her daily life. The story of the three children having fevers. Don't say Aunt Lu didn't notice it beforehand. Even Jiang Chun himself, after returning from Shanghai, held each of the three babies in his arms, showering them with affection, and did not notice anything unusual. As they were talking, Jiang Chun had already packed up and was about to push the stroller away. Honey, I'll go too, Su Qingqing said. This time all three kids are sick, you can't manage on your own. Besides, I'll be worried sick at home. Okay, let's go. Jiang Chun thought about it, and realized it made sense. Treating three little monsters by himself would be quite a challenge. We arrived at the hospital quickly. Because it was evening, I went to the emergency room. The triplets are a striking presence wherever they go, even in the hospital, attracting a lot of attention and onlookers. However, regarding the curiosity of those people, Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing were in no mood for anything else. After registering, they had to have blood drawn and oral swabs taken from their three babies to check for influenza A, influenza B, mycoplasma, and other infections. 20 minutes later, the results are in. All three little ones have mycoplasma infection. Chapter 257, Who wasn't a baby over 200 months old back then? Mycoplasma infection? What happened? Su Qingqing was a little surprised. Doctor, I know there are a lot of mycoplasma infections lately, but our three children haven't been to any crowded places. How did I get infected with mycoplasma? The doctor in charge of nighttime, Rosila, was a woman. I was genuinely surprised to see that the sick babies were triplets. In all my years of medical practice, I've seen twins, but triplets were a first for me. Especially since she is so beautiful and cute. This is truly rare. Seeing Su Qingqing's anxious expression, the female doctor was unsurprised and patiently explained as usual. The child's parent. Judging from the current condition of the three children, they may have been infected for several days. Just because you didn't take your child to crowded places doesn't mean there's no chance of mycoplasma infection. Mycoplasma infection can occur in multiple ways, such as droplet transmission, contact transmission, and mother-to-child transmission, etc. Mother-to-child transmission? Su Qingqing asked again. Yes, it's breastfeeding. But why am I okay? It's normal that you don't have any symptoms. A positive mycoplasma test varies from person to person. Not everyone will have symptoms. Babies have weak immune systems, so it's not surprising that they might have a fever. Oh. Su Qingqing thought about it and agreed. Since mother-to-child transmission, I'm fine. Even a pig's trotter is fine. It's just a pity for the three little ones. After, the female doctor then performed a thorough examination on the three babies. It would be best to take x-rays of the three babies again. Do we still need to film? This time, Jiang Chun couldn't help but ask in surprise. Yes, all three babies have some degree of RALs in their lungs, which may indicate pneumonia. All right. It seems the three children's condition is quite serious this time. Jiang Chun shook his head. Together with Su Qingqing, they took their three little monsters to film a movie. The X-ray results confirmed what the female doctor had said. All three little ones had pneumonia of varying degrees. Now, it's mycoplasma infection plus pneumonia. The only option is to be hospitalized. Jiang Chun quickly completed the hospitalization procedures. The triplets had 3 different numbers and 3 beds, which took up a whole ward. The 3 little ones, because of their young age, had to receive intravenous infusions via scalp veins. Although the 3 little ones didn't even have time to react and cry while receiving the 4 drip, the nurse had already inserted the needle. But seeing this scene, Su Qingqing couldn't help but have her eyes redden. Jiang Chun also felt bad. He had seen videos and news reports of children crying their hearts out because of injections, and at the time, he just found it funny. But now, there was absolutely nothing funny about it. It's true, everyone loves their own child. It's alright, daughter-in-law. Whose child hasn't been sick? Even the emperor's child gets sick sometimes. Besides, we all had to get injections when we were kids, didn't we? Jiang Chun felt bad, but seeing the little girl's eyes were red, and she was almost in tears, he went over to comfort her. Su Qingqing nodded. But they are so young, I still can't help myself when I see them. They're small now, but in a few years, these three little guys will turn into three unruly brats that everyone hates, causing trouble for you all the time, and you'll want to beat them up every day, Chen added. But even if you beat them up, you should still feel sorry for them when you see how pitiful they look when they are sick or getting injections. That's true. Actually, to be honest, when Chen was a child, what he feared most was not being beaten, but getting injections in his buttocks when he was sick. Get a shot in the buttock. It may not be very painful, but it will be a lifelong nightmare. Even now, thinking back on it, I still have quite a few lingering fears. The thought of trying an injection in the buttocks again would send shivers down my spine. In that sense, why? Who wasn't a baby over 200 months old back then? The three little monsters hadn't been receiving 4 drips for long. On the other side, Songmei texted Su Qingsheng before going to bed, wanting to video chat with her grandchildren so she could get a good night's sleep. However, she was shocked to hear that all 3 babies were hospitalized. It has been confirmed that the 3 little ones are indeed sick and hospitalized. Songmei was extremely flustered. He kicked Zhang Dapeng, who had already fallen asleep, awake. Then, the couple rushed to the hospital. What's going on? Why did you suddenly get sick and have to be hospitalized? Is it that serious? Zhang Dapeng was exhausted and very sleepy, so he went to bed early that day. But when he heard that his 3 beloved grandchildren were hospitalized, he couldn't sleep at all. They arrived at the hospital in one go. They asked Songmei about the condition of the 3 babies. Seeing the pitiful state of the 3 little babies receiving 4 drips, I felt incredibly sorry for them too. Zhang Dapeng was relieved to learn that there was nothing seriously wrong and that he would recover after a few days of 4 fluids. Songmei also breathed a sigh of relief. I couldn't help but look at the 3 little babies again and again. Care and compassion were written all over his face. Turning around, she noticed that Zhang Dapeng had taken off his mask and couldn't help but say with disdain, "Hey Zhang Dapeng, all 3 of your kids are sick. Can't you at least wear your mask properly? What if you give it to 3 more children and they get some kind of virus? When will the child be discharged from the hospital?" Seeing this, Su Qingqing smiled and said, "Sister Mei, it's the child who's sick now, infected with mycoplasma, not uncle. But it's good that uncle is wearing a mask to prevent himself from getting infected." Song Mei and Zhang Dapeng are in the hospital room. I watched the 3 babies for a while, stayed for more than an hour, and when I found nothing was wrong, I went home. "Honey, you should go back too. I'll be fine here tonight." After seeing that his parents had left, Jiang Chun checked the time and saw that it was almost 11 o'clock, so he said to Su Qingqing, "But can you manage on your own?" "Forgot again? A man can't say no. Tisich, I'm talking about serious matters. I'm talking about serious business." Jiang Chun smiled. "Go ahead, you have to go to work tomorrow. The company is rushing to mass-produce new products, isn't it? The children might have to stay here for a week, but I'll be fine with them." But Su Qingsheng couldn't bear to part with the children, and she also couldn't bear to part with her husband. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, but the 3 little monsters got sick, which disrupted all their plans. But what is it? Jiang Chen pulled down his mask and couldn't resist leaning down to peck the girl. "Do you perhaps want to be with me in the hospital room?" "Oh, roll." Su Qingsheng was startled when she saw someone's outstretched hands. Her face immediately turned red, and she spat out a curse. "All right then, if there's nothing else, I'll go back." As he spoke, he returned the peck to Jiang Chun. "We'll be heading back soon." Just then, Buzz. Su Qingqing's phone rang. When she took it out and looked at it, she was somewhat surprised, and her expression changed slightly. "What's wrong? Who called?" Jiang Chun asked, noticing the girl's strange expression. "My dad." "Your dad?" Jiang Chun was also a little puzzled. He wondered if his father-in-law had something important to tell his daughter at this hour. "Then answer it." Su Qingqing nodded. Because of a big argument back then, with each side sticking to their own version of events, she and her father hadn't been in contact for a long time. Anything they had to say or discuss was relayed through by Huiyan. "My dad suddenly called." Su Qingqing was somewhat surprised. Thinking this, she answered the phone, "Hello, Dad." Chapter 258, Marrying a Pig, Following the Pig. "Hey, Qingsheng. It's been a long time since we've been in touch, hasn't it?" Su Hongshan asked with a gentle yet cautious smile on the other end of the phone. Compared to a few years ago, his temper has improved a lot. He has lost much of his arrogance. They also became less stubborn and self-righteous. A serious illness did indeed cause his views on many things in life to change significantly. However, Su Qingqing, after the initial greeting, she remained silent for a while. In fact, Su Hongshan had called her before, trying to reconcile with his daughter. However, Su Qingsheng did not answer because she harbored resentment. That's why I got through to my dad on the phone this time. To some extent, it's also because she's come to terms with it now and doesn't want to dwell on it anymore. Even so, to be honest, she doesn't hold any resentment at all now, as if nothing ever happened. That's not very realistic. What's wrong, daughter? Are you still angry with your old man? Su Hongshan gave a wry smile. He knew his daughter's temper quite well. When she got stubborn, not even 10 donkeys could pull her back. Seeing that his daughter remained silent, he had no choice but to continue talking by himself. Don't be angry. Getting angry is bad for your health. Looking back, I was too bad-tempered and too self-righteous. I didn't respect you or ask for your opinion. But Dad, it was difficult for me back then too. Because the Su family is in trouble and needs something from the Ming family. So no matter how arrogant I am, I have no choice but to bow down to the Ming family. But now that I think about it, even if we had successfully reached a cooperation agreement with the Ming family back then, what good would it have done? The Ming family is no benevolent family to begin with, and even if we had reached a cooperation agreement, they might not have been genuinely willing to lend a helping hand. Ugh, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. In short, it was Dad's fault back then. I shouldn't have blamed you, said so many hurtful things, and argued with you. I've made you suffer these past 2 years. Dad apologizes. Also, actually, after we found out that you gave birth in Sihai, your mother and I have always wanted to go and see you. It's just that my body is letting me down. That's why it's been delayed again and again. Su Hongshan gave his daughter an explanation. Su Qingsheng, listening to this, was deeply moved. After all, he was her father, and hearing what he said, she understood that he had also been in a difficult position at the time, especially now that he is apologizing to himself. Therefore, at this time, the last trace of resentment in Su Qingsheng's heart immediately vanished. When Su Hongshan said that his body was not cooperating, she couldn't hold back any longer. Dad, what's wrong with your health? Are you sick? He asked with concern. Su Hongshan was pleased to hear that his daughter was finally willing to talk to him. I felt much relieved. Hey, it's nothing, just a minor leg problem, she said casually, then added. But thanks to you, Qingsheng, my little problem is almost completely healed now. Thanks to me? Su Qingsheng was baffled. Yes, it's all thanks to the good son-in-law you found for me, Su Hongshan said with a smile. Good son-in-law? Su Qingsheng didn't react for a moment. It's Xiao Chen. Ah. Su Qingsheng was surprised and looked up at the pig's trotter, thinking to herself, is that so? All right, Qingsheng. It's already late. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Take good care of yourself. As long as you, Xiao Chen, and the 3 children are doing well, your mother and I will be at ease. Let's wait a few days. Once I've finished dealing with the important matters in Shanghai, your mother and I will go to Sihai to see you too and the child. He successfully resolved his daughter's resentment towards him. In Su Hongshan's heart, they were absolutely overjoyed. Okay, Dad, you and Mom take care of yourselves too. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingsheng looked at someone and asked, did you heal my dad's leg? Yeah. Actually, it was the time I went to Hangzhou. I went to the jewelry store to buy you a gift. I ran into the shop owner who had a minor leg problem, so I casually gave him acupuncture. But at the time, I really didn't expect that he was my father-in-law. Jiang Chen briefly explained the situation. However, to avoid worrying the girl, just like her father-in-law has a minor leg problem. In fact, at that time, my father-in-law's leg was no minor problem. Not to mention that both legs are severely paralyzed. His overall condition and mental state were very poor. What a coincidence. Su Qingsheng was extremely surprised. Then, she stared at Jiang Chen with a meaningful look in her eyes. No. Honey, how come you know how to do everything? Massage, acupuncture, cooking, and so on. What can we do? Your husband is so talented. Jiang Chen shamelessly showed off. But actually, I'm not good at everything. For example, when the 3 babies have fevers or mycoplasma, I don't know what to do. That's true. Su Qingsheng nodded. Following my gaze, I couldn't help but look at the 3 little babies. Oh, if only I could take their place and be sick instead. But I hadn't even looked at it for 2 seconds. Jiang Chen turned him around and asked, Wife, what's going on with the Ming family? Jiang Chen asked a question he considered very important. As for the tone, it has a slightly sour taste. The Ming family? As soon as Su Qingsheng saw Jiang Chen's expression, she knew what he was thinking. So she didn't hide anything and said, The Ming family is a wealthy and powerful family in Shanghai. At that time, our Su family needed something from the Ming family. So my dad wanted me to go on a blind date with some young master from the Ming family, but I hated it so much that I refused to see him. Then the conflict between my dad and me broke out. Of course, afterwards, our Su family was inevitably subjected to relentless suppression by the Ming family. Oh, so, you almost became the young mistress of the Ming family back then? Jiang Chun put his arm around the girl's slender waist, savoring the moment. No way, Su Qingqing chuckled. Honey, don't tell me you're really jealous? Ha! What young mistress of the Ming family? Bullshit. The Ming family is a wealthy family, and our Su family wasn't bad either. We just suffered an accident. Besides, my dad made me go on blind dates. I hadn't even met the right person yet, and I even said that I'd rather be an old maid for the rest of my life than go on blind dates or get married. It really made my dad furious. As Su Qingqing spoke, she looked at Jiang Chen's expression and burst into laughter. She couldn't help but hook her arm around his neck, stand on tiptoe, and give him sweet pecks again and again. TSK, TSK. The way that pig's trotter looked jealous. I absolutely love it. And now, Jiang Chun retorted one by one. Now, Su Qingqing retorted. There's nothing we can do now. I've become a young married woman and have had 3 children. I can't be an old maid anymore. I guess I'll just have to follow my husband wherever he goes. No, it should be follow your husband wherever he goes. Chapter 259, My Girlfriend's First New Year's Gift. I heard the young woman say, if you marry a pig, you should follow the pig. Jiang Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead. Speaking of this girl, in one breath, with just 3 sentences, he compared himself to 3 different animals. What was he thinking? Was he a pig brain? Thinking like that, he gave the girl a hard peck. Then, wife, tell me yourself, if I'm a pig, but you're my wife, then what are you? Cut. You want me to say it's a sow? Can't I be the owner of the pigs? Su Qingqing playfully stuck out her tongue, then couldn't help but glance at the 3 little beasts who were currently receiving 4 drips. Then he added, let's go. Take good care of my 3 children, otherwise. Are you trying to imitate my mom here? Otherwise what? Go back and get some rest. Okay. After Su Qingqing returned, the ward fell silent, leaving only Jiang Chun and the 3 little ones. 3 little ones. Perhaps because of illness and fatigue, they were all sleeping peacefully with their little hands raised. Just looking at their movements and their little faces, they looked like adorable little angels. But as soon as I saw the 4 needle in my head, I hope the babies get well soon. When the 4 drip finished, the nurse came into the ward to change the dressing and saw Jiang Chen alone. She was surprised and asked, are you taking care of the child alone at night? Yes, I'm the one who takes care of her at home every night, Jiang Chen said. But this is a hospital, and all 3 of your children are sick. At night, you not only have to feed them and change their diapers, but you also have to observe their condition, take their temperature, and so on. After a whole night of this, you can basically forget about getting any sleep. The nurse kindly offered this reminder. It's easier if the child is older. The key point is that these are only 2 or 3 months old babies, and not just 1, but triplets. Taking care of 3 babies at night by one person is indeed quite a challenge. To the nurse's surprise, when confronted with his well-intentioned reminder, the other person shook his head and said, it's nothing. I'm used to it. All right. Since the person didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with it, the nurse didn't say anything more, quickly changed the dressing and came out, glancing at the person as she did so. Although it's a bit presumptuous to take care of someone alone at night. But people, to be fair, it's quite pleasing to the eye, and the production team is very responsible. As for taking care of the 3 little ones at night, he doesn't sleep. Jiang Chun, whose physique had been enhanced, said he felt no pressure. The next morning, it was just past 7 o'clock when Song Mei arrived in a hurry with breakfast. Not long after, Su Qingqing also arrived. Song Mei brought Jiang Chun homemade steamed buns and soy milk, while Su Qingqing brought him jianbing guozi, Chinese crepes, and milk. Needless to say, the jianbing guozi was store-bought. Jiang Chen stayed up all night. I was hungry, and since my mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were feeding me breakfast at the same time, I didn't stand on ceremony and started eating right away. But Jiang Chun was eating a meat bun with gusto when he suddenly remembered something. Mom, you're being really good to me these days. Song Mei knew, of course, that her son was referring to the time when Su Qingqing was hospitalized for childbirth, and she hadn't brought him any food. What are you saying? You're my son. Isn't it only right that I treat you well? Song Mei said with a smile. Besides, if I dared to treat you badly now, your wife wouldn't agree. That's right. Sister Mei, if you dare to treat my husband badly, I'll be the first to object. Su Qingsheng chimed in, feigning a fierce tone. Song Mei covered her mouth and laughed. Have to. Look at this silly wife. To protect her husband, she actually dared to be so domineering with your best friend. No, your mother-in-law. Ha! Jiang Chun, on the other hand, instantly felt a sense of being pampered. Well, after being pampered by his mother, being pampered by his wife now, this feeling is really great. Su Qingsheng came this time. Besides bringing breakfast for Jiang Chun, I also brought 2 glasses, which were, of course, for breast milk. This is for the child. If you're warming up breast milk for the baby, try not to use a microwave. Just use hot water. Su Qingsheng instructed Jiang Chun before leaving. Okay. Jiang Chun nodded, took the 2 glasses filled with breast milk, and told the nurses that he could borrow their refrigerator. When Song Mei saw this, her eyes widened in surprise. Wow, these are 2 huge cups. Alright. But thinking about it, it's normal. Now that the 3 little ones are all so big, they must eat a lot more than before. Jiang Chun spends both day and night at the hospital taking care of his 3 little ones. Sleep time. I've reduced it to 2 or 3 hours a day, and it's all done in the spare moments between busy schedules. This kind of work schedule is almost back to when my daughter had just given birth. However, compared to before, the 3 sick cubs might be a bit more troublesome, because I need to take my temperature every now and then. Check if the little ones have a fever, and if so, whether it's a low-grade or high fever. Fortunately, thanks to his enhanced physique, Jiang Chun was able to hold on. As a result, the nurses were secretly amazed and clicked their tongues in amazement. It was one thing to be handsome, but he was also so healthy. No wonder he was able to have 3 children at once. Su Qingsheng is actually. It's a busy time of year. After the company's 3 new products passed official review and approval and completed a series of procedures, it began to work on mass production and market launch. She went home to rest that night. But during the day, he still goes to the hospital every other day. Sometimes, she would even take advantage of her lunch break to go over and have lunch with Jiang Chun, and also give the 3 little ones a fresh and hot lunch. The 3 cubs are recovering quite well. However, due to pneumonia and pharyngitis caused by mycoplasma, the treatment time in the hospital was extended from the initial 7 days to 14 days. During this period, Song Mei and Zhang Dapeng couldn't bear to see their son working so hard, so the couple forced Jiang Chun to take a few night shifts instead. On Su Qingsheng's side, under her leadership, the company's 3 new products, skin whitening mud, hair growth serum, and hair removal serum, were launched in small batches as scheduled. Snow Skin Mud primarily focuses on skincare. It can make skin as white and tender as a baby's, which is something that women naturally have a strong demand for, and more men also have this demand. Needless to say, hair growth serums are another story. In modern society, due to various factors, far too many people are going bald suddenly. This potent hair growth serum directly addresses a key pain point. But, in contrast, among the 3 new products launched in small batches, the hair removal liquid actually had the best sales response. Although the price is a bit high, but its reputation is absolutely phenomenal. Hair Removal Artifact. Permanent hair removal, a one-time solution. You deserve it. The first gift I'll give my girlfriend for the new year. As a result, the 3 new products were an instant hit. Chapter 260. I'm lying flat. Do you know how to do it? After a small batch trial launch of 3 new products, skin whitening mud, hair growth serum, and hair removal serum, and seeing their popularity, Su Qingsheng immediately expanded production. However, due to the ramp-up of production capacity, the 3 new products are still in short supply, especially hair removal liquid. It became an overnight sensation. It is very popular among young men and women, so much so that scalpers have started reselling it at inflated prices, but even if the price doubles, it is still very easy to sell. In response to this, some of the veteran sales staff in the company's sales department are the ones who can't be persuaded to ride the horse. Skin smoothing mud and hair growth serum. Sales are booming, which is easy to understand. One product focuses on skincare, and the other on hair growth. Seeing the product's effectiveness, they can't help but want to buy it. After all, everyone has a love for beauty. Who doesn't want to look beautiful? But this hair removal liquid, that's a bit puzzling. Of the 3 products, the most expensive was the one that sold the best. As soon as it arrived, it was almost sold out. According to customer profiles, women bought far more than men. Okay. I might be out of touch. I'm not quite getting what young people are looking for. But even if they didn't understand it, the overwhelming demand and booming popularity of the new product made everyone in the company extremely happy, and they were eager to make a big profit. Su Qingsheng is the company president who oversees all aspects of the business. Of course, they were extremely busy, coordinating production, allocating raw materials, resolving disputes, and so on. When things get busy, there's not even time to drink a sip of water. Even so, Su Qingsheng still tries her best to make time to go to the hospital to be with someone and the three little ones, even if it's just for a short 10 minutes or so. Thank you, honey. If you hadn't provided the formula and processing technology, these three new products wouldn't have been developed and launched so quickly. That noon, Su Qingsheng took some time to come over again, have lunch with Jiang Chen, and also feed the three little ones. Then, leaning against someone, he said with no small amount of gratitude, "Thank me for what?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. "Honey, look at you. You're calling me husband now. We're an old married couple now, so it's only right that I offer some help," he said, ruffling the girl's hair. "So what if we're an old married couple? You should still thank them." Su Qingsheng smiled. At this moment, her career was just beginning to take off, her family was happy, and her heart was filled with a kind of indescribable sweetness and joy. She couldn't help but give someone a sweet kiss. "Honey, do you know? Our three new products are really popular with the market. I've arranged for people to work overtime to produce them, but we still can't keep up with demand. Even scalpers have appeared." "Oh, scalpers have even appeared." Jiang Chen was surprised. It was so popular. No wonder it was a top-tier product. "Yes," Su Qingsheng said proudly. "Currently, even our own company employees find it quite difficult to buy a set of products. And also, honey, do you remember that company I used to work for through a university enterprise cooperation program? They've been seeing a good response to our new product launch recently, and yesterday they took the initiative to ask us to cooperate. So do you agree?" Jiang Chen asked. "Of course not. How did they steal my achievements back then? How did they kick me out? And now they actually have the nerve to ask us for cooperation?" "Huh," Su Qingsheng said. "Seeing the little girl made me incredibly happy." Jiang Chen felt very pleased. "But my wife, as the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. It's certainly something to be happy about when a product is very popular, but we also have to guard against being smeared, slandered, or attacked. Of course, I will handle this carefully." "Okay, that's good." The two chatted for a while. Su Qingsheng looked at Jiang Chen, who looked somewhat haggard from taking care of the child day and night these past few days. "I couldn't help but feel another pang of heartache." She took his arm and said, "Honey, look at you. You've worked so hard these past few days. Once the three little ones are fully recovered, let's go home, and I'll treat you to a nice meal." Jiang Chen didn't look in the mirror much. He didn't know if he looked haggard, but he knew that his strengthened body was as great as ever, without a single problem. Hearing what the little girl said, I immediately became interested. "How do you want to reward FAR?" Seeing Jiang Chen's question, Su Qingsheng was momentarily stumped and immediately wondered if she had been too hasty just now. But when I think about how hard that pig's trotter worked, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It's only natural for a wife to reward her husband. "That's up to you. You can do whatever you want, or I can serve you however I want," Su Qingsheng said, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Really?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. "Of course." Su Qingsheng hesitated for a second before replying bravely. Looking at the girl's shy yet brave expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He gently pinched her nose and said with doting eyes, "You silly wife. You think you can serve me? If I lie down, do you know what to do next? Let's take another step back. Even if you knew how to do it, do you still have enough strength right now?" Chapter 261. My father-in-law and mother-in-law are coming to see Hai. After careful treatment, the three cubs made a full recovery and were finally discharged from the hospital. The day I was discharged from the hospital, upon hearing the news, Song Mei and Zhang Daping rushed over immediately. They rushed towards the child as soon as they arrived. "Look at these three little babies, how energetic they are. They're so lively when they're healthy, but when they get sick they're all listless. It's heartbreaking to see them like that. Come here, let Grandma give you a hug. Come here, let Grandpa give you a hug." Seeing Song Mei pick up the baby, Zhang Daping also picked up a baby. Zhang Daping couldn't help but say, "Look at their little faces. After being sick, all three babies have turned a bit yellow and look much thinner." Yes, you've lost weight. But it's alright, Songmei said. If we're talking about being thin, look at our son, he's much thinner. Jiang Daping took a look, and it was indeed true. She immediately felt both sorry for Jiang Chun and scolded him. You brat, why don't you take care of your health? It's alright. I'm perfectly healthy. Jiang Chun waved his hand dismissively. He took care of the three little ones day and night, and his health was perfectly fine. He was as strong as ever, as robust as an ox, except that he had a poor appetite and ate very little. Of course, among them, there is an even more important reason. That's right, with my little girl not around, I'm having far fewer late-night snacks compared to before. As the saying goes, a horse that doesn't eat grass at night won't get fat. There's no more late-night snacks now. It's normal that Jiang Chun has lost weight. Of course, on the other hand, as long as the three little ones recover quickly, even if he has to work a little harder, it's really nothing. Bite. The host has carefully cared for 3 children and discharged them from the hospital, triggering an extra reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 point of immunity x3. A tiny bit of immunity, of God-tier quality, can greatly enhance the host's or child's immunity, improve physical condition, and keep you healthy for 8 or 10 years without a problem. A little immunity x3. It can greatly improve immunity, keeping you healthy for 8 to 10 years. To be honest, Dog Tongzi's reward this time is pretty generous. Good. When a child gets sick, not only does the child suffer, but the adults also suffer as a result. It hasn't been that long, and the 3 little ones have already been sick twice. The first time it was the youngest, and this time it's all 3 of them, and they've all been hospitalized. Give them some immunity boost to improve their resistance. That's perfect. Jiang Chen was thinking about this. Without thinking of himself, he unhesitatingly distributed the 3 points of immunity awarded by the system to the 3 cubs, adding 1 point to each of them. At this time, Su Qingqing called. Honey, I'm going out today to attend an industry conference and meet an important client. I definitely won't have time to pick up the baby from the hospital. But honey, I'm off work today. I promise I'll be back soon. Okay, Jiang Chen said. I'll take care of the child, and my parents will pick her up too. You can go about your business. He knew his daughter had been very busy lately. They cannot come to pick up the child from the hospital. It's nothing. She just said she wanted to come back soon. What does this mean? Could it be that you're thinking of treating yourself? This. Why am I so fixated on this? Doesn't she know her own limitations? Besides, she's been working herself to the bone lately, sigh? Jiang Chen shook his head. I stopped thinking about it, and, together with my parents, we completed the discharge procedures, then took the 3 little ones and our belongings to the car. Bite. The host has worked tirelessly and selflessly, giving 3 points of immunity to the child, triggering a hidden reward. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 points of constitution. Note, for host's exclusive use only, cannot be given away. Another hidden reward. But, the reward is 10 points of physique. Back then, the system rewarded itself with 10 points of constitution. After adding those points, it was already quite powerful. Do we need to add 10 points now? Wipe. This is ridiculous. That bastard is deliberately causing trouble. Damn it. I'm the male lead in a single female lead novel, not a walking hormone or a womanizer. What's the use of adding so many points to my physique? Bite. Host situation detected. Host faces a choice. Option 1. Accept all 10 points of constitution. Option 2. Accept only 1 point of constitution and exchange the remaining 9 points of constitution for one small goal. One option adds 10 points to constitution. One option adds 1 point to constitution, and another option is to exchange for a small goal. Jiang Chun. System, can we have 3 options? I don't want the points added to my physique. I'll exchange them all for small goals. Bite. Sorry, there are only 2 choices. Host's intention detected. Selection automatically made. Congratulations, host, for choosing option 2. Add 1 point to physique, 1 small goal. The reward has been automatically issued. Please check your account. Reward. 1 point of constitution, 1 small goal. Okay. And then the system notification sounded. Jiang Chun immediately felt an even stronger surge of power within his body. At this moment, he could easily knock down a bull with a single punch. Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng brought Jiang Chun and their 3 babies directly to their home in Chunjiang Pavilion. As soon as Song Mei entered the room, with nothing else to do, I tidied up the living room and swept the floor again. When Aunt Lu saw this, she quickly tried to stop it. It's okay. It's the same whether you clean or I do it. Song May didn't listen to any advice and finished cleaning in one go. It wasn't that she thought Aunt Lu did a bad job. It was the place where his grandchildren lived. As a grandmother, she felt more at ease or reassured after personally cleaning the place. Jiang Chun then went straight to take a bath. After spending half a month in the hospital, and just now my body was in better shape, I worked up a sweat and took a bath to make myself feel better. Wait until he's finished soaking it and comes out. My parents have gone back, but my little girl is back. Upon seeing Jiang Chun emerge wrapped in a bathrobe, Su Qingcheng, who had been standing beside the three children, excitedly pounced on him, her enthusiasm catching Jiang Chun off guard and leaving him speechless. Jiang Chun quickly reminded her, "Aunt Lu is still here." Without. As soon as I got back, Aunt Lu went back downstairs. Su Qingcheng whispered, unable to resist hooking her arm around Jiang Chun's neck and kissing him, before trying to drag him into the bedroom. Jiang Chun was startled. "Honey, what are you doing?" "What can I do? Of course, it's to treat you." Jiang Chun sighed helplessly. "Hasn't this matter been put behind us? You're so tired from work. Where do you have the energy? Let's talk about it another day, another day." "No, I have to keep my word this time. Besides, I went to an industry conference today to meet an important client, but that client was quite arrogant and was 2 hours late. So, I had no choice but to sleep in my car for 2 hours. In other words, I'm full of energy right now." "All right, I hope you won't regret it." "Regret? Huh. Su Qingcheng, am a woman of my word, and the word regret doesn't exist in my dictionary. Anyway, I'm going to have you today." The next morning, Su Qingcheng still hadn't gotten up by 10 o'clock. There is no other reason. Making grand promises to someone, only to be overconfident and rash. Time flies. The three babies are almost 100 days old. Jiang Chun hired a decent photography studio to come to his home to take 100-day photos of his three children. While they were taking the photos, Su Qingcheng suddenly received a phone call from her mother. She said she and Su Hengshan had discussed it and would be coming to see Hai the day after tomorrow. Chapter 262 Best Friend Becomes Mother-in-Law. My mom and dad have decided to come to see Hai the day after tomorrow. Su Qingcheng was genuinely surprised when she received the news. She had thought that since her mother had gone back last time, it would be again for a while before she and her father came together. As it turns out, the two of them are coming the day after tomorrow. To be honest, it feels a bit too sudden. To confirm her mother's intentions, Su Qingcheng made a voice call. "Hey, Mom, are you and Dad planning to come to see Hai the day after tomorrow?" "Yes," Bai Huiyan said with a smile. "What? You and Xiao Chun don't welcome us?" "Mom, no. I was really looking forward to your arrival. You told me today that you and my dad would be coming the day after tomorrow, which surprised me a bit. It hasn't been that long since you last came." "Not long. What daughter of mine? Your mother went to see Hai last time. It was more than half a month, if not a month." "Ah." Su Qingcheng was surprised. After listening to my mother's explanation and thinking about it carefully, it really is true. Since my mom went back last time, I've been busy submitting new products for review. Someone went to Shanghai, and recently, the three kids have been sick and hospitalized for half a month. After all that has happened, it's almost been a month. Oh, this. She was completely absorbed in the tender embrace with that scoundrel, feeling like a fish in water, inseparable. This is a good day. Before I knew it, I had gotten so much faster. That mother, I remembered it wrong. Then you and Dad must come the day after tomorrow. Please be careful on the road. Let me know when you're almost there, and Jiang Chun and I will pick you up. The mother and daughter talked for a while longer before hanging up the phone. Because Jiang Chun was right next to her, Su Qingcheng had turned on the speakerphone, and he heard the entire conversation between the mother and daughter. "What? Are your aunt and uncle coming together?" "Yes, I'll be here the day after tomorrow. Come on over. Your aunt came once before, and now your uncle is here too. Anyway, they're your parents, my father-in-law and mother-in-law." "What? You're not welcoming them?" Jiang Chen asked. "Of course I welcome my parents," Su Qingcheng said. "But they're coming the day after tomorrow. Shouldn't we prepare in advance?" "We need to make some preparations," Jiang Chen nodded. "I also need to talk to my parents, since they're my in-laws. But honey, don't panic. There's still tomorrow. Let's finish taking the 100-day photos of the three kids first." "Okay, sure." Jiang Chun and Su Qingcheng then continued to assist the photo studio in taking the 100-day photos of the three children. That has to be said. It's both a technical and physical job. The young girl from the photo studio, singing, making funny faces, and imitating the roars of lions and tigers. She used every trick in the book to attract the attention of the three little ones and make them happy. Make them look at the camera. Not only does she look at the camera, but she also smiles. It's adorable. The two young men in charge of filming also used all their skills to capture the wonderful moments of the three little ones, which was no small feat. Even so, Su Qingqing and Jiang Chun are both always busy. You have to help them from time to time, and you also have to coax them. The three little ones each had their own temper. De Bao was unhappy at first and cried at the drop of a hat. He only stopped fussing after drinking a bottle of milk and having a bowel movement. Be good, Bao and Xiao Bao. But after taking photos for a while, she started crying and fussing. Especially the three little ones, who can't sit up by themselves yet. When taking photos, they need to lean on something, or have Jiang Chun and the other person support them from behind. Anyway, it took a lot of effort. The three little ones finally finished taking pictures, and Jiang Chun was covered in sweat. Brother, here, it normally takes about 2 weeks to get the baby's 100-day photos. We will notify you when that time so you can pick them up at the store. Of course, if it's inconvenient for you. We can also send the photos over. The studio manager said to Jiang Chun after the photo shoot. It takes you 2 weeks to process the photos? Can you hurry up? Jiang Chun asked. It's fine to hurry up. If you want the photos ready within a week, there's an extra 500 yuan for express service, the person in charge said. What if we could go even faster? Faster? Well, it's not impossible, but the express fee will be higher. For example, if you need it in 2 days, the express fee might be 1,000 yuan. What if I want it tomorrow? Tomorrow? After his initial surprise, the person in charge looked embarrassed. No, brother, tomorrow is too rushed. After all, you have 3 children, so you need 3 sets of photos. Even with the most luxurious package, it takes time for us to select photos, edit them, and make the frames. Then, is 3,000 yuan for express service okay? Jiang Chen asked again. This? Yes. Brother, I'll arrange for someone to do it for you right away. They'll work overtime to make sure it's delivered to you on time tomorrow. The photo studio manager and his team left eagerly. Jiang Chun wanted 3 sets of 100-day photos. This is the result of our discussion. We'll take a set of 100-day photos of the 3 babies, 1 for ourselves, 1 for my parents, and 1 for my mother-in-law. As for expedited delivery, it will be sent over tomorrow. It's simply because my mother-in-law and father-in-law are arriving the day after tomorrow, so I can prepare the baby photos in advance. The news about Su Qingqing's parents wanting to travel the world. Song Mei and Jiang Daping, the elderly couple, soon found out as well. Song Mei was amused. Su Qingqing's parents came to see hi together, so what else could it be for? It must be for their son and Su Qingqing's lifelong happiness. The young couple has now registered their marriage. The only thing left is the wedding ceremony, and that requires the involvement of both sets of parents. Just thinking about it. Having been Su Qingqing's best friend for many years, she was now Su Qingqing's mother-in-law. Su Qingqing would soon be calling her mom, and she was overjoyed. She couldn't help but burst into laughter in the middle of the night. Honey, stop grinning like an idiot. The couple from our in-laws' family are coming the day after tomorrow. They are our honored guests, after all. When they come, they will definitely come to our door. We should make some preparations to welcome them. Seeing that Song Mei was getting a little carried away, Jiang Daping reminded her from the side. That's true. Song Mei composed herself and scratched her head. We need to do a thorough cleaning of our house first, and get everything cleaned up. All those junk things you've been messing with should be thrown away. Don't make me say it again. Then we've prepared all the meat, vegetables, fruits, and seafood in advance. Besides, let's get our hair done too, so we can look younger and more energetic. Buy 2 more nice outfits. As Song Mei spoke, Jiang Daping nodded in agreement. Actually, the junk that Song Mei said he was tinkering with were things he picked up in the antique street when he had nothing to do. Although they were all fakes and worthless. But at least it's a hobby. But since my wife said so. At the same time, in order to make a good impression on the in-laws, he had no choice but to reluctantly clean up the pile of junk that made the house look messy. Chapter 263. People are addicted to food. The two talked until the end. Jiang Daping suddenly thought of a question. By the way, wife, our in-laws are here. How should we address them when we meet? What's your name? Well, you've already called them in-laws, so can't we call them in-laws? Song Mei retorted. That's true, but our son and Qingsheng haven't had a formal wedding yet, have they? Wouldn't it be abrupt to call them in-laws so abruptly? Forehead. Jiang Daping's question stumped Song Mei. She knew Su Qingqing's temperament. but she couldn't say what her parents were like. She had never met them and knew nothing about their personalities or character. Then how about we address each other as brother and sister-in-law, or brother and sister-in-law? Jiang Daping tentatively suggested. But the crucial thing is, we don't even know their ages. Are we supposed to ask their age as soon as we meet them, and then decide what to call them, like brother or sister-in-law? That's not very polite, Song Mei said. This question of how to address each other stumped the couple. Actually, given Su Hengshan and Bai Huiyan's personalities, any of the way Song Mei and her husband addressed them earlier would be fine. Even if they used the wrong name and it was abrupt, it wouldn't matter at all. It's because they've set their sights on the couple's son. But Song Mei and Jiang Daping didn't know. Even if you know, I will treat it seriously even if it's the first time we meet. In society, it's not uncommon for a young couple's marriage to fall through due to minor issues or conflicts between their parents. They do it anyway. I still want to make a good impression on my future in-laws. After all, it's their son's lifelong event, and it's the first time they've ever had a marriage alliance. They're taking it too seriously, but they're also too inexperienced. The couple discussed it for a while. At last, Song Mei made the final decision. Let's just call her Qingsheng Dad and Qingsheng Mom. That's more formal, not abrupt, and not trying too hard to get close. That works. The elderly couple, Song Mei and her husband, are making thorough preparations for their in-laws' arrival. Jiang Chun and the girl are about the same. Considering that my parents-in-law were coming to stay at our house, after taking their 100-day photos, we went to the mall to buy a lot of things, from large items like bed sheets and mattresses to small items like toothbrushes and toothpaste. I was busy all day. The young couple finally rested. While sleeping, Su Qingxing suddenly became energetic again. You're coming again? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Are you sure you can handle this? Why not? If you can do it, so can I, the girl said defiantly, taking Jiang Chen's hand in one go. Jiang Chen almost laughed when he saw this. Sigh, he's bad at the game but has a huge addiction to it. What can anyone say? Alright, I hope you won't back out this time, like last time. Change your mind. Huh, that was an accident last time. If I go back on my word this time, I'll change my name, Su Qingcheng, backwards. Result. The next morning, Su Qingcheng stayed in bed, dawdling and procrastinating, and by 11 o'clock she still hadn't gotten up. Jiang Chen came in. They kept calling me to come eat breakfast. Seeing that the girl didn't react, he could only laugh helplessly and say, Honey, you know, when it comes to people, you have to accept what you're told. Look at you. This is the consequence of being bad at things but having a big addiction and showing off blindly. Cut. Su Qingqing's face flushed, and she rolled her eyes. Convinced. I'll never accept this in my lifetime. However, on the other hand, she really wants to back out again. Honey, aren't you going to work this morning? I'm not going anymore. I've been busy for so long, I want to take a break. Besides, I'm the company president, so it's okay for me to take some time off, right? Can. But honey, your parents are coming tomorrow, so we need to go to the mall to buy the baby some food, supplies, and pretty little clothes. As for you, you'd better buy some more clothes for winter as well. You don't want your parents to come and say I'm mistreating you, do you? Jiang Chen joked again. Alright. Hearing Jiang Chen mention his parents, Su Qingcheng decided to get up and go to the mall to buy things for the 3 kids. Then I'll buy some adult clothes while I'm at it. However, it wasn't for myself, but for some pig's trotter. Unexpectedly. As soon as I stood up, I couldn't help but frown. I gasped. Then, with a hint of annoyance, she glared at the man again. It's all your fault. Look what you've done. Pig's trotter. Is it my fault again? Speaking of last night, I wasn't the one who started the trouble, was I? It's you. It's you. Su Qingcheng was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth. I really want to pounce on it again and take a fierce and hard bite. But this is how it works. Getting up, which was already reluctant and dawdling, became even slower, almost like a snail's pace. Jiang Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he went outside to the crib and played with the 3 little monsters. Suddenly, buzz. Su Qingqing's phone rang. When I picked it up, I saw it was a call from my own mother. Hey mom, what's wrong? Su Qingcheng answered the phone, regained her normal expression, and then asked. Qingcheng, mom has something to tell you. Bai Huiyan's voice came through the phone hesitantly. What's wrong, mom? Tell me. I'm listening. Su Qingcheng was a little curious, but she didn't take it seriously. At most, it was just some personal thoughts. Okay. Actually, your father and I are already all over the world. Su Qingcheng was startled. Mom, you and Dad are already at Sihai? But didn't you say you were coming tomorrow? Hi. Isn't it all because of your dad? He said he'd never been to Sihai before, and he kept nagging about it all night, insisting on coming to Sihai today. I got annoyed with his nagging, so early this morning, the two of us took the high-speed train and set off. Mom, are you and Dad at Sihai High-Speed Railway Station now? Well, your dad and I have just come out of the high-speed rail station. We were just having a drink of water by the roadside. Your dad is hungry, so we're going to find a restaurant nearby to get something to eat. What? Not only have they arrived, they've already exited the station. My mother's lecture. Su Qingsheng was immediately jolted awake, jumping out of bed in a flash and rushing to find Jiang Chun. Honey, come quick, my parents are here. Jiang Chun. Meanwhile, outside the Sihai high-speed railway station, Su Hongshan, dressed casually and pushing a suitcase, looked at Bai Huiyin with a speechless expression. If you're not my wife, why am I making such a racket in the middle of the night? Why did I insist on coming to Sihai today? Put your hand on your heart and ask yourself, who exactly insisted on coming to Sihai today? Chapter 264, the most eye-catching bag in the world. Speaking of which, Bai Huiyin has already been to Sihai once. Su Hongshan himself had never been there before. He was so excited after he made an appointment with his daughter yesterday for the two of them to go to Sihai tomorrow that he couldn't sleep well all night. I wish I could travel all over the world right now to see my daughter and her family. But, even though I'm very anxious, it's tomorrow, so it's tomorrow. Su Hongshan's mindset remained unchanged. However, I didn't expect it. Bai Huiyin couldn't hold back any longer. It was still the middle of the night and dawn. Right next to him, she kept saying she wanted to go to Sihai and wanted to go today. Su Hongshan couldn't resist, so he checked on his phone and found that there were still high-speed rail tickets available. Then the two of them took the high-speed train early in the morning. Successfully, they have reached all corners of the world. However, when the two arrived in Sihai, Bai Huiyin called her daughter and blamed Su Hongshan for the reason for their early arrival in Sihai. This left Su Hongshan speechless. Why is it always my fault? I've only just recovered, and I'm already being made a scapegoat again? All right, honey. I was the one who shouted for it, and I was the one who made it come today, okay? But the key is, once I start making a fuss about it. You then bought a high-speed rail ticket. What do you mean by that? So, this change of time to come earlier can't be entirely blamed on me, right? Bai Huiyin knew she was in the wrong, and said with a smile, trying to forcefully explain, shift the blame. Besides, I'm in a hurry to come to Sihai. Isn't it just that I want to see my daughter and my 3 grandchildren? And while you're at it, give our daughter a little more encouragement. Tell her to keep a close eye on her son-in-law, lest someone snatch him away. And whatever you do, don't be lazy and make your mother-in-law dislike you. Not to mention anything else. With how lazy our daughter is, she probably hadn't even gotten out of bed when I called her. Su Qingsheng, who had just woken up. Mom, what did you say? I don't know. Okay. You're right. Su Hongshan couldn't argue with Bai Huiyin, so he had to admit defeat. But to be honest, as a grandfather, he also wanted to hug his 3 grandchildren as soon as possible. Furthermore, he also wanted to meet Jiang Chen's parents and finalize the marriage arrangements for the young couple as soon as possible, to avoid any unforeseen complications. His concern wasn't because his daughter wasn't good enough. It's because the son-in-law is too sought after. Just 2 days ago in Shanghai, they'd only met a few times, but that old bastard Song Qingshu was already coveting Jiang Chun, to the point that he even tried to force his own 18-year-old daughter onto him right in front of him. Why? That's going too far. After exchanging a few words, Su Hongshan and his companion went to look at the restaurant. In fact, one should be able to travel to all corners of the world. They were supposed to go to their daughter's house soon, but there was a problem. They had left in such a hurry that they hadn't eaten much breakfast, and Su Hongshan was now walking unsteadily. Bai Huiyin is in a similar situation. After all, I'm getting old. If you're not hungry, fill your stomach first. They glanced at the street and saw a barbecue restaurant called Qingqing Barbecue. Their eyes lit up, knowing that it was a branch of Jiang Chen's barbecue restaurant, so they both chose this one. It was only a little past 11 o'clock. The barbecue restaurant had just opened, and the two of them were the first customers. After ordering, the skewers were served very quickly. They started eating quickly. It smells delicious, tastes amazing, and I can't stop eating it. To be fair, the two of them were in agreement and really liked the taste of their son-in-law's barbecue. President Bai, are you here on another business trip to Sihai? The two were enjoying their meal when suddenly a girl saw Bai Huiyin and greeted her in surprise. Bai Huiyin looked and saw it was Sun Wan. Sun Wan came to supervise and inspect a newly opened milk tea shop near the high-speed rail station. The new shop was located in a partitioned area of a barbecue restaurant. Just as he finished his work and came out, he happened to see Bai Huiyan. To Bai Huiyan, Sun Wan was someone I respected quite a bit. Not only was she efficient and capable, but she was also very beautiful. You couldn't tell from the outside that she was actually almost 50 years old. It's Xiao Wan. Bai Huiyan knew that Sun Wan was Jiang Chen's cousin and the person in charge of the milk tea business. Upon seeing her unexpectedly, she immediately greeted her with a smile. She met Sun Wan the last time she came to Sihai to attend the opening ceremony of a hotel. However, Bai Huiyan then spent another day at Sihai and unexpectedly discovered that her boss was actually her son-in-law. At this point, Sun Wan is currently unaware of this. I'm not here on a business trip, but to visit my daughter, Bai Huiyan said. Is your daughter from Sihai? Not bad, not bad. It seems that President Bai will be visiting Sihai often in the future, Sun Wan said politely with a smile, then looked at Su Hengshan with some doubt. Because compared to Bai Huiyan, Su Hengshan's face looked a bit old, somewhat like a 60 or 70-year-old grandfather. Mr. Bai, is this your father? Sun Wan asked tentatively. Bai Huiyan sighed. This is my lover. Oh, it's uncle. I'm so sorry. Hello, uncle. Sun Wan was so embarrassed that she wanted to run away, so she quickly apologized and greeted him. It's all right, Xiao Wan. Su Hengshan waved his hand magnanimously. He knew he had just recovered from a serious illness and looked somewhat aged, but he didn't pay much attention to it at the time. However, when he heard that Bai Huiyan was Jiang Chen's cousin, he became interested. Their family, after all. Xiao Wan, why don't we sit down and have some barbecue skewers and chat? Su Hengshan asked Sun Wan gently. No need. Uncle, I'm not hungry. Sun Wan had just made an embarrassing mistake and was trying to slip away, so she had no time to think about anything else. Unexpectedly, no sooner had he finished speaking than, cuckoo. Her stomach suddenly growled, because she hadn't eaten breakfast, and it was almost lunchtime, so she was hungry. Bai Huiyan chuckled to herself. Xiao Wan, look, we ordered a whole table of skewers. We can't possibly finish them all. So sit down and talk to us for a bit, she said, pulling out a chair. Okay then. Sun Wan was never one to be coy or timid. On the one hand, I was really hungry, and on the other hand, I hadn't had barbecue at my cousin's house for several days, and I was really craving it. The best part was that it was free, so why not eat it? Of course, she didn't eat for nothing. I ordered 3 cups of milk tea from the milk tea shop, and had them charged to my bill. We chatted casually for a while, rambling on about this and that. Unbeknownst to Su Hengshan, the topic had been steered towards Jiang Chen. Xiao Wan, what do you think of your boss, your cousin Jiang Chen? Su Hengshan's question piqued Bai Huiyan's interest. My cousin. He's a good guy, handsome, capable, and good at making money. The key thing is, you know what? He's incredibly lucky. So lucky? How so? Su Hengshan asked. Hey, the reason he's so lucky is because he has such a wonderful wife like my sister-in-law. Sun Wan said matter-of-factly while eating a skewer of meat. At this point, she was indebted to the man who had helped her and was speaking her mind freely. You might not know this. My sister-in-law is the most beautiful woman in the world. Song Qing, you're the most conspicuous person in the world. I saw it, and everyone was amazed by my sister-in-law's beauty and figure, especially those cough. Sun Wan immediately recalled the 2 car headlights that almost blinded her when she was soaking in a hot spring. But this is something I can't bring myself to say. Then, changing the subject, she said, to be honest, Mr. Bai, my sister-in-law is just as beautiful as you were when you were young. Bai Huiyan? This. Haha, my own daughter. Of course she's just as beautiful as I was when I was young. Su Hengshan listened. It's sour, a bit sour. It's like a good cabbage that I've raised for over 20 years has still been eaten by a pig. But it was eaten by a pig. Why was she so happy at the same time? Jiang Chen was so lucky to have such a wonderful daughter-in-law. He loves hearing that. Chapter 265 My Uncle Harmed Me. Sun Wan glanced at Bai Huiyan and Su Hengshan's expressions. They immediately got excited. Criticizing the boss, venting a lot of sour grapes. Who doesn't have this hobby? My cousin is a good person, and he's blessed, but, Su Hengshan asked. When many people say but, what follows is what the other person really wants to say. Immediately, I became very interested. Yeah, Sun Wan took a bite of a skewer, gulped down a big mouthful of savory milk tea, and then started talking. My cousin is quite capable, that's true, But to be honest, he's too stingy, a total skinflint. Normally, we're all exhausted like monkeys. He's doing just fine, with a wife and kids, a warm bed, living the life of a carefree, hands-off boss. With the boss not around, can we relax a bit? Wrong. My cousin hired a professional manager, Lee Jun. Yes, that famous king of hired managers. Lee Jun has been through thick and thin for decades. He comes from a regular military background, and he has set up a complete set of assessment standards for us. If we want to take advantage or try to find loopholes, there's no way we can do it. For example, just now, even though I'm my cousin's subordinate and the person in charge of the milk tea, those 3 cups of milk tea you just ordered have to be put on my tab. And that's not all. My cousin is not only stingy, but he also likes to make empty promises to us. And the promises he makes are huge, not just big, but many, one after another. At the same time, at Chunjiang Pavilion, Jiang Chun was surprised when Su Qingsheng told her in a hurry that her parents had arrived at Sihai. Why did they like to launch surprise attacks so much? But since we're here, then we have to go pick them up. After all, they are my father-in-law and mother-in-law, especially since it's my father-in-law's first time visiting Sihai. The two quickly tidied up and went out. Honey, I'm a good driver, let me drive. Su Qingxing took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat. After Jiang Chun got into the car, he suddenly sneezed twice in a row. After he finished, he even saw stars in front of his eyes. Could someone be cursing me? He complained helplessly. Su Qingxing was amused by what she saw. That's hard to say. With so many employees under you now, it's quite normal for someone to call you Jiang the Skinflint. Normal? Which employee under me hasn't received a raise? Ha, you ingrate. Jiang Chen shook his head. He dismissed being called a skinflint and wouldn't admit it, but he did acknowledge that his wife's driving skills were getting better and better. He admits it. Let's talk about the barbecue restaurant. Sun Wan was completely engrossed in the conversation. Su Hengshan and Bai Huiyin also thoroughly enjoyed listening to it. It turns out Jiang Chun. All right. Don't let his gentle appearance fool you. He's actually incredibly shrewd. Seeing that Sun Wan was enjoying the grilled squid, she also finished her cup of savory milk tea. Su Hengshan hurriedly ordered a few more squid skewers, went to the milk tea shop next door, and bought 2 cups of savory milk tea. Of course, he paid for the milk tea on the spot. Come on, Xiaowan, let's continue our chat. It's so interesting to listen to you talk. Not bad, not bad. Sun Wan got a headache after drinking soy sauce-flavored milk tea. Without any hesitation, he accepted the cup of milk tea that Su Hengshan handed him, followed by a bite of grilled squid and a sip of savory milk tea. Sigh, while we were eating and drinking, I just started complaining about the boss again. I feel so truly happy. Xiaowan, from what you just said about your cousin Jiang the Skinflint, how stingy he is, I feel like this is how a boss should be managed. If he lets his subordinates run wild, how will he make any money? He might as well do charity. Su Hengshan added. That's true. To be honest, even though my cousin is a shrew, following him has really increased my salary and bonuses compared to when I first arrived, and I'm closer to my dream of becoming a rich woman. Sun Wan said happily. Then look, Xiaowan. Your cousin is quite outstanding. He's very good at managing his career. So he must have been a top student since he was a child, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything even if he asked him to. Su Hengshan continued to patiently guide him. It has to be said that Jiang Chen's little cousin is a good person. She is beautiful and eloquent, and she actually managed to get so much information about her future son-in-law to his surprise. Straight a student? He's hopeless. Sun Wan chuckled. If he's a top student, then I'm a genius, okay? Back in junior high school. You have no idea, he's a complete academic failure. He skips school, gets into fights, dyes his hair yellow, and his parents always beat him so badly that he almost gave up on treatment. And there's more. It's one thing for him not to go to school properly, but he's also having a relationship. Early romance. Not only was Su Hengshan surprised, but Bai Huiyin, who had been silent for a long time, also exclaimed in surprise. Okay, he's already having a relationship at such a young age. Sun Wan emphasized, her eyes wide. Seeing the surprised expressions on their faces, she felt a surge of pride. All right, today I'm going to give my cousin a good rant, and I'll rant about everything. I'll finally vent my anger. Wah! Outside the barbecue restaurant. Creak. Su Qingsheng parked the car in the parking space, and she and Jiang Chun got out of the car together and hurried towards the barbecue restaurant. Honey, your parents are all over the world. Why don't they just come home? That's what I say too. But my mom said that my dad hadn't eaten breakfast and couldn't walk, so he wanted to find a place to eat something. But they knew how to pick a place. They actually went into their own barbecue restaurant. That's true. As they were talking, the two went inside and immediately spotted by Huiyin and Su Hengshan. Dad, Mom, Su Qingcheng quickly called out and ran over. Sun Wan, who was vividly describing her cousin's early romance, suddenly stopped talking, her eyes wide open. What was going on? Her sister-in-law actually asked her uncle and President Bai to call them Mom and Dad? I haven't realized it yet. Jiang Chun came up and greeted them. Auntie, Uncle. Sun Wan was a little dumbfounded. Pointing at Su Hengshan and the other man, he asked Jiang Chun, Cousin, are they your father-in-law and mother-in-law? Yes, Jiang Chun said. Sun Wan's head buzzed. She glanced at Su Hengshan and saw him smiling gently and nodding at her. She immediately realized that Su Hengshan had done it on purpose. But this is what happened. This ill-intentioned uncle is my cousin's father-in-law, and President Bai is my cousin's mother-in-law. So what I just did? Actually, she was complaining to her cousin's parents-in-law about their son-in-law, accusing him of being a scoundrel. No. Why? My uncle ruined me. Seeing that things were not going well, Sun Wan turned and ran. Chapter 266, giving Grandpa a little shock. When Sun Wan realized that the two people who had been trying to get information out of her were actually her cousin's parents-in-law, she was dumbfounded and inwardly groaned. This is really bad. If my cousin finds out, he'll never let me off the hook. Ugh, that uncle is really heartless. I'm out of here. Sun Wan glanced at Jiang Chun, then hurriedly fled. Jiang Chun saw it. Something seems amiss. So he reached out and grabbed Sun Wan, deliberately trying to scare her. Wan, why are you running so fast? Did you do something bad? It's not my cousin. What bad thing did I do? Sun Wan asked, her eyes wide and her expression innocent. Then why did you run away as soon as you saw me? Jiang Chun asked. My mom's calling me home for a blind date. She said she's introduced me to a really handsome guy. Okay then. Jiang Chun was just joking, and when he heard Sun Wan say that, he let go of her hand. As soon as Sun Wan was free, she took off running without saying a word. The speed was incredibly fast. This made Jiang Chun even more puzzled. This little girl. I really didn't do anything wrong. After thinking for a moment, she turned around and greeted Su Hengshan and Bai Huiyan with a smile. Uncle and Aunt, welcome to Sihai. You must have had a long journey. It's not hard work at all. It's not hard work at all. Su Hengshan and Bai Huiyan replied politely, but his gaze was fixed on Jiang Chun. It's all rather intriguing. A hands-off boss, a skinflint, a poor student in school, skipping classes, fighting, often getting double beatings from his parents, and then, surprisingly, he even had a puppy love. TSK. So this is what kind of son-in-law you are. After the group left the restaurant, Jiang Chun offered to help with the luggage, but Su Hengshan and the other man quickly declined. However, seeing that he couldn't refuse, they let him carry it. Uncle and Auntie, why are you sitting at the same table as my cousin? On the way back to Chunjiang Pavilion, Jiang Chun remembered his cousin's guilty and flustered appearance, so he took the initiative to ask again. We just happened to run into each other. Your cousin Xiao Wan just finished working at the milk tea shop next door, and then she saw your aunt. They know each other, so they sat down and chatted for a while, Su Hengshan said. You chatted for a while? My cousin didn't say anything bad about me, did she? Jiang Chun asked. No. How could that be? Su Hengshan immediately denied it. Then, when he mentioned Sun Wan, he launched into a chorus of praise. Your little cousin is such a nice person. She's good-looking and has a pleasant voice. She praised you, saying you're a lucky person. Oh, that's good. Jiang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Look at what you're saying. Why would she, a cousin, talk badly about your cousin? Su Hengshan said matter-of-factly. We were just chatting about random things. Sometimes there are also minor disagreements. For example, she said you're a shrew, and you like to make empty promises. But I think, how can a boss get things done if he doesn't act like that? Besides, which boss doesn't make empty promises? And they also said you skipped school and got into fights when you were little. Hey, to be honest, Xiao Chun, I did that too. Isn't it normal for boys to be a little mischievous? Jiang Chun couldn't help but facepalm when he heard this. This Xiao Wan. He calls himself Jiang the Skinflint, and he even brought up embarrassing things from his childhood? No wonder they felt guilty and ran away when they saw me. That's enough. She's my little cousin, so I'll let her off the hook for now. Unexpectedly, Su Hengshan paused for a moment, then couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiao Chun, did you have a puppy love back then? And you even tried to kill yourself by wandering the world? Su Hongshan asked this question. Bai Huiyan stared at Jiang Chun, her gaze carrying the scrutinizing quality of a mother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing covered her mouth and chuckled. That. Jiang Chun broke out in a cold sweat. I never expected that Xiao Wan's conspicuous bag would expose this whole thing. I knew I wouldn't get through this without saying something. Having no other choice, I had to bite the bullet and explain, Uncle, I didn't understand anything back then. I was just imitating what I saw in TV dramas or books, just messing around. It was really just playing house. It's okay, Xiao Chun, don't be nervous. I was just asking casually. Su Hongshan comforted her. Your aunt and I have been through this before, so we understand. But I still have to say, early relationships can affect your studies. That's right, Uncle is right. Jiang Chen chimed in, saying that he had at least managed to gloss over his father-in-law's question, and then took out his phone. That little one. So, in front of his father-in-law and mother-in-law, he spilled all his dirty laundry. This is just ridiculous. Since she's so shameless and even calls herself a philanthropist, why not just skin her again and deduct some of her bonus for the month? That wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? They won't deduct too much. It's only 3,000 yuan. Perfect, that's enough for the rush fee for the photo studio. Song Mei and Zhang Daping asked Su Qingqing's parents to arrive at Sihai a day early, somewhat caught off guard. They also took action, knowing that Su Hongshan and his wife would be taken directly to their son's house after they arrived. So they also went to Villa number 1 of Chunjiang Pavilion. While looking after the 3 children, they also welcomed Su Hongshan and his wife. A beautiful father, a beautiful mother. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, thank you. Xiao Chen's dad, Xiao Chen's mom. You're too kind. Don't mention it. Come on in, let's go inside and talk. When the 2 sets of parents met, they exchanged polite greetings at the door, making Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing seem somewhat superfluous. Then they went into the villa. Su Hongshan was not surprised. Wow. This detached villa is comparable to the Su family's mansion in Shanghai. They're absolutely on par. Son, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and pour tea for your uncle and aunt. Song Mei greeted them warmly, then turned around and quickly instructed Jiang Chun. Okay. Jiang Chun responded. As they were about to make tea, Su Qingqing said, Sister Mei, I'm making tea right now. So Jiang Chun went over to help and poured tea for both sets of elders. Bai Huiyan was a little taken aback. Sister Mei? The daughter calls her future mother-in-law sister. That's incredibly disrespectful. However, he didn't have time to pay attention to Su Qingqing. After the parents exchanged a few polite words, the most eye-catching celebrity of the entire event appeared. Jiang Chun pushed the 3 little monsters over. The 3 little monsters have been wearing diapers for too long. Some babies have eczema and are currently letting their bottoms air dry. However, this does not diminish the affection and fondness that everyone has for them. Bai Huiyan immediately went to greet her. Little babies, do you miss Grandma? When I got to them, I couldn't help but pick one up and hug them all. One wasn't enough, so I hugged each one in turn. Su Hongshan's eyes widened in disbelief. His main purpose for this trip was to see his 3 grandsons. Seeing the 3 chubby little ones, with their big, dark eyes, they were incredibly adorable. I couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed to the crib. Following Bai Huiyan's example, she first picked up the second baby. Who knew? For some reason, Erbao suddenly burst into tears. Yo! So soon you're already showing signs of stranger anxiety? That can't be right. Su Hongshan said with a smile. Babies usually start showing signs of stranger anxiety around 6 months old, so this little guy's reaction is a bit too early. It might be that you're not feeling well. If Erbao is crying, then switch to Debao. Seeing that Erbao was crying and making a fuss, Zhang Daping took the initiative and promptly picked up Debao. Su Qingqing then took the crying baby and comforted him. Good boy Debao, Grandpa will hold you. Su Hongshan was overjoyed. She took Debao in both hands and hugged him affectionately. Seeing that Debao was chubby and very well behaved, she couldn't help but rub her face against Debao's little face and tummy. However, when he rubs his face against his tummy, suddenly, Debao peed. That's right, he peed, and it just happened to soak Su Hongshan's face. Jiang Daping and the others were startled. Is Uncle all right? Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing. He quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe his father-in-law's face, and then hurriedly picked up Debao. This big stinky brat. Trying to give your grandfather a little shock right from the start? You've got some nerve. It's all right, it's all right. Su Hongshan smiled and waved his hand magnanimously. after quickly wiping my face. He then stared at Dabao and pointed at him, saying, Dabao, it seems you little rascal are secretly plotting something. You dared to pee on your grandpa as soon as we met. You're the first one who dares to piss on my Su Hengshan. Ha! Give a hearty laugh. Finally, my gaze fell upon the quiet and well-behaved baby in the crib. Come on, Xiaobao. Let grandpa hold me. Su Hengshan clapped his hands and happily picked up Xiaobao. Xiaobao has always been the most well-behaved of the three little ones, and now, being held in Su Hengshan's arms, he is even more docile and obedient, just like a little lamb. Look, Xiaobao is still closest to his grandpa. Learning from Dabao's experience, Su Hengshan carefully held the baby for a while, and when he found that nothing was wrong, his expression immediately became smug. Then, looking at Xiaobao with a doting expression, he said, Xiaobao is the best. From now on, when grandpa buys candy, you'll get more candy than your older brothers and sisters. Is that all right? Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, a strange sound came from inside. Guh. Su Hengshan's expression changed, and Jiang Dapeng, puzzled, asked, What's wrong? Qingqing's father. Xiaobao seems to have pooped. Did he poop? Then let's change his diaper. No. What I mean is, Xiaobao pooped on me. Chapter 267 is over, and that girl is going to shift the blame again. What? Did Xiaobao poop on her maternal grandfather? Everyone was immediately taken aback. But as it spread through the air, an indescribable smell. There's absolutely no need to go up and check. I knew it was true. Everyone followed suit, scrambling to help. Su Qingsheng suppressed a laugh, picked up Xiaobao, and wiped his bottom, while the others cleaned up the poop on Su Hengshan. No, what's wrong with you? Do all three little babies have a problem with you, or what? They were all fine before, but as soon as you held them, well, the second baby started crying, and the eldest baby peed all over your face. Xiaobao is the best. TSK, it's all over you. While cleaning, Bai Huiyin took out another coat from the box and handed it to Su Hengshan, all the while trying not to laugh. What? This? Su Hengshan sighed and said with a self-deprecating laugh, Maybe the three little ones really have a problem with their grandpa. That's why I only came to see them now. After all, she is his own granddaughter. I shouldn't have complained about it. But Xiaobao's poop. Well, the smell is really indescribable. Su Hengshan smelled it. Even if I wanted to not find it offensive, I couldn't help it. Ah, you. Bite. The host's three little divine beasts displayed their extraordinary abilities, giving the father-in-law a little shock on their first meeting. Little Treasure's poop even made the father-in-law vomit. Hidden rewards triggered. Congratulations, host, you have received a small goal, a luck card, and a business message. No way, this is an award. Why? Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, felt sorry for his father-in-law for 3 seconds, and then, she received 3 awards with tears in her eyes. Because of the mischief caused by the 3 little guys. It was both urine and feces. Su Hengshan simply couldn't stand the smell on his body anymore. So I went to the bathroom to take a shower, changed into a clean coat, and made sure the little ones were wearing diapers. Only then did I feel relieved and pick them up one by one. Well, I have to say, holding my little grandson in my arms, being a grandfather feels really great. After, at the invitation of Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei, I went to their home. It's a matter of seniority to seniority. The 2 sets of parents met. It's not right for Su Hengshan and Bai Huiyin not to visit the man's parents. Since Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng moved from their old house to the Swan Lake community, Jiang Chen and Su Qingqing have, to be honest, hardly ever visited the couple's new home. Even so, there was still a room inside, specially prepared for Jiang Chen and his companion. The house is fully equipped with appliances, mattresses, bedding, and so on, and Song Mei cleans it almost every day. The young couple wants to come. You can check in any time. Uncle and Aunt, please have some tea first. I'll show off my cooking skills for lunch. Seeing that it was already noon, Jiang Chen brewed a pot of tea for the elders and then volunteered to cook lunch. Su Hengshan had already eaten something. But because of just now a month, I was also feeling a bit hungry again. Bai Huiyin, on the other hand, was focused on listening to Sun Wan at the time, so she didn't eat much. But she listened to her son-in-law's words. How could I possibly sit still? They ran towards the kitchen together, but were then chased out by Jiang Dapeng and his wife. No, you are guests. How can we let you go into the kitchen? Yes. Xiao Chun is a great cook, so I, as his mother, just need to help him out. Alright then. Su Hingshan and the other man had no choice but to go back to the sofa and sit down, with Jiang Daping keeping them company. Song Mei went to the kitchen to help. A beauty. Bai Huiyin gave her daughter a wink. Su Qingqing immediately understood. They were just afraid she was lazy, so they wanted her to help out. You won't tell me. That's exactly what I was thinking too, okay? Okay, Mom. So she pushed the stroller in front of Bai Huiyin, and Su Qingqing followed into the kitchen. Sister Mei, let me help you pick the vegetables. It's Sister Mei again? Bai Huiyin couldn't stand it anymore when she heard that. Once is one thing, but why does it happen again and again? With my daughter behaving this way, it makes me feel like I've failed in raising her properly. With that thought in mind, she immediately pushed the stroller over and scolded. Qingqing, how can you be so disrespectful? Why are you calling her Sister Mei? She's your future mother-in-law. Mom, what do you mean, you? You should call her Sister Mei. Call her Auntie. Aunt. AI. Right now? Song Mei witnessed the argument between Bai Huiyin and her daughter. She didn't want to persuade her at all. She really didn't want to persuade her at all. As soon as she heard Su Qingqing call her Auntie, she couldn't wait to respond. Oh my god. I'm so happy today. Why do I just want to laugh and roll around on the ground? Huh. Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at his wife, only to find that she was looking at him with a resentful expression. My heart skipped a beat. It's over. This girl is going to shift the blame again. Chapter 268. The son pays for the mother's debt. Su Qingqing's revenge. Su Qingqing was forced by her mother to call Song Mei Auntie, but she had no one to confide in about her suffering. They haven't had their wedding yet, have they? Haven't we already had the tea ceremony for the new generation? Song Mei didn't give a red envelope either. This mom is really something. How could she make me call her Auntie? You know, ever since I met Song Mei, I've called her Sister Mei. Have to. That's good now. Song Mei got away with it for nothing. Why? Su Qingqing shook her head secretly, seeing Song Mei's overjoyed and smug expression, which made her want to roll on the ground laughing. She was, to be honest, still quite resentful. But what if you feel resentful? After all, she's my future mother-in-law. I can't talk back, and I can't even lay a hand on her. I had no choice but to turn my head and look at that pig's trotter. Oh, if I can't touch you, then I can certainly touch your son. The debts of the mother are to be repaid by the son. So beaver-like, right? And it was at this very moment that Jiang Chun met the girl's expression. A sense of foreboding immediately filled my heart. That's good now. My mom was pleased that her best friend called her Auntie, but my daughter was already shifting the blame. No, taking it out on me. Su Qingqing and Song Mei were there to help. Jiang Chen cooks at lightning speed. Since it was to entertain his parents-in-law, he used all his best skills, and Song Mei and Jiang Daping had prepared a super abundant amount of ingredients in advance, giving Jiang Chen more room to show off his skills. In addition to a variety of exquisite cold dishes, there are also vegetarian dishes. There are also various main dishes and main courses, as well as all kinds of seafood. It can be described as a grand feast of land, sea and air. After the dishes are cooked, serve them on the table. Upon smelling the aroma, Su Hingshan clicked his tongue in praise. To be honest, this wasn't the first time he had eaten dishes made by Jiang Chun. After all, he had already experienced the deliciousness of barbecue. But, compared to the delicious dishes cooked by Jiang Chun himself, barbecue prepared using standardized seasonings and on a large scale pales in comparison. Su Hingshan has been in the business world for so many years. He has eaten at all kinds of banquets, private meals by famous chefs, and even state banquets. But at this very moment, the aroma of the dishes that were served immediately filled the air. Then I couldn't help it. My index finger twitched and my mouth watered. Wow, it smells so good. The barbecue at Xiao Chen's barbecue shop is already delicious enough, but I never expected that the dishes Xiao Chun makes himself would be even better. Incredible. Incredible. Good. My rascal is really good at cooking. Jiang Daping was overjoyed to hear his in-laws praising his son, and he chimed in with a couple of words of agreement. But, speaking of the dishes my son makes, he had eaten there several times, but he still couldn't get enough of it. If his in-laws hadn't been there, he would have started eating long ago. As the head of the household, who would dare to stop him? At most, after eating. Then Song Mei rolled her eyes at me a few more times. Come on, Qingqing's dad, you've come all this way. How can we not have some wine? Jiang Daping took out a bottle of Matai and filled it for Su Hingshan. Does Qingqing's mother want some? I asked casually. No need. No need. I'll just have water, Bai Huiyin quickly replied. All right, I'll pour some for us guys then. Jiang Dapeng chuckled, then poured some for his son and himself as well. Hey, it's Mao 80. This wine is excellent, Su Hongshan said casually, looking at the bottle. It's alright I guess, Jiang Dapeng said. I actually bought this wine several years ago, but I've been keeping it hidden away and couldn't bear to drink it. I only took it out today because you and Qingqing's mother came. Jiang Chun was speechless. What? You've had it for several years. This Mao 80, isn't that the one you took from me last time? My dad just keeps bragging. However, years ago, I poured 3 bottles of Matai that my father had treasured for many years down the drain. This is 80. Now I've finally paid back my dad. Honey, you've just recovered, can you drink it? Bai Huiyan asked worriedly. Of course you can drink it. My problems were mainly with my legs, but the rest of my body is fine. Besides, I asked the doctor, and he said that given my current condition, I can drink alcohol, as long as I don't drink too much, Su Hongshan said. Alright then, but you should drink less too. Don't get drunk and make a scene and embarrass me, Bai Huiyan instructed. I'm drunk and acting crazy? Su Hongshan dismissed Bai Huiyan's explanation. Don't worry, wife, I'm not a drunkard. How could that be? Yeah right. Bai Huiyan rolled her eyes. Seeing that Su Hongshan and his wife had convinced him about the drinking, Jiang Dapeng stood up, raised his glass, and said, Come on, welcome Qingqing's dad, welcome Qingqing's mom. Let's all have a drink, cheers. The others also stood up. The cups bumped into each other. Cheers. Cheers. Song Mei, Su Qingqiang, and Bai Huiyan, the 3 female generals, drank water. Cheers, then let's eat. Not to mention Jiang Dapeng. Even Su Hongshan and Bai Huiyan couldn't resist anymore. The aroma was so enticing, it was as if a bunch of hungry insects were crawling into their noses. And after tasting it, Su Hongshan was full of praise and even more satisfied with Jiang Chun as his son-in-law. If this wonderful son-in-law were to be snatched away by that old geezer Song Qingshu, not only would he never get to eat such delicious food again, but he would definitely regret it to the core. Xiao Chun, don't just focus on eating, toast your uncle and aunt too. Jiang Dapeng and Su Hongshan said to their son after they had a drink together. Okay. Jiang Chun then raised his glass, stood up, and said, Uncle and aunt, I'd like to toast you. When Su Hongshan and Bai Huiyan saw Jiang Chun offering a toast, they quickly stood up as well. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious for a moment, while everyone was enjoying their meal. Wow. Wow. Suddenly, the 3 little ones in the stroller started crying. It must be mealtime, and they wanted to eat. Su Qingqiang had no choice but to put down her chopsticks and start breastfeeding. Jiang Chun joined in to help. The young couple pushed their 3 little monsters into their room and closed the door. Don't cry, don't cry. Let's eat now. As Su Qingqiang unbuttoned her clothes, she affectionately comforted the little ones. After the buttons were undone, one of the little ones immediately started eating with gusto. Jiang Chun then handed over another one and supported it from the side. The 2 were very familiar with the process and worked together seamlessly. Soon, the 3 little ones were fed. Jiang Chun patted them to help them burp, and soon they were all asleep. As the girl's gaze swept over him, Jiang Chun knew it was his turn. Honey, shouldn't we settle our accounts? Su Qingqing said. If she's not my wife, what accounts do we have? Jiang Chun pretended to be confused. How dare you ask? It was around that time that my mom told me to call your mom Annie. But shouldn't that be the case? Jiang Chun asked. What should I say? We had agreed that we would each do our own thing. After we get married, I'll start calling her mom. But instead of trying to persuade my mom, she looked so smug when I called her Annie. No. We used to be best friends, and now she's making me call her auntie. I'm really at a disadvantage. Honey, if you feel like you've been taken advantage of, go talk to my mom. Why are you talking to me? I'm looking for your mother. She's practically my aunt now, and also my future mother-in-law. I can't afford to offend her. However, the debts of the mother are paid by the son. If I can't control your mother, can I control her son? Faced with the girl's confident argument, Jiang Chun looked helpless and reminded her. Honey, are you just going to punish me here? There are a bunch of them eating in the living room. You don't need to worry about that. I'll be gentle. Besides, I locked the door when I came in, Su Qingqiang said with a laugh, already grinding her teeth, and stretched out her devilish hand to pounce on Jiang Chun. Chapter 269 What's wrong with me calling my son-in-law brother? Oh well. Su Qingqiang, a tigress descending the mountain. He tackled Jiang Chun to the ground. Then she opened her blood-red mouth wide, grabbed Jiang Chun's shoulders and neck, and bit him hard, thinking about how her best friend had taken advantage of her. It bit even harder. It's all about revenge. I won't rest until I've left red marks on her son, or a whole bunch of hickeys on his body. But retaliation shouldn't go too far. What if you accidentally bite and damage a pig's trotter? I feel bad for myself too. And Jiang Chen. At this point, they were completely laid down. I thought this little girl might do something to herself if she got so crazy, but that's it. That's it. Huh. It bites like it's scratching an itch. Didn't you eat lunch? Suddenly, the girl suddenly dropped a bombshell. Jiang Chen immediately winced in pain. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh dear." He was speechless. "Wife, you really bit me, ugh." But to his surprise, Su Qingcheng, afraid that Jiang Chen would make a loud noise, immediately gave him another gag order. No, it's one thing for the little girl to actually bite, but she's even learned the gag order? Snort. You deserve to be bitten. Your mom took advantage of me. And you, I just remembered, you had a puppy love, and your first love wasn't me. Honey, speaking of my first love, didn't you see him at the hospital? Besides, didn't we already move on from this? It's all in the past now, but I've remembered it again. What should I do? Jiang Chen was helpless. I know that the little girl remembered something related to her cousin's son, one revealing all her embarrassing moments that morning, so it's still the little cousin's fault. Now it seems. My cousin's 3,000 yuan bonus was deducted too little. How about deducting a little more? Son Wan, listen to me, thank you. You bastard. Now you understand why I bit you so hard? Su Qingqing snorted and sneered repeatedly, then ground her teeth. It continued to pounce and bite viciously. At the beginning, Su Qingqing was as arrogant and smug as could be. However, 3 minutes later, the situation suddenly became a little awkward. Su Qingqing not only dared not continue to be arrogant, but her face immediately turned red, and she could not bear to look at him. Then, she tried to get up and flee in panic. But Jiang Chen wasn't about to let her escape. Wife, why are you leaving? Don't you want revenge? No, I don't want to. But I noticed you seemed to really want it just now. That was just now. I don't want to think about it anymore. That's all right. You'll think about it later. Su Qingcheng was immediately on the verge of tears. She assumed that this was someone's parents' house, in the living room, where both sets of parents were having a lively meal. She thought that even if someone had the guts, he wouldn't dare to do anything to her. So just now, I am taking bold revenge, biting without hesitation. But unexpectedly, that guy is really something, daring to defy the world. Why? At this moment, she was filled with deep regret. When I came in back then, why did I lock the door from the inside? Otherwise, someone could easily push it open and come in. That kid would never dare let me in. Okay. It's true, you can't really show off. In the living room, Jiang Chun and his wife still haven't come out. Song Mei was a little puzzled, thinking to herself, what's that brat doing? We have guests at home, including my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Why is he just staying inside and not coming out? That's a bit outrageous. I'll go see what's going on. Why isn't it coming out yet? Song Mei then stood up. I need to go check the bedroom. But Bai Huiyin stopped her. Xiao Chen's mom, I don't think it's necessary. The young couple needs some time to feed the baby, doesn't they? All right then. Song Mei sat down again. I didn't think much of it. Young people, especially young couples, might find feeding the baby quite tiring this time. Even if it weren't tiring, it's normal for the couple to be all lovey-dovey inside. As for Bai Huiyan, think more positively. If the young couple gets into a fight and someone dies, then they can have a second child. I have mixed feelings. On the one hand, this son-in-law is completely in love with his silly daughter. Since she's so addicted to him, she definitely won't be able to live without him in the future. On the other hand, it is also gratifying. It seems that my daughter has completely won over this rare son-in-law, and he, in turn, is equally addicted to her. Mom. While Bai Huiyin was lost in thought, Su Qingcheng, her expression now normal, pushed the stroller and came out with Jiang Chun. The baby was crying and fussing inside for a while, and it was hard to soothe him, so I had to breastfeed him, and it took a little longer than usual, Su Qingcheng explained calmly. It's nothing. Leave the baby to us. Qingcheng, you and Xiaochen should eat quickly. I just reheated the food, so eat it while it's hot. Song Mei and Bai Huiyan, without prior arrangement, didn't mention what had just happened. Instead, they invited the young couple to eat and brought over the strollers for the 3 babies. Su Qingqing doesn't eat much. After eating for a while, I left. Over here at the dining table. Despite Jiang Dapeng's boastful manner, he actually has a very low alcohol tolerance. He only drank a few cups with Su Hingshan before he became extremely dizzy and had to go back to his room to rest. Before leaving, he repeatedly told Jiang Chun, "Make sure you take good care of your Uncle Su." Su Hingshan was also curious about his son-in-law's drinking capacity. "Xiao Chun, how about we have a few drinks?" But despite his curiosity, he figured that his in-law's drinking ability was SOSO, and his son probably wouldn't be much better. "Okay, I'll drink as much as Uncle drinks." Jiang Chun had no choice but to agree after his father's instructions. "Okay then." At this time, the 100-day photos of the 3 babies have been delivered to our door. The 3,000 yuan express fee was well spent. The photo studio not only worked through the night until the afternoon of the next day to finish the job, but also offered door-to-door delivery. Jiang Chun was at her parents' new house in the afternoon. "Tell the photo studio to change the address." Without saying a word, they immediately changed the destination and sent it to Swan Lake. Baby's 100-day photos. TSK, 3 sets still. Upon seeing it, Song Mei and Bai Huiyan were pleasantly surprised and immediately picked up a set and went to the sofa to admire it. After Su Qingsheng went to the restroom, she also joined in admiring it. For 3 adorable little babies. The 3 women were pleasing to the eye no matter how you looked at them. After watching the show carefully again and again, Song Mei turned on the TV. The 3 women ate sunflower seeds while watching TV and chatted casually. Suddenly, a commotion broke out at the dining table. It seems they started arguing. Well, to be specific, it was Su Hingshan who was talking loudly, while Jiang Chun was trying to persuade him. "No, bro, I can still drink." "Elder brother, I'm really not drunk. If you don't believe me, give me the bottle, and I'll let you drink another one to see." Indeed, it was Su Hingshan who was speaking. Because he had drunk too much, his tongue was tied, and he could hardly speak. Upon hearing this, Bai Huiyan broke out in a cold sweat. This old man had told her before not to drink too much, but she still drank too much without realizing it. Look at this drunkard. Surprisingly, calling her son-in-law brother? Isn't that embarrassing? He immediately rushed over. "Su Hingshan, how can you be so drunk? Xiao Chun is your son-in-law, and you call him brother?" "That's Su Hingshan. I just lost a drinking contest with Jiang Chun." He was indignant. Hearing Bai Huiyan's words at this moment, he stared wide-eyed, completely unfazed. "How drunk am I? I'm perfectly fine. Besides, can't I call you brother?" "What? Can't I call my son-in-law brother?" These words shocked everyone present. Chapter 270, Fishing Out a Female Corpse? Song Mei and Bai Huiyan were both stunned. "So what? Can't I call my son-in-law brother?" Because they were in-laws, Song Mei couldn't show anything. Laughing was out of the question, but holding back laughter was also very uncomfortable. This Su Hingshan seemed like a very composed person. He was drunk and actually called his son brother. Have to. That's really rare. And what's worse, he asked the question with such self-righteousness. Bai Huiyan was so angry she laughed. This time, the husband really made a fool of himself. It's true, Yangxiang's mother opened the door for Yangxiang, and Yangxiang arrived home. Okay. If you're not ashamed, then scream if you want." Bai Huiyan almost couldn't bear to watch. He stepped forward impatiently and grabbed Su Hingshan, who was about to ask Jiang Chun for more wine. What she didn't say was that it's perfectly fine for you to call your son-in-law brother, or even master. The word son-in-law even contains the character, yeah, meaning master/grandfather. "Uncle, please rest for a while. I'll get you a cup of tea." Seeing his father-in-law like this, Jiang Chun was also helpless. He had originally thought that his father-in-law had easily defeated his father, so his alcohol tolerance must be pretty good. Who knew? They were surprisingly vulnerable. Drinking alcohol makes you drunk very quickly. Jiang Chen's physique had been enhanced, making his alcohol tolerance extraordinary. His father-in-law was no match for him. When Jiang Chun saw that his father-in-law was slurring his words, he simply stopped drinking with him and put the bottle away. As a result, the father-in-law got anxious. In order to get the bottle back and continue drinking, he actually called himself brother. This. Jiang Chun broke out in a cold sweat. "I was trying to persuade my father-in-law to sit down and pour him a cup of tea so he could sober up. Su Qingcheng is over there. The tea has been brought over. Dad, please have some tea." To be honest, even though it was her own father, and even though making fun of him was somewhat disrespectful, Su Qingcheng couldn't help but chuckle a little. No way. Who can blame her when that jerk is her husband? Compared to my husband, my dad is definitely. Well, this little cotton-padded jacket is so sweet. Once it starts leaking air, It'll keep leaking air forever. Su Hongshan got drunk. Jiang Chun and Su Qingxing took Bai Huiyin back to Villa number 1 of Chunjiang Pavilion, and Bai Huiyin followed them. Su Hongshan, who was talking nonsense, got tired of making a fuss as soon as he arrived there and fell asleep immediately. That night, the couple stayed at their son-in-law's house. Villa number 1 was a detached house with quite a few bedrooms. Nothing more was said that night. The next morning, Song Mei and Jiang Daping arrived. They went to check if Su Hongshan was all right, and finding him fine, the group sat in the living room and chatted for a while. Su Hongshan also felt that he had made a fool of himself yesterday. Surprisingly. Okay. Anyway, he's drunk again. While having breakfast together, Su Hongshan then turned to Jiang Chun and said apologetically, Xiao Chun, I'm sorry about yesterday. I drank too much and acted a bit crazy. Please don't mind. It's all right, uncle. Why would I mind? Jiang Chun laughed. That's good. Ha! Su Hongshan smiled and patted his son-in-law on the shoulder. You'd better watch out in the future, don't drink so much. You're supposed to be an elder, aren't you afraid the younger generation will laugh at you? Bai Huiyin said to Su Hongshan from the side, sounding annoyed. Okay, honey. I'll be more careful in the future. Su Hongshan hurriedly smiled apologetically at Bai Huiyin, paused for a moment, and then suddenly added with a chuckle. But speaking of which, let's get back to the point. Xiao Chun was during my most difficult time. They cured my legs. They are my saviors. Is it too much for me to call my savior brother? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent once again. That being said, the logic is sound, but he is, after all, your son-in-law. If you call him brother, what about your in-laws? Will they also call him brother? That Jiang Daping. Secretly, I almost burst out laughing. To treat one's own son like a brother, TSK, that's a good idea. After everyone finished eating, they gathered together to discuss holding a 100-day celebration for their 3 babies tomorrow, the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Since that's the case, they thought they might as well hold the engagement banquet for the young couple at the same time. Regarding the engagement, Song Mei and her husband had no objections, and neither did Bai Huiyin and her husband. Both sets of parents were more than happy to see it. As for Jiang Chun and Su Qingcheng, since both sets of parents have agreed, the young couple naturally have nothing more to say. Xiao Chun, since you're free this morning, why don't you come fishing with me for a while? Su Hongshan suddenly had a whim and said to Jiang Chun with a smile. Sure, Jiang Chun said. But uncle, let's not bet anything this time, shall we? Absolutely. This time we're not betting anything, just having some fun, Su Hongshan said. Back in Shanghai, he had a fishing competition with Jiang Chun and almost jumped into the river after losing so badly. He dared not gamble with that kid on fishing again. Of course, there are others. He dared not gamble anymore. Betting with this kid is so discouraging. You lose everything you bet on. Jiang Chun brought 2 sets of fishing gear, took his father-in-law, and drove to a river that wasn't too far away. Anglers often fished on both banks of that river year-round. Jiang Chun had gone fishing there before when he had nothing to do. Therefore, I am quite familiar with it. Before long, he and his father-in-law found a good spot by the river. The two started fishing. Su Hongshan is the amateur fishing king of Shanghai. Without the mental distraction of competing with Jiang Chun, his mind was calm and composed. Not long after sitting down, he started catching fish one after another, much to the surprise of the other anglers around him. Holy crap! You caught another one? That's amazing! I've only caught 3 fish since this morning, but this expert has only been sitting here for a short while, and he's already caught 5 or 6. I haven't even opened for business yet. The fishing enthusiasts couldn't resist coming to watch, and were very surprised by Su Hongshan's fishing skills. Compared with this master, they were really too bad. But then, he looked over at Jiang Chun. One by one, they all became withdrawn again. In their eyes, Su Hongshan was already an unparalleled figure. But next to him, a young man of a much higher age was clearly a master. His fishing speed was almost twice that of Su Hongshan. And even so, he still seemed lazy and not very serious about fishing. Awesome. Awesome. This is truly a top-tier master worthy of worship. Jiang Chun heard it. He just scratched his head and didn't say anything. God-level fishing. We've only just begun. Just then, suddenly the float sank sharply, and Jiang Chun pulled up the fishing rod. He knew from the rod that he had caught a fish, but unexpectedly, the fish was pulled out. But then there was a moment of silence. Because it's an Ultraman plastic toy. He's also missing a leg. Wipe. I thought it was some big fish, but it's just Ultraman with only one leg. With only one leg, he still has to save the Earth. This Ultraman is so tragic. Ha! Jiang Chun was also speechless. Remove the one-legged Ultraman from the hook, then bait the hook again and continue fishing. But what happens next? This is incredible. Besides fish, they caught everything else. Underwear, stuffed animals, iron pots, bras, stockings, and worn-out shoes. Jiang Chun sighed and rubbed his forehead. What's going on? Is this supposed to be god-level fishing? Is this all? When the group of anglers saw Jiang Chun later, he started catching everything except fish. They laughed until their stomachs hurt. They said, "Is this young man a master at fishing?" Su Hongshan turned his head to look. Jiang Chun caught a bunch of strange and broken things. Unable to resist laughing, he joked, "Xiao Chun, keep fishing. Maybe you'll catch a big one." Ha! Jiang Chun was unconvinced. "I refuse to believe that I won't be able to catch any fish today." Seeing Jiang Chun continue to bait the fish, the group of anglers became even more interested, all wanting to know what else Jiang Chun could catch next. Not long after, the float sank sharply again, and Jiang Chun immediately tugged at the rod. This time, he couldn't pull it up immediately, so he started reeling in the line, which quickly became very taut. The group of fishermen were surprised to see this. Holy crap, could this be a big fish? That's possible. I once caught a silver carp weighing over 30 pounds like that. It took me almost half an hour to reel it in. A big fish? I don't think that's very likely. Didn't you see what kind of things the young man just caught? He even caught a one-legged Ultraman. Holy crap. If what you're saying is true, could it be that this time we've fished out a female corpse? Ah, a female corpse? Holy crap, no way. Upon hearing someone say it might be a female corpse, the fishermen gasped, their expressions tense. Damn it, could it be a bad omen? Upon hearing this, Su Hongshan, "I'll stop fishing for now." Instead, they joined the other anglers, all intently and somewhat nervously watching the water. Chapter 271 Hello, is this 110? Su Hongshan and a group of fishermen stared at the water, wondering what they had caught this time, and whether it was really a female corpse. Jiang Chun had a gut feeling that the fish he had caught this time was definitely not small. But I still have a relatively peaceful mindset. I don't believe at all that you can fish up a female corpse or anything like that. That's just too far-fetched. It's only commonly seen in novels. However, when he slowly pulled the big fish out of the water, he was surprised, as were the group of fishermen and Su Hongshan. Because the big fish was certainly not the female corpse, but it was a cylindrical iron thing, covered in mud and weeds, looking dark and murky. Seemingly, it's a bomb. Holy crap. This is eye-opening. Holy crap, they can even fish up bombs. Awesome. Awesome. Damn, even though it's not a female corpse, a bomb is still quite dangerous. Young man, call the police right away. You can't handle this shell. It's not just that we can't handle it. This thing is huge. If we're not careful and it explodes, well, we're all doomed. Run, Brotherhood. Yes, run. Everyone, keep far away. Jiang Chun fished up a bomb. The group of fishermen who were waiting to watch the drama unfold were so frightened that they scattered in all directions, running a long way before turning back to look in their direction. Jiang Chun listened and looked. I panicked a little. After all, that dark, unremarkable thing really does resemble the outline of a bomb, and there have been news reports from abroad of anglers catching World War II bombs. Regardless, let's get out of there first. If a bomb were to explode accidentally, even with enhanced physical abilities, I'm still just flesh and blood, and I simply can't withstand it. Hey, Xiao Chun, I'm still behind. Jiang Chun threw down his fishing rod and ran off, but he forgot about his father-in-law behind him. Su Hongshan also wanted to run, but he was getting old after all. My hands and feet aren't very nimble. In my haste, I tripped and fell. Jiang Chun turned around and saw it. Embarrassed, he rushed back and helped his father-in-law out. Excuse me, Uncle I. It's okay, it's okay. If I were you, I would react the same way. Su Hongshan waved his hand. Together with Jiang Chun, they ran to a relatively safe location. After catching their breath, Jiang Chun said, Xiao Chun, you were the one who fished out that bomb, so let's call the police. Jiang Chun nodded. He took out his phone and dialed the police. Crooked, is this 110? Here's the thing, I need to call the police. I just caught a bomb by the river. It's quite big, covered in mud and weeds, and looks really dark. Judging by its appearance, it should be a real bomb. No, I'm not joking, I'm serious. If I make a false police report, you can just arrest me then. Because there's a bomb on the police. The police station did not dare to delay. In about 10 minutes, the police and bomb disposal team arrived at the scene and set up a 50-meter safety cordon around the perimeter. The bomb disposal team stepped forward to investigate. Carefully scraping away the seaweed and silt on the surface of the bomb revealed the rusty bomb body inside. Well, it really is a howitzer shell left over from the War of Resistance against Japan. Although the outside is rusty and the fuse is almost destroyed, the projectile body is intact and still poses a danger. The bomb disposal team dismantled the artillery shell on the spot. Did you catch this shell while fishing? Afterwards, a middle-aged man who looked like a police officer came over and asked Jiang Chen, while also making a note of it. Yes, it was me who fished. All the anglers around here can vouch for me. Okay. The middle-aged police officer asked a few simple questions, including Jiang Chen's name, and then looked at Su Hongshan. Your name is Jiang Chen. So who is this person next to you? He is my father-in-law, and he came fishing with me. Oh. The middle-aged police officer nodded, glanced at Jiang Chen and his companion, and then led his team back. So, uncle, shall we still go fishing? After the incident of catching a bomb, Jiang Chen suddenly hesitated about fishing. What happened to the supposed god-level fishing skills? Suddenly I couldn't catch any fish. They just fish for the most dubious and questionable things. This is so boring. Of course I'll fish. I haven't had enough yet. Su Hongshan was still enthusiastic, smiling as he looked at Jiang Chen. What's wrong, Xiaochen? Did you get scared by that bomb you just caught? How could that be? Since uncle wants to fish, then I'll keep fishing too. Jiang Chen thought to himself. I refuse to believe it. Let him fish out another bomb if he dares. Afterwards, the two took their fishing gear and deliberately changed to a different spot to fish. Jiang Chen started fishing again. One after another, so many that it's overwhelming. Truly god-level fishing. However, half an hour later, after catching a bunch of useless things, Jiang Chen caught another one. A big, dark, cylindrical creature. This time it seems to be heavier than the last time. It must weigh at least 100 pounds. Jiang Chen looked closely. The first exclamation was, holy crap. Jiang Chen hurriedly threw down his fishing rod, grabbed his father-in-law, and ran away. As he ran, he took out his phone and dialed the police. Crooked, is this 110? Well, you might not believe it, but I've caught another bomb. Chapter 272 How did fishing lead to arrest? Part 2. Jiang Chen and Su Hongshan took off running and reached a safe distance. Jiang Chen finished making the call to the police. I felt helpless. What the hell happened today? I was just fishing and I caught a whole bunch of random fish. And what's more, this is the second time I've caught a bomb. The second thing we caught. To be honest, Jiang Chen didn't look at it very carefully. But it was still dark and covered with silt and weeds, a round lump of iron. It is heavier than the previous howitzer shell. No need to think about it. It is highly likely to be a larger shell. Xiao Chen, come here, let me see your hands, Su Hongshan said jokingly, pulling his son-in-law's hand to look at it. These hands don't seem special, so why are they so magical? I've been fishing for decades. This is the first time I've met someone like you who can catch cannonballs, and more than once. I'll be waiting for you in Shanghai next time. I'll take you sea fishing sometime. Okay, Jiang Chen replied. He had never tried sea fishing before, but he hoped it wouldn't be like today, where he kept catching bombs. The group of fishermen behind them. Seeing that Jiang Chen had pulled out another bomb, they were thoroughly enjoying the gossip. Awesome, another bomb. It seems to be thicker and bigger than the last one. Damn, is it even harder now? What a shock today. I've really learned something new. I have nothing but admiration for this genius. When the police arrive and see a bomb, they'll be dumbfounded. Hey, genius, were you doing this on purpose? Of course. Didn't you notice we fished out those underwear and the iron pot? We even caught 2 bombs, easy peasy. If you're going to be a pro, you should keep fishing. Who knows, you might just catch some treasure. That's right. But I'd much rather the expert fish out a female corpse. That would be even more authentic. Red Square? Officer, there's a pervert here, you'd better arrest him right now. Amid the noisy discussion among the fishermen, because of another bomb threat, middle-aged police officer Du Ning quickly arrived with his team, set up a cordon, and the bomb disposal team went to check and try to defuse the bomb. Jiang Chen and his father-in-law. A group of anglers were also watching from outside the cordon. Everyone's gossiping about another bombshell. However, when the bomb disposal team stepped forward, when they tried to defuse the bomb as they had done before, they were surprised to find that the so-called bomb was not a shell at all after the silt and weeds were cleared away. Cylindrical and pitch black. It is thick and large, with a smooth surface, and looks very precise and technological. It's clearly not an explosive device. Instead, it seems some kind of high-tech product. After receiving the message, middle-aged police officer Du Ning immediately went to check. He saw that the black lump of iron had been cleaned clean. He was immediately taken aback. He took a picture and sent it out, then made a phone call. Captain Zhao, take a look at this. Isn't this the number 9 you've been asking for lately? On the other end of the phone. When Zhao Feng, the captain of the security bureau, saw the picture and received Du Ning's call, he was immediately taken aback. I'm coming right away. Zhao Feng responded, and, without saying another word, quickly led his men out. At the same time, another phone call was made. Boss, I have important news to report. Number 9 should have been found. Sihai City Jurisdiction. A base on the riverbank. Liang Zhangwo, the former leader in charge of safety, is presiding over a meeting. Old Liang, we've searched the entire Qingshui River, both upstream and downstream of the incident site. We've practically drained the river, but we still haven't found any trace of number 9. I suspect those 2 petty thieves might have tricked us. We cannot rule out this possibility. However, the statements of the 2 petty thieves regarding what happened after they stole number 9 have been verified. Moreover, the surveillance video shows that they did indeed throw number 9 into the Qingshui River. Is it possible? Was it intentional for them to throw them into the river? And then someone secretly contacted them. And before we caught these 2 petty thieves, number 9 had already been secretly retrieved. That's one possibility. However, there are also no relevant clues or information to corroborate this. When they were reporting to Liang Zhangwo, the people in charge started arguing amongst themselves. Liang Zhangwo frowned and rubbed his temples. This number 9. In fact, it is an unmanned underwater vehicle developed by a research institute in China. It is a key project in the military industry. Numerous resources have been invested in this effort. The design plan underwent 9 major revisions. It was almost a success, but unexpectedly, it failed in the final testing stage. An insider, recruited by a foreign intelligence agency, secretly hired 2 thieves to steal the submarine after shutting down all its signals and power. Although after the incident, the mole was caught quickly and is now facing a lifetime of imprisonment. The 2 thieves were caught the next day, but the number 9 unmanned underwater vehicle was thrown into the Qingshui River by 2 petty thieves. The Security Bureau, in conjunction with the police department, organized a manpower team to conduct a near-net search within a 3-kilometer radius upstream and downstream of the location where the thief threw the underwater drone. However, more than a week later, they still couldn't find it. At this time, he heard his subordinates arguing. Liang Zhangwo was also in a real bind. Could it be? This number 9 unmanned underwater vehicle has already smuggled itself out of the country, and may even have been smuggled out by some colluding bad elements. So in this way, this incident on the 9th will become the biggest stain on his record since he took charge of the Security Bureau. This is a time of great anxiety. Suddenly the phone rang. It was Captain Zhao Feng calling. After answering the phone, Liang Jingwo looked shocked and could hardly believe it. What? Zhao Feng, say it again. Number 9 discovered it. Location, 10 kilometers downstream of the Qingshui River, in the suburbs of Sihai City. Was it caught by a fisherman? And this fisherman just caught a shell from the War of Resistance against Japan. Okay, I'll be right there. Liang Jingwo looked excited. Those present had clearly overheard Liang Jingwo's phone call, and they were all utterly astonished. Their week-long, exhaustive search of number 9 had yielded. It got caught by a fisherman. Xiao Li and Xiao Wang, you two pack your things right now, and come with me to the outskirts of the city. Yes, Mr. Liang. Yes, Mr. Liang. Meanwhile, the scene where the bomb was fished out was located on the banks of the Qingshui River on the outskirts of the city. Jiang Chun and Su Hengshan were still gossiping about the bomb incident, chatting about the strangeness of the matter and old stories from the War of Resistance against Japan. Jiang Chun asked, after the police finish questioning you, will you continue fishing, uncle? It's already noon. Let's stop fishing and go home for lunch. Su Hengshan looked up at the sky. But Xiao Chun, look how good you are at cooking the fish we caught. No problem, uncle. I'll show off my skills again when we get back, and you can have a good taste of my fish. Okay, that's fine. Upon hearing that Jiang Chun was going back to cook fish, Su Hengshan was overjoyed and his mouth watered. And Jiang Chun, after his father-in-law said that, he suddenly felt a bit hungry. It was already noon, so he decided to go back and cook a whole fish feast to satisfy his little girl's cravings. But strangely enough, This time, after catching the bomb, the middle-aged police officer and the bomb disposal team squatted beside the bomb, inside the cordon, cleaning it, taking photos, and making phone calls. Anyway, it's been ages since it came out. Jiang Chun and his companion outside the cordon were getting anxious. Suddenly, a loud buzzing sound came from the sky, and a helicopter flew straight towards them. What happened? They fished out a bomb, and now a helicopter's showing up? No way, no way. Could this helicopter really be here for the bomb? I'll blanch it. I'll blanch it. The helicopter really did land nearby, and it was a big shot who got out. Awesome. It seems this bomb is quite extraordinary. Amidst the gasps of the fishermen, the helicopter landed on a large open area, and Liang Zhangwo emerged with two other people. On the other side, an SUV roared in. It was Captain Zhao Feng from the Security Bureau. Du Ning, the middle-aged police officer standing next to the bomb, saw it and hurried over. Old Liang. Captain Zhao, Liang Zhangwo, and Zhao Feng greeted Du Ning. He walked straight toward the bomb that had been fished out. Upon arriving, they saw that it was indeed the number 9 they had been searching for. The two were excited and thrilled, but then they were puzzled. Xiao Du, what about the person who caught number 9? Liang Zhangwo asked. Over there, Mr. Liang. Look, that young man standing at the very edge of the cordon, a rather handsome young man. That handsome young man? Yes, that's him. The one standing next to him is his father-in-law. They were fishing together just now, Du Ning said. I had people watching from the outside. They can't escape. Okay, sure. Liang Zhangwo nodded. So I glanced at that handsome young man from afar a few times. It felt quite ordinary. Besides being handsome, there doesn't seem to be much else about him. But this handsome young man caught a number 9 while fishing? Before that, he even caught a shell from the War of Resistance against Japan? TSK. That's a bit strange. After thinking for a moment, he turned to Zhao Feng and instructed, Captain Zhao, I brought number 9 back. Question that young man and his father-in-law thoroughly, and see if it was an accident. I understand, Elder Liang. Afterwards, Liang Zhangwo and his assistant Xiao Wang took the number 9 away by helicopter. After seeing Mr. Liang off, Zhao Feng and Du Ning then walked towards Jiang Chun and Su Hongshan. Hello, are you Jiang Chun? Zhao Feng walked up, smiled, and shook hands with Jiang Chun and Su Hongshan. This must be your father-in-law. Yes, it's us. Jiang Chun was somewhat surprised when he saw the other person's uniform. It wasn't that middle-aged police officer anymore. It's someone from the National Security Bureau now? He muttered to himself. Then Zhao Feng said from the other side. So you were the one who fished out the bomb in the Qingshui River twice, triggering the alarm? Yes, it's me. Jiang Chun nodded. If you don't believe me, you can ask any fisherman. They saw it with their own eyes. No need. I believe you, Zhao Feng said with a smile. You managed to fish out 2 bombs from the river in quick succession, so your fishing skills must be quite impressive. That's why I'd like to invite you two to a place for tea and a chat. Want to go somewhere for tea and a chat? Jiang Chun asked instinctively. Where? Zhao Feng thought for a moment, then turned to Du Ning and asked, You don't mind if I borrow your territory for a bit, do you? I don't mind. All right then, I'll invite you two for tea and a chat at the police station. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun and Su Hongshan immediately became alert. Seriously, it's just fishing, and you only caught 2 bombs. Why are you really going to the police station for questioning? But cough. On second thought, then I thought it was quite normal. After all, there were 2 bombs. The government would have to talk to you and check the risks, right? Okay then. Anyway, if you're upright, you have nothing to fear. Since we're going to have tea and chat, let's have tea and chat then. The whole fish feast we planned for lunch was ruined. Why? Su Hongshan couldn't help but swallow hard and sigh inwardly. More than an hour later, Jiang Chun and Su Hongshan were personally escorted out of the police station by Zhao Feng, who said apologetically, I'm sorry to have taken up your time. I'm also very grateful for your cooperation. Zhao Feng didn't believe it was an accident. The probability of accidentally catching a howitzer shell from the War of Resistance against Japan is extremely low. But this kid actually caught 2 bombs. Although the second bomb was fake, it turned out to be the number 9 unmanned underwater vehicle they had been searching for. The probability of these 2 factors combined is ridiculously low. So while Zhao Feng was having tea and chatting with Jiang Chun, he used all the resources at his disposal to secretly investigate Jiang Chun and Jiang Chun. The results of the investigation surprised him greatly. Jiang Chun is a promising young entrepreneur in Sihai, and the popular barbecue and milk tea brands are all his products. As for Su Hingshan, he is a well-known business tycoon in Shanghai who has been famous for many years. There was not a single trace of information on the two individuals that suggested they were connected to an insider or to foreign entities. They even found a bunch of fishermen who witnessed the discovery of the bomb, and they gained nothing in the end. Therefore, the conclusion can only be, it was truly a coincidence, and that number 9 just happened to be caught by Jiang Chun. It's alright, it's alright. Jiang Chun and Su Hongshan exchanged pleasantries. Well, I can understand what they did. After all, national security is everyone's responsibility. Moreover, they only found out at the police station that what Jiang Chun fished up the second time was not a bomb, but a high-tech unmanned underwater vehicle that had been stolen from a research institute. No wonder they made such a big fuss. At the police station, the two did not encounter any difficulties, besides actually drinking tea. Seeing that it was noon, Zhao Feng gave each of them a boxed lunch with a mix of meat and vegetables, and also compensated them for the fish they had lost while cooperating with the investigation. Jiang Chun, this is my business card. If you need anything in the future, you can call the number above. Before leaving, Zhao Feng handed over another business card. Okay. Jiang Chun immediately agreed. He understood that he was being watched by Captain Zhao Feng of the National Security Bureau, but he still couldn't quite believe that the underwater vehicle had been fished out. That's normal, though. In reality, Jiang Chun himself had no idea what to do. It's supposed to be God-level fishing. Why can't you just catch a fish? Instead, you're catching a bunch of weird and wonderful things. If we do it another day, what if they actually fish up a nuclear bomb? Then you'll have to go to the police station for questioning. Jiang Chun and his father-in-law returned home. Su Qingcheng, Song Mei, Bai Huiyin, and others gathered around and asked with concern. In fact, Jiang Chun had already given them a general account of the situation on their way back. But who would believe me if I told them? He was just fishing, and he ended up catching a bomb, which landed him in the police station for questioning. That's outrageous. It wasn't until Jiang Chun and Su Hongshan explained repeatedly and showed the three women Zhao Feng's business card from the National Security Bureau that the three women began to believe them. Even so, that evening, after putting the three babies to sleep, while holding a cucumber for her diet dinner, Su Qingqing gritted her teeth and warned Jiang Chun, "Honey, I'm only saying this once. If you really did something illegal or criminal, snort, my 3 kids and I are not living with you anymore. Not only am I not going to live with you anymore, I'm also," he said, then crunched a piece off the cucumber. Chapter 273, Did you save the galaxy in your past life? Seeing that the girl was talking well, Jiang Chun suddenly bit off a piece of the cucumber. I was suddenly jolted awake. I said I wasn't afraid. That's a bit unrealistic. This girl is serious. That would be, "Honey, you're really scaring me," Jiang Chun said, rubbing his forehead. He stepped forward, put his arm around her waist, and laughed. "We've been married for ages. Aren't you being a bit too harsh?" "That's too harsh. This is just the beginning." Su Qingchang didn't take it seriously, and snapped off another piece of cucumber. "I haven't even said. I'll flush it down the toilet for you next." "Forget about that. Then you have to flush it down the toilet." That's too cruel." Jiang Chun felt a sudden, tingling sensation on his scalp. Holding the little girl's face in my hands, I looked at her carefully from left to right, thinking to myself, is this still the gentle, shy, considerate, virtuous, and loving little girl I remember? So cool. Could it be that I've been possessed by some Wu Zetian? No, Empress Lu? Wife, I remember you saying that a woman should follow her husband wherever he goes, whether he's a chicken or a dog. I also said that I would follow my husband wherever he goes, Su Qingqing persisted. But husband, think about it. What if you really break the law and go to jail? What will happen to me and my children? I don't want my children to be without a father. I finally met you, and then you suddenly went in. I can't stand it either, okay? So, honey, don't do anything crooked or shady. It would be great if we could be rich, but if we can't make money and live a simple, poor life, I'd still be willing to stay with you. I just hope you're safe and sound, and that our whole family is safe and sound." "So that's what you thought, honey." Jiang Chun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and the familiar gentle girl instantly returned. "What else?" Su Qingcheng tilted her head back and pouted. "So promise me, okay?" "Okay," Jiang Chun immediately responded. He couldn't help but lower his head and gently peck the girl. "Don't worry, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I've never done anything illegal or criminal, and I won't do it in the future. Your dad and I are going fishing today. I accidentally fished up 2 bombs. The police were very surprised when they found out, So they asked us to come to the police station to talk. Actually, it's nothing. I was surprised myself. Of all the things you could fish for, you had to fish out artillery shells from the war of resistance against Japan. It's best not to talk about what Zhao Feng told you about the number 9 unmanned underwater vehicle. Jiang Chen simply didn't mention it. But aside from that, I roughly repeated what I needed to say. Okay, that's good. Su Qingqing nodded, snuggling closer. Ever since she started dating this jerk, so many outrageous things have happened, and this time she's just unleashed a bombshell. It's alright, I guess. Anyway, as ridiculous as pigs trotters may be, just don't get yourself into trouble. She leaned against Jiang Chen's chest for a while. Su Qingqing suddenly remembered something and raised her head again, saying, By the way, honey, you still need to find a way to get along better with my dad. Why do you say that? Jiang Chen asked. Because, although our Su family is not what it used to be, but the money we have now is enough for us to spend for a lifetime. And I am my parents' only daughter. You should get along well with my dad. Then in the future, won't all this money be ours? Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. This silly girl. He deliberately ruffled the girl's hair. What are you thinking about? Don't say that you are at least the one who cured your father-in-law's illness, and that you have a very good relationship now. There's still money. Why would someone as good for nothing as me be afraid of money? He is the world's richest man. In the future, it's not impossible to try it out, is it? And Su Qingqing. I felt a little awkward because I suddenly started thinking about the Su family's assets. I feel bad for my dad. She's not the kind of person who cares a lot about money. But, well, for the sake of that big pig's trotter, I still can't help but think about it. In any case, the Su family's wealth can save him a lot of detours. Not my husband. So what do you really think? You should try to get along better with my dad. My parents have had a very good relationship over the years. Don't worry, I'm their only biological daughter. My dad definitely doesn't have any illegitimate children or anything like that. Nobody's going to fight me for the inheritance. When my dad retires in the future, then we should definitely take over his job. Jiang Chen noticed that the girl was getting more and more excited as she talked. I simply lowered my head. They silenced the other party directly. After a long while, he cupped her stunningly beautiful face in his hands and said earnestly, Wife, let me start with the first thing. Your father and I used to have a very good relationship. Think about it. I helped heal his leg, so he owes me a favor. How could our relationship not be good? Besides, even if I don't treat his leg, I'll try to build a good relationship with him because of you. After all, he's your father, isn't he? The second one. Do you think I need the Su family's fortune? It's true that your Su family was once a wealthy family, but I myself will become a wealthy family in the future. Honey, I'll give you a chance to think about it. How much is my net worth now? Jiang Chen's reminder made Su Qingqing realize instantly that compared to the Su family, who had fallen from grace, this certain pig's trotter was actually no worse off now. Barbecue, milk tea, resorts, hotels, and other projects are thriving. It's my own mother's boss. Moreover, he made billions in a single short-selling operation of crude oil a while ago. It's a total money-making machine. Just now, I was so focused on that certain pig's trotter, eyeing the small fortune of the Su family in my father's hands, that I momentarily forgot that the pig's trotter himself is already a wealthy man. Why? Okay, honey. I understand. Su Qingqing, from the bottom of her heart, hooked her arms around the man's neck and gave him a barrage of fierce pecks. She thought to herself, I must have saved the galaxy in my past life to have such a precious husband. Then she buried her face in someone's arms. Jiang Chen sighed. To be honest, I was quite moved. This silly girl is truly devoted to me. She's even willing to covet my Su family's assets for me. TSK, TSK. They're so cute. Su Hongshan cursed. Cute? Cute my ass. She's a dutiful daughter. Wife, why are you so good to me? You've already called me wife. So isn't it only natural that I treat you well? Well, let's get some rest. We have important things to do tomorrow. The children's 100-day celebration and our engagement party. Jiang Chen bent down, picked up the little girl, and headed towards the bed. Going to bed so early? But it's only 9 o'clock now. Su Qingqing remained nestled in his arms, her voice soft and sweet. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, she immediately looked flustered. Huh? You rascal, you want to go to bed so early? You don't mean you want me to treat you, do you? But I'm not feeling energetic today. That's all right, I'll treat you today. Chapter 274 Legally Married Couple, Doting Husband. No problem, I'll treat you today. Hearing someone's shameless words, Su Qingqing couldn't help but roll her eyes, her tone disdainful. Look at what you're saying. What's the difference between this and me rewarding you? In the end, it's all rewarding you. It's definitely different. Jiang Chun lowered his head and took a peck, then laughed. Think about it. One is proactive and the other is reactive. It's no wonder the results are different. Su Qingqing was completely speechless. Okay, you're full of fallacies. The next morning, Jiang Daping and Song Mei arrived. Because they were staying at their daughter's house, Bai Huiyin and Su Hengshan woke up relatively early. After getting up, Bai Huiyin went to the kitchen to cook. When Song Mei arrived, she found her in-laws cooking. She quickly advised them that they were guests and should rest aside. Then Song Mei decided to cook for herself. Bai Huiyin was unwilling to comply. Left with no other choice, the two had to divide the work and make breakfast together. They chatted and laughed, and their relationship was very harmonious. And breakfast goes without saying. It was quite a lavish meal. In the living room, Jiang Daping and Su Hengshan, as the heads of their respective families, finished discussing the banquet and, taking advantage of the remaining time, played a few games of Chinese chess. The battle was fierce, with both winners and losers. In conclusion, even without Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing present, both sets of parents got along well. At the same time, in the bedroom, the two of them were still too lazy to get out of bed. Jiang Chun had actually woken up much earlier. I heard a noise outside. Knowing that my mom and mother-in-law were making breakfast together, I decided to take a rare break and, after taking care of the little monsters, lazed in bed watching short videos for a while. Su Qingsheng was wrapped in a blanket, her little face flushed. Honey, why don't you get up? Why? Jiang Chen asked without looking up. What do you think? If we keep staying home like this, won't your parents and my parents worry? Won't they think we, you know? We're a legally married couple. Is it abnormal for us to do that? Get out. What do you mean normal? Our parents are both out there. Have some shame. Su Qingqing said, blushing and scolding. Finding it useless, she leaned closer and shook Jiang Chen's arm. Honey, let's go. You wouldn't want your wife to be disliked by your mother-in-law for being lazy, would you? Jiang Chen was taken a second to realize what was going on after hearing that sentence. So the little girl was afraid that her mother would think she was lazy. Was that really a reason? But who can blame me for being a doting husband? Okay. Jiang Chun then tidied up and got out of bed. Mom, Auntie. Jiang Chun washed up and quickly left the bedroom. He then went to the kitchen to greet his busy mother and mother-in-law. Xiao Chen, you're up? Bai Huiyin greeted Jiang Chun with a smile when she saw him, and then casually asked, Where's Qingqing? She's up too, and she's washing her hair right now, Jiang Chen said. Oh. Bai Huiyin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thank goodness, her daughter didn't stay in bed this time. Xiao Chun, go sit in the living room for a bit. Your mom and I will make breakfast soon, Bai Huiyin then instructed. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded, noticing that breakfast was almost ready. My mom and mother-in-law definitely wouldn't allow me to help. He simply agreed and prepared to leave, but at that moment, Bai Huiyin happened to catch a glimpse of his bitten, red fingers. Xiao Chen, what happened to your finger? Are you injured? Bai Huiyin asked with concern. Oh, it's nothing. I just got bitten by a dog, Jiang Chun said casually, not thinking much of it. You got bitten by a dog? Bai Huiyin asked in surprise. This. Jiang Chun immediately realized he had said the wrong thing. Calling his wife a dog. How could his mother-in-law tolerate that? Then, feeling a bit embarrassed and flustered, she blurted out, Auntie, it wasn't a dog. It was a cat that bit me. She thought that being bitten by a cat was better than being bitten by a dog. Not a dog. You got bitten by a cat. Bai Huiyin was surprised again. But when she saw that it was a dog or a cat biting her son-in-law's finger, she instantly understood what was going on. We've all been there, what don't we understand? It's very likely just some little romantic gesture between the young couple. But it was Jiang Chun. Some were stumped by their mothers-in-law's probing questions. Because at home, we don't keep cats or dogs. Besides 3 little monsters, there's also a certain little girl, a real tigress. Should I really tell my mother-in-law the truth? And then I overheard the conversation between my in-laws and my son. Song Mei over there quickly realized what the dog and cat that bit her son's fingers were. However, in front of Bai Huiyin. Well, this is a topic we dare not discuss, nor do we dare to ask. Son, breakfast is almost ready. Why don't you call your dad over to get it? Song Mei said calmly, seeing her son looking troubled. Okay, Mom. Jiang Chun, relieved of his predicament, immediately rushed out to call Jiang Daping to bring breakfast. Chapter 275 Eating at Your Own Feast is so delicious. Jiang Daping and Song Mei had already booked the hotel for the banquet. Since the 100-day celebration and engagement banquet were combined into one event, there were many attendees, mainly relatives and friends, as well as key representatives from Jiang Chen's company. So we booked more than 30 tables. Of course, Jiang Chen paid for it. He didn't want to book his own 9 days hotel, but 9 days is a budget hotel and can't host banquets at all. Jiang Chun and Su Qingcheng, along with their 3 babies, were the main characters of the day. The guests were amazed by the couple's good looks and the adorable triplets. Jiang Chen's large group of relatives surrounded the young couple and their 3 babies, asking them all sorts of questions. Many of them were seeing Su Qingcheng and the babies for the first time. My maternal grandmother, several uncles, and aunts also came. Grandma is almost 80 years old, but she is still in good health and has excellent teeth. Upon seeing Su Qingcheng, she couldn't help but express her surprise and praise. Xiao Chen, is this your wife? Ouch! She's so beautiful and radiant. She's even prettier than the fairies in paintings. Several aunts also joined in the praise. Su Qingcheng stood next to Jiang Chun, answering each question politely and sweetly. Meeting so many people all at once, it's impossible for her not to feel a little shy. But overall, it was still very open and aboveboard. After praising Su Qingcheng, Grandma continued to praise the 3 little babies. Seeing that Grandma liked them very much, Su Qingcheng first picked up the best-behaved baby and gently placed him on Grandma's lap. Grandma saw it. So happy he couldn't stop smiling, and his wrinkles disappeared in an instant. Then, he hugged each of his great-grandchildren in turn. Finally, I've had my fill. I played with my great-grandchildren for quite a while. Grandma asked Jiang Chun with great interest, "Little Chun, how's it going this year? Why don't you come stay with us for a couple of days during the spring festival? Come to think of it, it's been so many years since you've been there." The 2 uncles also joined in the persuasion. "Yes, Xiao Chun, you used to come and play at our place a lot when you were little, but after you went to college and started working, you never came back. Xiao Chun, don't look down on us because we live in the countryside. When it comes to celebrating the new year, our village is still the most lively and festive place." Okay. Faced with the invitation from his maternal grandmother and uncle, Jiang Chun immediately agreed verbally. When he was a child, he did visit his maternal grandmother's house frequently. His maternal grandmother and uncle treated him very well since he was a child. During winter and summer vacations, Chinese New Year, and even on weekdays, if he wanted to pick fruit, he would go with his mother. The first time I was bitten by a dog and the first time I rode a pig were both at my maternal grandmother's house. Anyway, I have a lot of interesting memories. Brother Chun, sister-in-law. Congratulations. Several classmates, including Lu Wei, Zheng Chong, and Wu Hao, also came. Everyone brought red envelopes and monetary gifts. Jiang Chen put it away without any ceremony. "Wei Zi, you guys eat and drink well today. We're all good buddies. There are a lot of people today. I might not be able to take care of everyone." It's all right, I understand." After talking for a while, Lu Wei and his group entered the banquet hall. Suddenly, Su Qingcheng leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and asked with a gossipy smile, "Honey, Yanli didn't come. Did she break up with Lu Wei?" "I didn't blow it. The 2 of them should be doing well right now," Jiang Chun replied directly. "No. Are you so sure? Did you ask Lu Wei?" Su Qingcheng asked, puzzled. "Is that even a question?" "There's absolutely no need to ask," Jiang Chen continued. "Didn't you see Lu Wei's face was injured again, with several bandages on it? That's enough to prove that Lu Wei and Yanli not only didn't break up, but they're still on good terms." Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng turned her head and took another careful look at Lu Wei. Sure enough, they found that the kid had some bruises on his face and bandages on his nose and forehead. "Honey, are you saying that Yanli hit Lu Wei on the face?" Su Qingcheng couldn't help but be a little surprised. She knew Yanli's personality. She was a bit strange and sometimes violent. But to hit someone in the face, especially her boyfriend's face, was, to say the least, a bit bizarre. Of course, these 2 are really fighting like lovers, and I'm afraid Wei Zi is not only injured on the face, but also on his body. He also has injuries. Su Qingcheng couldn't help but gasp. Speaking of these 2 people, one is willing to hit, and the other is willing to be hit? Okay, it's true, birds of a feather flock together. Yeah, wow. In the banquet hall, the 3 little monsters were quite alert for a while and were very cooperative. When strangers teased them, they didn't cry or fuss, but opened their big, dark eyes, and seemed very eager. You can wait until your own mealtime. They started making a scene, each crying louder than the last. Are the babies hungry? Good. Mom will take you to eat now. Su Qingxing gently comforted them for a few moments, then pushed the stroller with Jiang Chen to their car in the parking lot. Seeing this, Song Mei immediately understood. He gave a brief instruction. Go quickly and come back soon. The feast is about to begin. Bai Huiyan was initially somewhat confused. I was about to offer my help out of kindness, but before I could even say it, it suddenly dawned on me. My daughter is feeding her mother-in-law. If she were feeding formula, we wouldn't need to go outside into the car. What help can I offer? Going there as a third wheel would only cause more trouble. Let's just forget about it. Jiang Chun and Su Qingcheng, once inside the car, skillfully worked together to breastfeed the baby, both eager to finish feeding their little monster and then go inside for the banquet. In terms of taste, this meal certainly can't compare to Jiang Chen's culinary skills. But it is of great significance. After all, it was the couple's engagement party and their baby's 100-day celebration. It still feels different. Especially, well, eating your own meal is so delicious. More than 2 hours later, the banquet is almost over. Jiang Chun and Su Qingxing ate quite a bit at the banquet. Of course, Jiang Chen also drank quite a lot of alcohol with the people around him. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been drunk long ago. However, he has the advantage of strong physical fitness. Getting drunk? That's impossible. Xiaowan, I heard you're hanging out with your cousin Xiaochen now. How's it going? Is there any future in making money with him? Yes, Xiaowan. Tell me, is there any hope? Can we at least get a taste of the soup? How much salary does Xiaochen pay you? Finally, as the guests had mostly left, a group of relatives sat chatting idly. Suddenly, several uncles and aunts became interested and asked Sun Wan a question in person. Sun Wan arrived late because of an urgent matter at the milk tea shop. They arrived near the end of the banquet. Right now, I'm struggling to deal with a lobster's large claw. Hi. Don't even mention it. Sun Wan sighed after taking a bite of shrimp. My salary is only 4,000 yuan, and even that, my cousin deducted 3,000 yuan from my bonus recently. Now that you mention it, the group of relatives were all surprised. Aunt Song Qing and her cousin were also surprised. They had always thought Sun Wan was doing quite well with Jiang Chun, always acting all high and mighty. Turns out, that bad. Xiaowan, you only earn 4,000 a month working for your cousin, and they still deducted 3,000 from your bonus? Isn't Xiaochen going a bit too far? Isn't Xiaochun incredibly stingy? She's my cousin, for goodness sake, and she even skinned me alive. Sigh. If that's the case, look at Xiaowan. She graduated from university and spent so much money, but she's not as good as my brat. He didn't go to school, he worked on a construction site, and earned 8,000 yuan in his first month. TSK. That's more reliable. Exactly, what's the point of following Xiaochun? No. Isn't it too hasty of you to say that? We should at least ask Xiaowan about it first. Xiaowan's salary is 4,000, which is indeed not much, but how much is her bonus? After deducting 3,000, how much is left? Yes, Xiaowan, how much was your bonus? The relatives discussed the matter and expressed their sympathy for Sun Wan, but some also realized that it was too hasty to draw conclusions without clarifying how much of Xiaowan's bonus was. This reminder helped. All the relatives turned their attention to Sun Wan. Sun Wan then happily dealt with the large claw of a lobster before speaking. My monthly salary is 4,000 yuan. To be honest, the bonus isn't much either. After deducting 3,000 yuan, let me calculate. The bonus is probably around 37,000 or 38,000 yuan. What? After deducting 3,000, there's still 37,000 or 38,000 left. Upon hearing this, the relatives, everyone was shocked. So, the salary was 4,000 and the bonus was over 40,000. But the prize money alone is over 40,000, and you still say that's not high? This Xiaowan. So this is just for Sayal there. However, this is for this month. There won't be as many next month, Sun Wan added. There won't be as many next month? The relative whose son earned 8,000 yuan in his first month working on a construction site felt a little better upon hearing this, and curiously asked, Xiaowan, your bonus won't be as much next month. How much is it anyway? My bonus is linked to the number of milk tea shops we open and the amount of profit we make, Sun Wan explained. Next month, the milk tea shop should have 500 branches. Based on the current average profit per store, my bonus will eventually be around 100,000 yuan. Is the bonus around 100,000 next month? The relative who had just asked the question was immediately speechless. At the same time, I was a little speechless. This. Next month's bonus is 100,000, which is indeed not as much as this month's bonus of more than 40,000. Yours is clearly at least double. Sunwon noticed that everyone seemed quite interested in her prize money. So they pressed their advantage and then boasted. My cousin told me that if I open 1,000 stores, my bonus will increase to 300,000 yuan, and if I open 10,000 stores, it will increase to 1 million yuan. If there are 20,000 companies, the number will rise to 2 million. Sunwon spoke fluently and at length. Hearing this, the group of relatives became increasingly withdrawn. Have to. I thought Xiaowon was on the first level, but I didn't expect her to be in the atmosphere. But looking back at ourselves, hey, has your salary increased over the years? Have you been working hard? Reflect on yourself a bit. Why? With a sigh, they rushed to Jiang Chun without hesitation, all begging him to introduce their children to jobs. Jiang Chun, who was having tea with the girl, couldn't help but facepalm. I'm not involved in anything right now. She's basically a hands-off manager. Xiao Wan is the head manager and person in charge of my milk tea shop. She's in charge of hiring. If you want to find a job, just contact her. Upon hearing this, the relatives all returned to find Sun Wan. Sun Wan ate 2 lobster claws and then set her sights on a large pork knuckle. Before she could even take a few bites, she was surrounded by relatives who were all clamoring for her to introduce them to a job. I just came out of the store. I was so busy, I couldn't even enjoy a meal in peace. Because it delayed my enjoyment of the braised pork knuckle. Sun Wan looked very unhappy. When Song Qing saw this, she couldn't help but scold him. Xiaowan, you get what you pay for. Think about it. You're just a recent graduate from a second-tier university. If you weren't working for your cousin, where would you get such a high salary? Sun Qian also joined in the persuasion. Yeah, Xiaowan, I've been working for 3 or 4 years now, and I'm just as busy as you when I'm working, but I only barely make 14,000 or 15,000 a month. So what are you thinking? The mother and daughter. He was scolding his daughter on the surface, but he was secretly overjoyed. Not bad, not bad. From now on, Xiaowan will be living with Xiao Chun, and she won't be able to stay at home doing nothing. Not only will she not be able to stay at home doing nothing, but she might even be able to repay her family's 2 sons. One of them was verbally advising his younger sister. But I felt a little sad. My cousin's good fortune has been snatched up by Xiaowan. Compared to Xiaowan's bonus, I think about my own pitiful salary. Well, could it be because I didn't care about my younger cousin when we were kids? It clearly hurts a lot. Regarding Sun Wan's boasting just now, Jiang Chen stated that he had indeed made similar promises to her. After all, when making promises, they have to be grandiose. However, regarding the promise of 2 million yuan in bonuses for opening 20,000 stores, he felt it was a bit too conservative. It's worth noting that even the leading brand in the milk tea industry, Snow Ice Cream, only has a little over 20,000 stores. If Sun Wan opens 20,000 milk tea shops, let alone 2 million, he would have dared to offer her a bonus of 10 million or even 100 million. At that time, his milk tea group could have gone public and rang the bell. The banquet ended. The remaining relatives are also preparing to go back. On the way out of the hotel, Jiang Chun was still thinking about it casually. In the future, what if my milk tea group wants to go public? Will it list domestically to fleece retail investors? Or will it list overseas like Luckin Coffee and collect intelligence tax from foreigners? I'm thinking about it. Then I suddenly remembered something. A few days ago, I received a business message from the game company, which I haven't checked yet. Now that I'm in the mood and have the time, I'll take advantage of it and put it to good use. Unexpectedly, just as they arrived at the hotel entrance, a drunken man suddenly barged in. Reeking of alcohol, he immediately put his arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder, trying to get close to him while loudly scolding him. Brother, I haven't had enough to drink yet. Why are you going back already? The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. The relatives were shocked. Jiang Chen sighed, while Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei couldn't help but laugh. As for Bai Huiyin, she couldn't bear to look at her anymore. Or should I find a mouse hole and crawl inside? Chapter 276 1,000 bottles of Huirin kidney tonic. That's right. The man who immediately put his arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder and drunkenly called him brother was none other than his father-in-law, Su Hongshan. Jiang Chen really didn't expect that his father-in-law, who looked so refined and had the air of a big shot, was actually a drunkard. You really can't judge a book by its cover. But, come to think of it, this is the second time my father-in-law has done this, right? Uncle, you've had too much to drink. Come on, let me help you back. Jiang Chen quickly helped the swaying Su Hongshan. No, no. How is that possible? Su Hongshan shook his head and patted his chest. Do I look like I've had too much to drink? No. Bro, why are you going home so early on such a festive day? Let's go. Let's have a few more drinks, you two. As he spoke, he tried to pull Jiang Chen back into the hotel. Bai Huiyin couldn't stand it anymore. Mount Home, can't you be a little more mindful of your image? This isn't home. Bai Huiyin stepped forward and grabbed Su Hongshan, thinking to herself, haven't you made a fool of yourself enough last time? I clearly told him not to drink alcohol this time. In the end, he still got drunk. Why? Bai Huiyin couldn't help but feel annoyed, and then secretly pinched Su Hongshan's arm hard without making a sound. Su Hongshan felt the pain. Just as he was about to explode, he glanced over and saw it was his wife, who was already somewhat angry. That's when my mind cleared up a bit. Afterwards, the group went back. Jiang Daping and Song Mei, the elderly couple, escorted Su Hongshan and Bai Huiyin back to Villa No. 1 of Chunjiang Pavilion. After exchanging a few words, the two of them hurried back. Jiang Daping is not a drunkard, but due to his limited alcohol tolerance, he felt dizzy and hurriedly went home to sleep. As for Song Mei, she didn't drink, but I didn't have a moment's rest all day, and I was exhausted. At Jiangchen No. 1 Villa, after Song Mei and her husband left, Bai Huiyin felt a little sleepy, so she went to her and Su Hongshan's bedroom to rest. However, after entering, because she was angry with Su Hongshan, she locked the bedroom door from the inside. Jiang Chen and Su Qingsheng were helpless. They had no choice but to help Su Hongshan to the sofa to rest for the time being. I want to tidy up another bedroom. No need to tidy up. I'll just lie on the sofa in the living room for a while. Also, don't turn off the TV, just leave it on. I can't sleep if it's off. Su Hongshan shouted a few words. Not long after he finished speaking, he lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Jiang Chun had no choice but to drape a blanket over his father-in-law. Then, seeing that the three little monsters had also fallen asleep, and the room was quiet except for the sound of the TV, he suddenly had an idea and wanted to take the little girl to the bedroom to have some fun. Su Qingxing took one look at that situation. She immediately rolled her eyes. How could she not understand what that pig's trotter meant? Roll! What do you want to do? My mom is still awake. She whispered, gesturing towards Bai Huiyin's bedroom. But auntie, didn't she go inside to rest? She can't sleep even when she's resting. She's angry with my dad right now. No wonder she can't sleep. Su Qingsheng said with a knowing look, then added with a hint of reproach. Besides, you still want to. I already. Okay then. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun had no choice but to give up. After all, that's how it is. Strengthen your own physique. He's a man with 2 golden kidneys, so it's perfectly normal for the girls over there to be unable to keep up. It's a small matter if they become indifferent one day, but it would be a big mistake to hurt his body. Jiang Chun then sat down on the sofa. Focus on researching the business information that the dog-like system is rewarding. Intelligent robotics company TELUS is about to be acquired by tech giant Microsoft. Buy its stock after the market opens on the 12th, and you will get the best return within 7 days, with an expected return of 200%. To avoid attracting the attention of the bookmakers, the maximum investment this time is 2 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. It turns out it was about US stocks. You can invest up to 20 small goals, with an expected return of 200% within 7 days. In other words, this operation could potentially earn up to 40 small goals. Compared to the last time I traded crude oil and made a profit of 100, this time I traded US stocks, and it was slightly less successful. However, I can still make 40 in 7 days. It's quite good. It's still much faster than robbing a bank. Jiang Chen thought to himself. So I opened my US stock trading app. I quickly found a Telstra stock, and sure enough, I discovered that Telstra stock had been falling all the way down recently, repeatedly hitting new lows. However, once the news broke that Intel had been acquired by tech giant Microsoft. What happened to the stock after that is another story. Xiao Chun, you even study US stocks? Su Hongshan woke up at some point and leaned close to Jiang Chun, startling Jiang Chun with his sudden question. Uncle, why are you awake? Jiang Chun asked. I've been awake for quite a while. The TV was on. I called you earlier but didn't respond, so I looked over. Oh, Xiao Chun, you're researching US stocks. Not bad, not bad. You've got potential. I just dozed off for a little while. Su Hongshan's mind cleared up a bit, but the effects of the alcohol hadn't worn off yet. The whole person. I still feel tipsy and not quite sober. Not bad. Jiang Chen glanced at his father-in-law and smiled. Uncle, you're finally calling me Xiao Chen again? Su Hengshan understood the implication in the words, so he didn't continue calling the kid brother. Hi. I was drunk back then, wasn't I? Su Hengshan laughed awkwardly, scratching his head, realizing he had definitely made a fool of himself before, and more than once. But he calls Jiang Chun brother. That was definitely worth it. To be honest, Jiang Chun treated my leg and helped me out of a predicament, so he can be considered my benefactor. Like I said, I was drunk, so calling my benefactor brother isn't too much to ask, is it? But in front of Jiang Chun, Su Hengshan, being the father-in-law, felt a little embarrassed and changed the subject. Xiao Chun, I just saw you studying U.S. stocks. So, are you interested in teaching me how to make money in U.S. stocks? Bite. Host's current situation detected. Host triggers a divine choice. Option 1. Refuse your father-in-law's offer. Even calling him brother is out of the question. Reward. 1,000 bottles of Hui Rin Shun Bao. Option 2. Agree to your father-in-law's request. After all, he's called you brother a few times, and as the older brother, you should set a good example. Reward. 1 God-level instant kill. One person will receive 1,000 bottles of Hui Rin Shun Bao as a reward. One reward is a God-level instant kill. Is there even a choice? Of course, choose the option with more words. And so after that, Jiang Chun then gave Su Hengshan some advice, suggesting that he invest in TEL.net stock. Su Hengshan had never traded U.S. stocks before, but seeing Jiang Chen's confidence and composure, he inexplicably trusted him and immediately decided to invest 3 small goals. Bite. Host has made a choice. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. 1 God-level instant kill. This was a God-level instant kill. It's a flash sale worth hundreds of millions. Required amount for flash sale, 20 small goals. Target of instant kill, Oakwood Entertainment, one of the 3 major film and entertainment giants in China, with strong financial backing and a solid foundation. Its popular female stars include Li Xiao, Lu Yifeng, and Song Xiaomai, while its most famous male star is Zhang Kunken. Chapter 277 Wife. How about we have another daughter? Another flash sale worth hundreds of millions of yuan. And the target of the instant sale was actually Oakwood Entertainment. Jiang Chen knew nothing about the entertainment industry and had no interest in it. However, he had heard of Oakwood Entertainment before. After all, it was one of the giants in the domestic film and entertainment industry. As for popular female stars like Li Xiao, Lu Yifeng, and Song Xiaomai, especially Li Xiao, she is a rising star in China. She became famous overnight with the movie The Captain, and has since developed her career in film, television, and music. Now she is incredibly popular. All of these. Because of the media frenzy, Jiang Chun had naturally heard about it. But that's all. At the same time, it was unexpected that these popular female stars were all under Oakwood Entertainment. Equally unexpected. There's also the famous rapper and actor, Zhang Kunken, a guy with a lot of scandals, who is actually a pillar among Oakwood Entertainment's many male artists. Okay. Jiang Chun learned about Oak Entertainment in general. Besides the currently popular stars, several TV dramas and films are scheduled to air this year, including The Storm, Prosperity, The Investiture of the Gods, and The Wandering Earth. Just by looking at the names of these movies and TV shows, it feels really cool. Besides the above, there is another thing Jiang Chun is concerned about, which is the market value of Oakwood Entertainment. After all, it is 100 million yuan in a flash sale, which would require 20 small goals. After checking the phone, it was discovered that Oakwood Entertainment's market value was 10.8 billion. Since that's the case, then what's there to hesitate about? Sold out instantly. Bite. The host spent 20 small goals and successfully defeated Oakwood Entertainment. Bite. Flash sale rewards distributed. The result of the instant sale is legitimate. The owner of Oakwood Entertainment lost the bet, and the host successfully acquired 80% of Oakwood Entertainment's shares for 2 billion, becoming the major owner and absolute controlling shareholder of Oakwood Entertainment. It has to be said, sometimes the system is incredibly unreliable, but other times it's extremely dependable. For example, the distribution of the flash sale rewards was supposed to be legal and legitimate, but they somehow managed to pull off a betting agreement in the middle. Awesome. Here, Jiang Chun became the big boss of Oakwood Entertainment. Of course, someone needs to be sent to represent him and make contact to take over the company. As for him personally, he doesn't have that much time or interest. Wouldn't it be better to just be a hands-off manager like before? Hey, Mr. Li, I recently acquired a company, and I need your help to take over. Someone at the company will be handling things with you. Jiang Chen immediately dialed Li Jun's number. Which company? Li Jun asked. Since I started working specifically for Jiang Chen, I've gradually gotten used to Jiang Chen's many abilities. Boss, you're taking over another company. Basic procedure, perfectly normal. Oakwood Entertainment, Jiang Chen said. What? Oakwood Entertainment. Even though Li Jun was somewhat prepared, he still couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That's the entertainment giant from our dragon country? So, the rumors that the owner of Oakwood Entertainment lost a bet and lost control of the company are true, and that the new big boss of the company is you? Yes, the rumors are true. I am the new boss. Li Jun on the other end of the phone couldn't help but gasp. Wow, truly impressive. He sighed inwardly, then quickly replied. Okay, boss, I'll get right on it. Another afternoon. Su Hengshan and Bai Huiyin have returned to Shanghai. Before leaving, the couple and their three little monsters spent a good time together, each receiving a valuable gift, and then strolled around Sihai City for a while. Su Hengshan's words were heartfelt. My son-in-law is too awesome. He has barbecue and milk tea shops everywhere. If there's a queue outside any of those shops, it's almost certainly Jiang Chen's. And that hot spring resort. Soaking in hot springs, enjoying the scenery, and savoring delicious food, Su Hengshan thought that they were now in the suburbs, and should be outside the sphere of influence of his son-in-law. Unexpectedly, upon asking, Jiang Chen is one of the owners of the resort. Su Hengshan sighed repeatedly, realizing that the whole world had become Jiang Chen's domain. Bai Huiyin then added, and another thing, don't forget Jiri Group. Xiao Chun is now the boss of Jiri, and Jiri has already opened a hotel in Sihai. 2. Su Hengshan was completely convinced. Back when I was about that age, I was still relying on my family's influence to make a living. Compared to Jiang Chen, that's obviously a drop in the ocean compared to the mighty. But that's not all. When Su Hengshan arrived home, he glanced at his U.S. stock returns and discovered that in just 1 or 2 days, the TEL.net stock that Jiang Chen had recommended he invest in had already risen by 50%. There is no such thing as a daily price limit in the U.S. stock market. In other words, he invested 300 million yuan and has already earned 1.5 times his initial investment. Have to. Compared to Jiang Chen, who is the same age, I am not only insignificant, but I am utterly inferior. For the next few days, aside from being busy with other matters, Su Hengshan would spend all his free time watching the returns on U.S. stocks. Following Jiang Chen's advice, on the 7th day after purchasing, when the return was approximately 200%, I decisively sold all my shares. In the end, they invested 300 million yuan and made a net profit of 100 million yuan. On the other side, Jiang Chen went even further, investing 1.7 billion yuan and making a net profit of 34 small goals. Absolutely amazing. When Su Hengshan told Bai Huiyin about investing in stocks, Bai Huiyin was surprised, but she also felt it was reasonable. As long as Jiang Chen was around, nothing was impossible. However, when she saw Su Hengshan's reaction, she sighed and seemed rather sullen. I immediately felt very strange. Honey, our Su family's son-in-law is so capable, he excels at everything he does, so why are you, as his father-in-law, unhappy? Could it be that he's outshone you, and you're not happy about it? Alas, Su Hengshan sighed. What does it mean to be outshone by our son-in-law? To put it bluntly, in terms of ability, I'm probably not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Of course I'm happy that my son-in-law is so capable. If you're happy, why are you sighing? Bai Huiyin asked again. Isn't it because I'm worried about our daughter? Our son-in-law is so capable. I'm just afraid that Qingqing can't handle him alone. Su Hengshan revealed the truth. That's true. Bai Huiyin thought about it and agreed. But don't worry about it. I think Jiang Chen is a reliable person and good to our Qingqing. Children have their own blessings. Let them be. Su Hengshan responded. But just before going to sleep, he suddenly made a suggestion to Bai Huiyin. Wife, how about we have another daughter? Huh. Bai Huiyin was surprised, thinking to herself that she was already too old to have a baby. Why have another daughter? What else can we do but marry Jiang Chen together? Chapter 278 Imported Beef? Biantai. 100 days after birth. The changes in the three little creatures are becoming more and more delightful. They are slowly able to lift their heads and, with the support of an adult's hand, can do some movements such as rolling over and sitting up straight. He grabbed things randomly with both hands and stuffed everything into his mouth. Make more noise. They are more interested in everything around them, and even imitate adult speech, but they just babble and don't really know what they're saying. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Life is so amazing. Everything seems to be pre-programmed. It arranges exactly what you will be like at birth, what you will be like at each month, and what stage of development you will reach. Certainly, the three little ones have grown quite a bit in both size and ability. And so it came. Taking care of Jiang Chen was even more troublesome than before, but who could blame him when he was his own son? No matter how much trouble it was, he was not afraid of the trouble and did it willingly. After my parents went back, on Su Qingqing's side, they resumed their normal work routine. The company's 3 new products were an instant hit, and sales were good, but only good. As the company's production capacity increased, the supply shortage of new products in the market was alleviated, followed by product backlog. I'll say it again. Even the best wine needs good marketing. After all, it was an unknown company before, and many people had never even heard of it. In addition, there was slander from some peers. Many people even thought that this was an unregistered product produced in a workshop in that village, with only temporary effects and permanent harm to the body, thus deterring them from buying it. As a result, the 3 products, skin whitening mud, hair growth serum, and hair removal serum, have gained a group of loyal fans. But many more people, I don't know, or even if I do know, I'm still wondering and observing. After Su Qingqing returned to work, these days I've been mainly busy with marketing for the new products. During this period, besides taking care of the 3 little monsters, Jiang Chen also kept busy, sorting out all his assets and establishing a group company. We named the company Qingqing Group after ourselves and our daughter. Under the Qingqing Group, Qingqing Barbecue, Lu Wei in charge, Qingshi Milk Tea, Sun Wan in charge, Jiri Hotel, mother-in-law in charge, Qingqing Biotechnology, wife is the president. There is also an Oak Entertainment Company. General Manager Wang Dalai. The group company is led by Li Jun, who also oversees matters related to the hot spring resort. Li Jun's loyalty is 100%. He couldn't be more suitable to lead the group. Young married woman. Stop busy, come and have lunch. One day at noon, Jiang Chen happened to be free, so he took the lovingly prepared lunch he had made, along with his 3 little monsters, to Su Qingqing's office. Even though it was mealtime, Su Qingqing was still busy. When Jiang Chen arrived with the child, she only turned her head and smiled at him before burying herself in her work again. Wait a bit, honey. I'll eat after I finish what I'm doing. Wait until you finish dealing with it. The food's getting cold, isn't it? Jiang Chen put the lunchbox on the table. Come on, honey, I haven't eaten either. Let's eat together. What? You haven't eaten yet? Su Qingqing asked in surprise. Yes, I was just being considerate of my wife and wanted to have lunch with her, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Cut. So cheesy. Su Qingqing scolded playfully, but she was still quite touched, so she decided to stop working. What was more important than her adorable husband? So he got up and went to another table to eat his lunch. After opening the lunchbox, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, revealing tomato and beef brisket, stir-fried river shrimp, stir-fried cabbage, homestyle tofu, and a seaweed and egg soup. These are all homestyle dishes. Needless to say, since it was made by a certain pig's trotter, it must be a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Su Qingqing saw it. They were drooling with desire. I picked up my chopsticks and couldn't wait to start tasting it. It smells good, tastes delicious, it's just the right flavor. Yeah. Wow. At this moment, the 3 little monsters suddenly started making a fuss. This time they weren't crying, but rather they were curiously calling out in the new environment of the office. Curious. In addition to the new environment, there were also the sounds they made themselves. Jiang Chen found his 3 little beasts to be truly adorable. I simply stopped eating. We arrived at the stroller. I used some small toys to amuse the 3 little ones, and they started shouting even louder. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Chen praised him upon seeing this. After, I played with them for quite a while longer. Su Qingqing, who was diligently eating, couldn't help but urge, Honey, you were just talking to me. Look at you, you've actually started eating, but you've gone off to the side. If you don't come to eat soon, I'll finish my food, and then you'll only be able to eat my leftovers. It's all right, Jiang Chen said, still enjoying himself. Can't you see I'm having a great time playing with the babies? You eat first, and I'll eat your leftovers later. Just make do with them. There's nothing I can do if you don't like them. Su Qingcheng, who was enjoying her meal, was suddenly stunned. What? That jerk actually looked down on me. How can this be tolerated? So he picked up a piece of beef. With the food still in her mouth, she walked straight towards someone and said, "Honey, you just said you were disgusted by the leftovers I ate?" Her voice was muffled because of the piece of beef in her mouth. Jiang Chen could tell at a glance that the girl had no good intentions. Really? Before she could even explain, Su Qingcheng leaned in and took advantage of him without any hesitation. Serves you right for disliking me. Su Qingcheng, having completed her mission of delivering imported beef to Jiang Chen, was immediately satisfied. How was it, honey? Was the imported beef delicious? Tasty. Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Homemade beef is always delicious, even though my little girl forced me to eat it. Well, that makes it even more delicious. Don't you still find me unacceptable? I don't mind anymore. How is your wife? Good. Do you have any words of thanks you'd like to say to your wife? Yes, bientôt. Su Qingcheng was initially overjoyed, but upon hearing this, she paused for a moment, then understood and flew into a rage. You say I'm better than in Thai? Fine, I'll let you say it. Without exception, she grabbed Jiang Chen's arm and started nibbling at it. That scene. Wow, this looks so much tastier than the beef I just ate. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, isn't it a shame to have a wife who's a bit like in Thai, with some of the traits of a tigress? Why? My life is so hard. However, on the other hand, what to do if your wife is a tigress and loves to bite? Of course you should. Fight back. Ah, you bastard, what are you doing? This is an office. I'm telling you, have some shamelessness, okay? Don't be so brazen. No. Besides an office? That's perfect. Chapter 279 The Baby Can Smile. Su Qingcheng was caught off guard. I never expected that someone would dare to defy the world like they did at their parents' house that time. Well, mainly because their skin is as thick as a city wall. How utterly shameless. 15 minutes later, Su Qingcheng glared fiercely at the pig's trotter, her face burning red as a monkey's bottom. The food will get cold now. Are you going to eat or not? She asked irritably. Eat, of course I'll eat. Jiang Chen smiled and pecked the girl, earning a glare from the boss, before happily going to eat. It was a bit unexpected. Quite a while had passed. The food was still warm. Su Qingcheng had almost finished eating. So I went to see the three babies. Actually, just now. Jiang Chen was having a great time playing with the three babies, and she was itching to join in, but she was hungry and was eating the delicious lunch Jiang Chen had brought, so she resisted the urge to go. This is a perfect time to have some fun with the three little ones. How to put it? They are my own flesh and blood. How could I, as their mother, not love and cherish them? Su Qingcheng touched the little face. Gently stroke her little nose, rub her little tummy. Suddenly, a surprised voice exclaimed, Honey, come quick. What's wrong? Jiang Chen was startled, wondering what had happened, and rushed over to see. He heard the little girl exclaim happily, Look, honey, the baby can smile. As she spoke, she tickled the baby's tummy with her finger. Giggle. Bao actually grinned and laughed along. Jiang Chen took a look. It was a joyful and exhilarating experience. You see, the three little ones used to smile, but it was just a smile, an unconscious expression of being well-fed and satisfied, feeling safe and secure. And this is the first time I've been caught smiling consciously. Jiang Chen then scratched Bao's little belly, and Bao laughed along. The sound wasn't very loud, but the smile and sound were very infectious. Speaking of which, this is my own child, and he's smiling at me now. They were immediately encouraged. Jiang Chen then did the same thing, tickling Bao's tummy twice. Giggle. Bao laughed too. Next up is Bao. Bao eats the most and is the biggest of the three little ones, so he's expected to perform no worse than his two younger sisters. Result. Jiang Chen scratched his lower abdomen for a long time without any reaction, and Su Qingcheng also tried, but it was equally unhelpful. He just won't smile. She just stared at her round, innocent eyes at her parents, who looked puzzled and somewhat disappointed. Then, she pouted and scrunched up her little face. She actually cried. Oh this. Seeing this, Jiang Chen and his wife were both amused and exasperated. Jiang Chen quickly picked up Bao and comforted him. After a while, Bao finally stopped. Although, of the three little ones, only Bao and Bao can smile at people. But this didn't stop the young couple from imagining when their three little ones would call them Dad and Mom, when they would walk, and so on. Call me daddy. Little Bao, come here and call me daddy. On a whim, Jiang Chun held his most well-behaved little baby and began to gently guide him. But Xiao Bao is so well-behaved. She's only 3 or 4 months old, and so far she can only make some sounds. Calling her dad would be too much of a burden for her, and of course she can't understand what Jiang Chun is saying. I taught for a long time, but got nothing out of it. Oh well, never mind. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Su Qingsheng immediately stood up as if she had been electrocuted. After straightening her clothes and composure, she went over and quietly opened the locked door. It turned out to be Secretary Lu Shui. President Su, this is the information on the female celebrity we want to hire as the product spokesperson. After entering, he handed a document to Su Qingsheng and then found Jiang Chun and 3 babies in the office. I am a little panicked, because she was worried that she might ruin things for President Su and her husband. But Jiang Chun had come too many times before. She was somewhat used to it. After quickly giving President Su a brief overview of the actress's information and the agency's final asking price, he wisely closed the door and left. After listening, Jiang Chun glanced at the documents. Song Feifei. It seems she's just a second-tier actress at best, yet she's asking for 8 million a year to endorse a single product? Isn't that an exaggeration? Jiang Chun couldn't help but express his opinion regarding product endorsements. He knew, to quickly increase brand awareness and generate consumer demand for a new product, celebrity endorsement is a fast and effective method. Simple, direct, and effective. Among the 3 new products, Snow Skin Mud, Hair Growth Serum, and Hair Removal Serum, Snow Skin Mud, as a skincare product, is the most presentable and has the best entry point. Therefore, this time, the product that was endorsed by a female celebrity is the Snow Skin Mud. But the person they found, Song Feifei, it's really hard to explain in a few words. That's it. It's been so hard, okay? After listening to Jiang Chen's opinion, Su Qingsheng said, compared to those big brands, our Qingchen technology is still a small company and relatively unknown. It's already quite good that Song Feifei agreed to be a spokesperson. I also want a top-tier female celebrity to be my spokesperson. But the endorsement fee can only be higher and more outrageous. Not to mention, why would someone agree to endorse a product from a small factory like yours? And there's more. The 8 million yuan endorsement fee this year was the result of several rounds of negotiation. This Song Feifei, she asked for 10 million right off the bat. Okay, sure. Seeing the girl talk a lot, Jiang Chun immediately smiled and said, you're the CEO, you call the shots. Regarding the girl's competence, he is trustworthy. In any case, the girl's parents are both business elites, and the girl herself is conscientious and responsible, and is highly educated. Even if she is not good at anything, she won't be that bad. Not to mention, she's my own wife. He would wholeheartedly support whatever his wife wanted to do. Buzz. Just then, Su Qingsheng's phone rang. I looked at the number and saw that it was a call from Song Feifei's agency, so I answered the phone. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. Chapter 280. Su Qingsheng was filled with shock. Su Qingsheng had a bad feeling as soon as she heard the other party apologize. And sure enough, Mr. Su, I regret to inform you on behalf of Ms. Song Feifei that the cooperation agreement between Ms. Song Feifei and your company, Qingchen Technology, has been cancelled. Although President Su eventually agreed to our conditions. However, after careful consideration, Ms. Song Feifei has decided to cancel our cooperation, and all previous agreements are hereby nullified. Su Qingsheng was surprised when she heard the news. Because of Qingchen Technology, we have been discussing cooperation with Song Feifei for some time now. After several twists and turns, an agreement was finally reached on the endorsement fee. Su Qingsheng made the final decision to meet Song Feifei's latest offer, 8 million yuan for 1 year. To be honest, this level of pricing is almost at the near top-tier level. However, because Qingchen Technology was relatively unknown, Song Feifei dared to make such an outrageous demand. However, unexpectedly, Song Feifei had just reached a cooperation agreement with Qingchen Technology and even received an initial payment of 1 million yuan. Now, she wants to cancel the cooperation and void all agreements. In this way, all the work done these past few days has been for nothing, wasting a lot of manpower and resources. Cancel the cooperation? Su Qingsheng asked in surprise. May I ask what the specific reason was that led Ms. Song Feifei to make this decision? Is it still about the endorsement fee? That's negotiable. President Su, there's no use in trying to negotiate. Song Feifei's assistant, Li Hua scoffed. It's not about money at all right now. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. Our Miss Song Feifei, although she is currently a second-tier actress, but with a smooth career and the help of benefactors, she might rise to the ranks of top actresses in half a year, so the products she endorses are all high-end and fashionable. And you, Chen Technology. TSK, let's just forget about it. Even if small factories and workshops can temporarily deceive some consumers with their substandard products, they will eventually run into trouble. It was precisely because we considered the potential impact on Ms. Song Feifei's career and image that we canceled the collaboration. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing was filled with anger. Our Qingqin Technology is a small factory and workshop that produces substandard products. Oh, so all our previous hard work in submitting applications and obtaining certifications was for nothing? Were our product batch numbers also fake? Since Ms. Song Feifei insists on canceling the cooperation. That's all right, Qingqin Technology agrees. Su Qingqing suppressed her anger and remained quite polite. However, shouldn't you return the 1 million yuan we made in advance? An initial payment of 1 million? Is that true? I don't seem to remember, huh? Li Hua laughed on the other end of the phone, deliberately dodging the question. Besides, even if there is such a sum of money, Mr. Su, don't you think this is what Miss Song Feifei deserves? During the discussions on cooperation, your Qingqin Technology has been riding on Ms. Song Feifei's coattails quite a bit, hasn't it? Given Feifei's popularity, these past few days, I've probably promoted your snow skin mud a lot. So, it's reasonable for our Feifei to get a little compensation for promoting your products for free, right? After saying that, he hung up the phone. Even though Su Qingqing was quite well-mannered, she was immediately enraged. I never expected them to be so shameless. Not only did they suddenly cancel the cooperation, but they even turned around and looked down on you for being a small factory or workshop, mocking your products as being of unknown origin and quality, and then refused to pay the initial payment of 1 million. What's wrong, honey? Did Song Feifei cancel the collaboration? Jiang Chen asked. They canceled the cooperation and then refused to return the 1 million yuan payment, claiming that our Qingqin Technology was trying to ride on Song Feifei's popularity in traffic, and that the 1 million yuan should be considered compensation. Su Qingqing said angrily. Jiang Chen was speechless upon hearing this. It wasn't because Song Feifei canceled the collaboration or anything, that was nothing, but rather because he loved seeing the girl's angry expression. And there's more. Originally, I wanted to let my daughter handle things on her own this time, since she had been busy for so long and had already signed a cooperation agreement with Song Feifei. However, it seems that I still have to take action myself. Honey, what are you going to do next? Jiang Chen asked. What can we do? Let's keep looking for suitable actresses to endorse our products, Su Qingqing said, taking a few sips of tea and trying to compose herself. But humph. We should keep looking for actresses to endorse our products. I will also get back the 1 million yuan that was given to Song Feifei. I'm not afraid of going to court. To be honest, that 1 million isn't a large sum. But the main thing is that I can't swallow this insult. As Su Qingqing spoke, she immediately arranged for someone to begin working to recover the 1 million yuan payment from Song Feifei. Jiang Chen observed this and secretly praised him. Not bad, not bad. This girl's actions suit his taste. People like Song Feifei, who are shameless and greedy, shouldn't be tolerated. After, they began selecting a suitable female celebrity to endorse the brand. We have to start all over again. Su Qingqing simply called over the marketing director, Wang Shuoqin, to discuss the matter together, but after much deliberation, they still couldn't come up with a satisfactory solution. Honey, how about we give Li Xiao a try? Jiang Chen suggested. Li Xiao? You mean Li Xiao, who became a sensation after starring in The Captain and is currently incredibly popular? Su Qingqing asked. Yes, it's her. Jiang Chen nodded. Huh? Never mind. Li Xiao is a top-tier actress, after all. Asking her to be our spokesperson? You're kidding, we can't afford to hire her. Su Qingqing shook her head. Yes, Chairman. Li Xiao has been getting so many endorsement deals lately that he's overwhelmed with offers. The brands she endorses are all carefully selected, and none of them are truly high-end or top-tier. As for negotiating an endorsement deal with Li Xiao, let's just forget about it. Marketing Director Wang Xiehong echoed this sentiment. After all, it was Li Xiao. He's a rising star after all. Qingqin Technology was only recently renamed and established. Song Feifei, a second-tier actress, didn't even consider it, fearing that endorsing Qingqin's products would damage her image. Li Xiao, who was on the front line. Needless to say, Li Xiao is definitely a top-tier star, but when it comes to endorsements, it's a matter of personal taste, isn't it? Let's give it a try. What if it works out? Jiang Chun said with a smile. Without making a sound, he sent out a message. All right then. Su Qingqing had always trusted that pig's trotter, so when she heard him say that, she decided to give it a try. Anyway, it's not much trouble to ask for a price. No. Then forget it. Because she had no intention of cooperating with Li Xiao at all, it took a lot of effort to find Li Xiao's contact information. After finding it, Su Qingqing made a call. The call was connected very quickly. A few minutes later, completely shocked, Su Qingqing hung up the phone again. Chapter 281 Qingqin Technology Gets Hacked. President Su, what about Li Xiao? Li Xiao has agreed to endorse our product? Wang Shuiqin asked in surprise. He looked completely incredulous. I never expected that a top-tier female celebrity who is active in film, television, and music would agree to be a spokesperson so easily over the phone, within just a few minutes. Aren't you even going to consider it? Or at least you should check what company and what product you're going to endorse. Li Xiao agreed. Su Qingqing was also very surprised, because she never expected that as soon as she called and explained her purpose, the other party would agree so readily, without even a moment's hesitation. And the key thing is the endorsement fee. Su Qingqing added, how much do you think it is? The question was directed at Wang Shuiqin and Jiang Chun. Is it also 8 million? Wang Shuiqin asked. I'd guess 1 million. Jiang Chun also said with a wicked grin. Wrong. It's not 8 million. It's not 1 million. It's a friendly endorsement. Su Qingqing said with delight. In other words, Li Xiao is getting the snow skin mud endorsement for free this time. Wang Shuiqin was immediately shocked. Her mouth agape, so wide it could almost fit a duck egg. Impossible. Li Xiao not only agreed to be the spokesperson, but she's doing it for free. My God. It's true. The real deal. The confirmation letter from Li Xiao will be here soon. Okay. However, this is too far-fetched. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's probably just good luck, Jiang Chun said with a smile, offering an objective assessment. On Su Qingqing's side, they were already somewhat suspicious that this unexpected turn of events was because of Jiang Chun, and upon hearing Jiang Chen's words and seeing his expression, their suspicions only grew stronger. He walked directly towards Jiang Chun. Honey, tell me the truth. Did you arrange this? Did you do this? With a furious expression, she questioned Jiang Chun, and if he didn't tell the truth or delayed, she was about to bite him. That's right. This was arranged by Jiang Chun. Li Xiao is a pillar of Oakwood Entertainment. He is the big boss of Oakwood Entertainment. For Li Xiao, getting him to endorse the Snow Skin Mud product is just a matter of a word. He didn't say it at first. It's not that I wanted to deliberately hide it or pretend to be weak, but seeing my little girl get serious and anxious, I just loved how adorable she looked. I couldn't resist. I just wanted to surprise her. At this time, after enjoying the girl's expression with a wicked grin, Jiang Chun immediately stopped hiding anything and briefly explained how he had won the bet against Oakwood Entertainment and that he was actually Li Xiao's boss. It really was you. Su Qingqing's anxiety instantly turned into joy. It was overflowing with joy. Then, without thinking, she did something unbelievable. She ran over, straddled Jiang Chen's lap, and started kissing his head. Well, don't get me wrong, it's really biting. Marketing director Wang Shuiqin was stunned when she saw it. The news of Li Xiao's endorsement of the Snow Skin Mud was already shocking enough, but now, something even more shocking has arrived. Speaking of this scene, this action/behavior, is this something a single person like her should be watching? Su Qingqing wanted to express her gratitude to someone. After a few seconds of being carried away, I lost myself in the moment. Finally snapping out of his daze, he awkwardly turned his head and glanced at Wang Shuiqin. Wang Shuiqin shuddered. It's nothing, I didn't see anything. President Su, Chairman, I have to go back now. He said this and hurriedly slipped away. As they slipped out, they made sure to close the door behind them. Oops. How embarrassing. It's all your fault. Su Qingqing said coquettishly, her face flushed. It's my fault again. Seriously, how come you're so good at shifting blame? But who told you not to mention what happened at Oakwood Entertainment back then? Who else is to blame but you? It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Su Qingqing was extremely happy. Honestly, having such a jerk as a husband is such a wonderful feeling. I even feel that I would do anything to make him happy. Therefore, I couldn't help myself. She held Jiang Chen's head tightly and started nibbling at it again. Jiang Chen is really something else. He can't even protest. Half an hour later, the couple's cuddling on the sofa finally came to an end. The three little ones started fussing. It was truly mealtime, and they were hungry. Jiang Chen got up, wanting to get the breast milk stored in the refrigerator, heat it up, and give it to the babies. No need. Let them eat fresh food, Su Qingcheng said directly. Okay. After feeding the three babies, Jiang Chen patted them to burp and lulled them to sleep. Su Qingcheng began her afternoon work. Jiang Chen tidied up and prepared to push the stroller back. Knock, knock, knock. Then there was another knock on the door. Please come in, Su Qingcheng said. After receiving permission, the door was pushed open, and Wang Shuaqin rushed in. She had originally wanted to wait a while and give President Su and his wife some more time. But just now, another thing happened suddenly. This forced her to rush over and report back. President Su. Urgent. Our Qingqin technology has been hacked. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's expression changed, and she quickly asked Wang Shuaqin what had happened. Wang Shuaqin then took a breath and explained how Qingqin technology had been hacked. Turned out to be to drive traffic to the product. Qingqin technology not only has a dedicated official website, but also operates accounts on Weibo, Douyin, Xiaohongshu, and other platforms. But just a moment ago, Qingqin Technology's official website was almost paralyzed, and its accounts on Weibo, Douyin, Xiaohongshu, and other platforms were hacked on a large scale and in an all-round way. Various attacks, rumors, smears, and insults. The comments were offensive and offensive. They were incredibly numerous, numbering in the tens of thousands. Garbage company, garbage employees, garbage products. Speaking of which, have you ever seen anything worse than Qingqin Technology? I certainly haven't. Excuse me, Qingqin Technology, when are you going bankrupt? If you do, please let me know so I can set off firecrackers in front of your store to celebrate. Skin whitening mud, hair removal lotion, hair growth serum. Huh, it's all a bunch of fucking lies. People actually buy such a terrible product. Their IQ is truly appalling. Seeing the smear campaign messages, Su Qingqing's pretty face turned cold. Suddenly, her phone rang. She had received an anonymous message. How did it go, Mr. Su? Here's a small gift for you and Qingqin Technology. Do you like it? If you like, I have more here. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Don't thank me. Chapter 282. Wait for me tonight. When Su Qingcheng received a call from Song Feifei's assistant, Li Hua, informing her that the cooperation had been terminated, she was filled with anger and couldn't calm down for a while. But when something even bigger happens, such as when Qingqin Technology is subjected to an organized and large-scale attack and smear campaign, instead, she was furious. He quickly calmed down. My first thought was that the mastermind behind this incident might be Song Feifei, because when I asked her for the 1 million yuan advance payment, she refused to give it to me and then gave me a warning. Of course, the possibility of competitors getting involved cannot be ruled out. Su Qingqing took 2 deep breaths. I called Li Hua to ask about Qingqin Technology being hacked and the anonymous information. Unexpected. Li Hua readily claimed it. President Su, you're right to say that. What do you mean you Qingqin Technology was hacked? It's clearly the netizens who were wronged by your company and products. They are just retaliating out of a sense of justice. As for anonymous text messages, so what if I posted it? Or so what if I didn't? The important thing is, Mr. Su, you received the gifts, right? So do you like the gift? Don't worry, we have more if you need more. Also, Happy New Year, Mr. Su. May the new year bring you great fortune. What? The return of the 1 million payment. What 1 million? What payment? I have no idea. Ha! Su Qingqing finished the phone call. He was so angry that he kept sneering. But regardless, it's confirmed that Qingqin Technology was hacked, and it's definitely related to Song Feifei. That's enough. So Wang Shuaqin was tasked with 2 tasks. Firstly, organizing people to collect evidence and report the incident to the police, and secondly, actively guiding netizens to counter the negative publicity surrounding the attack. The busy period has come to an end. Turning around abruptly, I found a certain jerk sitting idly on the sofa, smiling at me. Su Qingqing was furious. The company is in trouble, and you not only don't help, but you're also in the mood to laugh. Humph. With that, she pounced on him and rained down a flurry of tiny pink fists. Of course, the movements were very gentle. She couldn't bear to hurt someone. It's broken. It's just that it's inconvenient for me to use. Moreover, someone has already arranged for Li Xiao to be the spokesperson for Snow Skin Mud. She didn't ask for anything more. Really? Well, I just wanted to vent my emotions and then hug that jerk for a bit of rest. Young married woman. I'm helping out. Seeing the girl pound on him for a while, and then hang on to him like a sloth, Jiang Chen's face was full of helplessness. In fact, Su Qingsheng had already taken action when he received the anonymous message and chatted with Wang Dalei, the general manager of Oakwood Entertainment, on WeChat. It just so happens that this is Wang Dalei. He said he happened to be on a business trip around the world. So Jiang Chen asked Wang Dalei to come to Qingshan Technology Company for a face-to-face meeting. Wang Dalei immediately agreed. And judging by the time, we'll be there soon. Jingle. Jiang Chen received a message on his phone from Wang Dalei, saying that he had arrived at the Qingshan Technology office building and was about to come up. Jiang Chen showed his phone to the girl and told her about his conversation with Wang Dalei. Oh, I see. I misunderstood you. Upon hearing and seeing this, Su Qingsheng was overjoyed. She hooked her arms around his neck and gave him a big peck. Moi? Honey, you're so good to me. Thank you, honey. Jiang Chen scratched his head and said, I'm your husband. You should thank me for whatever you want. If you really want to thank me, just wash up and wait for me tonight. Cut. Su Qingsheng's face flushed red. Dream on. Jiang Chen smiled when he saw this. I gently picked up the little girl and placed her in the office chair where she usually sat. Then, he cupped the little girl's face in his hands and pecked her a few times. Go ahead and do your thing. I'm going next door to talk to Wang Dalei and see how to deal with Song Feifei. Okay, go ahead. Su Qingsheng replied, then whispered, wait for me tonight. Good. Jiang Chen went to the next meeting room with satisfaction. He was the boss of Qingshan Technology, and all he wanted was a conference room. It couldn't be simpler and more convenient. And there, Wang Dalei was already waiting in the conference room when he came up. But when Jiang Chen went in, he only saw a well-dressed, short-haired woman in her 40s. He couldn't help but wonder where Wang Dalei had gone. Who knew that short-haired woman? Upon seeing Jiang Chen enter, he greeted him with a smile. Boss? Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Then, realizing what was happening, she exclaimed, You're Wang Dalei? Yes, boss. It's me. The short-haired woman smiled shyly. My parents named me Wang Dalei. There's nothing I can do about it. Most people who hear my name for the first time will think I'm a man. But actually, I am Wang Dalei, and Wang Dalei is a woman. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. After all, when he heard the name Wang Dalei, he assumed it was a man. At that time on WeChat, when Jiang Chen sent a message to Wang Dalei and saw that the other party's gender setting was female, he was a little puzzled, wondering if there was a mistake or some kind of special fetish. After all, he's in the entertainment industry. It turned out that Wang Dalei was actually the exquisitely dressed, petite, short-haired woman in front of him. Okay, that's really awful. Then we started talking business. Speaking of Song Feifei, the agreed cooperation was suddenly cancelled, the 1 million yuan payment was not returned, and later, she even used online trolls to attack and smear Qingshan Technology. Wang Dalei was somewhat moved. This Song Feifei is getting more and more arrogant. But boss, don't be surprised. This is actually Song Feifei's consistent style. She always takes advantage and never suffers losses because she has her godfather backing her up. No one in the industry dares to mess with her. And it was precisely because of his godfather's power that he was able to achieve this. It's one thing for her to act recklessly, but she also engages in illicit affairs behind the scenes. Therefore, there is a lot of negative information about them. For President Su, the fact that Song Feifei broke the contract with Qingshan Technology is actually a blessing in disguise. Anyway, leave this to me. I have 100 ways to deal with her, and I guarantee the boss will be satisfied with the result. Alright, then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Wang. No, boss, you're making me anxious. What do you mean by trouble? You're my boss. It's only right that you ask me to do the work. Not long after, the matter concerning Song Feifei has been discussed. Wang Dalei is actually a decent person. They are tactful in their dealings with others, but never lack discretion. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with the subsequent action suggestions, and he could also sense that despite Wang Dalei's small stature and status as a woman, she always had a smiling expression. But the methods they used were truly extraordinary. Boss, I'm leaving now. You can continue with your work. Wang Dalei greeted Jiang Chen and was about to leave. Suddenly, he turned his head again. He looked Jiang Chen up and down. His eyes were full of admiration, but his tone suddenly became somewhat hesitant. Boss, I suddenly have a question I'd like to ask you. Is it convenient? Jiang Chen scratched his head. I was a little surprised. No, Wang Dalai is supposed to be a very shrewd person, not the type to be infatuated with a girl, and she is aware of Su Qingqing's existence. You don't know? Speak, what's the problem? Jiang Chen asked coldly. That is. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's agreement, Wang Dalai's expression lit up with joy. Chapter 283 Ultimate Technique. Charging with the ball. Hey boss, are you planning to debut? Wang Dalai asked with interest. Debut? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and at the same time, he never expected that Wang Dalai would ask such a question. Yes. Boss, look at you, so handsome and dashing. You're way more attractive than those effeminate pretty boys these days, much more manly, and much more charismatic. How about it, boss? Want to consider it? If you have any plans. I'm 99% confident I can package you into a top-tier male star. We also pursue a career in film, television, and music, as well as an international route. You can't act, sing, or dance, that's okay. I'll hire the best teachers in the industry to teach you and find the best resources. At most, I'll study singing and dancing for 2.5 years. You can do everything. Wang Dalai's eyes lit up as he spoke eloquently, as if it were the next second. Under her embellishment, Jiang Chen had become an international superstar who dominated the entertainment industry and reigned supreme in the entertainment world. Jiang Chen was stunned. I couldn't help but imagine another kind of life. But, without his little girl and his 3 little monsters, he was truly unhappy. Forget it, Mr. Wang. I'm not interested in being a celebrity. Jiang Chen shook his head, stating his position clearly. Oh, this. Wang Dalai, who was just excited, was immediately disappointed. Seeing that Jiang Chen's attitude was firm, he didn't even have a chance to struggle and persuade him. But Jiang Chen's answer was within her expectations. He was already a billionaire boss. Who still wants to be a celebrity? That is, what a pity to waste such a promising talent. Wang Dalai couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret. Jiang Chen returned to Su Qingqing's office. I was planning to bring my 3 little monsters home, but I was delayed because of my endorsement deal and the company being attacked online. Now I see that the 3 little guys have fallen asleep at some point. So I decided to stay. I helped the little girl for quite a while. It wasn't until almost the end of the workday that Su Qingqing finished her work, stood up, and let out a long sigh of relief. But, staring at the photo of Li Xiao, the new spokesperson for Qingqin Technology, on the computer screen, Su Qingqing suddenly asked him a question. Honey, who's prettier, me or Li Xiao? Jiang Chen. Well, here comes another potentially disastrous question. Of course it's you, my wife. Jiang Chen said, secretly comparing the two and concluding that his own little girl was better. In terms of looks, Li Xiao could only say that she was very close to being a girl. But the key difference is in figure. He's nowhere near as good as the girl. Is that so? But Li Xiao is a triple threat star in film, television, and music, a goddess adored by countless people. Su Qingqing felt a surge of joy upon hearing Jiang Chen's reply, as if she had just eaten honey. But she wanted more. Jiang Chen, of course, fed them generously. She is a celebrity, that's true, but you're different, you're my wife. Then tell me, in what ways am I prettier than Li Xiao? Do you want me to tell the truth? If I don't want you to tell the truth, why am I asking you? Alright then, my answer is that you have a bigger ass than her bear. You can't expect ivory from a dog's mouth. Then tell me, isn't that the truth? Pooh, nonsense. As she spoke, Su Qingqing rolled her eyes at someone. Then, without looking where she was going, deliberately bumped into that person hard again. It was the legendary ultimate move, bumping into someone while carrying a ball. At that moment, Jiang Chen was a little confused. Speaking of the girl, were you satisfied with the praise you just gave her, or were you satisfied? In a VIP lounge of a 5-star hotel, a female celebrity wearing smoky eye makeup. He was sitting with his legs crossed, casually smoking a cigarette while scrolling through his phone and muttering something under his breath. If the outside world saw this, it would be hard to believe that this foul-mouthed actress is Song Feifei, who is hailed as the new generation's Jade Girl leader and a millennial beauty. Grasp. That brother Biao is a real scoundrel. Damn it, they haggle with me over doing something for me. This time, all they did was bring a bunch of online trolls to attack a small company. They actually want me to sleep with them. He's really taking advantage of us. I'll find a chance to make my godfather kill him. Song Feifei angrily cursed for a while. The brother Biao she mentioned is none other than Fan Biao, the leader of the online trolls who attacked and smeared Chen technology. Speaking of which, this Fan Biao is no ordinary person. He controls far more than 100,000 digital people, totaling hundreds of thousands. It was precisely because of the hundreds of thousands of online trolls. This gave him tremendous power online. They are adept at whitewashing, attacking, spreading rumors, smearing, and so on. That's Song Feifei. The reason why she was able to stand out in the entertainment industry and be discovered by her godfather was largely due to the influence of Fan Biao and her online army. On the one hand, it's about beautifying oneself. On the one hand, they attack their competitors. They were virtually invincible. Fan Biao and his navy are like a large, unspeakable cleaver in Song Feifei's hands. You can slash anyone you don't like. At first, Song Feifei, who was not famous at the time, slept with Fan Biao to thank him. Little did she know that she would be stuck with him ever since, and now she is a second-tier actress. I am still being asked to do things from time to time. She couldn't refuse, which infuriated her. Feifei, don't be angry. We still have a use for Fan Biao for now. We can get rid of him when the time is right. The person speaking next to him was Song Feifei's assistant, Li Hua. I know that. I was just saying it in anger. Song Feifei sighed, finished one cigarette, and then lit another. Is that little company, Chen Technology, still bothering us? Entanglement. That Su Qingcheng is really troublesome. Not only did she want to collect evidence to report to the police, but surprisingly, she also reached an endorsement deal with Li Xiao. What Li Xiao? Yes, it's Li Xiao, the triple threat star in film, television, and music. Alright then, this Li Xiao is blind. Let's team up with Chen Technology and tell Fan Biao to set up a covert operation, preferably using an overseas account. Okay, Feifei. Chapter 284 is over, completely over. Besides her godfather and brother Biao, Song Feifei has no other relatives. In fact, there are many close friends, with whom they have very deep relationships. Of course they all operate in the shadows, almost entirely hidden from the light of day. 2 days ago, Song Feifei insisted on voiding the preliminary agreement reached with Chen Technology. Aside from feeling that the small studio doesn't match their status, they also worry that it might negatively impact their future image. There is another important reason. That is it. Her older brother, who runs a business, happened to have bought a cosmetics company, which, coincidentally, is a competitor of Chen Technology's products. After the endorsement agreement was voided, they are continuing to smear and attack Chen Technology. Song Feifei's purpose was both to disgust and warn Chen Technology to demand the 1 million yuan payment, and at the same time, to help her own brother. Sister Hua. That small company, Chen Technology, doesn't have any evidence or leverage against us, right? Song Feifei suddenly remembered something and casually asked another question. After all, it's 1 million. For her, this is just a small amount of money, nothing to her. The benefit of sleeping with someone and then having a hearty meal. It's often more than that number. How could that be? Li Hua said with certainty. They were so eager to reach an agreement with us back then, they were practically jumping on our heels. They trusted us way too much. So there's no evidence whatsoever, let alone any leverage. But even if there is so-called evidence, so what? We could say it's compensation for borrowing your popularity, Feifei. That's fine then. Song Feifei nodded. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Since that's the case, you should tell Fan Biao again to smear that ungrateful Chen Technology and Li Xiao, who dared to endorse it, to the point of extinction. Oh, so what if you're a top-tier actress? Dare to endorse Chen Technology? That's just being blind, slapping me in the face, and going against me. I'll make sure you're dead. I'm going to trick you too. Okay, I'll tell brother Biao right away. Li Hua quickly responded via mobile phone. I relayed the message to Fan Biao. Meanwhile, Song Feifei, after satisfying her craving for a cigarette, chewed a piece of gum and began her work, preparing for an audition for the lead role in a TV series. This drama is a big production. The director, script, producer, resources, etc. will all be top-notch. Because my godfather is an investor, she essentially brought her own investment to the production team. As long as her performance during the audition isn't too bad, the lead role will be hers. However, Song Feifei plans to secure both the director and producer positions as well, for double insurance. Anyway, there are plenty of close friends. It doesn't matter if there are 1 or 2 more. Besides, having more friends makes life easier. Once this TV series becomes popular, then her status will rise to another level. Her value will skyrocket, and she will become a top-tier actress, something she has always dreamed of. It's not impossible. 2 hours later, Song Feifei finished her makeup and changed into her costume. Song Feifei was already quite pretty, and with the help of a professional makeup artist, her makeup became even more exquisite, prompting Li Hua to shower her with praise. Tsk tisk. Pure and beautiful, like a fairy. Feifei, you truly are a stunning beauty. Your outfit perfectly matches the image and temperament of the female lead in the drama. I have a feeling that this drama will be a huge hit if you play the female lead. Back then, you were a legitimate A-list actress. Let's hope so. Looking at herself in the mirror, Song Feifei also felt that she was very eye-catching. She's good-looking. She has a great figure. No wonder those sluts, including my godfather, loved my advances. I can't help it. If I were a man, I'd be lusting after my own body too. He thought to himself with such narcissism. Her thoughts. I couldn't help but follow. She imagined herself as a top-tier actress, her skyrocketing net worth, the lavish pursuit of wealthy men, and a life of extravagance and debauchery. My heart was filled with warmth. I really want to shout. I'm here on the front lines. Buzz. Just then, Li Hua's phone rang. Li Hua immediately answered the call when she saw it was from the film crew. But what she was told took her by surprise. What? Feifei didn't get a chance to join the cast, and even her audition was cancelled? Hey, don't hang up. This isn't a joke, is it? But, didn't we agree on this before? It can't be. Song Feifei was listening nearby. He was immediately alarmed, grabbed the phone, and went to ask in person. The result was the same. The audition for the lead role was cancelled. Her dream of becoming a top actress was shattered. How is this possible? Song Feifei was shocked. She thought to herself, I've already tried my best. Isn't my godfather an investor? I've already taken care of things, so how could this be? They were in surprise and disbelief. Buzz. This time it was her own phone that rang. When Song Feifei saw that it was her brother calling, she answered it. Hey Feifei. Have you messed with someone outside? My cosmetics company was doing well, but someone reported it for tax evasion and failing to meet environmental and fire safety standards. They were also suspected of employing and abusing child laborers. They're all temporarily shut down now. What? Song Feifei was astonished. Could it be that my good intentions have harmed my own brother? No way. Oh, this. Who is it that has such great power? No. This is a huge problem. We need to ask our godfather for help immediately. At this point, only he can handle it. But, before she could even make the call to her godfather, suddenly, bang. The door to the lounge was kicked open, and a middle-aged man rushed out with a group of his men. It was the godfather she wanted to ask for help from. Godfather. Snap. Before Song Feifei could even step forward to greet him, the middle-aged man immediately slapped her across the face. He was still not satisfied afterward. He slapped her 4 or 5 times, until blood trickled from the corner of Song Feifei's mouth, turning her carefully styled hair into a bird's nest. Godfather, why? Why did you hit me? Song Feifei was frightened by the middle-aged man's fierce appearance. Could it be that she hadn't served him well enough? That's even more impossible. How dare you ask that? Damn it. I've spent money to support you and promote you as a star, and you've been messing around behind my back. Look at this. The middle-aged man angrily pulled out a medical diagnosis form. Acquired immunodeficiency. Song Feifei took a look. I was so scared I almost fainted. This is basically an incurable disease. Godfather, since you've already done this, doesn't that mean I... Snap. The middle-aged man slapped him again, yelling, Damn it. Didn't you give it to me? He was so angry that he gritted his teeth, thinking that no matter how rich he was, having this thing meant he was basically useless. Give me a beating. Beat them to death. A group of his men swarmed forward, punching and kicking him. The police are here. One of his men suddenly reported from the doorway. Police. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man had no choice but to stop and quickly leave with his men. However, before leaving, he slapped Song Feifei hard again, knocking out several of her teeth. 1 minute later. Sure enough, a group of police officers came this way. Officer, someone hit me. Song Feifei, who was almost beaten to death, hurriedly asked the police for help again. The lead police officer. He glanced at Song Feifei's miserable state and looked surprised. But then he added, Excuse me, Miss Song Feifei, we are here to arrest you. Arrest me? Upon hearing this, Song Feifei felt like she was going crazy. She had been beaten to death by her godfather, and now she was going to be arrested by the police? No way. Right. Miss Song Feifei, I suspect you of long-term extortion, defamation, and slander. The amount involved is huge, and the nature of the offense is egregious. Please cooperate with our investigation. Extortion? Spreading rumors and smears. Huh. Do you have any evidence? Song Feifei, stop struggling. Look who this is. Song Feifei, who had intended to stubbornly refuse to admit defeat, turned her head and was immediately struck dumb, her face turning ashen. The person in question was none other than Fan Biao, who was wearing handcuffs. It's over. This is a complete disaster. Song Feifei felt a deep sense of despair. Li Hua, Song Feifei's assistant, was already terrified by what she had just witnessed. Now, seeing Fan Biao arrested, she was shocked to see Song Feifei arrested as well. I just wanted to slip away quietly. However, they hadn't even reached the door yet. Then one of the police officers suddenly shouted at her, Lao Ronghua. Upon hearing this name, Li Hua's legs went weak, and she almost peed her pants in fright. Chapter 285. Am I going to be invited for tea again? Do you still remember the orphan mother and child who were killed by you and your boyfriend Li Ziong 18 years ago? The carpenter who died tragically on a rainy night 16 years ago. A young man from a small town who died mysteriously 15 years ago. And a young couple who were murdered on New Year's Eve. Lao Ronghua, do you still remember these things? As they were speaking, a police officer in his 50s or 60s, with a dignified and imposing presence, came out. He was the veteran detective who had first brought Lao Ronghua's boyfriend to justice, and then relentlessly pursued Lao Ronghua for over a decade without ever giving up. Na Li Hua. No, Lao Ronghua saw it. His face immediately turned deathly pale, and he collapsed to the ground. That year, after her boyfriend was arrested, she fled to various places alone, living in fear and anxiety, spending several years in a dark and shameful existence, like a rat. Later, by chance, by adopting Li Hua's identity and changing his appearance, he was able to re-enter society. Even so, she remained cautious. Step by step, I finally became Song Feifei's assistant, a second-tier actress. Originally, I was hoping that Song Feifei could move up to the first tier and I could also get a share of the profits. Then he fled abroad. But unexpectedly. Why? This must be fate. There's no escaping it. As Lao Ronghua lay sprawled on the ground, he thought of these things in despair, his eyes ashen. Then, a foul smell of urine filled the air. Song Feifei's older brother. Cosmetics companies may be shut down, or even face imprisonment for tax evasion and other offenses. Song Feifei's career was completely ruined. After he was arrested, all the shameful things he had done before were exposed and revealed. Her pure and innocent image has completely collapsed. As the saying goes, when a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. When a drum is broken, everyone beats it. She herself, like Brother Biao, is definitely going to jail for spreading rumors, extortion, and slander. Due to the huge amount involved and the extremely serious nature of the offenses, she won't be out for at least 10 or 8 years. Even more tragically, she and her godfather both contracted AIDS. In this way, let alone the day they get out, they'll continue to suffer. Even if they're in jail, they might not make it to the day they get out alive. In conclusion, my life is ruined. As for Li Hua, in the end, he found some kind of relief. This liberation. This refers not only to the spiritual, but also to the physical. After all, she was so cruel back then, committing so many murders. Now that she's been caught, the truth is out. For her to think she can live any longer is nothing short of a pipe dream. Boss. I didn't expect that either. As soon as Wang Dalai learned about Song Feifei and Li Hua's ending, he immediately reported it to Jiang Chen. To be honest, she never expected the two to end up like this. I was even a little shocked. She did say that there were 100 ways to get back at Song Feifei. I also know that Song Feifei will have a terrible ending. But I didn't expect it. It could get this bad, like a complete game over. And there's that Li Hua. She knew it was Song Feifei's assistant. Na Li Hua is a snob who loves the rich and hates the poor, bullies the weak and fears the strong, and is usually very annoying. But who would have thought that she is actually a ruthless murderer with many lives on her hands who has been on the run for many years? To be honest, learning about Li Hua's past almost scared her, leaving her feeling lingering fear. Because, due to business dealings, she and Li Hua attended events and shared tea at the same table on more than one occasion. That's normal. I didn't expect them to turn out like this. Jiang Chen spoke the truth. Actually, his unexpectedness had two meanings. First, he didn't expect Song Feifei and Li Hua to be so despicable, especially since Li Hua was a murderer. Second, he didn't expect a bad luck card to be so powerful. After Wang Dalei arranged for Song Feifei to be dealt with, he was worried. Another bad luck card was used, this time targeting Song Feifei. Surprisingly, the bad luck card, combined with other factors, sent Song Feifei and Li Hua to their deaths in one fell swoop. The coffin lid was closed, and nails were hammered into the outside. That's incredibly powerful. Of course, Song Feifei and the other two got what they deserved, and this was their fate. He only has himself to blame. Honey, thank you. Having perfectly resolved the issues of the Qingchun technology endorsement and the hacking attack, Su Qingchun, as the president, breathed a heavy sigh of relief. TSK. Homemade pig trotters are really useful. Just to thank you. I remember someone saying, wait for me tonight, but nothing ever came of it. Jiang Chun said deliberately. Harmful. I was busy at the time. Su Qingchun smiled, her face flushed. Besides, my relatives came, and I was so busy with work. How can you bear to make me wake up at night to serve you? But your relative has passed away, and I haven't seen you bring up that matter on your own initiative. No way, honey. So you're also a woman who makes empty promises but then goes back on them and gets rich? Cut. Who broke their promise? Who went back on their word? Su Qingchun glared at him. A promise I make is a promise I keep. I'll definitely do what I promised you. My dear wife, there's no time like the present. How about now? Roll. I have a meeting later. Let's talk about it after I'm done. With the endorsement of top-tier actress Li Xiao, Qingchun Technology's Snow Skin Mud product overcame the problem of even the best products needing marketing and became a huge hit. The results are amazing, and the quality is guaranteed. And there was also a top female celebrity making an appearance. It's no wonder that Snow White Mud is so popular. As a result, the products quickly became in short supply again, and Qingchun Technology's factory was operating at full capacity, working overtime to produce them. Due to the popularity of Snow Skin Mud, it combines hair growth serum and hair removal serum. These two products also became very popular. However, to be fair, among the three products, the hair removal liquid, which was advertised the least, still had the highest unit price, the best sales, and contributed the most profit. Consumers, regardless of gender. The biggest surprise was the hair removal liquid. It was like discovering a treasure or a new continent. The effect is fantastic. Anyone who uses it knows how good it is. Su Qingchun got through this busy period. Finally, I had some free time and spent it with someone and our three little monsters, enjoying a leisurely and carefree period of time. It was the weekend. Song Mei and Zhang Dapeng made a lot of dumplings and called Jiang Chun and Su Qingchun over to eat. Jiang Chun and his wife stayed at home, doing their chores and leaving the pests to fend for themselves. So he took the three little mythical beasts with him. At his parents' house, Jiang Chun enjoyed a dumpling feast. He had loved eating dumplings made by his parents since he was a child, and this time he was able to indulge himself again. Su Qingchun also ate quite a lot. My stomach is even a little full. I can't help it, it's really delicious. The elderly couple, Song Mei and her husband, were very happy to see that the children were enjoying their dumplings. Zhang Dapeng had even set his sights on the three babies. My three adorable grandchildren. When do you eat the dumplings your grandparents make? Your parents like to eat it. You guys will definitely like it too. Then you're in for a long wait, Song Mei said. They have three little babies right now. They haven't even grown any teeth yet, and they haven't even started eating solid food. And you're already thinking about feeding them dumplings? You're a long way off. After eating dumplings, Jiang Chen's uncle called again, inviting Jiang Chen's family to visit them for the Chinese New Year, and Jiang Chen readily agreed once more. However, the question is when to go. When I was a little kid, I didn't know any better and would often go to my grandma's house to play during winter vacation and stay for many days. Things are different now. I have a family to support, and it's not good to go back to the old ways. Then you should go on the second day of the Lunar New Year. That day, your aunt and I are going back to our parents' home. You two can go too. You, Qingchun, and the three children can stay there for a few days and have some fun in the village, Song Mei suggested. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded, then turned to Su Qingchun and asked, what do you think, wife? Okay, I'm fine with it. Su Qingchun agreed. Then, that's settled then. At his parents' house, after dinner, the family chatted for a while. Jiang Chun and his wife were about to take their child home when suddenly, buzz. Jiang Chen's phone rang. I picked it up and took a look. Somewhat surprisingly, it was a call from Captain Zhao Feng of the Security Bureau. Because of what happened last time I went fishing, He and his father-in-law were invited to the police station for tea by Zhao Feng. After they were released, Zhao Feng called him several times. Over time, Jiang Chen became familiar with him and saved Zhao Feng's number on his phone. Hey, Captain Zhao. What do you want from me this time? You're not asking about that unmanned underwater vehicle again, are you? I've already said everything I needed to say. No, I'm just inviting you for tea. Drinking tea? Yes, it was tea, and it was our leader who treated us. Chapter 286, Is this a provocation or a provocation? Jiang Chen was slightly surprised upon hearing this. I thought to myself, so many days have passed, and I'm still being invited for tea by the National Security Agency. And it was their leader who invited them. Could it be? Have there been any new discoveries regarding that unmanned underwater vehicle? Even if it exists, it has nothing to do with me, right? I just happened to catch it. However, since it's a leader from the National Security Agency inviting me for tea, I might as well go. I might even broaden my horizons. Okay, when? Are you free this afternoon? Afternoon? Yes. All right. When the time comes, I'll send someone to pick you up from your home at Chunjiang Pavilion. No problem. Jiang Chen and Zhao Feng arranged a time. After hanging up the phone, I turned around and saw my daughter, my parents, and myself all looking at me with expressions that were hard to describe. Wait, what are you doing? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. You got invited for questioning by the police again? Su Qingqing asked. Yes, son, what happened? Being invited for tea by the police is not a good thing. Have you done something wrong, kid? Song Mei and Jiang Daping asked with concern. No. Look at what you're thinking. They probably just invited me for tea and a casual chat. How could a law-abiding citizen like me possibly commit a crime? Don't worry. Besides, they're from the National Security Bureau, not just any ordinary police officer. Jiang Chen patiently explained. The group finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right, son. Even if you really get into trouble and get arrested by the authorities, it doesn't matter. Jiang Daping grinned and joked. You still have your mother, right? Your mother works for the government too. I'll get her to bail you out. Song Mei was flattered by Jiang Daping. She immediately rolled her eyes at Jiang Daping, her tone a little embarrassed. I'm just a city management team leader, a nobody. What's the big deal about me? He quickly changed the subject. By the way, son, do you know who the Security Bureau leader who invited you for tea is? I don't know. Jiang Chen shook his head, but it seems his surname is Liang. Captain Zhao Feng, who called me, called him Old Liang. Surname Liang. Old Liang. Song Mei thought for a moment. Could it be Liang Zhengguo? He's the head of the security department in China, and he also holds many other positions. Oh. Jiang Chen was genuinely surprised. He thought to himself, so this is a leader of such high rank who is looking for me. It's not at the level of Sihai City or Jiangnan Province anymore. It's at the national level of the Dragon Kingdom. A quick online search using a mobile phone. Really, there is publicly available information about Liang Zhengguo. A family of soldiers, a combat hero. He led the security department for many years, making outstanding contributions and earning him high prestige and respect. He is a true leader. Okay. In a tea house in Sihai City, Liang Zhengguo and Zhao Feng had just finished a game of chess. They chatted while drinking tea. Mr. Liang, we have found the unmanned underwater vehicle, but it was hit by a hard object and lost its navigation system. We have searched the entire Qingshui River, both upstream and downstream, in the area where Jiang Chen was fishing these past few days. Still no trace. As for Jiang Chen, we checked him last time. He's from Sihai City and has no connection with the mole or the two petty thieves. There's nothing suspicious about him when it comes to the unmanned underwater vehicle. However, it doesn't mean that there's nothing suspicious about him at all. What's suspicious? Liang Zhengguo asked, intrigued. This kid has become rich too fast. It's like he's got a cheat code. He's become a young upstart in Sihai City in a short period of time. Zhao Feng said. He made his fortune too fast, like he was cheating. Liang Zhengguo was speechless upon hearing this. Is his wealth legal? It's legal. It really is legal. We also investigated how he made his fortune, and all his assets have a source. We didn't find any illegal or criminal activity, Zhao Feng said, scratching his head. Since it's legal, then that's fine, isn't it? What's there to doubt? But Mr. Liang, are you really planning to use Jiang Chen to find the navigation system for that unmanned underwater vehicle? Zhao Feng asked again. Who said I had that intention? These are two different things. Besides looking for that GPS navigator, can't this old man like me get to know young friend Jiang Chen, build a relationship, and maybe play some chess or go fishing together? Liang Zhengguo said with a smile, pulling the chessboard over again and starting to arrange the pieces. Come on, Xiao Zhao, let's play a couple more rounds while Jiang Chen isn't here. Zhao Feng saw this. He was startled and said with a wry smile, Old Liang, you still want to play chess? Yeah, we've got nothing better to do. Liang Zhengwo laughed. What? Are you scared off by me, the world's #1 chess king? It's alright, I'll give you a 2-piece handicap this time. Never mind. Helpless, Zhao Feng followed suit and said, Old Liang, Jiang Chen seems to be quite good at chess. You should play a few games with him then. Oh, that's great. Liang Zhengwo rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with excited anticipation. At the same time, Jiang Chen, who had just sent his wife and children back to their home in Chunjiang Pavilion, suddenly shuddered for no reason. What was going on? Why did he suddenly feel a chill? Jiang Chen shook his head, puzzled. He stayed home for a while, and when the appointed time arrived, the car Zhao Feng had sent to pick him up also arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Honey, I'm off. Jiang Chen said goodbye to the girl and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the girl did not respond. Jiang Chen was puzzled. He turned around and saw the girl staring at him silently, eating a cucumber. With a snap, she bit the cucumber in two. Jiang Chen was a little confused. Hey girl, is this a provocation or something else? Chapter 287 The Greatest Chess King. Ah, honey, what are you doing? What provocation? In broad daylight. Can't I just eat a cucumber by myself in peace? Well, even if it's meant to be provocative, can't I also mean it as a warning? No, I didn't provoke you or warn you. I was just showing you some concern. You know what that means, right? Now you can let me go, okay? Oh honey, talk to me properly. It's not good if the kids see you touching them like that. Spend some time with your wife. Jiang Chen was finally satisfied and left. The car Zhao Feng sent to pick him up was originally parked at the entrance of the residential area, but later drove directly in and parked in front of Jiang Chen's Villa #1, where it waited for a while. The driver showed no sign of impatience. Actually, since the time and place were agreed upon, Jiang Chen could have gone by himself. But sending someone to pick them up by car shows a question of attitude. It has to be said, Jiang Chen found it quite useful. More than half an hour later, the driver took Jiang Chen to a tea house and led him inside, leading him to the private room where Liang Zhengwo and Zhao Feng were. Jiang Chen. Welcome. Upon seeing Jiang Chen arrive, Liang Zhengwo quickly stood up, stepped forward to shake hands and greet him. I am Liang Zhengwo, and this is Captain Zhao Feng, whom you have met before. Old Liang, Team Leader Zhao. Jiang Chen also greeted the two politely. Looking at Liang Zhengwo, I noticed that he was about 60 or 70 years old, with a kind expression and ordinary clothes. Even though he was a high-ranking leader, he didn't seem to have any heirs. If you don't know his identity, he seemed like a kind old man. As soon as Jiang Chen arrived, Liang Zhengwo stopped playing chess with Zhao Feng and started brewing tea. Come, Jiang Chen, try this. It's top-quality Sihu Longjing tea. After that, the three of them enjoyed tea and chatted casually for a while. Liang Zhengwo is very approachable. Jiang Chen can chat casually with anyone he meets. Before we knew it, our relationship had become much closer. Liang Zhengwo chatted with Jiang Chen for a while and felt good. He nodded. With a smile, he picked up the chessboard and said to Zhao Feng, Little Zhao, how's it going? We haven't finished this game yet. Shall we continue? Upon seeing this, Zhao Feng waved his hands repeatedly in fear. No, Elder Liang. Well, Jiang Chen's here. He looks like he's pretty good at chess. It's no fun if you keep beating me. Why don't you play against him instead? 2. It's really no fun playing chess with someone you've already lost to, Liang Zhengwo said with a laugh. Zhao Feng. Liang Zhengwo's original target was Jiang Chen. Seeing that Zhao Feng refused to play chess, he turned to Jiang Chen and said, Little Jiang, you know how to play chess, right? How about playing a few games with me, Lao Yang? Playing chess. It seems that Elder Liang is very skilled at chess, Jiang Chen said. It's all right, Liang Zhengwo said modestly. Jiang Chen, you don't know this, but old Liang's chess skills are the best in the world. He's incredibly skilled. To be honest, I'm terrified of him, Zhao Feng added, praising him. So he's the world's greatest chess master. Then, Elder Liang, come on over. Upon hearing that Elder Liang's chess skills were so high that even Zhao Feng was afraid to play chess, Jiang Chen realized that Elder Liang was so skilled that even Zhao Feng was afraid to play chess with him. I couldn't help but become interested. That day in the park, he played chess with a group of old men and won all 10 games. Although he had a great time, it wasn't very interesting. After all, it was like cutting melons and vegetables. and winning didn't feel very satisfying. Since it's Elder Liang, what kind of #1 chess king is he? It'll be a good opportunity to learn from them. Jiang Chen, who was itching to try his hand at it, also started playing cards. Liang Zhengwo was overjoyed to see this. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen is truly a saint. I've completely given up on Buddhism. Sure enough, it was discovered that Master Liang's chess skills were truly exceptional, and the title of the world's #1 chess king was not undeserved, but well-deserved. Ordinary people play chess. Even the worst players at chess at least have some sportsmanship, such as taking back moves or asking for a handicap. Only children tend to be more prone to being spoiled. But this Mr. Liang is different. He took back his moves, demanded a handicap, and cheated. He did it all. As for chess etiquette, what is good sportsmanship? It's letting me win. No. I didn't see the horse just now. That's why I let you eat it. I jumped like that this time. At least give me a handicap with a rook, or if that's not possible, give me a handicap with both cannons. You're a young man. How can you bully an old man like me in chess? This one, let's start over. I'm already at your wit's end. You can't just walk like this. And what's more, your chariot and your horse are just too much. Why don't you just let this old man have his way? Jiang Chen and Liang Zhengwo played 3 rounds. It was truly eye-opening and astonishing. The first 2 games, Liang Zhengwo repeatedly took back his moves, demanding that Jiang Chen give him a handicap, and then cheated to win. In the third game, Liang Zhengwo went even further. It was one thing for her to act like a spoiled child, but she actually demanded that Jiang Chen give up his piece halfway through the game. Yes, halfway through. He saw that Jiang Chen's carriages and horses posed too great a threat to his veteran general. So he raised his hand. He picked up one of Jiang Chen's rooks and a knight and threw them off the board. After that, his own general was freed, and he boldly attacked Jiang Chen's king. And then, unsurprisingly, Liang Zhengwo also won the third game. Xiao Jiang, want to play another round? Liang Zhengwo, having won all 3 matches, then smiled and said to Jiang Chen, No, Mr. Liang, your chess skills are too high. If we continue, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Jiang Chen quickly refused. Good to know. Ha! Liang Zhengwo laughed loudly upon seeing this, and then said, So, Xiao Jiang, am I the #1 chess king in the world? Yes, absolutely. So, do you submit or not? I admit it, of course I admit it. Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. I admire you, old Liang, more than anyone else. However, you're a leader of such high rank, so respected, so accomplished, and a former war hero. How could he play chess so poorly? Why? Zhao Feng saw it all. He felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Chen. Now you know why I was so scared when old Liang mentioned chess, right? My liver was trembling. On Liang Zhengwo's side, he played chess with Jiang Chen and won all 3 games. Now that he was satisfied, he put away the chessboard and said to Jiang Chen, Little Jiang, we've had our tea and played our game. How about we go fishing? Fishing? Jiang Chen had a vague feeling that old Liang was about to reveal his true intentions. Unexpectedly, they didn't hide anything from me at all. Xiao Jiang, last time you went fishing with your father-in-law, you not only caught a bomb, but also an unmanned underwater vehicle. But this is an unmanned underwater vehicle. It was severely damaged by an impact, and one of the navigation devices is missing. Old Liang, you don't mean you want me to fish out this navigation device too, do you? Jiang Chen said. No, that's ridiculous. I only fished out that underwater vehicle by luck last time. Let me fish this GPS device out again. I'm just an ordinary person. How could that be? This is Liang Zhengwo's probing. Jiang Chen refused without even thinking. The last time they fished up bombs and unmanned underwater vehicles, it was already outrageous enough. And this time, if he lets himself fish for some kind of GPS device, that's just ridiculous. Even so, but even though I'm a cheater, with my god-level fishing skills, there's still a tiny bit of a chance. What if I actually catch one? That old man Liang is no ordinary person. Seeing how strange he was, could it be that they're going to send themselves for dissection and research? Alright, it's better to secretly develop your strength. Chapter 288 Male Mermaid? That's a bit exciting. No, Xiaojiang. I was just mentioning the unmanned underwater vehicle casually. The main thing is that your fishing skills are top-notch. I, Lao Liang, don't have many hobbies. One is playing chess, and the other is fishing. We just played a few rounds of chess together. To be honest, I, Lao Liang, am terrible at chess, and it's only thanks to you, Xiaojiang, that you've been so accommodating to an old man like me. This fishing, it's just for leisure and entertainment, just for fun. If I expected you to fish out that GPS device by fishing, wouldn't I be out of my mind? There's no such thing as a supernatural thing in this world. How about it, Xiao Jiang? Give this old man some face again. Liang Zhengwo explained with a smile, sincerely inviting Jiang Chen. Yes, Jiang Chen. Old Liang is usually very busy and doesn't usually invite people to play chess or go fishing unless he wants to make some friends. You should come fishing with him. It won't do you any harm. Zhao Feng chimed in, subtly reminding Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen naturally understood Zhao Feng's meaning. Befriending a high-ranking leader like Elder Liang would actually bring him many benefits. Only, bite. Detect the host's current state of indecision and trigger the following choice. Choose option 1, agree, build connections, and receive a cash reward. A small goal. Option 2, refuse, turn around and go home. Reward, 1 million in cash. 1 reward for a small goal. 1 million as a reward. Okay. Jiang Chen, who was somewhat conflicted, immediately made a decision. Alright, since Elder Liang has put it this way, I will respectfully comply. How should I put it? It's a reward for achieving a small goal. And to be honest, even if I had god-level fishing skills, it would be absurd to think I could catch that navigation device. Unless some supernatural force intervened, the probability would be close to 0. We'll see. I refuse to believe that bastard will screw himself over this time. Liang Zhengwo is over there. He was overjoyed when Jiang Chen agreed to go fishing together. Let's tidy up. Having prepared 3 sets of fishing tackle, Zhao Feng drove straight to the banks of the Qingshui River. Within Sihai City, fishing at Qingshui River is the most convenient and popular option, attracting a huge number of anglers every day. To avoid suspicion, Liang Zhengwo deliberately chose another location. It's about 1 kilometer or 2 from where Jiang Chen and his father-in-law went fishing last time. Of course, on the other hand, while Liang Zhengwo certainly wanted to use fishing as an excuse to build a relationship with Jiang Chen, it wouldn't be realistic to say that he had absolutely no thoughts about the GPS device. After all, last time, the unmanned underwater vehicle that Zhao Feng and his group had been searching for so long, without success, was found by Jiang Chen. That left a deep impression on me. It's easy to explain by coincidence. But what if? It's not a coincidence. Holy crap. Wasn't that the fishing master from last time? First he fished out a bomb, then he fished out a submarine. He was incredibly awesome, and even the security agency came. It's not just the National Security Agency, it's helicopters too. That old man fishing with me looks so familiar. Could he be the head of the Dragon Kingdom's security department? It's true. I just searched and found his public information. And the younger one, isn't he the captain who came from the National Security Bureau last time? Holy crap. A fishing master, a head of the security department, and a captain of the security bureau. These 3 fishing together? Judging from their setup, what are they planning to catch? Fishing for Godzilla? Fishing for nuclear bombs? I bet they're fishing for female corpses. You pervert, get lost. When the group of fishermen saw the 3, they started talking amongst themselves, but after recognizing the 3, they wisely kept their distance. After the fishing season begins, Liang Zhengwo picked it up very quickly. Compared to his chess skills, his fishing skills are quite impressive. They caught quite a few fish quickly. Jiang Chen, needless to say, possessed god-level fishing skills that were no joke. Although he was already very restrained, he still caught more than twice as many fish as Liang Zhengwo. This drew repeated praise from Liang Zhengwo. Compared to Jiang Chen and Liang Zhengwo, Zhao Feng's fishing skills were far inferior. He only managed to catch 1 fish after a long time, though this was also related to his lack of focus. When you're out and about, ensuring the safety of top leaders is of utmost importance. Now let's talk about Jiang Chen. After catching a lot of fish, the situation returned to what it was before. Besides fish, I could catch anything: plastic buckets, silicone dolls, tree roots, small umbrellas, and so on. Anyway, they're all kinds of weird and wonderful. At that moment, seeing the float on the water suddenly sink, Jiang Chen quickly pulled up his fishing rod. Surprisingly, what they caught this time was a handgun. Although it was examined, it's just a plastic simulation toy. But in Jiang Chen's heart, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Here we go again. Are they really going to lure out that GPS navigator next? What a load of rubbish. A group of fishermen watching from a short distance saw this. He was filled with excitement. Because last time, they had witnessed this fishing master catch a bunch of random things before finally pulling out a cannonball and a submarine. So what can we catch next? They all looked on with anticipation. Soon, another fish took the bait on Jiang Chen's hook. As the float sank, Jiang Chen lifted the rod. Whoosh! After a huge ripple on the water's surface, a huge wave followed. Holy crap, what is this? It's actually a living thing. Could it be a female corpse? Get lost. Can a female corpse create waves? I bet it's a crocodile. Impossible, crocodiles hibernate in winter. Damn, couldn't it be a mermaid or a dragon? Get lost. Mermaids and dragons? That's all nonsense. If you said it was a male mermaid that was caught, I might believe it. No, a male mermaid? That's kind of exciting. Upon hearing the commotion, Liang Zhangwo and Zhao Feng immediately turned their heads and looked towards Jiang Chen's direction. Especially Liang Zhangwo. He looked excited and nodded to himself. Just as I thought. Follow Jiang Chen fishing. That's quite an experience. Chapter 289 Dad's in Trouble? Hearing the discussions among the nearby fishermen and witnessing the reactions of old Liang and Zhao Feng. In Jiang Chen's heart. To be honest, I was a little taken aback. Could it be that this time, they're really going to catch something rare that will cause a sensation? What kind of water monster? Or dragon? Or other, perverted and abnormal things? In any case, it was in front of the big boss, and knowing that he had suspicion of me, I suddenly did this. That's it. I'm in a mess now. Fortunately, when Chen pulled up his fishing rod, he felt that what he had caught was nothing unusual. It should be a fish, and a very big one at that. Before long, the big fish that had been caught began to reveal its true form. The anglers at the scene gasped in surprise when they saw it. Holy crap! It turned out to be an enormous catfish, more than 2 meters long, and probably weighing over 200 kilograms. Damn, I've been fishing for over 10 years, and this is the first time I've ever caught such a big catfish in the Qingshui River. Is this the king of catfish? Awesome, awesome. Those fishermen were just yelling about female corpses, mermaids, dragons and all that. They were just looking for trouble. At this moment, it was discovered that what had been caught was a king catfish. Their expressions remained one of excitement. I couldn't resist moving closer. Liang Zhangwo and Zhao Feng were also surprised to see Jiang Chen catch such a big catfish. Of course, Liang Zhangwo was a little disappointed, but that little bit of disappointment was quickly washed away by the excitement of catching the king catfish. Together with the others, they assisted Jiang Chen in landing and reeling in the fish. After more than 2 hours of wits and courage, the enormous catfish king was finally dragged ashore. Immediately, some helpful anglers brought over a tape measure and a large scale. They measured the length first, 2.78 meters. Only a few strong men were needed to help lift it up with the scale and weigh it. Wow, it weighs over 200 pounds. Holy crap, this catfish has become a spirit. It's almost grown into a pig. Goodness, he must have lived for at least 20 or 30 years, right? That's awesome. After receiving permission, the group of anglers excitedly took photos with the giant catfish. Even Liang Zhangwo happily joined in and took a picture with the catfish. After all, just now, he also contributed to catching this catfish. Even their shoes got wet. Jiang Chen also took a group photo, ready to show it off to the girl. The greatest joy of fishing is when a fish bites the hook and you finally bring it ashore. Moreover, this is a large catfish weighing over 200 pounds. But it's really satisfying to catch such a king catfish. But what to do next is a problem. A fish that big, having lived for decades, wouldn't have good meat. And releasing animals. Some people say that this catfish has lived to such an old age, and releasing it is a good deed. But others say that such a large catfish is a great scourge in the river, eating at least 1,000 kilograms of fish every year. Jiang Chen was perplexed. Then I simply decided to hand it over to the forestry department. Zhao Feng then called the forestry bureau. 10 minutes later, the forestry department sent someone by car to take the catfish away. Xiao Jiang, thank you for keeping an old man like me company today. We played chess, went fishing, and even caught such a big catfish. The old man is very happy. I hope there will be another opportunity to get together with my friend Jiang Chen in the future. Yes, Mr. Liang. Grandma Liang, you're too kind. After exchanging a few polite words, Jiang Chen was about to leave. Before leaving, old Liang wrote down a number on a piece of paper and handed it to Jiang Chen, telling him to call him if he needed anything. Jiang Chen acknowledged and put the paper away. Zhao Feng, who was standing nearby, was slightly surprised when he saw this. Because Liang Zhangwo gave Jiang Chen his rather private personal number, and there were fewer than 100 people in the entire country who knew this number. After Jiang Chen left, Zhao Feng asked Liang Zhengguo, puzzled. Old Liang, what do you mean by this? Jiang Chun didn't even help find that GPS device this time. Are you thinking of playing the long game and catching a big fish later? Upon hearing this, Liang Zhengguo, he shook his head and then laughed. No, it has nothing to do with the GPS. Am I, an old man who's lived to such an advanced age, not allowed to follow my heart and make a young friend? Besides, I should be retiring in a few years anyway. The two exchanged a few words and then went back. As for GPS devices, finally, it was discovered by a child playing in a pile of rocks on the shore, 2 kilometers away from where the submersible was fished out. After another setback, it eventually returned to the research institute, although this happened half a month later. But in the end, this brings an end to the story of unmanned underwater vehicles. Now let's talk about Jiang Chun. After returning home, I was just about to show the little girl the photo of the catfish, so she could be surprised and amused. Unexpectedly, I had just returned home. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, Su Qingcheng said in a somewhat flustered manner, Honey, you should go to your parents' house right away. They're having a fight. Arguing. Jiang Chun laughed. It's not normal for the two of them to be arguing. No. Something happened to your dad. Chapter 290, A Talented and Treasure Boy. Something happened to my dad? Yes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun's heart skipped a beat. After all, this was his father, who, along with his mother, had always doted on him since he was a child. But looking at the girl's expression, it doesn't seem to be anything particularly urgent. It's not my wife. Is it my dad who had an accident, or did my dad and mom have a fight? Jiang Chun asked again. Su Qingqing also knew that she hadn't made herself clear. So he paused for a moment and then explained. Well, it was your dad who had the accident first. It seems he had a back problem. He suddenly started hurting so badly he couldn't walk. Your mom wanted him to go to the hospital, but your dad wasn't keen on it, and then they started arguing about it. Well, my dad has a health problem, so he needs to go to the hospital. All right, I'll go take a look. Jiang Chun rubbed his forehead. I just got back from Kingshui. I haven't even had a sip of water at home yet, and I'm already off to Swan Lake, to my parents' house. He wasn't afraid when his parents argued. They've been arguing since he was a child, and they've been arguing ever since he grew up. Arguing was almost a daily occurrence. When they went home for weekends during high school, it was rare for them not to argue. Jiang Chun even felt like he wasn't at home anymore. When the argument got really heated, the two even started fighting. Without exception, every time, it was Dad who got beaten by Mom and ran away with his head in his hands. Jiang Chun arrived at his parents' house. The reason was quickly clarified. It turns out that Dad had a sudden flare-up of a herniated disc, and the pain was so bad that he couldn't walk. He had to go to the hospital and had to have surgery. The disagreement occurred here. Song Mei firmly supported going to the hospital. Surgery would be the best treatment and would solve the problem once and for all. But Jiang Daping felt, the Chinese New Year is just around the corner, but I'm having surgery and lying in the hospital. It doesn't feel good, especially since I had an appendectomy just a few months ago. I don't want to have surgery. I was hoping to lie down and stretch my back like before, so that the pain would subside and I could feel better for a while. The two started arguing because of this. Mom and Dad, please stop arguing. I can handle this, Jiang Chun said. You can solve this? Jiang Daping and Song Mei asked in surprise. Yes, I studied acupuncture with an old Chinese medicine doctor for a while, which was just right for treating my dad's back pain. Jiang Chun said, taking out a silver needle kit that he always carried with him. His own godlike acupuncture skills. It may not be effective in treating headaches and fever. However, treatment options include things like paralysis caused by neuropathy or damage, and neuralgia caused by a herniated disc. But it often has amazing effects. Son, you know acupuncture? Yes. Who did you learn it from? The elderly couple asked in surprise. Didn't I just tell you? It was me and an old Chinese medicine doctor, Jiang Chun said without changing his expression, making up a story. He had no choice. The system couldn't be exposed. Actually, besides acupuncture, I also know a little bit of bone setting, such as ankle dislocation and arm dislocation, which I am best at. But if you want me to treat something else, for example, I can't treat a cold or fever. As she spoke, she took out the silver needles, preparing to administer acupuncture to her father. Not my son. Is your acupuncture any good? It's not that I don't believe you. Your dad's problem is spinal, so why don't you take him to the hospital? If you make things worse, you'll be taking care of his bodily needs. Seeing that her son was about to start treating her, Song Mei said with some apprehension. Jiang Daping himself was also in a panic. What if it makes things worse? Even if someone helps with toileting, what about someone who's bedridden and paralyzed? But it's me. Well, son, why don't you stop treatment? I'll listen to your mother and go to the hospital for surgery to cure this disease completely. No need, Dad. Didn't you complain that it's almost Chinese New Year and you'd have to be hospitalized for surgery? Don't worry, there's an acupuncture treatment option for lumbar disc herniation. Besides, it's too late for you to go to the hospital now. I've already got the injection. You brat, what if you paralyze me? Hurry up and get me to the hospital. If you make me worse, I'll beat you with 7 wolves liquor. Don't move, Dad. If you move, you might really become paralyzed. Half an hour later, Chen finished administering acupuncture and was covered in sweat. That's it? Song Mei asked worriedly. Okay. Chen nodded, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said to Jiang Daping, Dad, stretch your body and see how you feel. Jiang Daping got up as instructed. Try jumping around on the ground and stretching. Surprisingly, I felt no pain at all. He was immediately overjoyed, exclaiming, It's completely healed. Great. Now we can have a good new year. Thank you, son. Not bad. Song Mei was also pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect her eldest son to have this skill. But Dad, what if I remember someone saying they were going to whip me with 7 wolves? Cough. I wasn't just saying that out of anger. You're my only son. I cherish you dearly. I'd rather beat anyone else with a 7 wolves cigarette than you. Chen returned to his home at Chunjiang Pavilion. I told the girl about it. Su Qingqing asked in surprise, You know acupuncture? Of course. Chen put his arm around a familiar slender waist and said meaningfully, You know how talented your husband is. Cut. Su Qingqing blushed slightly. Of course she knew what someone meant. Speaking of being versatile, well, this shameless guy truly lives up to his name. Serious, unserious. Some of her talents were so extraordinary that just thinking about them made her blush. She was too embarrassed to even look at them. Even so, he's still a hidden gem. Su Qingqing thought to herself. I gave someone a gentle response. Then she hooked her arms around Chen's neck. Her voice was soft, sweet, and gentle. Honey, I didn't really know that your parents used to argue a lot when you were little. Yes. They not only argue, but they also fight from time to time. Huh? A fight? Well, to be specific, it's like my mom beats my dad, and my dad is like a mouse in front of a cat. He doesn't dare to fight back at all. Uffed. Honey, will you hit me? What do you think? Chen asked with a gentle smile, giving it a loving peck. TCH, I know you wouldn't dare. But honey, let's not fight or argue, okay? I don't like arguing. When I'm unhappy, I'll just bite you, okay? Okay. The two snuggled together for a while. Su Qingqing felt very safe. When she was unhappy, she could take a bite of a pig's trotter. This is a good idea. But, I glanced at the 3 sleeping little monsters in the crib next to me. I don't know why. Suddenly, a strange question popped into my head. Honey, what if our 3 kids grow up someday and become really naughty and make mistakes? Would you also use that 7 wolves whip on them? Chapter 291. This is such a blatant scam. The 3 children grew up and became very naughty, making mistakes. Would I smoke 7 wolves cigarettes myself? It has to be said. That's a tricky question. Well, they have to get a beating for making mistakes. I'm not just going to use 7 wolves to beat them up. I'm also thinking about what weapon would be more suitable to use to beat them up. You, as a father, can you be serious? Su Qingqing gave him a playful glare. Be more serious? Chen saw the girl grinding her teeth, about to use her hands. No, her mouth. He could only scratch his head, think for a moment, and then said, Well, first of all, we shouldn't hit our daughters, and then as for our sons, it depends on what kind of mistakes they've made, right? If we make a very serious, big mistake, Su Qingqing said, well, there's no other way, we still have to fight. However, we should avoid hitting if possible. If we do hit, we won't use 7 wolves brand like my dad did. Educational methods have to keep up with the times, right? At least it's my own child. I'm too heartbroken to even think about it, and besides, hitting them might not even solve the problem. That makes sense, Su Qingqing nodded, then added with a sly look. But husband, what if you were to act like you did when you were a kid? How about we beat them up first? Husband, get up. Today is Laba Festival. I've been cooking laba porridge for hours. I'd better get up and have a taste. The next morning, Su Qingqing came up to Chen and called out softly. Knowing that his daughter had volunteered to cook porridge, Jiang Chun decided to stay up late on his phone last night, and now he was taking a rare break from bed. To be honest, it feels pretty good to stay in bed late. Is it done? My beloved concubine, come and help me get up, Jiang Chun said lazily and deliberately. Okay. Su Qingqing rolled her eyes in disgust, but still went over and reached out to help Jiang Chun up. After all, before, she promised herself that she would be a virtuous wife. Now she's helping her beloved husband, Nana, get out of bed. That makes sense, doesn't it? Because it's Laba Festival, Jiang Chun might take his wife and kids out for a stroll, so he needs to take off his pajamas and change into the casual clothes he wore during the day. At first, Su Qingqing was very cooperative. But when it came to changing underwear, they absolutely refused to help. Wife, as the saying goes, if you're going to help someone, help them all the way. How could you only help them halfway? Cut. No way. I'll only help with half, I won't switch. As she spoke, Su Qingqing's face flushed red, and she resolutely put her two little hands behind her back. Although this was no longer unfamiliar, it was still a daytime meeting. Well, it's still so embarrassing. Seeing the girl's determination, Jiang Chun had no choice but to take matters into his own hands and change her clothes for a clean one. I've finished washing up. Jiang Chun arrived at the restaurant and had just sat down. Su Qingqiang placed a steaming bowl of laba porridge in front of him. Husband, try my cooking. Then, she looked at Jiang Chun with anticipation. Seeing the girl like this, Jiang Chun had a bad feeling. Why don't you drink it yourself? I already drank it before you got up, Su Qingqing said. Hurry up and try it. I made it according to the recipe I found online. I guarantee it will be a pleasant surprise. Jiang Chun, remembering the girl's disastrous cooking before, took a bite with some skepticism. Eat it. Surprisingly, it tasted alright. Not bad, tastes good, Jiang Chun casually praised. But if you want porridge, you can just cook it, anyone with hands can do it. So he ate it without worry. Besides laba porridge, the little girl also prepared 2 side dishes. It's a bit bland, but still edible. Jiang Chun quickly finished a bowl of 8 treasure porridge and was about to let out a burp when he looked up and saw the little girl happily bringing him 3 large bowls in one go. Honey, is it delicious? No need to fight. It's all yours. Don't think it's too much. But honey, you know I need a late night snack, so could you please? No. Su Qingqing refused decisively. Farmers work very hard to grow crops, so let's not waste food, okay? Besides, you don't want your wife's hours of hard work to go to waste, do you? Alright then. But honey, my belly has limited capacity, so I can only do my best. Okay, my husband. Buzz. Jiang Chen's phone rang. It was his father calling. Hey son. Your mother is injured. You'd better come over right away. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Chun heard his father's anxious voice shouting into the phone, making Jiang Chen's ears ring. No, Dad, Mom's injured? How did she get injured? Jiang Chun asked with concern. It's because she does square dancing in the morning, with a group of middle-aged women, learning a step. She was the best at it, and then she demonstrated the step to some of the middle-aged women who couldn't learn it yet. Then when it landed, I sprained my ankle by accident, and it's so swollen that I can't walk. Your mother doesn't want to go to the hospital either. Didn't you say you knew how to do bone setting? I just wanted to make a phone call to you. Okay, Dad. You and Mom wait a bit. Find a place to rest. I'll be right there. Jiang Chun hung up the phone and said to his girlfriend, Honey, I need to check on Mom. This porridge. It's okay, honey, go ahead. Your mother's health is the most important thing. Su Qingqing overheard Jiang Chen's conversation with his father and, understandingly, told Jiang Chun that no matter what, she was still his future mother-in-law and his best friend. How could she not care? Jiang Chun held the little girl and gave her a hard peck. So we drove to Swan Lake. I found my parents' location, went over to check my mother's ankle, and found that it was a common bone misalignment, which was exactly what my divine bone-setting skills were for. Son, can you treat my ankle? Songmei asked. If not, I might as well go to the hospital. I'm going to the hospital for 2 reasons. First, there are all sorts of respiratory illnesses in hospitals these days, and I don't want to catch one even if I'm not sick. Second, it's almost Chinese New Year, and that's not a good omen. Don't worry, Mom. I can treat this, Jiang Chen said. Mom, I'll count to 3, and then I'll start setting your bones. It might hurt a little. That's alright, you can stay straight. Okay, I'll count to 3. 1, 2. Click. Jiang Chun shouted, 2. And with a sudden burst of strength, Song Mei's dislocated ankle returned to normal. But this time, The excruciating pain in her ankle nearly made Song Mei faint. At the same time, I really wanted to hit someone. That brat. He clearly said to shout 3 times, but he only shouted twice before attacking. You can't cheat people like that, especially since I'm his mother. Chapter 292 Chinese New Year, Visiting Grandma's House. Why did you shout twice just now? Song Mei asked, puzzled. Harmful. Your son is doing this for your own good. If he shouts 3 times before making a move, you'll be on guard, and then it won't be easy for him to make a good move. If he makes a good move, you'll still be in pain, Jiang Dapeng explained before Jiang Chun could finish speaking. My dad is right. That's exactly what I want to do, catching you off guard, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Mom, stand up and walk around a bit to see what's going on. Good. Song Mei understood that principle. I was just saying it casually, so I stood up, took a few steps, and felt perfectly normal. The pain in my ankle was gone. Wow, that's great. Son, you're amazing. Your medical skills are even better than those old Chinese medicine doctors. Song Mei praised him with delight. Not bad, Jiang Chun said modestly, thinking to himself that after all, it was a divine-level bone-setting technique, so setting a bone in an ankle was a piece of cake. By the way, Mom and Dad, if you get sick, please take precautions and go to the hospital if necessary. Don't think that the new year is unlucky. What's so unlucky about that? Health is the most important thing. Besides, there's still some time before the new year. Jiang Chun tried his best to persuade his parents. I know they have some taboos. It's not really superstition. They just feel that if you see a doctor during the Lunar New Year, the coming year will be filled with misfortune and bad luck. Okay, son, I know. Jiang Chun helped her heal her ankle, and Song Mei replied happily. I'm going to the market to buy groceries. Jiang Dapeng chatted with his son for a bit, discussing plans for the Chinese New Year. They went off to attend to their own business. Jiang Chun himself was also preparing to head home, as his little girl was still waiting for him there. Unexpectedly, Song Mei, who was on her way to the market, had only walked about 10 meters when she suddenly felt dizzy and her body swayed, causing her to fall. Jiang Dapeng saw it. In a panic, he exclaimed, Son, your mother has fallen. He immediately rushed forward and helped Song Mei up. Jiang Chun happened to see it and was immediately startled. Mom, are you all right? She asked hurriedly as she approached. No, it's nothing. I just suddenly felt a little dizzy. Song Mei quickly recovered and said, Dizziness. What do you mean it's nothing? Let's go to the hospital to get it checked out. Jiang Chun was at a loss in this situation, so he suggested. After, Jiang Chun and his father took his mother to the hospital. After examination, the doctor said it was low blood sugar, not a serious problem, and prescribed some medicine. Then Song Mei took the medicine and headed home. Jiang Chun was worried. I suggested that my parents come to the hospital for a full-body checkup. Jiang Dapeng and Song Mei's first reaction was that they did not quite agree. Well, how should I put it? This hospital isn't a good place for older people like them. They try to avoid it as much as possible. And these physical exams, they're always coming back for more health checkups. They're perfectly healthy, but then a checkup reveals a whole host of problems. Jiang Chun, of course, didn't listen to their arguments. After another round of persuasion, the most expensive and comprehensive medical checkup was arranged for the elderly couple. Final. My mom has low blood sugar and an irregular heartbeat. Besides fatty liver, my dad also has a bit of prostatitis. None of them are serious problems. The doctor also prescribed medication and corresponding treatment plans for everyone. That's it. The doctor has already made a diagnosis. The medication and treatment plan have been prescribed. Jiang Dapeng was still a little skeptical. No, I feel perfectly fine right now. How come a routine checkup revealed fatty liver and prostatitis? Especially the prostatitis. Could there be a mistake? In response to this, what could Jiang Chen do? Of course, he could only offer more words of advice. After doing all that, after sending them home, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sigh. As a son who worries so much about his parents, it's not easy for me. Once the Laba festival is over, the new year is just around the corner. Song Mei and Jiang Dapeng told them that they had taken care of all the New Year's goods and that they didn't need to worry about it. Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing saved themselves a thing. But I still need to buy new clothes for the new year. Jiang Chun and his wife bought outfits for their family of 5, as well as Jiang Chen's parents. Just before leaving the mall, Jiang Chun remembered that he hadn't bought anything for his parents-in-law yet. My in-laws only have one daughter, Xiaonyou. If the little girl won't buy it for them, then they'll have to buy it themselves. Jiang Chun then offered a reminder. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing slapped her forehead, Uh, I had completely forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Su Hongshan and Bai Huiyin sighed. Oh, this little darling. But they're not here in Sihai, so I'll just buy them online. So Su Qingsheng went online and bought 2 sets of high-end clothes for her parents. Honey, have you bought everything? Think about what else we need. Everything else is ready. Honey, why don't you buy a few more Balenciaga stockings? Oh, okay. Su Qingsheng agreed immediately, surprised. Honey, don't I look especially good in those stockings? Yes, it looks good and it's easy to tear. Cut. And then, I was thinking of taking the kids out for a few days during the Chinese New Year. Jiang Chun decided to buy another van, so that it would be more spacious and comfortable to take the children out. Even if you go to the village, you won't stand out. It's already the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. Jiang Daping and Song Mei had something come up that day. Jiang Chun drove his nanny van with his wife and children to his maternal grandmother's house first. Jiang Chen's maternal grandmother's house, like her aunt's house, is surrounded by mountains and water. In fact, the 2 houses are close to each other, one on this side of the mountain and the other on the other side. Along the way, the 3 little monsters were unusually well behaved. They didn't sleep much, but they also didn't cry much. Su Qingqing's feelings. It was a mix of nervousness and anticipation. This was her first time visiting Jiang Chen's maternal grandmother's house. Compared to her previous visit to Jiang Chen's aunt's house, the feeling was completely different. She felt more relaxed at Jiang Chen's aunt's house. Going to Jiang Chen's maternal grandmother's house inevitably makes me nervous. On this day, Song Mei and Jiang Daping, along with Jiang Chen's aunt's family, all went back to Jiang Chen's maternal grandmother's house. Needless to say, there were many relatives there, making it a very lively occasion. Although it was during the engagement banquet, most of the relatives have already met. But after all, this time, my family and I are just visiting as guests for the Chinese New Year. 2 or 3 hours later, Jiang Chun has arrived at his maternal grandmother's house, a scenic mountain village. Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing got off the bus. We took the 3 little monsters out of the car and also unloaded the gifts we brought from the trunk. At the entrance of my maternal grandmother's house, an elderly man in his 60s with gray hair saw this and quickly came forward to greet him, saying, "Uncle, you've come." He then offered his help with great enthusiasm. Su Qingqing heard it. It was unexpected. "You're already quite old enough to be a grandfather, and you're calling him uncle. What's rare is the pig's trotters." He even responded. But the old man was probably confused and might have mispronounced something. Therefore, Su Qingqing. For a moment, I didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, as she walked forward carrying a bag of gifts, the old man warmly reached out to her, saying, "Auntie, come on, let me carry it." "No, Auntie." Su Qingqing was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 293 Bull. Who the hell is there? Come out and have a go. "No, you. You call me Auntie?" Su Qingqing looked at the gray-haired old man with disbelief and confusion. "Yes. Jiang Chun is my cousin, and you're his wife, so you're my aunt. Isn't it normal for me to call you aunt?" The old man laughed. "Could it be that you're not my cousin's wife?" No, that. I am his wife," Su Qingqing said. "She's my cousin's wife, isn't that good enough?" The old man said cheerfully. "Come on, Auntie, you're a guest. Let me help you carry these." As he spoke, he enthusiastically helped Su Qingsheng carry the gifts and such. Jiang Qinbin was walking in front. I heard the girl behind me's surprised expression. He stopped and told the girl, "Honey, I forgot to tell you, my maternal grandmother's family is of a very high generation in the village." "Is he of a particularly high seniority?" Su Qingqing asked subconsciously. "Yes, didn't you just become an aunt?" Jiang Chen laughed. Su Qingqing was surprised and speechless. "I'm only 28, by the way, so I'm being called auntie all of a sudden?" In my mind, auntie refers to women who are at least in their 30s or 40s. But calling her auntie is hardly appropriate. "Yo, grandpa's here, and grandma's too. Wow, great-grandma is so beautiful. Much prettier than the actresses on TV. Grandpa, grandma, please come inside." In the courtyard of Jiang Chen's maternal grandmother's house, many villagers, including older women and wives, were sunbathing, eating sunflower seeds, and chatting. When they saw Jiang Chen arrive with his family, they quickly went to greet them warmly. Jiang Chen was used to it and responded calmly. Su Qingsheng was startled when she heard this. Goodness, this trip to someone's maternal grandmother's house has made me not only an aunt, but also a grandmother and a great-grandmother. That's going too far. Because I'm embarrassed. Besides, I really don't know them. Su Qingqing could only smile and nod to them, saying hello, hello. Even so, I was still shocked. But what happened next? It almost overwhelmed her. A group of village women around her age, upon seeing the three triplets, immediately gathered around curiously, excitedly chattering. Oh my god, triplets! These are our great-uncle and great-aunt. TSK, our great-grandmother was really good at giving birth. Look how cute and handsome our great-uncle and great-aunt are. Come on, Grandpa, give your grandson a smile. To be honest, upon seeing this scene, Su Qingqing stayed in Bengbu. A group of children, roughly the same age as me, were calling my 3 or 4-month-old baby Grandpa and Grandma. Okay. He broke out in a cold sweat. Actually, Jiang Chun. I felt roughly the same way. When he was little, he loved visiting his maternal grandmother's house and was very curious about all sorts of things in the village. Living in the village was also very interesting. The only problem is that my maternal grandmother's family has an inexplicably high seniority in the village, which has also elevated my own seniority. Don't look at yourself, you were just a little kid back then. But those adults, when they meet, they all have to address each other as grandfather or uncle. For this reason, many of the children in the village did not want to play with him. Why? Even young Jiang Chen felt a bit emotional at that time. It's lonely at the top. Fortunately, at this time, Jiang Chen's uncles and aunts heard the commotion outside and came out to see Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing with the child. They quickly came out to greet them warmly. Xiao Chun, Qingqing, you've arrived. Look at the 3 little babies. They've grown so much and become even cuter. Come inside. A group of people welcomed Jiang Chun and his family into the house. Jiang Chen's grandmother also stood up from the sofa. With a joyful expression, she approached the young couple, asked about Jiang Chun, looked at the 3 little babies, and then took Su Qingqing's hand, offering a long greeting. How are you, Qingqing? Are you tired from the journey? Here, have some water. Look at you all coming to Grandma's house. Grandma is so happy. Why would you need to bring any gifts? No, Grandma, I'm not tired. That gift is just a token of my appreciation. It's not worth much. Su Qingqing answered generously and politely. In fact, those gifts were all high-end items that she and Jiang Chun had carefully selected before the festival. Among them was a wild ginseng for my maternal grandmother, which cost over 10,000 yuan per root. The group chatted for a short while. Jiang Chen's parents and his aunt's family also came. Cousin, sister-in-law. After exchanging a few greetings with the elders, Sun Wan happily ran towards Jiang Chun. He looked Su Qingqing up and down. Her tone was somewhat incredulous. Sister-in-law, how come you're getting even more beautiful after you got married? Sigh, I wish I could be like you someday. You want to become as beautiful as your sister-in-law. That's easy. Before Su Qingqing could answer, her cousin Sun Qian came over with a smile. You should also hurry up and find someone and get married. As someone who's been through it all, Sun Qian knows exactly what's going on. She's become a wife, which makes her even more charming. Oh, you still need to find a partner and get married? Sun Wan looked troubled upon hearing this. Forget it. I'll just focus on becoming a little rich woman first. Noon. The whole family enjoyed a lively meal together. We chatted for quite a while in the afternoon. Jiang Chen's parents and his aunt's family went back home. Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing stayed at their maternal grandmother's house for a few days as they had agreed beforehand, and their 2 aunts took turns decorating the rooms for the young couple. My maternal grandmother's house mainly consists of a 3-story building and several old houses in the backyard, because my eldest uncle lives away from home and hasn't returned for over 10 years. After Grandpa passed away, in that 3-story building, apart from Grandma's room, my second uncle and youngest uncle each occupied half of it. Jiang Chun ended up staying in a guest room on the east side of his uncle's room. In the room, there were new blankets, new sheets, and new duvet covers. It is very clean and tidy. Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing took the 3 little beasts inside to rest for a while. Su Qingqing then asked about the generational hierarchy in her maternal grandparents' family. Jiang Chun scratched his head. It seems like one of my maternal grandparents' ancestors was a high-ranking official or something. I can't explain it either. Anyway, this is how the generations have been arranged in this village for hundreds of years, and the younger generations can't easily change it. Oh, all right. The young couple exchanged a few words. Jiang Chun was about to lie down on the bed for a nap when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. So I went out to take a look. It turned out that one of the village's cows had gone mad. No, strictly speaking, the cow was drunk. A yellow-skinned ox weighing 500 or 600 pounds accidentally knocked over a large jar of mulberries for its owner to soak in wine. After eating a large meal, it broke its nose and started acting crazy in the village. It charged recklessly, crashing into anything that came into view. For a time, the village was in complete chaos. The yellow-skinned oxen especially noticed people wearing red clothes or red scarves. It was even more violent and charged forward. This is a series of collisions along the way. Somehow, they ended up in the yard of Chen's maternal grandmother's house. At my maternal grandmother's house, Wang Kai, who was in charge of guarding the door, was so scared that he peed his pants. The adults, some carrying ropes and others holding wooden sticks, were also in a panic and protected the elderly and children as they went inside. And yellow fat beef. I walked around the yard a few times. With bloodshot eyes, it strode around like it didn't recognize anyone, raised its head and mooed a few times, looking, well, quite smug. Who the hell is in the picture? Come out and have a go. Chapter 294. It's better to be a little more reserved. I'm so sorry, the cow ran wild in your yard. I'll pay for the things it damaged. The cow's owner apologized to Chen's two uncles. It's alright, it's alright. We're all from the same village. What's a little bit of stuff? Catching the cow quickly is the most important thing, the two uncles said politely. Okay. The cow owner nodded gratefully. Holding a rope, he instructed the strong laborers from the village behind him. Let's trip that cow with the rope first, and then tie its legs. Good, good. Several strong laborers nodded. A strong laborer and the owner of the ox each held one end of a thick hemp rope and slowly walked towards the ox. The cow owner was also holding a large cabbage leaf in his hand. The cows were being called out slowly. Upon getting close, it suddenly wrapped its arms around the cow's two front legs and then pulled hard. The drunken, bloated ox was caught off guard and was immediately knocked to the ground. Two strong laborers followed and quickly wrapped their hind legs around it as well. Moo! Moo! The yellow-skinned ox struggled on the ground in fright. The yellow-fat ox had already been tied up. The surrounding crowd breathed a sigh of relief and came out to see what was going on. Jiang Chun and Su Qingsheng were also standing to the side, chatting with their two aunts about village affairs. When Jiang Chun was a child, he visited his maternal grandmother's house and saw oxen plowing the fields. There were many oxen in the village. Now, everything in the village is mechanized, and the oxen no longer work. However, due to the natural conditions of the mountainous area, there are still quite a few cattle farmers. Like this cow owner, who has 7 or 8 cows, and of course, raises even more sheep. Excuse me. Make way. The cow owner quickly got a flatbed cart and prepared to have a few strong laborers help pull the tied-up yellow-skinned cow back to the cow pen. Unexpectedly, it was at this moment. The yellow-skinned ox, seeing things were not going well, struggled desperately. Moo! Moo! After shouting twice, suddenly, with a snap, the hemp rope binding him broke. Good heavens! Once freed, the yellow-skinned ox went berserk, smashing into the flatbed cart and knocking over 2 or 3 strong laborers on the spot. After all, it's a big guy weighing 500 or 600 pounds. They started to run wild. It was jumping and hopping around, even kicking its hooves. Truly terrifying. The cow owner was immediately startled, and the scene was filled with panic. Jiang Chun and Su Qingsheng, along with their two aunts, were about to go back inside when the crazed yellow ox charged straight at them. The cow owner was dumbfounded when he saw it. That's fucking ridiculous. This young couple are truly honored guests of this family. In fact, I should call them my cousin uncle and cousin aunt. The yellow-skinned ox charged straight at them. At the very least, someone will get hurt. Speaking of which, it's the Lunar New Year. But he was injured by a cow. How unlucky is that? My aunt, who was standing nearby, and my grandmother, who was inside the house, happened to see this and were both extremely distressed. Xiao Chun, a beauty that could topple cities. I thought the young couple would definitely be thrown out of the air by this collision. Unexpectedly, just as the yellow-skinned ox was about to collide, Jiang Chun acted in time, his hands appearing precisely on the ox's 2 horns, and then pressing down hard. Bang! The yellow fat ox was immediately pressed down. He fell flat on his face. The crowd was immediately taken aback and fell silent for a moment. The cow owner was extremely surprised. Its mouth was so wide open that it could almost fit a duck egg inside. I thought to myself, this young man. No, this uncle is amazing. Incredible. He actually managed to hold down a 500 to 600 pound yellow-fleshed ox with his bare hands, pressing its head down. No. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and tie it back up with a rope. Jiang Chun, who was holding down the cow's head, said to the cow's owner and several strong laborers who were helping. That yellow fat ox. Caught off guard, Niotu was suddenly slammed to the ground by Jiang Chen's immense force. I was a bit confused at this point. But just as they regain their composure, after a while, they lose control again. Well, the cow owner was astonished. After regaining my senses, he hurriedly called over several strong laborers to help tie up the yellow-skinned ox. To prevent the yellow-skinned ox from breaking free of its rope again, this time it was tied up very tightly, almost like a five-pointed knot. Xiao Chun, Qing Cheng, are you two all right? Uncle, aunt, and grandma all came forward to ask with concern. I'm fine, Su Qingsheng replied, startled. After a moment, she turned to Jiang Chun and asked, Honey, how are you? Are you all right? Recalling what just happened, it was thrilling, but it also gave me a sense of security. But it was full. That guy, to be honest, he really is reliable when it matters. For tonight, let's treat him to a good meal again. Let him have his fun. This. Su Qingsheng was startled by the sudden thought that popped into her mind, and her face flushed slightly. He thought to himself, at least he's at his maternal grandmother's house. It's better to be a little more reserved. Chapter 295. Oh no, the bed collapsed. A whirlwind of thoughts stirred within Su Qingsheng's mind. And over there, faced with the concern from his uncle, aunt, grandmother, and little girl, Jiang Chun replied, It's nothing, I'm fine. Even if something was wrong, he would say it was nothing. Besides, he's really fine. At this time, the cow's owner came over and thanked Jiang Chun profusely. Thank you, uncle. If it weren't for my uncle's timely intervention, my ox would have certainly hurt at least some other people, if not you and my aunt. It's nothing. Jiang Chun waved his hand politely. They're all from the same village as my maternal grandmother, neighbors and relatives. There's no need to be so calculating. Let's talk about what happened back then. The yellow fat ox suddenly went berserk and charged right at him and the girl, so he instinctively helped them out. The cow owner thanked him profusely. After taking the yellow fat ox back, he still felt bad, so he turned back and, without saying a word, insisted on bringing over a braised ox head. To be honest, those yellow-fleshed cattle haven't really grown up yet, and the current cattle price isn't very good either. He plans to continue recuperating. But then, the yellow-skinned ox broke free of its ropes and ran wild again. It truly terrified him. It was one thing for the yellow-skinned ox to damage objects, but it would be even worse if it injured people. Therefore, at one point, he was even prepared to kill the ox. Jiang Chen's move. This saved the yellow-haired ox's life, and also helped him avoid considerable financial losses. It was evening. Jiang Chen's two aunts cooked several dishes, which were served with the braised beef head. Everyone sat down to eat together. Xiao Chen, have you been trained or something? That yellow-fleshed ox weighed 500 or 600 pounds, and you just pressed its head down and held it down. That's amazing. Yes. If it were me, even when I was young, I couldn't handle 2 or 3 of them. When the two uncles talked about the yellow-fleshed cattle back then, they praised Jiang Chen highly. Good. I had practiced, but the situation was critical at the time, so I think I performed exceptionally well. In front of his uncle, aunt, and maternal grandmother, Jiang Chen couldn't boast, so he immediately became modest. In reality, if he really got serious, he could easily knock down that fat ox with one punch. Yo, Xiao Chen really did practice. How about this, Xiao Chen? Have a few more drinks with your uncle. Let's see if you've improved your alcohol tolerance over the years. Is that all right? Oh right, Xiao Chen. Do you remember when you were little, you used to sneak drinks? You really gave your dad a fright. Come on, Xiao Chen, it's Chinese New Year, let's have a few. Let's send a few. Jiang Chen's two uncles insisted on having a drink that evening, and he couldn't refuse their hospitality, so he agreed. The three, uncle, nephew, and uncle, were drinking and chatting. By the time the show ended, it was late at night. Su Qingsheng had already taken her 3 little mythical beasts back to her room to rest. Honey, you're still awake? Jiang Chun asked when he returned home, seeing the lights on and his girlfriend still looking at her phone. How can I sleep when you're not back? Su Qingsheng asked, putting away her phone. 2. Jiang Chun smiled. After all, it was her maternal grandparents' house, so it was normal for the little girl not to sleep right now. Where are the 3 babies? They're all fed and asleep. Okay, honey, wait for me a minute. I'm going to wash up and go to bed. Cut. Who's waiting for you? Su Qingsheng subconsciously glanced at it, but then again, Wasn't she just scrolling through her phone out of boredom instead of sleeping, waiting for that jerk to come back? Chen quickly washed up. Then I went to bed. Thinking it was late, I decided not to bother. But I can't sleep, and I always feel like something's missing. He rolled over. Surprisingly, the girl wasn't asleep either. She nudged him and came over to talk to him. Honey, I have something to tell you. What is it? Can't sleep. Can't sleep? How about I hold you while we sleep? Su Qingqing nodded and very consciously snuggled into someone's arms. Instantly, she felt an overwhelming sense of security and comfort, thinking that she could finally fall asleep now. However, 3 minutes later, I still couldn't fall asleep. Chen was the same. What should we do, honey? How about we get some exercise? Exercise. Roll. After realizing what the other person meant, Su Qingqing blushed and spat out a curse. But after saying get lost for a moment, she turned around, took the initiative to hook her arms around his neck, and gave him a sweet kiss. Chen immediately chuckled. Is this what they call saying one thing but meaning another? Suddenly, with a snap, the bed collapsed. This. Why did you use so much force? But it's crucial. I didn't. Chen was immediately embarrassed and scratched his head. What's next? It's obviously inappropriate to wake up my aunt and uncle in the middle of the night to ask them to change my bed or room. I had no choice but to make do for one night. Chen then slipped on his slippers. I went outside and carried several bricks to the yard to support the bedboard. It took a lot of effort to level the bed surface. At least I can sleep now. Honey, the pad is ready. The two then went back to sleep. However, when Chen went in and out of the room just now, it seemed like something followed him in. Chen turned on the light and looked around. It turned out to be Wang Kai, who hadn't slept in the middle of the night and had sneaked in. Get out. Chen chuckled, stepped forward, and gently kicked Wang Kai, shooing it away. Chapter 296 The Panicked Mother Tiger. Honey, will this bed frame collapse again? It's supported by bricks underneath, so it shouldn't collapse. Besides, if it really does collapse, I'll just go and move more bricks. Well, why don't you go see the child first? Chen nodded and went to the crib. At night, I inevitably have to check on my 3 little monsters, feed them, change their diapers, and so on. What's more of a headache is that they sleep too much during the day and are energetic at night. My arms ache from holding them, and 1 or 2 of the 3 little monsters just throw a tantrum and refuse to sleep no matter what I do. Of course, the most exhausting situation is when all 3 of them stay up all night. Fortunately, after Chen's correction, the situation improved a lot. At this moment, the 3 little ones were fast asleep. Chen looked at them, tucked them in, and then returned. It is, after all, a mountain village. The temperature is much colder than in Sihai City, and it even snowed a few days ago, which is rare. Also, because there is no heating, the air conditioner in the house blows warm air. Outside in the village, the sound of firecrackers could be heard sporadically. Why are people still setting off firecrackers at this hour? Su Qingqing asked, curled up in bed. It's normal. The village didn't allow firecrackers a few years ago, but they were only allowed to do so in the last 6 months. Everyone in the village is very enthusiastic. It's perfectly normal for people to set off firecrackers at night. Su Qingqing nodded. But as Chen lifted a corner of the blanket and crawled in, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, why are your hands so cold? I was just carrying bricks and using the bed as a mattress. How could I not be cold? Oh, but my hands are so cold. Where am I supposed to put them? Su Qingqing said coquettishly. You really know how to find a spot. Chen said with a slightly embarrassed and mischievous smile. I was just thinking that this place was the most suitable and warmest. If you think it's too cold, I can find another place, or I can warm myself up. As he spoke, he tried to pull his hands back. Cut. Since they're already warm, let's continue, Su Qingqing said with a hint of disdain, then added. After all, I'm your wife, so warming my husband's hands is a proper thing to do. Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He thought to himself, this kind of simple life is what I truly desire. A wife, children, and a warm bed. Not bad, not bad. Then, unable to resist, I pecked the little girl. Su Qingqing was caught off guard. She let out a soft moan. Suddenly, she reached out her little hand to hit someone, but unexpectedly, someone bit her hand again. Helpless, she could only spit out a curse. Shameless. The next morning, it was almost 7 o'clock when Chen woke up the girl next to him. Wife, get up. Su Qingqing was extremely sleepy. Oh, Honey, stop calling me. Let me sleep a little longer. She turned over and went back to sleep facing that side. There was no way around it. She had gone to bed late and was exhausted. This is the perfect time to catch up on sleep. It would be strange if they could get up immediately. Honey, my aunt and grandma are all up outside. You should get up too. We're not at home. Jiang Chun saw how sleepy the girl looked and couldn't bear to wake her. But it's really inappropriate to stay in bed at my aunt's house like this. Moreover, the little girl is shy, and she feels really embarrassed to stay in bed in front of so many relatives. If she oversleeps, she will definitely complain that she wasn't woken up. Ah, that's true. Su Qingqing realized what was happening. This is at someone's maternal grandmother's house. Okay, you still need to pay attention to your image. Honey, let me sleep for just one more minute, then I'll get up. Su Qingqing yawned, turned around, hugged someone's arm, and snuggled into his embrace, speaking in a lazy tone. Good. 1 minute is too short. How about 3 minutes? Jiang Chun said with a smile, affectionately pinching the other person's nose. Su Qingqing wanted to take a nap a little longer. But, in less than a minute, she opened her beautiful eyes and woke up completely, her pretty face flushed. Well, there's really nothing we can do about it, and we can't blame that jerk. There's nothing to blame but ourselves. Who can blame them when it's another vibrant, sunny morning? Xiao Chen, Qingcheng, you're awake. The two aunts were talking at the front door when they saw Jiang Chun and his wife come out with their child. They went over to greet them and asked, "How did you sleep last night? Were you all right?" "Yeah, it's all right." "Fine." Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing responded. "It's just that the bed we're sleeping on has a problem," Jiang Chun added. After all, they still had to stay for a few more days, and if the bed collapsed, they'd have to move bricks to prop it up in the middle of the night, which was really not a good idea. Is there something wrong with the bed? Yes, specifically, it was bed breaking. Oh. Jiang Chun then took his two aunts to see it. The two aunts saw it. He couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder Su Qingsheng had been yawning repeatedly and was clearly sleepy when she woke up this morning. So that's why? I thought they were a young couple. Xiao Chun, Qingsheng, I told you to sleep in our room, right? The beds in our room are absolutely fantastic. How about moving in with us tonight? No. Isn't your bed the same as ours? If this bed collapses, I'll just replace it for them right away. There's no need to move. The two aunts argued for a while. Everyone wanted Jiang Chun and his wife to live in their home. Final. Jiang Chun still insisted on changing the bed and continuing to stay in the original room. Because of Jiang Chun and Su Qingqing, breakfast at my maternal grandmother's house was exceptionally lavish. My two uncles also came. However, because they had drunk quite a bit last night, even though they were both heavy drinkers, they were still a bit hungover. Seeing that Jiang Chun seemed fine, they couldn't help but praise his drinking capacity. Then he brought up the story of Jiang Chun getting drunk while visiting relatives during the Chinese New Year when he was a child. Su Qingqing heard it. Extremely curious, he went back inside after dinner and asked Jiang Chun what was going on. Jiang Chun gave a brief explanation. He was probably 8 or 9 years old at the time. While visiting relatives, I unexpectedly drank a sweet wine, which was actually an alcoholic beverage. Because I thought it tasted good, I secretly drank half a bottle. As a result, when my parents were getting ready to go home, I couldn't find him for a while. After searching frantically for a long time, they finally found him on the ground in a corner. At that moment, he was lying on the ground, drunk and fast asleep. And what's next? Su Qingqing almost laughed. Will your parents reward you with a beating? Stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork? Jiang Chun was stunned for a moment, and after realizing that he was going to be beaten, he said, No, my mom was initially going to beat me, but my dad stopped her. After all, I was too young to drink alcohol at the time. After that, my mom got a little worried that I might have gotten drunk and become stupid. I want to take you to the hospital to get checked out. But when they woke me up, they saw that I was lively and energetic and perfectly fine, so they let it go. Su Qingqing initially wanted to laugh, but upon hearing this, she felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, the person hadn't drunk too much. Otherwise, wouldn't she have a foolish husband now? No, she doesn't even have a foolish husband. The thought that I might lose such a wonderful husband is unbearable. Su Qingqing couldn't help but hug Jiang Chen's arm tightly, saying with concern, Honey, alcohol isn't a good thing. You should drink less in the future. Okay, I'll do as my wife says. Jiang Chun held up one finger. I'll drink this from now on. Just one drink? That's great. No, I drink it all the time. You. Su Qingsheng feigned anger. are you deliberately contradicting me? Then, baring its teeth and claws, it scratched at Jiang Chun, saying, how can you keep drinking like that? Under the tyrannical power of the tigress, Jiang Chun had no choice but to back down, using force to suppress him. In fact, given his current physical condition, his ability to drink continuously was, to some extent, quite impressive. All right, wife. I was just kidding. I'll drink as little alcohol as possible from now on. You tell me how much, and I'll drink that much, okay? That's more like it. Su Qingsheng then gave up. But when I wanted to get up, suddenly, they realized that because of someone's forceful suppression just now, the two of them were in a very awkward position. Yes, just like you're thinking of. In particular, I caught a glimpse of the burning passion in someone's eyes. The tigress panicked. Chapter 297 Stewed Goose in an Iron Pot. Honey, what are you doing? You wouldn't. But I just finished breakfast. This is still at your aunt's house. In her panic, Su Qingxing quickly reminded the man that they had just finished eating and his aunt and the others were still talking outside. This bastard, is he going crazy again? Hearing Su Qingxing's reminder, Jiang Chun was a little confused, thinking to himself that he only realized how tender his wife's face was after he had suppressed her. It looks like you could squeeze water out of it. Aside from a bit of surprise, I really had no other thoughts, honestly. Could it be that he harbors ill intentions towards his wife? After all, it was at my aunt's house. Have some self-respect. Look at what you're saying. Do you think I don't know anything? By the way, am I that kind of person? Jiang Chun lowered his head and pecked the girl, then let go of her. Cut. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Su Qingqing blushed and buttoned up her clothes. What wasn't said was, we all know each other inside and out. So who are you really with? This damn guy, Sai? He just keeps pretending. Just then, the three little mythical beasts were hungry and started crying. The two then returned to their normal routine and began to work together to feed the three little mythical beasts. Because they were monks away from home, they had no milk reserves and could only feed them the freshest breast milk. Xiaochun, we, along with your maternal grandmother, went to visit relatives today. You and Qingsheng can just play around at home. If you want to go out, there's a temple fair in Sanligu, but be careful on the road. Auntie said as she came over. Okay, Auntie. Don't worry, Jiang Chen replied. After her aunt left, Su Qingsheng asked curiously, Honey, what's going on? Are your aunt and grandma also going to visit relatives? Yes. My two aunts went back to their parents' homes, while my maternal grandmother asked my uncle to take her to see her brother. But isn't your maternal grandmother 80 years old? Even at 80, she still has brothers. During the Lunar New Year, my grandma went to visit her brothers. Isn't that like a beaver? 2. Su Qingxing nodded. So what if I'm 80? He's 80. They also have parents, siblings, and other family members. For some reason, I started thinking that one day, when I'm 80, I might still be able to go back to my parents' home with someone. Actually, there was no need for my aunt to mention the temple fair. Jiang Chen himself. I had planned to take my little girl to a temple fair. When he was a child, the place he most wanted to visit during Chinese New Year when he went to his maternal grandmother's house was the temple fair. The temple fair had lots of delicious food and fun things to do, and it was crowded, lively, and grand. Jiang Chen said, since we have nothing to do, let's go to the temple fair today. Su Qingqing looked eager to try. Okay. She readily agreed and started tidying up. She really wanted to go and see something like a rural temple fair. Unexpectedly, we arrived at the door. But two goose generals blocked their way. Quack! One of the geese even fiercely stretched its head out, attempting to attack Su Qingqing, which terrified her so much that she trembled and quickly hid behind Jiang Chun, crying out, Husband. It's all right, Jiang Chun reassured the girl. Wankai, go. He was quite familiar with the little mongrel dog Wankai, so he urged Wankai to go and chase away the two geese. Wankai is very obedient and brave. They took the initiative to attack the two goose generals. Who knew? It was defeated in one round, squealing pitifully as it was pecked, and fled in disarray. All right. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly and had no choice but to step forward and clear a path, kicking the two geese aside one by one. Bite! Two goose generals just threatened the host's wife, triggering a random quest. Please avenge your wife by turning the two goose generals into stewed goose in an iron pot. Jiang Chun heard the notification from the dog. It was an unexpected turn of events. No, those two geese probably just instinctively scared my wife, and I turned them into a dish. That's just too cruel and inhumane, isn't it? But, forehead, braised goose in an iron pot is absolutely delicious. Cousin, sister-in-law, are you going to the temple fair? Wait, me too, I want to go too. Chen, with his little girl and 3 other little monsters, was about to set off in his car. Suddenly a voice called out to him. Just by hearing the voice, without even looking at the person, he knew it was his little cousin, Sun Wan, who was also known for her conspicuousness. Xiaowan, didn't you go back? Why are you here again today? Su Qingqing asked. I've gone back. But then I thought, my cousin will definitely go to the temple fair today, so I'll join in the fun too. So I took a taxi early this morning. The road conditions were bad, and I thought I'd miss my chance, but I made it just in time. Hee hee. Sun Wan laughed triumphantly, then said to Jiang Chun, Cousin, it's the new year, I didn't bother with the milk tea shop, and I'll go to the temple fair with you. Is that alright? Of course, no problem, Jiang Chun said. You can take a holiday during the spring festival. As long as you arrange your work at the milk tea shop in advance, you can do whatever you want during the holiday. Besides, your cousin is always very generous. I'm not some kind of exploitative person, right? Sun Wan got into the car. Jiang Chun drove his van towards the temple fair, which was located in Sanligu, only about 10 or 20 kilometers away. It's just a mountain road, so you can't go fast at all. When we were almost there, as they passed a reservoir, the 3 little monsters pooped and started crying incessantly. Jiang Chun simply stopped the car and helped the little girl change her diaper. Just then, suddenly, a series of urgent shouts came from the reservoir. Chapter 298 Horseback Riding and Archery, a Treasure Girl. It turned out to be a group of kids shouting and playing on the ice. Jiang Chun had played on the ice there when he was a child, and seeing it now, he couldn't help but feel a little itchy to do it himself. Well, it was seeing kids playing on the ice that made him a little tempted. If adults play with ice, he lost interest in playing. No way. It's just a memory of childhood fun. Cousin and sister-in-law, how about we go together? Sun Wan suggested. She had been there before when visiting relatives during the spring festival, as a tag-along. Sure. Su Qingqing has been a rich girl since childhood, and she has never really finished playing on the ice in the countryside. Okay. Seeing that his wife had spoken, Jiang Chun nodded and drove the car to the side of the road. After calming the 3 little monsters down, I pushed the stroller to the shore and watched over them, letting my cousin take my wife to play first. This is the world. It's alright in winter too, you can stand on the ice. However, for safety reasons, even when playing on the ice, people still try to stay as close to the shore as possible, on the edge where there is a lot of grass. Playing with ice is very simple. One activity involves skating on the ice, while the other involves breaking the ice to fish or throwing ice blocks around. Of course, when I was a child, some people were even secretly eating ice cream. Once discovered, it would draw a scolding from the adults, because they were afraid the child's stomach would get cold, and also because the reservoir water was still too dirty compared to drinking water. Cousin, you play with your sister-in-law for a while, I'll watch the 3 babies. Sun Wan played for a while, indulging in her childhood fun, and then returned promptly. She told Jiang Chun, after all, this is my boss, the infamous Jiang the Skinflint. It's only right to try and please my cousin. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Xiaowan. What's the trouble? We're all family. I'm the child's aunt, after all. Go on. Cousin, your wife is waiting for you. After Sun Wan finished speaking, she happily played with the 3 little ones in the stroller who wouldn't sleep and were very curious about everything around them. Jiang Chun then went over. Su Qingqing and I skated on the ice for a while. I was surprised to find that this little girl could actually ice skate, and her movements were quite professional. You can ice skate? Yes, I learned it when I was a kid. It was figure skating. Still figure skating? How about we try a couple of moves? Jiang Chun asked in surprise. Here. Besides, I'm not wearing ice skates, Su Qingqing said with a troubled expression. But since you want to see, I'll do a few simple moves to make it look real. He then skillfully skated a short distance, pretended to jump, and spun around twice on the ice. I didn't dare to actually jump. After all, the thickness of the ice surface isn't that significant. Even so, it's still evident that he has considerable skill. Not bad, not bad. I never expected that my wife could not only drive so well, but also skate so well. Of course, actually, I can not only drive and ice skate, but I can also ride horses and shoot arrows. Horseback archery. Jiang Chun immediately imagined a scene of someone galloping on horseback, looking dashing and heroic. How good is your archery? Good. In a 50-meter double-round archery event, the score would be around 648 rings. How about it, honey? You're impressed, aren't you? You're so talented, you're a real gem, but I'm just as good, I can do this and that. So am I a gem too? Seeing the surprise on Jiang Chen's face, Su Qingqing smiled smugly. He had a look on his face that said, "Praise me." Yes, that's true. Jiang Chen nodded. He genuinely didn't understand the 50-meter double-round archery score the girl had mentioned, but he seemed very proud of it. Honey, do you know that you have a skill that I admire the most? What? Just like that. You gave birth to 3 babies for me all at once. TCH. Su Qingcheng gave him a playful glare. Look at you. All you do is try to flatter people. You can't even give a proper compliment. Boast. I'll praise you. Jiang Chun noticed the girl's resentful look. My heart softened immediately. He pulled the girl into a tight embrace. My wife is so talented, a real gem, the best in the world. Are you satisfied now? Unable to resist, he kissed her hard again. Satisfied? Honey, there are so many kids around. Jiang Chen understood. I stopped immediately and let go of the girl. After all, it would be fine if everyone around were adults, or even if it were just 3 clueless little monsters in the family. The key is that most of the people around are sensible and studious elementary school students. It sets a bad example for children. It is very, very bad to let children imitate what they see. The two played on the ice for a while before preparing to return to shore. Creak, creak. Suddenly, Jiang Chun heard a familiar sound of eating ice cream. He turned around and saw 2 children secretly eating ice cream, just like he had done years ago. Why not try the taste of childhood? Jiang Chun thought for a moment, then shook his head.